Huh, huh, huh. Chen Dong gasped, collapsing into an abandoned supermarket. Still trembling from fear, he hurriedly scrambled to the office on the second floor, secured with a steel door, and locked himself inside. Only then did he feel a modicum of safety. Through the office window, he gazed outside at the mindless zombies, their expressions vacant and bewildered. Just a short while ago, Chen Dong had been at home when an unexpected wave of dizziness overtook him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Before he could comprehend the situation, the zombies' relentless pursuit compelled him to flee into the nearby deserted supermarket. Welcome, chosen challengers, to the world of apocalypse. Here, you must gather resources to sustain your life while fending off the zombies and mutated monsters that threaten to take your life at any moment. Survive by any means necessary, fortunate challengers. At that moment, a mechanized female voice echoed in Chen Dong's mind. Simultaneously, a perspective akin to augmented reality materialized before him. In his view, interfaces for a backpack, trading window, chat channel, and mail appeared. Upon opening the backpack, he discovered it was utterly empty. Chen Dong's expression darkened. He had not replenished his energy for an entire day. If the ominous notification was accurate, a lack of resources would lead only to his demise. Ding! You have a new email, please check. Instinctively, as he clicked to open the email, a voice resonated in his mind. The infinite resource system has been bound to the host. Soon, Chen Dong understood the purpose of this so-called system. In his backpack, the first slot suddenly displayed an icon of a mineral water bottle. In the bottom right corner of the icon, there lay an infinite mathematical symbol. Was this the system? A standard for the protagonist? Chen Dong hastily retrieved the mineral water. Indeed, the icon of the mineral water did not vanish from his backpack. Ecstatic, he drew forth the mineral water in a frenzy. When 500 milliliters of mineral water filled the entire office, Chen Dong jubilantly confirmed that he had acquired the legendary system. This system could provide him with one resource in infinite quantities each day. And today, it was mineral water. Chen Dong opened the chat channel to find a local city marker. Numerous individuals were conversing within channel. User 89757. What the hell is this? Suddenly transported here to fight zombies? I want to go home. User 777889. I'm doomed. I have no resources, and the outside is swarming with zombies. I'm probably done for. User 589345. I just witnessed a poor soul get bitten by a zombie and transform into one themselves. Thankfully, I ran fast. User 450321. Instead of whining, focus on gathering resources. Chen Dong scrolled through the chat, finally affirming the authenticity of the situation. Those chosen, meeting certain criteria, have been transported here, forced to partake in this survival game. Observing the numbers in the local chat, he realized that at least hundreds of thousands had arrived in this apocalyptic world, all within the same city. Could there be even more people in other cities? As the notification tone officially rang, the game had commenced. Some would gather resources and survive, while others would swiftly succumb to starvation, dehydration, or the ravenous bite of zombies. Chen Dong proceeded to explore the trading platform, discovering that a few individuals were already selling resources, primarily food and water, alongside a smattering of other items such as flashlights and lighters. The trading system operated on a barter basis, with sellers proposing terms, and as long as buyers possessed corresponding resources, the trade could be completed. The few trade requests primarily revolved around food and water. Chen Dong, however, possessed an abundance of mineral water. He swiftly cleared the trading platform of all items exchanged for water resources. The email notification chimed incessantly. In an instant, Chen Dong secured the food supplies he had long required. User 10086 purchased 5 loaves of bread. User 10,086 purchased 2 packs of snail noodles. User 10,086 purchased 3 servings of pasta. User 10086 purchased 1 lighter. Simultaneously, the chat channel erupted with discussions about the identity of user 10086. User 38383. Damn. My 5 loaves of bread were just snatched up by user 10086. How do they have so many resources? User 9527. What are you talking about? All my supplies were completely taken by user 10,086. User 979698. Could user 100886 be a game plant? Reducing our resources and increasing our survival challenges. User 56666. Very likely. Otherwise, how could someone have amassed so many resources to exchange? They might be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Chen Dong observed the chat content and glanced at his own number, realizing that the transaction process displayed both parties' numbers. This feature inadvertently exposed him to the crowd. Fortunately, only when initiating a trade would both parties' numbers be visible. After exchanging mineral water for other supplies, Chen Dong continued to trade these new items for resources that met demand. He could now easily run his own general store. Chen Dong retrieved a steaming serving of pasta and a glass of orange juice from his backpack, eating while scrolling through the trading platform. Yet he could not find the items he truly desired. Weapons. What he needed most was a means of defense. Not even a baseball bat or a kitchen knife could be found. Upon reflection, he concluded that those who had gathered such tools likely did not list them on the trading platform. After all, possessing a decent defensive tool could significantly enhance one's chances of survival amidst a horde of zombies. However, it was merely the first day. The survival pressure was still manageable. Many people remained holed up in safe zones, avoiding the search for resources. Chen Dong believed that as days passed and desperation set in, the availability of resources would gradually increase. For now, he only needed to remain in this abandoned supermarket, waiting to amass enough strength for self-preservation. Chen Dong descended to the first floor of the supermarket, hoping to discover any resources. After thoroughly searching the entire supermarket without success, he entered the restroom and, while attending to his needs, noticed a wooden box in front of the sink. Could this be a resource? He mused, approaching the box. He successfully opened the bronze-level resource chest and obtained 10 units of wood and 1 rope. Better than nothing. Chen Dong promptly stored all the resources in his backpack. After checking the restroom for usable water resources, he found that the faucet was nothing more than a decorative fixture. Knock, knock, knock. As he exited the restroom and prepared to ascend to the second floor, he heard someone outside the supermarket banging on the door and calling out, "Is anyone there? Please open the door. There's a zombie chasing me." Chapter 2. Conscience. Chen Dong approached the entrance of the supermarket and peered through the gap, spotting a woman standing outside. She was stunning. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to describe her beauty with phrases like moon-shaming flowers or delicate and charming. Simply giving her a perfect score would suffice as proof of her allure. While Chen Dong had encountered numerous women, this one managed to capture his attention instantly. Her beauty alone could easily place her at the pinnacle of all the women he had ever seen. "Who are you?" Chen Dong refrained from opening the door immediately, instead calling out loudly from within. Xianxi and Appos. S face was filled with urgency and desperation. "Young man, I've been stranded outside for a day with no supplies. Please let me in. I'd be more than willing to serve you afterward." Chen Dong furrowed his brow. After a moment in damp, Appos, as consideration, he retrieved a wooden board from his backpack and opened the supermarket door. "Thank you, young man." The woman hurried inside, expressing her gratitude. Having navigated this apocalyptic world while being relentlessly pursued by zombies, she had come perilously close to death multiple times. Now, encountering another human being instilled her with a semblance of safety. However, at that moment, Chen Dong suddenly struck. Before she could react, he delivered a swift blow to the back of her neck, rendering her unconscious. He promptly closed the supermarket door and bound her with rope, carrying her upstairs. In times of crisis, caution towards strangers is paramount. A misplaced trust could result in a loss of life. When the woman gradually regained consciousness, she felt a throbbing pain at the nape of her neck. As she attempted to rub the sore spot, she realized she was tightly bound by ropes. "Are you awake?" Chen Dong, munching on bread, approached her. The woman's expression turned to one of terror, and she began to struggle fiercely. "What do you want? Do you realize this is illegal?" Upon hearing this, Chen Dong couldn't suppress a scoff. In a world teetering on the brink of collapse, legalities seemed laughable. He crouched down, resting his hand on her shoulder, and said with a smile, "I have no way of knowing whether you are a good person. So I must bind you first, and then see if you possess a conscience." Startled by his sudden touch, the woman's eyes twitched. With annoyance, she retorted, "You scoundrel! If you have the guts, let me go, and I'll let you feel my conscience. Chen Dong suppressed his expression, standing up with an impassive demeanor. You, a captive, dare to negotiate with me? Do you overestimate your allure? To put it bluntly, even if I were to force myself on you, what could you do about it? The woman bit her lip, falling silent. She understood the truth in his words. Chen Dong settled onto a couch, lighting a cigarette, and continued, reveal your name and background, and perhaps I may spare your life. After a few minutes of silence, the woman finally broke it. My name is Xianqi, and I am a doctor, chased by zombies and inadvertently stumbled here. A doctor? Chen Dong's interest piqued. In such a dire world, having a doctor was a boon for survival. Moreover, under mutual consent, a contract could be established, alleviating concerns about loyalty. With a faint smile, he said, "Join me, and I shall ensure your meals are plentiful. You will be under my protection. Additionally, we must formalize a master-servant contract for assurance." Xianqi, clearly aware of the advantages her profession conferred, shook her head in refusal. Chen Dong shrugged, unperturbed. He had no intention of causing harm without reason, as long as there was no enmity between them. However, he could not release her just yet. Caution is the mother of safety. He then retrieved a sausage from his backpack and began to eat it in front of her. Observing her throat involuntarily swallow, he remarked, "I almost forgot to mention, your conscience seems to be quite commendable." Xianqi's face flushed with embarrassment, and she gritted her teeth, wishing she could retaliate against the insufferable young man. Had she not endured similar treatment from man before? May you suffer misfortune in your later years, and be covered in red hair. Chen Dong was determined to persuade Xianqi, not through force, but through coaxing and enticing her gradually. After finishing the sausage, he wiped his mouth with a tissue, satisfied, and let out a contented belch. "Are you hungry?" Xianqi glared at him, her anger palpable. "You need not mock me like this." Chen Dong produced a bottle of water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and offered it to her, speaking earnestly. "Dr. Xie, I genuinely wish for you to join me. I assure you, you will never lack for meals, and I will guarantee your safety." Having been parched for a long time, Xianqi could hardly respond, gulping down the water with fervor, feeling invigorated as the cool liquid coursed through her. After drinking, she smiled lightly. "Is this your way of demonstrating sincerity?" Chen Dong feigned confusion, chuckling, "What's wrong? Offering you water, I ascend, my greatest gesture of goodwill." Xianqi's voice trembled slightly. "So, you think giving me lemon water is meant to make me even hungrier?" Chen Dong replied sincerely, "Dr. Xie, lemon water is my favorite beverage, and my stock is limited. The fact that I chose to share it with you truly wounds my heart. However, should you feel hungry, a mere nod in agreement to my proposal would grant you a hearty meal." Xianqi watched Chen Dong's smiling face, her body shaking with rage. She recognized that this man was toying with her, forcing her to submit. "Give up on that notion. I would rather starve to death or leap from here to be devoured by zombies than accept anything from you." Chen Dong remained unfazed, grinning. "Are you really not considering it?" Xianqi shouted in fury, "Get lost." Chapter 3. Infinite 9mm bullets. P92 handgun. It appeared that Xianqi would not willingly capitulate anytime soon. The only course of action was to let her endure hunger for a few days and observe the situation. If all else failed, she could be discarded to feed the zombies. In this apocalyptic world, where today exists but tomorrow is uncertain, Chen Dong had no intention of retaining a burdensome liability devoid of value. Under normal circumstances, he might have entertained the notion of keeping her for warmth. However, the current Chen Dong was solely focused on survival, dismissing all other thoughts. Shaking his head to rid himself of distractions, Chen Dong shed his clothing, hanging them neatly on a rack until he was left in nothing but his boxers. Xianqi, anxious, clasped her legs tightly together and questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Though her words seemed accusatory, the tremor in her voice, coupled with her exquisite features, only served to heighten a man in damp Appo's instinctive possessiveness. With narrowed eyes, Chen Dong replied, "I would not deplete my energy for physical pursuits during such a period of scarce resources." Xianqi, caught off guard, felt a blush creep on her cheeks, wanting to retort. "You." Chen Dong interrupted her by reclining on the sofa and draping a blanket over himself. Conserve your energy. Rather than hurling insults, you might as well rest early. With that, he closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Xianqi, left with no option, lay on the ground to rest. However, hunger kept her tossing and turning, rendering sleep elusive. The earlier lemon water had even caused her stomach acid to churn. The following morning, Chen Dong was awakened by the sunlight streaming through the window. Stretching lazily, he sat up and glanced at Xianqi, chuckling lightly. "Oh, what a large panda we have here. Has even a national treasure been dragged into this survival game?" Xianqi sat on the ground, her complexion ashen, eyes bloodshot, and dark circles accentuating her gaze. Clearly, she had not slept a wink. In her state of fatigue, she refrained from countering Chen Dong and Appo's teasing. Her mental state was poor, leaving her somewhat dazed. This was entirely within Chen Dong's expectations. A woman who had gone an entire day without food, finally replenishing herself with water that was merely lemon-flavored, would inevitably be plagued by a gnawing hunger that kept her awake through the night. "Are you hungry? Want some breakfast?" Chen Dong offered a sandwich, bringing it close to her mouth. The aroma of the sandwich made her stomach growl involuntarily, yet she resisted her instincts, turning her head away. Chen Dong grinned, giving her a thumbs up. "You and Amp, Appo's got spirit." He then took a bite of the sandwich himself, exaggerating his enjoyment. Delicious. Having successfully breached Xianqi and Appo's psychological defenses that morning, Chen Dong opened his email. The system had promptly dispatched today and Appo's supplies, an infinite supply of 9mm bullets. Astonishingly, they were crucial ammunition, and infinite at that. Chen Dong's heart raced with excitement. However, he quickly regained his composure, for locating a compatible firearm would not be an easy task. As time passed, suitable weapons would undoubtedly appear on the trading platform, yet time was of the essence. The abandoned supermarket where Chen Dong resided could very well be invaded by zombies at any moment. Should those zombies break in, his fate would be sealed. Without hesitation, Chen Dong accessed the trading platform to begin acquiring goods. As the morning wore on, despite his considerable gains, he still did not encounter the items he had hoped for. During lunchtime, while relishing a portion of fried rice, he suddenly paused, exclaiming, "This is tough." Xianqi, her voice weak and hoarse, interjected, "If you're going to eat, can you not do it right next to me?" Chen Dong shook his bowl of fried rice, responding, "I can, but it's unnecessary." Xianqi chose silence, opting to lie down and shut her eyes, playing the ostrich. Chen Dong continued to talk to himself. "This fried rice is too greasy. I can't Appo's finish it." Suddenly, Xianqi heard the sound of something being tossed into the trash can, instinctively opening her eyes. To her astonishment, Chen Dong had thrown the fried rice away. "What are you doing?" she demanded angrily. Turning to face her with a smile, Chen Dong replied, "As you can see, if I can't eat it, it gets tossed." Xianqi was incredulous. "You're wasting food. Do you even realize what you're doing? Do you want some? Why so agitated? If you want to eat, I can give you a portion. I still have plenty," Chen Dong responded nonchalantly. Xianqi remained silent, merely shooting him a fierce glare before continuing to lie down, seeking rest. Chen Dong watched her, noting how she swallowed hard at the lingering scent of the rice in the air, and he couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle inwardly. "Let us see how long you can endure this." Chen Dong opened the chat channel and began to peruse the day's discussions. After the first day of trials, many individuals had adapted to the rhythm of survival, with several venturing out to gather supplies, and some even managing to slay zombies. Naturally, many others had become lunch for the undead. As he scrolled through the history, one message caught his eye, causing him to fixate on it. ID 72727. Offering AP92 handgun. Anyone interested? Private message with price. This message sparked a flurry of discussion. ID 23452. Damn, that's incredible. Others are finding handguns on the second day, and I'm left with just a razor. ID 23345. I'm so envious. Chen Dong immediately sent a private message to the player. "Brother, is the item still available? What are your terms?" Before long, the player responded, "The item is still here. Are you interested?" I want 100 bottles of water and 100 portions of food, any type. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Dong maintained his composure to negotiate. That's too steep. Gathering supplies is quite difficult now. Just managing to avoid starvation is quite a feat. I suppose the bullets for that handgun are likely all gone. And I still need to buy more. The player replied promptly. How much can you offer? Chen Dong responded. At most, 10 bottles of water and 10 pieces of bread. This time, there was a lengthy silence on the other end. Chen Dong's heart began to race with uncertainty, just as he contemplated whether to raise his offer. The reply finally came. All right, consider it a friendly exchange. Undoubtedly, the value of that handgun was far greater than the offered terms. However, given the unique circumstances, survival took precedence. Few could afford to part with excess food and water, leaving him with little choice. The player listed the P92 on the trading interface. Once both parties confirmed, the trade was completed, and the supplies began to be dispatched via email. Chapter 4, Slaying Zombies and Leveling Up. The seller who received water and food was filled with self-satisfaction. A handgun devoid of bullets had been exchanged for a plethora of urgently needed supplies, a significant profit indeed. However, upon noticing the identification number of his trading partner, he was taken aback. Wasn't and Oppos, this the infamous and Oppos, Tua and Oppos, from the rumors? It turned out not to be him. The seller promptly shared this information in the chat channel, inciting a flurry of excitement. Yet, Chen Dong remained oblivious to all of this. Naturally, he had no interest in such matters. Upon hearing the notification sound of a new message, his hand trembled slightly as he clicked to open it. Inside lay a P92 handgun, quietly waiting. Choose to accept. A sleek, dark weapon was added to Chen Dong and Oppo's backpack. Grasping the weighty P92, he felt a sense of security wash over him. He opened the window and began firing at the zombies on the street. His accuracy was rather disheartening. Yet with the aid of infinite ammunition, several zombies emitted anguished cries before collapsing to the ground. The sudden gunfire startled Xianqi, causing her to sit upright in surprise. She gazed at Chen Dong in disbelief, taking in the sight of the fallen zombies and the others surrounding them, howling in distress. Chen Dong, satisfied, closed the window, only to notice Xianqi staring at him, wide-eyed. He merely smiled, caressing the handgun in his hands, whispering softly, finally, I need not live in fear any longer. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. 96 points of experience needed to level up. Chen Dong stared in astonishment at his personal panel, realizing he could indeed level up. He pondered what benefits such a progression might entail. After acquiring experience, a window displaying his personal information appeared. Accessing it, he could clearly see his physical statistics. Level 1 for 100 strength, 10 agility, 3 stamina, abundant, uncertain of the standard for these metrics. He nonetheless felt his strength was relatively high, possibly due to his abundant stamina. Beside his personal stats, a note indicated each time a player levels up, there will be a random allocation of attribute increases. Experience points are earned by defeating zombies and depend on their level. Chen Dong withdrew from his personal panel, resting his chin in thought. It seemed that hiding in this abandoned supermarket was merely a temporary measure. The note mentioned zombie levels, suggesting that in the future, more formidable zombies might indeed invade the supermarket. This place was not secure. A profound sense of danger dulled the joy of his newfound weapon. For self-preservation, he needed to take proactive measures to level up quickly and enhance his physical abilities. Chen Dong opened his backpack to inspect his equipment. He possessed a P92 handgun as his primary weapon, a military dagger, a few Molotov cocktails, smoke bombs, and some iron rods. He was dissatisfied with the quality of his gear. Frankly speaking, against zombies, only the P92 and the Molotov cocktails would prove useful. As an ordinary person, he lacked the confidence to engage in close combat with the dagger. A single bite could spell disaster for him. After all, he had witnessed zombies on the second floor withstand several gunshots before succumbing. Such physical resilience was indeed alarming. Climbing to the rooftop of the abandoned supermarket, Chen Dong took out his binoculars to survey the distant zombies. The view was excellent here, and he aimed to eliminate zombies from a safe distance to gather experience. After estimating the distance, he selected a relatively secure position and began shooting with his P-92. Many zombies fell before they even realized what was happening. Others, slow to react, turned towards Chen Dong, letting out shrill cries. Startled, Chen Dong instinctively flinched but soon noticed that these zombies, while approaching him, posed no real threat beyond their proximity. They appear to be the most basic type, mere mindless husks. Chen Dong sighed in relief and continued to fire. His experience bar steadily increased. Gained experience on 83 points of experience needed to level up. Gained experience on 66 points of experience needed to level up. Gained experience on 49 points of experience needed to level up. After a considerable time, Chen Dong suddenly felt a rumbling within him, as if a shackle had been released, leaving him invigorated. Then, the system voice announced, "Congratulations. Player, you have leveled up. Keep up the good work." Elated, Chen Dong promptly checked his personal information to see the changes following his upgrade. Level 2, 0200, Strength, 12 Agility, 5 Stamina. Normal, he had gained a total of 4 points, comparable to online games. Observing his personal panel, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After leveling up, he distinctly sensed his speed and reflexes had improved significantly. The handgun in his grasp felt lighter, and he mused that later on, engaging in close combat with zombies would not be a daunting task. Even tearing a zombie apart with his bare hands seemed feasible. However, at this stage, Chen Dong chose not to dwell on such thoughts. He would take one step at a time. Descending from the rooftop, he returned to his second-floor quarters. Upon entering the office, he found Xia Anqi wriggling on the floor like a caterpillar. 2 days of hunger had begun to induce hallucinations. Clearing his throat, Chen Dong caught her attention. Xia Anqi, startled, reacted as if she were a tightly strung bow, every slight disturbance stirring her senses. As Chen Dong retrieved a fragrant plate of fried rice, Xia Anqi and Appo's green eyes fixated on it. He inwardly sighed. He had only seen such a desperate gaze in starving wolves in the animal kingdom. "Would you like to eat?" Chen Dong helped her to her feet, placing the fried rice in front of her. Listening to his enticing words, Xia Anqi remained silent, her eyes dimming, despite her stomach grumbling. Suddenly, Chen Dong pinched her cheeks, forcing her mouth open. The delicate touch sent a ripple through him. He gazed at Xia Anqi, who appeared gaunt yet still retained her striking beauty, momentarily lost in thought. Xia Anqi, bewildered, protested, "Are you out of your mind?" Without replying, Chen Dong scooped a spoonful of fried rice and fed it to her. Instinctively, she chewed 2 bites, the aroma of the fried rice nearly bringing her to tears. But she quickly regained her composure. "You want an Appo's tea, break me." Chen Dong continued to offer her another spoonful. Too famished to resist, despite her earlier defiance, Xia Anqi found her mouth opening involuntarily. However, at the last moment, Chen Dong pivoted the spoon, bringing the fried rice to his own lips. With a look of sheer delight, he closed his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my, this is delicious." Chapter 5. An infinite supply of condoms. Xia Anqi was incensed. Are you toying with me?" Chen Dong, after swallowing a mouthful of fried rice, responded with a smile. "Once you come to your senses and join me, you can have as much as you want. But for now, no." He then turned away from the trembling Xia Anqi and devoured the rest of the fried rice on the sofa. His reason for offering Xia Anqi a single bite of fried rice was not out of kindness. He merely feared that after such prolonged starvation, she might forget the taste of food. After days of hunger, a single taste of fragrant fried rice would not satiate her. Instead, it would only accelerate her gastric acid production. It was akin to an addict's first taste, which, without a second or third, would only exacerbate their craving. Chen Dong intended for Xia Anqi to remain in this state. Xia Anqi watched Chen Dong feast on the sofa, overcome with the urge to weep. This man showed no compassion, only tormenting her relentlessly. Sensing Xia Anqi and Appo's gaze, Chen Dong looked up, their eyes meeting. Chen Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment, not from shyness in the presence of a beautiful woman, but from a sense of shame, as his modern sensibilities had not entirely faded. However, he quickly reminded himself not to falter. He knew that in this world, only by abandoning futile compassion could one survive. In a world devoid of order, mercy was a weakness. Chen Dong retrieved a bottle of mineral water, dissolved some sugar in it, and fed it to Xianqi. Then, he sat beside her as she slumped against him, weakened. Chen Dong remarked with a sigh, "Dr. Xie, I must say, you are remarkably stubborn. I'm offering you such favorable terms, simply asking you to be my teammate, and you still refuse." Xianqi merely stared at him in silence, leaving Chen Dong speechless. Suddenly, a question occurred to him. "Dr. Xie, if I were to release you, what would you do?" Xianqi remained silent, and Chen Dong did not press her. They sat in silence, Chen Dong on the floor, cradling the bound Xianqi in his arms. Finally, Xianqi spoke. "What is your name?" Chen Dong smiled faintly. "Chen Dong." Chen, as in ear dong, and dong, as in the east, is red. Xianqi nodded and said earnestly, "If you release me, the first thing I will do is kill you, you scumbag." Chen Dong was taken aback, retorting, "Dr. Xie, the term in amp, oppos, scumbag and amp, oppos, doesn't end amp, oppos, quite apply to me. It usually refers to those who deceive others for money and sex. I can't end oppos, bear that title, as nothing untoward has occurred between us. However, if that and oppos, as your intention, I wouldn't mind." Xianqi gritted her teeth. "Despicable. I suppose I can accept that term," Chen Dong responded, amused. "However, since your first act would be to kill me, I dare not release you." Chen Dong moved Xianqi aside and lay down on the sofa, smiling. "Dr. Xie, let's get some sleep. I wouldn't want you to die of exhaustion before starvation. I still need someone to talk to." Xianqi, who was lying on the floor preparing to rest, opened her eyes and retorted angrily, "Just shut up." The following morning, Chen Dong awoke to find Xianqi still motionless. He couldn't tell if she was deeply asleep or had fainted from hunger. Chen Dong approached and gently pinched Xianqi's cheek. "Dr. Xie, wake up." After several attempts, Xianqi remained unresponsive. Chen Dong pondered, could she really be dead? He then placed his hand near Xianqi's nostrils to check for breath. There's still air. Relieved, Chen Dong leaned closer to Xianqi and Oppos' ear and said, "Dr. Xie, if you die in Oppos, wake up, I and Oppos. LL have to perform a full body examination." Xianqi, who had been feigning sleep, reluctantly opened her eyes. "Get lost." Chen Dong chuckled, retrieved the mineral water mixed with glucose, and fed it to her, saying, "Dr. Xie, you must behave while I'm away. Otherwise, if you attract zombies and get devoured, don't blame anyone." After drinking the water, Xianqi sneered. "Huh, I and Oppos, LL haunt you even as a ghost." Chen Dong shrugged. "I don't and Oppos, mind. I and Oppos am the reincarnation of Ning Kai Chun, specializing in subduing female ghosts." After feeding Xianqi, Chen Dong ate his breakfast while checking his email, as usual, to see what supplies the system had sent him. Upon opening the email, he thought he was seeing things. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was not mistaken. The supplies for the third day were an unlimited amount of condoms. Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh. What use is this? Am I supposed to fill them with water and throw them at zombies? After all, this item seemed only useful for achieving harmonious relations without procreation. As for filling them with water to make balloons, that was a novel game Chen Dong had invented with his neighborhood friends, using the condoms distributed by the community. Chen Dong took out a condom and turned to Xianqi. "Dr. Xie, do you know what this is used for?" Xianqi glanced at the condom in Chen Dong and Oppos' hand, her face flushing slightly. Inane. Chen Dong remained composed. "I mean, does it have any other uses?" "I know its normal use." Xianqi explained. "Condoms are made of rubber, which can be used as bandages or bladders. When filled with water, they can also be used as makeshift aerial bombs, but they probably won't be effective against zombies." After Xianqi's prompt, Chen Dong began to realize the strategic value of condoms. Bandages were scarce medical supplies, and having a substitute would provide an extra layer of protection for survival. As for bladders, Chen Dong wasn't in Oppos. Sure if there would be any severe weather or terrain in the future. If he needed to cross a river, and considering that there were no records of anyone trading for transportation on the trading platform, he wouldn't be able to do so in the short term. In that case, using condoms to make a simple raft would be an invaluable tool for exploration. Realizing this, Chen Dong became satisfied with today's supplies. He casually put a few hundred condoms on the trading platform and returned to the supermarket rooftop, killing zombies at his leisure. Experience gain 1, experience gain 1, experience gain 1, experience gain 1. In his spare time, Chen Dong opened the trading platform. To his surprise, condoms were selling unexpectedly well. It should be noted that his exchange conditions were all essential supplies. Chen Dong ate his bread, muttering, "Are these people willing to go without food just to satisfy their urges?" Opening the chat channel, Chen Dong finally understood. Number 38343. Brothers. There's a flight attendant in Dongyuan community who's offering her services for supplies. She's really good at it. I almost got drained. Number 346304. Damn. 666. Where's she? Send me the coordinates. Bro number 3838. Same here. I and Amp. Oppos. I'm just curious. Nothing else. Number 38343. Coordinates sent. 235, 452. Brothers who are nearby. Go for it. Number 10101. Is there anyone who accepts ones? I can do it too, as long as you give me food and water. DM me if you're interested, moi. Chapter 6. Dare you to touch my own? The chat channel buzzed with fervent discussion. Clearly, Chen Dong's swift action with his little umbrella was partly due to their efforts. Chen Dong remained silent, fully aware that in this apocalyptic world, some individuals would resort to selling their bodies for resources. This was an inevitable occurrence. After all, in such dire circumstances, how much value does innocence hold? Yet, he felt a sense of discomfort. Suddenly, he thought of Xianqi. If Xianqi were to struggle for survival, would she too resort to selling her body for sustenance? Abruptly halting his unfounded conjectures, Chen Dong chuckled to himself. Damn it, I could be at death and oppose. S-door myself. Why waste time worrying about others? With that, he refocused his attention on the zombies roaming the streets. Gained experience 1, gained experience 1, gained experience 1. Congratulations, player leveled up. Keep up the good work. Level 300, strength, 15 agility, 7 stamina, hunger. Finally, he leveled up. Chen Dong shook his slightly sore arms. After several hours of relentless fighting, he had finally reached level 3, increasing his strength by 3 points and agility by 2. He had achieved a small goal. Now, with a gnawing hunger, it was time to eat. Chen Dong pulled out a pack of crispy noodles and a bottle of mineral water, replenishing his energy while browsing the trading platform. To his surprise, he found something useful, a handgun suppressor. This was a valuable item. With this, he could fire his weapon without generating excessive noise, significantly enhancing his safety. Checking the seller's conditions, it was merely 10 bottles of water. Purchased. With a generous spirit, Chen Dong had no intention of haggling. That would be a waste of time for him. Soon, a handgun suppressor appeared in his hand. When affixed to the barrel, it exuded an unexplainable air of menace. Just then, Chen Dong's instincts kicked in. In his line of sight, a shifty-eyed blonde was stealthily slipping into the supermarket beneath him. Thanks to the earlier clearing of zombies on this street, the intruder encountered no immediate danger. Trouble. Chen Dong's gaze sharpened as he quietly descended from the rooftop. Gun in hand, as he reached the stairwell, he heard Xianqi's voice calling for help from the second-floor office. Help! Someone, please save me. Xianqi and Oppos. S voice was hoarse with fear. Heh, I never expected to encounter such a beautiful woman while scavenging for supplies. I and Oppos. You've been pent up for days. Just what I need to relieve some tension. A strange man and Amp. Oppos. S voice echoed from the office, followed by the sound of rustling clothes and tearing fabric. Chen Dong's expression hardened as he dashed down to the second floor. Damn it, what are you doing? Stay still. Just as the blonde was about to force himself upon her, a gunshot rang out behind him. Pain shot through his left shoulder. Ah, it hurts. The blonde cried out. Clutching his injured arm, Chen Dong stood at the office door, his expression cold and unyielding, the barrel of his gun emitting faint heat. Dare you to touch my own? His voice was low and menacing as he fired another shot into the blonde's left thigh. The blonde, tears streaming down his face, had no idea which wound to clutch and could only grovel on the floor. Big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I didn't even touch her. Just let me go. I and Oppos. LL be your slave. Chen Dong remained expressionless. It won an Oppos. Team matter if you call me father. The blonde trembled in terror, fear evident in his eyes. Yes, yes. You are my grandfather. You are my ancestor. is only right for the ancestor to discipline the descendant. Please, great ancestor, show mercy and let me go. Chen Dong, irritated by the blonde's incessant babbling, could not contain his emotions, especially after recalling how close the blonde had come to violating Xianqi. You talk too much. Chen Dong raised his gun and transformed the blonde into a pincushion, watching the once terrified figure collapse lifelessly on the floor. It took a moment for Chen Dong to regain his composure. He then approached the panicked Xianqi and rolled his eyes. You're not dead, are you? Xianqi burst into tears. Having never encountered such a situation in her life, the thought of nearly being violated overwhelmed her with a sense of injustice. Chen Dong remained silent until her sobs rendered her voice hoarse. He untied her and handed her a set of clean clothes, placing them nearby before stepping out of the office. Your previous clothes are ruined. Change into these. Chen Dong descended to the abandoned supermarket's lower level, collecting all the items from the blonde's backpack. There was nothing of value. Everything was inferior to what he possessed. Dressed in fresh clothes, Xianqi emerged from the abandoned supermarket and approached Chen Dong. He retrieved 10 portions of water and food from the backpack. Xianqi frowned. What does this mean? Chen Dong shrugged and replied, I'm letting you go. However, whether you live or die thereafter depends on your luck. Before Xianqi could respond, Chen Dong walked away from the abandoned supermarket. Encountering 2 individuals in 3 days indicated that this place was no longer safe. More players might arrive soon. There was no choice. He had to leave. As for Xianqi, he could not concern himself too much. Leaving behind some supplies would at least allow her to survive a few more days, which he deemed a sufficient act of kindness. Chen Dong walked further away without looking back. In the next moment, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. After multiple level-ups, Chen Dong's physical abilities had undergone a significant transformation. Sounds that he once could not perceive were now easily captured. Chapter 7. Team Formation and Transfer. Upon glancing back, Chen Dong noticed a figure trailing him approximately 30 to 40 meters away. It was none other than Xianqi. He lowered his firearm and began to walk back. Upon realizing she had been spotted, Xianqi also turned around to follow. Chen Dong was perplexed by her intentions, but allowed her to keep pace. Thus, they maintained this peculiar arrangement for half a day. During the midday break for resupply, a piercing scream from Xianqi echoed from behind. Chen Dong hurriedly rushed back. After trailing him for so long, Xianqi's legs were beginning to ache. Yet, stopping would mean losing significant ground, so she forced herself to continue. Finally, when Chen Dong settled down to rest, Xianqi seized the opportunity to sit beside him. However, no sooner had she settled than a stumbling zombie approached. She was compelled to sprint forward, colliding directly with the oncoming Chen Dong. He swiftly dispatched the creature with a single shot to the head, which attracted a couple more, but they too were subdued under his firepower. After neutralizing the zombies, Xianqi attempted to depart, yet Chen Dong caught her arm, his expression tinged with exasperation. You follow me this far. How long do you intend to persist? Come here, let us share a meal. Thus, they sat amidst a pile of grass, quietly enjoying their lunch, observing Xianqi's deliberate and measured bites, a stark contrast to her previous ravenous consumption. Chen Dong couldn't help but inquire, Dr. Xia, what precisely is your intention in following me? Today, you were fortunate to encounter fewer zombies. Next time, should you face a horde, I may not be able to assist you. Instead of providing a direct answer, Xianqi posed a question of her own. Do your previous words still hold value? What words? Those regarding my joining you, with your promise to protect me and provide me with daily sustenance. You wouldn't dare retract that now, would you? Chen Dong chuckled at her words. Weren't you adamant about resisting before? Is your following me now merely for this? Xianqi raised an eyebrow, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Does that promise still stand? Chen Dong shrugged and extended an invitation for team formation and contract signing to Xianqi. Of course it stands. Team formation successful. Master-servant contract signed successfully. In that instant, both their personal details were laid bare before one another. Within the team system, players could track each other's locations and communicate via voice. Furthermore, teammates could selectively bestow portions of experience points and were unable to inflict harm upon one another. The master-servant contract introduced a powerful constraint. If the master perished, so too would the servant, and vice versa. Only the master held the authority to dissolve the contract. With a grin, Chen Dong looked at Xianqi and teased, "Dr. Xia, let me hear you call me master." Xianqi shot him a disapproving glance. Those two words were still too difficult for her to utter. Once their hunger was satiated, the duo resumed their journey. They navigated cautiously, encountering no significant dangers along the way. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out as Chen Dong dispatched 3 zombies, signaling to Xianqi to join him. She quickly jogged to his side. "Chen Dong, how much further do we have to go?" Following him had left her on edge, and she pondered whether it might have been safer to remain in the previous little supermarket. Chen Dong, however, had a different perspective. He whispered, "Quiet down. There are more than just these 3 zombies in this building. Keep your voice down, even with a silencer." The faint sounds of gunfire remained distinctly audible in the deathly silence of the corridor. In truth, this silencer was not of the highest quality. In Chen Dong's eyes, it was subpar, producing a sound reminiscent of an air rifle when fired. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities and equipment. The only firearm he possessed was a P92, which held 15 rounds, and he was aware that hitting a target was not guaranteed. While he had managed to dispatch 3 zombies with 3 shots, it was under the specific condition that they remained stationary and close together. Clearly, he needed to refine his marksmanship further. After all, ammunition was unlimited. Resolute, Chen Dong decided that once they reached the villa area and settled down, he would clear out the nearby zombies while scavenging for supplies. The reason he led Xianqi through the labyrinth of corridors rather than the main road was due to prior reconnaissance conducted with a trading telescope. The streets were teeming with zombies, to an extent that merely glancing at them was enough to induce panic. With just his 15 rounds in the P92, exhausting all ammunition might not guarantee the elimination of even 2 zombies. Given his current shooting proficiency, hitting a moving target was a notable achievement. When the apocalypse first struck, everyone had been transported here, caught in a state of utter bewilderment. Some were fearless, some skeptical of danger, while others, in a state of panic, rushed into the streets, inadvertently luring the zombies from the buildings. Hence, Chen Dong estimated that the number of zombies within the building was likely minimal. Moreover, the narrow corridors would hinder any large horde from surging forward at once. Despite the zombies moving with the speed of normal humans and their lack of fatigue being a significant challenge, the confined space of the corridor provided Chen Dong with a degree of escape advantage. He and Xianqi advanced slowly along the wall, ears pricked for any sounds within the corridor. These foolish zombies would stand motionless when lacking a target. However, they occasionally wandered aimlessly in search of fresh prey. Chen Dong heightened his vigilance, gripping his firearm tightly, and signaled to Xianqi, "Go open the door." Xianqi's face paled, her voice trembling as she replied, I think we should leave." Chen Dong frowned. This foolish woman, why falter at such a critical moment? Chapter 8. Infinite cold medicine granules without understanding the value of tenderness. Chen Dong urged, "Quickly open the door. It's nothing to worry about." Xianqi bit her lip, hesitating. I can and amp. Oppose T. I and amp. Oppose. Am scared. Damn it. Chen Dong and amp. Oppose. S irritation began to surface. If you don and amp. Oppose. T open the door soon. I will abandon you. Xianqi's face turned pale at his words. Gritting her teeth and closing her eyes, she rushed forward and flung the door open. Chen Dong was taken aback. Has this foolish woman lost her mind? Is she trying to feed herself to the zombies? In a panic, he quickly yanked Xianqi back and darted outside, gun drawn, ready to fire. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of bullets erupted from Chen Dong's gun, turning 2 zombies inside into mere heaps of flesh. Fortunately, he had managed to eliminate them. Grasping Xianqi, he swiftly entered the room and shut the door behind him. He then removed the magazine and, from his backpack, retrieved 9mm bullets, loading them one by one. This is the worst part, he stated seriously, after emptying a magazine. We have to load each bullet individually. Dr. Xia, he continued, they're in oppos, as something I must clarify. Firstly, we are teammates, not just me dragging along a burden. Furthermore, I am the captain. The next time I give you an order, You will follow it without hesitation. Do not utter phrases like "I'm scared. Let's go." This is not the peaceful era we once knew. Your high academic credentials mean nothing here. If this were not a mission to eliminate zombies, but instead we were being chased, your indecisiveness could cost us both our lives. Xianxi and Appo's expression darkened, yet she understood the truth in Chen Dong and Appo's words. "I and Appo's am sorry, I understand now. I will listen to you from now on." Chen Dong nodded, satisfied. "Rest assured, I promise to protect your safety, and I will keep my word. When I instructed you to open the door, I was confident that the zombies wouldn't reach you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xianxi nodded. Chen Dong was pleased with her obedient demeanor. He then produced a can of luncheon meat, 2 self-heating rice meals, and 2 fruits. Such provisions were a luxury in these apocalyptic times. Seeing the meal laid out before her, Xianxi couldn't help but swallow hard. "Let's eat something. We'll stay here tonight and see if we can leave this neighborhood tomorrow." Chen Dong had no intention of venturing out. At night, the zombies became exceptionally active, their senses heightened compared to the day. To appear within their line of sight, even without being noticed, could attract them like sharks drawn to a drop of blood in the deep sea. As he opened the rice meals to let them heat, Xianxi inquired, "Where exactly are we headed?" "Today has been filled with trepidation. I'm terrified. Honestly, I think we'll be better off staying at that little supermarket." A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth. "What do you know?" "I don't know. Won't you tell me?" Xianxi pouted in a sulk. "That little supermarket is lacking in resources, crowded with people, and located in the city. In this metropolis, the population density in the old town is especially high. Staying there might be tolerable for a day or two," Chen Dong explained, shaking his head with a wry smile. "But think ahead. If we remain there and a massive zombie outbreak occurs, we might end up as mere remnants." Upon hearing his words, Xianxi's mind conjured images of countless zombies surging forth, a wave of terror washing over her. Her delicate face paled at the thought. Even an imagined scenario induced a profound sense of dread. She realized then that Chen Dong possessed remarkable foresight. Though she might be more timid compared to him, she was not foolish. With this thought, Xianxi felt reassured that following Chen Dong was a wise choice. After indulging in the sumptuous meal, Chen Dong seized the opportunity to rest. In this apocalypse, especially while on the move, he couldn't afford to waste even a minute of precious rest. Stamina was paramount for survival. Seeing him lie down, Xianxi joined him, closing her eyes to rest. However, lying beside a man exuding such masculine energy, sleep eluded her. She mused about her beauty, wondering how Chen Dong remained indifferent. Was her allure insufficient? Xianxi felt a pang of frustration. Before the apocalypse, she had been the belle of her prestigious medical institution, renowned even as a brilliant chief physician at her hospital. How had she fallen to the point where she couldn't even captivate Chen Dong? Meanwhile, Chen Dong was oblivious to her inner turmoil. He distinctly separated rationality from instinct. Indulging in such thoughts during perilous times was a fool's errand. Adapted swiftly to the apocalypse, he maintained a regular sleep schedule, cultivating a healthy pattern of light sleep. This ensured his vigilance, allowing him to awaken quickly in times of danger, while also guaranteeing sufficient rest and recuperation. The following morning, the vibration of his phone jolted Chen Dong awake. He flipped over, scanning the surroundings to confirm there was no threat. Afterward, he checked today's emails, receiving an unlimited supply of resources, cold medicine granules. These were invaluable medical supplies, as many faced the harshness of the environment, and catching a cold or fever was commonplace. Without timely treatment, such ailments could prove perilous. He nudged Xianxi awake before stepping onto the balcony, pulling out binoculars to survey the street below. The scene appeared remarkably calm. At a glance, there were hardly any zombies in sight. However, Chen Dong was no ordinary individual and would not be deceived by the facade. Though the street seemed empty, he had learned a painful lesson from the past. Initially, he and Xianxi had traversed the streets where cunning zombies, while not fond of the glaring sun, were not averse to it. Once they spotted living targets, they would relentlessly charge towards them. Ultimately, Chen Dong had to seek refuge in a nearby residential building to evade disaster. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Xianxi gazed at Chen Dong's back with a look of exasperation. muttering, "What a blockhead. He has no appreciation for delicate feelings." Chen Dong caught her murmurs and chuckled. "Once we reach our destination, I'll let you sleep to your heart's content." Xianqi's cheeks flushed at his words. "Let me sleep to my heart's content." Chapter 9. Infinite Cotton. Arrival at the Villa District. Chen Dong was oblivious to the ambiguity in his words as he continued, "I won't hide it from you. This time, I plan to head to the suburbs. Compared to the city, the population density in the suburbs is significantly lower. I know there's a villa district there, a wealthy area where the population is sparse, and naturally, there won't be many zombies. Therefore, finding a villa there as a long-term safe haven would greatly enhance our living standards. At the very least, it would be far superior to a small supermarket." Xianqi pouted and murmured, "The current living standards aren't much better, are they?" Chen Dong was both amused and exasperated. "Isn't this a step towards a better life? All right, stop complaining. We'll set off after breakfast." They proceeded cautiously, seeking a secure spot to rest for the night. The following morning, upon awakening, Chen Dong habitually checked his emails. The next moment, his expression turned grim. "Damn it, system, are you toying with me?" He stared at the unexpected new infinite resource of cotton in his backpack, his face contorted in confusion. "What use is cotton?" he thought, baffled. "It's not edible or drinkable. Do you expect me to wrap a corpse with it when I die? What's wrong?" Xianqi, just awake, noticed Chen Dong's changing expression and could not help but inquire. Chen Dong shook his head. "The system provided cotton. Although it is an infinite resource, to be honest, it is more useless than a chicken rib." He genuinely suspected this was the system's twisted sense of humor, concocted merely to prank him. It was indeed irritating, especially since it occupied the topmost position in his backpack. However, he decided to leave it there for now. "It's nothing." Chen Dong shook his head, choosing to disregard the matter, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for some medical supplies, given that a doctor was accompanying him. If there were some precious resources like medical alcohol, it would significantly bolster their chances of survival in this apocalypse. The sky was overcast with distant rumblings of thunder, and the winds that occasionally swept through seemed to herald the approach of inclement weather. The oppressive feeling brought on by the dark clouds heightened Chen Dong's vigilance more than usual. After all, he and Xianqi were en route to the Villa District, and no one could predict how many zombies or ill-intentioned individuals they might encounter there. Xianqi, trailing behind Chen Dong, glanced at the ominous clouds and voiced her concern. "Chen Dong, it looks like it's going to rain. Do we have an umbrella? In this kind of weather, if we catch a cold, the consequences could be dire." Holding a pistol and leading the way, Chen Dong paused to respond, "We don't have an umbrella, but if you're worried about catching a cold, I happen to have plenty of cold medicine." Xianqi retorted, "Humph, I'm healthy and not afraid of colds. I'm just concerned that if you fall ill, I'll be left as the only caregiver, anxiously waiting to be overwhelmed by zombies." Chen Dong felt warmth in his heart at Xianqi's words of concern, yet he couldn't help but find her contradictory nature amusing. He teased, "It's fine, Dr. Xia. Just be my caregiver, and a few sips of milk from you will have me back on my feet." After saying this, he continued onward. Xianqi, blushing from Chen Dong's playful banter, felt a rush of emotions. Seeing him walk away, she dared not linger and stomped her foot in frustration before hurriedly catching up. "Hey, Chen Dong, wait for me." As they approached the Villa District, Chen Dong and Xianqi took refuge in a nearby watchtower. Chen Dong observed the situation in the Villa District through binoculars. After a long while, he finally lowered the binoculars, remaining silent. Noticing Chen Dong's furrowed brow, Xianqi hesitated before breaking the silence. "Chen Dong, is the situation in the Villa District dire?" This jolted Chen Dong back to reality. He realized Xianqi was sitting beside him, her eyes filled with concern. He gently patted her hand to reassure her. "It's all right. It's just that the information differs from what we expected. There are indeed a considerable number of zombies here. Perhaps even a bit more than anticipated, but it's manageable. We just need to strategize a bit. I'm contemplating how best to proceed." Xianqi said earnestly, "Chen Dong, if the Villa District is too dangerous, we could find another safe haven first and return when we're better equipped." Chen Dong chuckled. "When have you ever seen me recklessly charge at zombies? If I said I would take you to stay in a villa, I wouldn't deceive you. But you? Please don't let me down. Adapt swiftly to survival in this apocalypse. Even if one day I'm no longer around, you must learn to thrive independently. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, Xia Anqi quickly retorted, "Don't say such ominous things." But then she pouted, "I know I'm falling short, but honestly, seeing zombies frightens me." Chen Dong softened at Xia Anqi's self-reproachful demeanor. "I understand. Any girl would scream upon encountering a zombie. But Xia Anqi, this is not a game. Death here is final. As your teammate, I hope you can survive well and become someone I can rely on. This is the last time I'll say this. From now on, it's up to you." He gently ruffled her hair, choosing not to elaborate further. Xia Anqi despised having her head touched. Yet Chen Dong's words stirred a whirlwind of thoughts within her, allowing him to stroke her hair like a docile kitten. Chen Dong had set his sights on the most luxurious villa in the district, drawn not by its opulence, but by its favorable southern exposure and lakeside location. It boasted a splendid view. Although they existed in a world ravaged by the apocalypse, no one wished for a dismal living environment if given the choice. Chen Dong traded for some Molotov cocktails and 2 grenades on the trading platform, intending to use them against the zombies. Additionally, he procured a crossbow for Xia Anqi's self-defense. "Dr. Xia, we are about to enter the villa district. You must stay close to me and follow my lead. This crossbow is for your protection, but don't shoot at zombies carelessly to avoid drawing attention. For now, practice with it." Xia Anqi accepted the crossbow, her gaze resolute. "Chen Dong, rest assured, I will not hold you back. Yes, I believe in you. Let me teach you how to use the crossbow," he replied, taking the time to guide her in its operation. Once he felt confident that she had acquired some self-defense skills, he finally relaxed. Chapter 10. Taking over the shelter. Acid Rain. Chen Dong said to Xia Anqi, "All right, let us commence our entry. Given the weather, rain is imminent. We must act swiftly and retire to the grand villa for the night." Xia Anqi responded with a smile, "Indeed. I hope there is a large bed inside, allowing us to enjoy a restful slumber." Without further ado, they prepared their supplies and set forth towards their destination. Entering the villa district, Chen Dong guided Xia Anqi along the grassy path at the rear of the villas. This route was typically traversed by property management for inspections and seldom saw foot traffic. However, with the presence of a zombie horde, Chen Dong was uncertain about the potential threats lurking on this path. He ventured forth with a gamble in mind. A direct assault would essentially serve as an invitation for the undead. Fortune favored them, as they encountered no zombies along the grassy path. Just as Chen Dong and Xia Anqi were about to exit, a zombie suddenly appeared at the path's end. Chen Dong, being the lead scout, found himself perilously close to the creature. In that moment, he had no time to draw his weapon as the zombie lunged at him with outstretched arms. Whoosh! 2 arrows whizzed past Chen Dong, narrowly missing him and striking the zombie directly in its mouth. The creature collapsed, spewing a foul substance onto Chen Dong. He instinctively shoved the zombie aside and turned to see Xia Anqi, still shaken, holding a crossbow. He gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Who knew you possessed such remarkable marksmanship?" "Dr. Xia?" Regaining her composure, Xia Anqi hurriedly asked, "Are you all right? You scare me half to death. You were so close to that zombie. I feared I might hit you. Fortunately, you dispatched it." Upon hearing Xia Anqi's candid confession, Chen Dong, though initially startled, now felt a chill of sweat trickling down his back. He thought to himself, "That was too close. I nearly met my end before the mission truly began. And all because of a friendly fire mishap. All is well. Let us proceed. Our chosen shelter is nearly within reach." At that moment, noises erupted from the outskirts of the villa area. Damn it! If we can breach a villa, the threat from the zombies will diminish greatly. Fire arrows. Suppress the zombies and oppos. Advance and set them ablaze. Chen Dong frowned, realizing that other players had infiltrated the villa district as well. However, this could work to their advantage, drawing the majority of zombies away from them. It appeared to be a sizable group. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, Chen Dong pulled Xia Anqi along as they dashed towards the villa they had set their sights on. As they ran, a few zombies caught wind of their presence and charged at them. But before they could close the distance, Chen Dong deployed a Molotov cocktail, effectively barricading their path. He then hurled a grenade into the horde. With a thunderous explosion, the zombie group suffered significant casualties, allowing the two to safely reach the lakeside villa. The commotion they caused also attracted the attention of the group outside the villa district. Good heavens! There are players inside too? They have grenades as well. What's so surprising about that? We have one too. Surely they can't have more than one. Damn it, and I wanted to save this grenade. As they entered the villa and shut the door behind them, they noticed several zombies roaming the first floor. Without hesitation, Chen Dong drew his P92 and began firing. With Xianqi providing support fire, they swiftly cleared the villa of the remaining zombies. Chen Dong had been reluctant to use his scarce resources outside, particularly his firearm, fearing detection by the other group. After all, while Molotov cocktails and grenades were valuable, they were still available on the trading platform. Firearms, however, remained highly coveted and seldom traded. Once they had eliminated the zombies, Chen Dong confirmed that this would be their long-term refuge. At that moment, a notification window appeared on his interface. Dear player, it has been detected that this shelter is unclaimed. Do you wish to take control? Yes, no. Chen Dong selected yes. As the system chime echoed, he felt a sense of ownership over the villa. Villa District Shelter, a resting place for players, which can later be upgraded, providing refuge from zombie hordes and player challenges. Turning to Xianqi, he smiled and said, Dr. Xia, we can reside here for quite some time. You may consider it our home in this apocalyptic world. Seeing Xianqi's relieved and joyful laughter, Chen Dong felt himself relax, momentarily shedding the weight of battle. Indeed, having a sanctuary amidst the chaos of the zombie world was a luxury beyond compare. After exploring the villa, Chen Dong ascended to the second-floor balcony. The group that had charged in earlier had successfully breached the area, but had suffered heavy losses. It was evident that their supplies had dwindled significantly, as a considerable number of zombies had diverted towards them. In another villa, a young man reported to a middle-aged man lounging on an opulent leather sofa. Brother Jiang, we suffered tremendous losses this time. Half our men are dead, and crucially, our combat supplies are depleted. We are left with only a few melee weapons. Hearing this, Jiang Kai's expression darkened as he slammed his hands on a marble coffee table. Damn it! This is all due to faulty intelligence. Claiming the villa district was sparsely populated with zombies. We recklessly charged in, and now a significant portion of the horde has been drawn to us. Indeed, the zombie count has decreased in the district, but at what cost? As he vented his frustration, a sudden bolt of lightning split the sky, followed by a resounding crash. Crack! The heavy, dark clouds could no longer bear the burden and unleashed a torrential downpour, plunging the air into a damp chill and causing the temperature to plummet. The chat channels erupted with activity. User 382334. What bad luck. I thought the rain would provide water. Instead, I ended up with a bucket of acid rain. It's not just that. Touching it burns. I'm in agony. User 345345. I was just about to collect water, but whatever, I'll gather some regardless. Boiled acid rain is surely sweeter than bottled water. Chapter 11. The temperature plummets. Cotton quill for sale number 35233. I'm actually feeling rather chilly now. I wonder how long this rain will persist. If it lasts all day, I might just freeze to death out here in the wilderness. Number 233333. My ramshackle hut is drafty on all sides. I can't in oppose to withstand this. I believe I in oppose am on the verge of catching a cold. Chen Dong gazed through the glass at the sky, with no indication that the heavy rain would cease anytime soon. He recalled someone in the chat channel lamenting whether it might rain for an entire day, and Chen Dong considered that it was indeed a possibility. Achoo! Seated on the sofa in the villa's living room, Xianqi sneezed. She touched her arms, which were covered in goosebumps, and rubbed them for warmth. Chen Dong approached and inquired, Are you feeling cold? Xianqi nodded honestly. Yes, a bit. The temperature dropped so rapidly, it's been hard to adjust. Indeed, even Chen Dong, who had undergone upgrades, could sense a hint of chill, let alone Xianqi, who was not only unupgraded but also a delicate woman. We need to find something to keep us warm, Chen Dong mused, contemplating whether to start fire. Suddenly, he remembered today's unlimited supplies. How opportune. Cotton could be used to make quilts. Constructing sturdy, exceptionally warm quilts might be beyond his capabilities, but stuffing fabric with cotton was certainly within Chen Dong's reach. Moreover, there was an ample supply of cotton. If one quilt wasn't warm enough, he could simply make two, while scouring the trading platform for fabric and needlework. Chen Dong said to Xianqi, "Wait here for a moment, I'll conjure up a little magic for you." Soon, he retrieved the materials he had gathered for making quilts. Xianqi stared in astonishment at the piles of cotton and fabric. "Chen Dong, how did you acquire cotton?" Chen Dong chuckled. "Why, I bartered for it on the trading platform, of course. Dr. Xia, if you wish to be enveloped in a quilt sooner rather than later, perhaps you could assist me in sewing the fabric together? I'm not particularly adept with embroidery needles." Xianqi eagerly nodded. That's right up my alley." With needle and thread in hand, Xianqi swiftly fashioned several quilt covers. This task was hardly challenging for someone with her medical background. Before long, Chen Dong and Xianqi were snugly ensconced beneath cotton quilts. Chen Dong retrieved steaming food and warm coffee from his backpack, and they ate and drank while nestled in their quilts, as if enjoying a weekend getaway. The wind and rain lashing against the villa's exterior, along with the shivering players, were of no concern to them. Satiated and content, Xianqi snuggled into her quilt and murmured blissfully, "Mm. This is so cozy." Chen Dong leaned closer and asked, "Where does it feel cozy?" Xianqi, suddenly aware of the intense breath of the man near her ear, blushed slightly. She buried her head in the quilt and playfully scolded, "Silly Chen Dong, always teasing me." Chen Dong laughed heartily and ruffled Xianqi's hair. In contrast to his cautious and even ruthless demeanor during combat, Chen Dong preferred to unwind and jest with Xianqi without restraint when not engaged in battle, relishing the companionship and conversation. He felt he couldn't sustain a constant state of heightened alertness for long. Xianqi, too, had come to realize that after a few short days of fleeing for their lives, she had grown somewhat dependent on Chen Dong. She felt uneasy whenever she noticed his absence, recalling her initial mission to assassinate Chen Dong, only to end up clinging to him. She couldn't help but feel a sense of shame. However, she knew that her choice had been the right one. In Chen Dong's presence, she had found a sense of security that was sorely lacking in this apocalyptic world. Just then, a thought occurred to Xianqi. She bit her lip, her expression a mixture of hesitation and conflict, before finally looking up and asking, "Chen Dong, perhaps tonight, you could come to my room." Chen Dong started in surprise. A lifelong bachelor, he was suddenly faced with a beautiful woman making advances toward him. His mind went blank, and he blurted out, "No. Women only hinder my ability to draw my gun swiftly. I can end oppos. To even entertain the thought of touching one." Xianqi was taken aback. She hadn't expected Chen Dong to reject her so unceremoniously, especially after she had made such an overt gesture. Indignant, Xianqi rose to her feet, harumphed, wrapped herself in her quilt, and stomped upstairs to her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Chen Dong's mind began to function again, and he was filled with regret. Damn it, what was I thinking? He could only console himself with the thought that they had just arrived at the villa area and the crisis had not yet abated. Now was not the time to be thinking about romantic matters. Chen Dong observed the players in the chat channel, still complaining about the weather and the cold, and he muttered through gritted teeth, "If I'm miserable, you're all going to be miserable too." Subsequently, Chen Dong used the system's screenshot function to capture an image of himself lounging on a luxurious sofa, wrapped in a quilt. Number 10086. Huh? You don't have quilts? I assumed everyone did. Attached image. Number 878732. Number 45432. Damn it. How is it possible to have such a thing as a cotton quilt? Number 99923. 10086. Have the decency to send me your coordinates, and I promise I won in oppos. T beat you to death. Number 10086. Hee. I happen to have a few extra quilts. Would you like them? I and Amp, oppos. VE listed them on the trading platform. As he spoke in the chat channel, Chen Dong simultaneously listed the quilts on the trading platform. However, the trading conditions were stringent, accepting only combat supplies. This was tantamount to highway robbery. Combat supplies already required a substantial amount of food and water for trade, and exchanging them for quilts required even more combat supplies, making it unaffordable for most. As soon as the quilts were listed, the chat channel erupted with denunciations of Chen Dong. Number 93849. Are you even human? You might as well just rob us. So many supplies for a tattered quilt? Number 10086. You don and oppos. T have to trade if you don and oppos. T want to. In and oppos. That's not like I and oppos. M, the one freezing. But a friendly reminder. It doesn't look like this rain will be stopping anytime soon. Number 77777. Let's boycott him. He won't be able to sell them. He can keep them for the new year. Number 85842. Yes. We and amp. Oppos. D rather freeze to death outside than by this lousy quilt. Number 34341. Huh? How did a quilt get bought? Number 552. I'm terribly sorry, but the quilt is genuinely warm. Brothers, continue the boycott. I'm out. Watching the others turn on number 552 with their condemnation, Chen Dong nearly burst out laughing. Although he had incurred the envy of many in the chat channel, he had successfully traded several quilts for a large quantity of combat supplies. Immediately afterward, Chen Dong listed some cold medicine and announced in the chat channel, "Brothers, I've just listed some cold medicine at reasonable prices. If you need it, grab it quickly. You don't want to be fighting zombies while suffering from cold, do you?" This time, the chat channel did not erupt in denunciations of Chen Dong as it had before. The players were not foolish. They understood the importance of cold medicine. Many of those who were already feeling the onset of a cold, though inwardly grumbling about the fact that the cold medicine still required combat supplies for exchange, had to grit their teeth and make the trade. Chapter 12, Blueprint for the Barrier Wall. Auction Chen Dong once remarked that no one wishes to grapple with zombies while burdened by illness. Although cold medicine may be somewhat costly, if one's life is at stake, then such supplies merely serve as fodder for subsequent players. In no time, the cold medicine was swept away. Chen Dong's backpack brimmed with an array of combat supplies, including crossbow bolts, bows, daggers, and hand axes. To his surprise, there were even individuals trading grenades. In the chat channel, some individuals hurled threats towards Chen Dong. User 10,000. Things may not turn out as expected. Just wait. User 10010. Once I recover from this cold, I shall ensure that I scatter your ashes. As Chen Dong busily organized his combat supplies, he chuckled at the threats in the chat. User 10086. I shall await your arrival. After sending the message, he closed the chat channel, choosing to ignore it. With sufficient Molotov cocktails, 10 grenades, iron traps, and a good quantity of crossbow bolts, he contemplated whether to apply some rust for a tetanus enchantment. In assessing his combat supplies, he realized he held the strength equivalent to a small team, at least compared to another team in the Villa District. Given enough time to prepare, he could easily take down their members one by one. Just as Chen Dong was about to log off the system to rest, an advertisement popped up on the trading platform. Breaking news. A golden level blueprint has appeared on the trading platform, Barrier Wall. This blueprint is the first golden level item on this trading platform. Chen Dong and Appo's heart raced with excitement. It was as if a pillow had been provided just as he yawned. He had been pondering how to evade the zombie onslaught in the Villa District, and now, with this barrier wall, that concern would be alleviated. He immediately accessed the trading platform, locating the golden level blueprint and murmuring to himself, "This time, it is mine for the taking." The emergence of this golden level blueprint astonished the entire chat channel of the apocalyptic world. They had not anticipated that within merely a week of entering this desolate realm, someone would already uncover golden level supplies. Rarely did one encounter even silver level items. Bronze was the norm. Within the chat channel, numerous individuals expressed their envy. User 546262, impossible. This must be a scam. I and oppose. You never seen anyone so fortunate. How could this happen? I am utterly envious. User 15424. Indeed. How could anyone stumble upon such a treasure? A barrier wall. If we found a shelter, we could simply erect the wall and keep the zombies at bay. User 345345. Goodness. He has initiated the auction process. He truly intends to sell it. But the starting price is exorbitant. 1,000 essential supplies, with each bid increasing by 50 supplies. I cannot afford it. Amidst the lamentations, several factions had already set their sights on this barrier wall blueprint. They had long been searching for a refuge, and the appearance of this blueprint was remarkably timely. In another villa district, a muscular man, bare-chested, was fixated on the trading platform's blueprint, his face lighting up with excitement. The barrier wall, I am claiming it. Anyone who dares to contest me will face dire consequences. He then donned his clothing, descended the stairs, and gathered his comrades, preparing to amass supplies for the auction. In a signal station, a group surrounded a handsome man, quietly awaiting his command. Young Master Zhou, at your command, we shall immediately gather resources to participate in the auction, or locate that player. A man clad in black whispered, simultaneously mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. The handsome man waved his hand, sipping red wine. No need for that. This golden blueprint is coveted by many factions. Attempting to target the seller would be futile, as the system's safeguards are quite robust. Besides, I, Zhou Shujian, am not one to resort to unscrupulous methods to achieve my goals. Laoma, prepare the supplies for the bidding. The man in black bowed respectfully. Understood, young Master Zhou. I shall rally our brothers to gather resources for the auction, ensuring we assist you in acquiring the golden blueprint. Zhou Shujian smirked confidently, knowing he possessed ample supplies. He doubted anyone could surpass him. Those struggling in the chaotic world outside were likely still preoccupied with securing their next meal. Who could possibly outbid him? Jiang Kai, sharing the same villa district as Chen Dong, also coveted the golden level blueprint. Though the number of zombies in their area had dwindled, he had already caught wind of Chen Dong's activities. If other players arrived, he doubted his ability to thwart them. However, possessing the barrier wall would render all concerns moot. Their team could withstand any impending zombie hordes and deter other players' greed. Yet, having just endured a fierce battle, they lacked sufficient supplies to participate in the auction. In frustration, Jiang Kai struck the marble coffee table. In the wilderness, a bespectacled man named Qian Budwa gazed forlornly at his nearly empty backpack of essential supplies. Only a golden-level blueprint for the barrier wall remained. He felt a sense of helplessness. It was not that he wished to sell this golden blueprint, but rather a matter of necessity. He hoped for more participants in the auction to drive the price up, thus allowing him to survive a few more days. Adjusting his glasses, Qian Budwa awaited the commencement of the auction. Soon, the trading platform's auction house opened. This was a special event dedicated to the golden-level blueprint. According to the platform's rules, only those possessing golden-level supplies could partake in the auction, and presently, the barrier wall was the sole item available. The factions eligible to bid had gathered their utmost resources, determined to secure the coveted golden blueprint. For them, it was of paramount importance. In the chat channel, the golden level wall blueprint attracted numerous lone wolf survivors. User 46543. Who do you think will ultimately acquire this golden level blueprint? User 254318. I cannot say for certain, but there is a team in our eastern district led by Niu Ziqiang, claiming to be the largest faction in the east. They recently took over a villa district, and I believe they will certainly participate in the auction, significantly increasing their chances of success. Chapter 13. Fierce competition, relentless rivalry when discussing large groups. One cannot overlook Zhou Shujian from our southern district. Our Zhou Xiao is warm-hearted and never harms players, gathering those who are destitute and lacking resources. Within just a few days, through Zhou Xiao's cunning strategies, we have captured a signal station shelter in our area, a remarkable feat. I believe Zhou Xiao has the potential to excel. I wonder if there's a possibility that the individual with ID 10086, who seems quite formidable, will participate in the bidding? Absolutely not. It is utterly impossible. No matter how abundant the resources of 10,086 may be, he could never amass enough to engage in the bidding. After all, others are part of a collective, and he is, as far as we know, merely one person. Wealth beyond measure? Hardly. If he succeeds in the auction, I would eat zombie meat on the spot. Indeed, what is 10,086 anyway? At best, he can spare a few blankets, but thinks he can contend for a golden gray blueprint? Huh, what a joke. He likely cannot even gather the 100 essential living materials required for entry. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, the auction house commenced. Niu Ziqiang, Zhou Shujian, and others submitted their deposits, along with some lesser-known powers, including Chen Dong. Upon entering the auction interface, Chen Dong was astonished to find numerous buyers present. Clearly, the reality contradicted the chat channel and AMP. Oppos, S claims that few could offer auction materials. The Doomsday Escape had only begun a week prior, yet many had already banded together for support. It was also possible that some possessed substantial resources. However, Chen Dong quickly dismissed the latter assumption, as his own wealth stemmed from the infinite system, a rarity for others. Esteemed buyers of the auction house, welcome to the Doomsday Trading Auction House. We hope all players successfully bid for their desired items. To place a bid, please click the bidding panel on the interface. The auctioneer will count to 3. If no further bids are placed, the gavel will fall, signifying the auction and AMP. Oppos. As conclusion, all essential living materials owned by participating buyers will be converted accordingly. A 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water and a 250-gram portion of food count as 1 unit of living material. If food is insufficient, double the amount of drinking water can be used as a substitute. Similarly, if drinking water is lacking, double the food can replace it. Chen Dong patiently awaited the auction's commencement, as did the others, each person fully alert. First auction item, Golden Grade Blueprint, Barrier Wall. Starting bid, 100 units of essential living materials, with each subsequent bid increasing by 10 units. The auction house will charge a 2 commission on the final bid price. Buyer number 1 raised their paddle. The virtual auctioneer's mechanical voice announced, buyer number 1 bids 100 units of essential living materials. Shortly thereafter, buyer number 3 raised their paddle. The auctioneer continued, buyer number 3 bids 110 units of essential living materials. Chen Dong, as buyer number 8, had yet to place a bid, merely observing the price of the Golden Grade Blueprint ascend rapidly, soon surpassing 200 units of essential materials. With the current momentum, it seemed poised to approach 300. Buyer number 9 raised their paddle, marking the first bid to reach 300 units of essential living materials. The auctioneer announced, buyer number 9 bids 300 units of essential living materials. Instantly, the lone survivors in the public channel erupted in astonishment. Goodness, that's 300 units of living materials. That translates to 300 bottles of water and 300 portions of food, 150 kilograms of sustenance. How long could one survive on that? My heavens, 300 bottles of water and 150 kilograms of food. This is beyond extravagant. I recognize this buyer number 9. It is Niu Ziqiang. Wow, the powerhouse is truly fearsome. Where did he acquire such resources? Simultaneously, buyer number 9 posted in the buyer chat channel. This Golden Grade Blueprint is mine, Niu Ziqiang. Let us see who dares to compete with me. If you win it today, I'll dismantle your home and dismember you if I ever see you again. Buyer number 5 raised their paddle, disregarding Niu Ziqiang's threats. 310 units of essential living materials. The auctioneer and Oppos. S mechanical voice resounded. Buyer number 5 bids 310 units of essential living materials. Buyer number 5 also commented in the auction chat channel. Who is Niu Ziqiang? I have no interest in knowing. I, Zhou Shujian, am equally keen on this Golden Grade Blueprint. My apologies, but I cannot part with it. Buyer 5 and Oppos. S revelation of identity sent the public channel into an uproar. No way. It's Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao is the most renowned scion in our area. No wonder he can put forth over 300 units of living materials. That is truly impressive. Zhou Xiao. Zhou Xiao, I won't be your underling. I'll settle for just a morsel to eat. Get real. Do you think you can just become Zhou Xiao's underling without merit? Look at yourself. Zhou Xiao. I'm strong. I can help you with labor. Zhou Shujian. Naturally. Notice the public channel and AMP. Oppos. S adulation and basked in the admiration, relishing the envy of others. He was born deserving of the finest. No one could stand against him. Moreover, he had utmost confidence that no one could rival him, especially in terms of financial capacity. Niu Ziqiang continued to post in the auction chat channel. So, Zhou Shujian, you think you and AMP? Oppos. Re-impressive? This rivalry has been established. Zhou Shujian promptly replied, Mr. Niu insists on directing his ire toward me, and I have no words to defend myself. However, I'm not a soft target. Bring on. As for the Golden Grade Blueprint, Let the highest bidder prevail. The two openly revealed their identities and engaged in a fierce exchange in the auction chat channel. Chen Dong glanced at the familiar names, realizing they were the two prominent figures mentioned earlier in the public chat. Like the other buyers, he had no desire to join the fray, merely observing the soaring required living materials for the golden gray blueprint. Perhaps the price had escalated excessively, or perhaps some aimed to swoop in at the last moment. The final bid for the barrier wall stagnated at 350 units of essential living materials, raised by Zhou Shujian. As expected, it astounded onlookers, showcasing the abundant resources of their faction. The virtual auctioneer's voice chimed in. Buyer number 5 bids 350 units of essential living materials. Are there any other buyers willing to raise their bids? Niu Ziqiang thundered in fury from his villa. His team could no longer sustain additional essential living materials for the bidding. Continuing down this path posed a significant threat to their survival. The auctioneer reiterated, since no other buyers have raised their bids, then 350 units going once. Chapter 14. Continuous bidding. The Tycoon Zhou Shujian wore a faintly disdainful smile at the corners of his mouth. He was the illustrious young Master Zhou. Was there anything he desired that he could not acquire? What nonsense about Niu Ziqiang? What rubbish! It was utterly unworthy of mention. Zhou Shujian was almost amused. He relished this feeling of looking down upon the masses. He was the supreme ruler, exalted above all. However, at that moment, the voice of the virtual auctioneer rang out. Buyer number 8 bids 400 units of essential supplies. It was Chen Dong, making his move at the last moment. What? Zhou Shujian was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that someone was lying in wait for the final opportunity. Moreover, he had the audacity to bid for 50 units of supplies. At this juncture, nearly all survivors were exceedingly protective of their resources, for these were the necessities of life. Not only Zhou Shujian, but even the people in the public channel were in an uproar. Who was this buyer number 8? To bid 400 units of essential supplies right off the bat. Goodness, how extravagant. 400 units. How long could that sustain me? This was a hidden tycoon. Who knew who this affluent individual was? I wish to be his woman. You little vixen, what nonsense. Are you more beautiful than me? You think you can aspire to be a tycooness woman? Dream on. I am the one destined to be with the tycoon. Buyer number 8, if you can see this, please private message me. I am quite a sight to behold. You, up there, how dare you claim to be beautiful? Buyer number 8, look at me. I was once a social media influencer with 500,000 followers. I could be your lover. I can do any position you desire. 500,000 zombie followers, perhaps. Zhou Shujian clenched his fists, his eyes bulging as he stared at the screen filled with chatter, his expression turning ghastly. Who is this person daring to snatch what Zhou Shujian? Have set my sights on? Is he mad? Fine. I refuse to believe you possess that many resources. When it comes to financial prowess, Zhou Shujian, fear no one. Zhou Shujian bid directly, 450 units of essential supplies. He was determined to prove that this mysterious buyer number 8 could not match him in affluence. This move sent the entire public channel into a frenzy. I can't believe it. Young Master Zhou has increased his bid by 50 units. This is beyond extravagant. The owner of the blueprint must be overjoyed. Buyer number 5 bids 450 units of essential supplies. Chen Dong regarded the increasing bid above, unfazed. He might lack many things, but he had an abundance of bottled water. While others agonized over contributing a single unit, he felt no pressure at all. Competing with him was akin to an unresponsive son-in-law, utterly oblivious to the grandeur before him. Increase the bid. 500 units of essential supplies. Buyer number 8 bids 500 units of essential supplies. Everyone's eyes widened, their breaths growing heavy as they gazed at the numbers on the screen. Though merely a simple 3-digit figure, the food it represented was enough to drive anyone mad. What? He dares to raise the price further? Who exactly is this tycoon? How have I never heard of such a figure in our midst? This is simply incredible. Does he possess a production factory? He can't possibly be the factory manager. Can he? This is unbelievable. I suspect he was transported here directly from a food factory or a bottled water plant. Impossible. The resources in this world are practically unusable. Gathering supplies can only be done through supply crates. Furthermore, the higher the crate level, the more zombies there are, as everyone knows. More resources equate to greater difficulty in acquisition. Zhou Shujian's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the digits on the screen. How could this be? 500 units of supplies, and he retrieves them so effortlessly. Who is this person? Damn it. No matter who you are, you cannot steal from me, Zhou Shujian. Whatever I set my sights on cannot be taken from me. Zhou Shujian gritted his teeth and shouted, "Raise the bid. 550 units. Upon hearing this, a man in black beside him panicked. Young master, our supplies are running low. If we continue to raise the bid, our most basic survival will be at stake. Yes, young master, we cannot keep bidding. Otherwise, we'll have to venture out and contend with those terrifying zombies for supplies. And in places swarming with them, it's not worth the risk. Who knows when we'll gather enough materials for the golden blueprint? Young master, please reconsider. We can endure hunger, but your life is invaluable. If we can't find sufficient supplies, we're all doomed." Zhou Shujian roared, "Get out of my way. I refuse to believe he possesses that many resources. No one can take from me." Zhou Shujian. Buyer number 5 bids 550 units of essential supplies. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. This Zhou Shujian was rather well off, managing to gather such a substantial amount of supplies. It seemed he was no ordinary adversary. However, that was all there was to it. Chen Dong, unconcerned, raised the bid once more. Buyer number 8 bids 600 units of essential supplies. What? 600 units of essential supplies? This is simply... This time, the entire channel fell silent. They were deeply shaken. How could it be that just a few days in, someone could amass such a vast amount of resources? Who exactly is this individual? Moreover, he raised the bid without a moment's hesitation. Even Zhou Shujian hesitated before bidding, while this buyer number 8 followed suit almost immediately. Whatever Zhou Shujian bid, he matched without regard for the minimum increment of 10 units. It was as if these supplies were mere trifles to him. Zhou Shujian's eyes burned with fury, his expression one of deep resentment. He did not wish to concede so easily. However, when he attempted to raise his bid once more, he was met with the notification of insufficient resources. Zhou Shujian fixed his gaze on the screen before him, determined to uncover who this person was. This time, Zhou Shujian refrained from raising his bid against Chen Dong. His resources were insufficient. He was simply unable to follow through. The virtual auctioneer began to announce, "Buyer number 8 bids 600 units of essential supplies. Do any other buyers wish to bid?" After a moment, the auctioneer continued, "If there are no other bids, I shall proceed to the countdown. 600 units of essential supplies, first call. 600 units of essential supplies, second call. 600 units of essential supplies, third call." With a decisive bang of the gavel, the transaction was completed. Chen Dong became the proud owner of the golden blueprint, the barrier wall. Chapter 15. The wall is built. Practicing marksmanship, as there was only one item up for auction at this event, the auction concluded promptly after the first item was sold. The buyers began to exit the bidding room in succession. The auction has successfully concluded. Congratulations to player number 10086 for winning the auction and acquiring the golden level blueprint, barrier wall. The chat channel fell into a brief silence before someone broke the quietness. Player number 132423 commented, "By the way, someone mentioned that 10086 was absent from the auction. I happen to have just slain a zombie, and it in amp, oppos, as still steaming. If you wish to partake, I can send you the coordinates." Player number 51542 responded, "Incredible. I never expected 10086 to possess such abundant supplies. 600 units. I can end amp, oppos, to even afford a fraction of that. How terrifying." Player number 456755 exclaimed, "Does anyone know where 10,086 resides? I would risk everything to find him. I demand he take me under his wing." The chat channel predominantly consisted of discussions regarding Chen Dong's formidable prowess. The ability to present such a vast quantity of essential supplies at the auction suggested he had even more stockpiled. Staring at the substantial amount of supplies in his backpack, Chen Dong burst into wild laughter. This bounty was sufficient to sustain him for an extended period. He contemplated finding a secluded place to indulge in these resources alone. In this apocalyptic world, humanity could be the most terrifying force. Innocents suffer for possessing something of value. He had witnessed individuals resorting to violence to seize food and water from fellow survivors, even at the cost of lives. Thus, he dared not flaunt his abundant supplies in public. At that moment, Chen Dong was opening his mailbox, having received the golden-level blueprint for the barrier wall. He glanced over the materials required. Barrier wall blueprint, 1-1, wood, 2300 steel, 66,300, cement, 3,300, water, unlimited 300. These materials could be easily procured from the trading platform. Without hesitation, Chen Dong began purchasing the necessary items. Soon, he had collected everything he needed and opened the blueprint for the barrier wall. Dear player, would you like to construct the barrier wall? Yes, no. Upon clicking yes, the blueprint for the barrier wall vanished into thin air. A thunderous sound followed, startling Xianqi, who was on the second floor of the villa. Outside the villa, a towering wall suddenly rose, reaching the height of the second floor. Its thickness was such that even with outstretched arms, Chen Dong could scarcely touch its edge. Golden item, barrier wall constructed. Chen Dong gazed at the newly erected barrier wall with great satisfaction. Xianqi descended the stairs, her face a picture of astonishment. Is this the golden-level blueprint? She inquired. As Chen Dong's teammate, Xianqi was well aware of his player number. She had been following the chat channel and understood the strategic significance of this golden blueprint. It signified that their long-term refuge would become an impregnable fortress for the foreseeable future. After establishing the sanctuary, Chen Dong resolved to venture into the nearby zombie-infested areas to search for supplies, leaving Xianqi to guard the secure villa. The motivation behind this risky decision stemmed from the immense pressure he felt. The strength of all players was rapidly increasing, and more advanced resources would soon emerge. He needed to gain a lead over others to survive longer in this desolate world. Moreover, another reason loomed large. His marksmanship was woefully inadequate. He needed to enhance his shooting skills swiftly. With a P92 pistol and a silencer in hand, he had little to fear from being overwhelmed by zombies. Leaving Xianqi in the villa ensured her safety, and he could share some experience points with her upon his return. Although he assumed the role of the team in Oppos, as doctor, her abilities could not afford to be lacking. Chen Dong promptly shared his plan with Xianqi. She nodded obediently. Be cautious. If anything seems amiss, return immediately. I and Oppos. LLB here practicing with the crossbow. As the torrential rain poured down, Chen Dong donned the raincoat he had recently scavenged. After bidding farewell to Xianqi, he hurried toward the zombie congregation outside. Previously, while observing player discussions in the chat channel, he had gleaned some intelligence. The villa area he occupied was separated from the adjacent street by a natural barrier of zombies, impeding movement between the regions and making it difficult to breach in the short term. However, as resources gradually increased, the divisions between areas would not pose a significant obstacle. Chen Dong moved toward that isolated zone. He was unsure how long he walked, but by the time the rain subsided, he spotted the street. Quietly, he climbed onto a residential building and dispatched 2 zombies with his pistol, claiming a unit within the structure. The building was not particularly high. From the second floor, he could survey the scattered zombies on the street below. The stench of decaying flesh wafted up, making him feel nauseous. After donning a mask, he felt somewhat more comfortable. However, the haunting cries of the zombies echoed incessantly. Determined to act swiftly, he raised his pistol, intent on a quick resolution. Flames engulfed the zombies below as Chen Dong continued to fire from the rooftop. This was a harvest of sorts, although his initial marksmanship left much to be desired. The sheer number of zombies below ensured his success. Even if he missed his target, luck often favored him, allowing him to strike another. This was a perfect opportunity to hone his shooting skills. Chen Dong's experience points were rapidly accumulating. Experience gained. 1 experience gained. 1 experience gained. 1. Congratulations, player. You have leveled up. Keep up the good work. As the flames died down, the muzzle of his gun emitted a faint smoke. Chen Dong accessed his personal information. Level 4, 0400, strength, 20 agility, 9 stamina. Normal surveying the charred remains below, Chen Dong exhaled deeply. He then retrieved a ladder to descend from the building, heading toward the next group of zombies. Chen Dong had already discerned that the abandoned supermarket and the villa district were relatively safe areas. The fewer resources present, the fewer zombies there were. However, beyond one street, a congregation of zombies awaited. Continuing along the hillside opposite the villa district, Chen Dong took down numerous isolated zombies and small groups. During his expedition, he discovered several supply crates, though they were all of bronze quality. At this point, his experience bar had surpassed the halfway mark. Finding a secure little house, Chen Dong climbed onto the roof, unpacked his lunch, and began to replenish his energy. After finishing his meal, he pressed on toward the hillside. It was not until sunset that Chen Dong returned to the villa district. After leveling up twice in succession, he noted a significant improvement in his stamina and endurance compared to before, maintaining a steady pace. He approached the edge of the villa district without feeling fatigued or out of breath. As he reached the entrance of the villa district, a few zombies took notice of him and began to shamble toward him. Chen Dong chuckled. Perfect timing to warm up. Let us test just how much my physical prowess has improved. With that, Chen Dong charged directly into the horde of zombies. To ensure his safety, he opted to take them down one by one rather than recklessly assault the entire group. Even having reached level 4, he preferred to play it safe. Chapter 16. The cooked duck flies away, powerful golden leg. Chen Dong shouted the iconic move from the movie, executing a flying kick aimed squarely at the approaching zombie. To his astonishment, the zombie struck firmly, soared through the air, tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Chen Dong was equally surprised by his own explosive strength. He had not anticipated his power could reach such heights. It was well known that the physical prowess of zombies far surpassed that of humans. A kick that could send a zombie sprawling would surely be devastating if aimed at a human. Unlike humans, zombies did not exhibit fear when witnessing their companions being launched into the air. They merely continued to shriek and attack Chen Dong relentlessly. Bring on, Chen Dong thought as he drew a silver-grade tang, Dao, he had previously collected. Without any finesse, relying solely on his brute strength, he cleaved through the zombies as if they were mere vegetables. For a moment, no other zombies emerged. After shaking off the zombie blood from his Tang Dao, Chen Dong contemplated the situation. It seemed that the group which had entered the villa area with them had indeed done a thorough job of exterminating the zombies. Soon, other players, having caught wind of the situation, would likely begin to arrive at the villa area, a rather intriguing prospect. However, Chen Dong was not overly concerned about new players arriving in the villa area. After all, he had already established a barricade, and by the time new players arrived, he would be well prepared. At present, the more pressing concern was the group residing nearby. Being a collective, Chen Dong was uncertain whether his barricade would be sufficient to deter them. What if they managed to scale the wall? He could not guarantee their safety. Thus, he resolved to address the immediate threats surrounding him. Once he had neutralized these dangers, Chen Dong felt confident that when new players arrived at the villa area, his home would stand as an impregnable fortress. He needed to find an opportunity. Upon returning to his villa, Chen Dong authenticated his entry through the facial recognition of the barricade. Glancing back at the villa, he silently mused before stepping inside. Once through the door, he found Xia Anqi waiting by the entrance, circling around him to check for injuries. Chen Dong, you're finally back. Are you hurt? She inquired. Chen Dong held her hand and smiled. What do you take me for? I'm not so easily injured. Fortune favors me. I even stumbled upon a treasure on my way out. Next, Chen Dong shared some experience points, causing Xianqi to level up directly to level 3. ID 9527. Level 3, 300, Strength, 7 Agility, 13 Stamina. Abundant level 3, not bad. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. However, the priority was to ensure his own advancement. In the short term, she would likely lag behind him in levels. Perhaps when the demand for experience points increased in the later stages, they would have the chance to catch up. Moreover, Xianqi's stats seemed less remarkable than his own. He wondered if it was due to the differences in physical constitution between genders or something else. Xianqi allowed him to inspect her information panel while complaining. You have no idea how worried I was at home, watching the experience bar rise steadily. I felt like my heart was in my throat. Chen Dong ruffled Xianxi's hair and laughed. Indeed, there were some bumps along the way, but I emerged unscathed. This wave of experience has significantly enhanced our physical capabilities, especially yours. You now possess a measure of self-defense. Xianxi discerned that Chen Dong particularly enjoyed ruffling her hair. While she did not mind it, she was somewhat curious. Chen Dong, why do you like messing with my hair so much? She asked, twirling a strand of her hair. Feeling a bit shy. Upon hearing her question, Chen Dong realized he indeed had a penchant for ruffling her hair, almost instinctively. It was reminiscent of petting a cat, a rather delightful impulse. He placed his hand back on her head and playfully asked, What? If I don't ruffle your hair, do you wish for me to stroke your conscience instead? Xianxi's face flushed at his words. The last time I gave you an opportunity, you didn't prove useful. Chen Dong felt a stirring within him. Before him, Xianxi's form-fitting attire accentuated her alluring curves. Her expression a tantalizing mix of invitation and hesitation, her hands fidgeting due to nervousness. Indeed, beauty was a man's greatest stumbling block. Chen Dong swallowed hard. However, I wish to challenge my weakness. He embraced Xianxi, their lips meeting, unleashing a torrent of repressed desire in that moment. Anxi, would you like to take a shower? Xianxi wrapped her arms around Chen Dong's neck and sweetly replied, I've already washed my hair and cleaned up. At that moment, an untimely system notification abruptly interrupted their moment. Dear player, several unidentified players are approaching outside the barricade you constructed. Chen Dong froze, as if doused in cold water, snapping back to reality. Noticing the shift in Chen Dong's demeanor, Xianxi loosened her grip around his waist and asked with concern, What's wrong? If it were not for the urgent situation, Chen Dong would never have exhibited such a sudden change. He exhaled deeply, his expression serious. There are unidentified survivors approaching outside the barricade. We need to investigate. Xianxi adjusted her clothing. I'll accompany you outside to take a look. Chen Dong retrieved his handgun and checked the ammunition. He shook his head, saying, You stay inside, go to the second floor and prepare the crossbow. If things go awry, provide me with support. Xianxi entered battle mode, grabbing her crossbow. She nodded to Chen Dong before darting upstairs to find a suitable spot for ambush. As Chen Dong reloaded his handgun, he opened the door and muttered with frustration, It's all your fault. You've let the cooked duck fly away. If you don't know your place, don't blame me for turning you into live targets. From beyond the barricade, Chen Dong shouted, You outside, halt. Regardless of your intentions, if you approach my sanctuary, do not blame me for being ungracious. Chapter 17, First Encounter and Recruitment Outside. A woman spoke in an affected tone, Dear brother, please open the door. I am Xiaoqian from the neighboring team, sent by the captain to discuss matters with you. Chen Dong furrowed his brow. To his surprise, the neighboring team had taken the initiative to approach him before he could make a move. If this is about teaming up, I'm not interested. Please leave, he firmly declined, not opening the gate. For others, banding together would make it easier to gather resources and fend off zombies, thus increasing their chances of survival. However, for him, other people posed the greatest threat. Dear brother, please don't be so hasty to refuse. Let me in first. Look at me. My backpack is completely empty. I have nothing. Xiaoqian willingly opened her backpack. Indeed, as she claimed, there was nothing within that could pose a threat to Chen Dong's safety, which did reflect her sincerity. After a moment's thought, he opened a small gap in the door, ready to shoot at any moment. He cautiously allowed Xiaoqian to slip inside sideways. She was a woman of alluring figure, though her appearance was rather ordinary. Her tattered clothing revealed her body, leaving one to wonder if it was due to the dire circumstances or a deliberate attempt to entice. Chen Dong chuckled inwardly. In the past, he might have glanced twice at such a sight, but after spending several days with Xianxi, his standards had risen dramatically. Wow, is this the golden level blueprint? You must be 10,086. Xiaoqian exclaimed with admiration. Chen Dong remained expressionless, for this was precisely what he feared. The completion of the barricade had immediately alerted Jiang Kai's team to his identity. Although he did not expect to keep his identity hidden indefinitely, now was not the time. If Jiang Kai and his team revealed his identity in the chat channel, Chen Dong, still in his early stages, would find himself at a disadvantage. After all, It was common knowledge that he possessed abundant resources, making it likely that someone would harbor ulterior motives. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, forcing a smile that did not reach them, and asked, "So, is your team solely interested in my identity?" Xiaoqian giggled, covering her mouth. "Dear brother, don't be so formal. Who knows, we might have the chance to become teammates. Aren't you going to invite me in for a moment?" Chen Dong squinted at Xiaoqian, unable to ascertain her true intentions. Nevertheless, he smiled and said, "Well, a guest is a guest. Since your team has shown sincerity, I shall not be stingy. Please, come in." Meanwhile, in another villa, Jiang Kai and his team received a message from Xiaoqian in their team channel. Successfully entered the shelter of 10,086, beginning reconnaissance. Xiaoqian had indeed infiltrated Chen Dong's villa. As she reported, she was there on a mission to probe into Chen Dong's capabilities. It was impossible for them to be unaware of the lavish expenditure of 600 units of essential supplies to acquire the golden level blueprint. They had once contemplated the barricade, but lacked the strength to pursue it. The moment they saw Chen Dong construct the barricade, they had already discerned his identity. He was the elusive player 10,086. Jiang Kai's subordinates had advised him to treat Chen Dong's information as intelligence and sell it to those interested in him or the golden level blueprint. However, he outright rejected this notion and scolded the fool for even suggesting it. He then laid out his own plan. Jiang Kai intended to send someone to investigate Chen Dong's true strength, with the intention of ultimately consuming this plump prey. He observed that only Chen Dong and Xianqi had entered the villa, indicating that they were merely two individuals. Meanwhile, his side boasted a team of 8. Although Chen Dong possessed abundant resources, 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. As long as they could ascertain the layout of Chen Dong's villa, once the opportunity arose, they could effortlessly scale the barricade and capture the 2. At that point, they would have no further concerns regarding resources. This plan was practically flawless. Thus, the night prior, Jiang Kai summoned Xiaoqian. After some casual banter, he asked, "Xiaoqian, how has Jiang Ji treated you?" Xiaoqian flirtatiously replied, "Jiang Ji treats me the best. He rescued me from the zombies and provided me with food and drink. I am devoted to Jiang Ji for life." Jiang Ji laughed heartily and then said leisurely, "Xiaoqian, tomorrow, go investigate the details of 10,086. Do not carry any weapons. Once inside, you must gain their trust. If necessary, fulfill any of their requests." Xiaoqian looked at Jiang Kai in shock, understanding his intent, her expression wavering slightly. "Jiang Ji," but he interrupted her with a cold glare, saying, "Do you want me to repeat myself?" With no choice, Xiaoqian resignedly nodded, "Yes, Jiang Ji." Jiang Kai then transformed his anger into satisfaction, chuckling, "That's my good sister." Thus, the next day, when Chen Dong returned, Xiaoqian took the initiative to visit him. After leading her inside, Chen Dong instructed Xianqi to remain on the second-floor balcony, occupying the high ground to observe for any movements from Xiaoqian and Amp, Oppo's S-team. He then gestured for Xiaoqian to take a seat in the living room. "So, Xiaoqian, let's converse. I haven't eaten yet. Would you care for some fried rice and orange juice?" "Of course, dear brother. Since you've invited me to dine, how could I refuse?" Chen Dong nodded and retrieved items from his backpack, placing them on the dining table. The aroma of the fried rice wafted through the air, causing Xiaoqian to swallow involuntarily. After entering this apocalyptic world, even filling her stomach had become a challenge. Fried rice and orange juice were luxuries she could only dream of. It felt as though her recent experiences were mere illusions, and she was still that goddess adored by her admirers. After a few bites of rice and a sip of orange juice to moisten her throat, Chen Dong returned to the matter at hand. "Xiaoqian, you mentioned wanting me to join your team. I am curious, after discovering my identity, what confidence do you have in approaching me?" Xiaoqian, wiping her mouth with lingering satisfaction, smiled and said, "Dear brother, we are a formidable team of 8. Surely you noticed how we eradicated the zombie horde in the Villa District. Such feats are not achievable by just any team." Chen Dong nodded, acknowledging, "I admit your strength is evident. Had I not ventured out to hunt zombies alone, I might not have realized the true capabilities of Jiang Ji's team." Seeing his acknowledgement, Xiaoqian continued, "Though we lost nearly half our members during the cleanup of the Villa District, we will continue to rebuild. Given time, we could become a dominant force. And every member of our team would reap tremendous benefits. Chapter 18. Strike first and set traps. Upon listening to Xiao Qian's words, Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you finished? Xiao Qian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend his expression. Yes, I am. Chen Dong then smiled broadly. If this is the extent of your confidence in recruiting me, I suggest you reconsider. You must understand that if I can procure thousands of essential supplies to fortify my defenses and even offer you precious food and drink, do you truly believe I need to join your team? Xiao Qian was rendered speechless. Therefore, I advise you not to waste your time on me. Let us consider ourselves neighbors, and please accept this small token of goodwill. Chen Dong produced 20 units of essential supplies from his backpack and presented them to her. Xiao Qian gazed in astonishment at the unexpected generosity. 100 units of supplies casually gifted to a mere stranger. With a playful glint in her eye, Xiao Qian nestled closer to Chen Dong, deliberately brushing against his arm with a bashful demeanor. You are so generous. It makes one feel quite shy. Perhaps I could keep you company. She reached out, tentatively attempting to glide her hand downward. However, Chen Dong swiftly grasped her wrist, smiling as he said, To be honest, I have little interest in you. Please do not force my hand. Xiao Qian observed Chen Dong's cheerful demeanor, sensing no malice. Yet, an instinctive fear gripped her. She realized that should she continue to provoke him, it could indeed endanger her life. Embarrassed, she withdrew her hand and sat up straight. Please do not be upset. I was merely joking. Chen Dong moved her hand away with a chuckle, replying, If there is nothing else, you may leave. I hope we can maintain a harmonious neighborly relationship. After escorting Xiao Qian beyond the walls, he called for Xianqi to come downstairs. Xianqi and Appos. His eyes brimmed with confusion as she queried, Chen Dong, why did you give them supplies? Even if we have plenty, we shouldn't Appos. Squander it. Chen Dong chuckled softly. You misunderstand. Do you believe that by tomorrow, or even tonight, they won't be unable to restrain themselves from taking action against us? Xianqi gasped, then mumbled. But by giving them supplies, are we exposing our reserves even more? Won't that only incite them to raid us? Or do you wish for them to be well fed before they come for us? I intend to provide them with supplies. Anticipating Xianqi's concerns, Chen Dong patiently explained, previously, they saw us as merely two individuals who secured a golden blueprint, which surely sparked their ulterior motives. However, they remain uncertain of our true circumstances. Thus, they hesitate to act recklessly. The woman they dispatched today was a pretext for recruitment, but the real intent was to probe our situation. Seeing Xianqi deep in thought, Chen Dong continued, by giving them supplies, we let them know we possess an abundance, which will only entice them further. We shall play into their hands and set a trap. Furthermore, I am confident they have yet to disclose my information. They view us as an easy target, unwilling to let others interfere. Xianqi nodded in understanding and asked, What do you plan to do? Chen Dong retrieved combat supplies, Molotov cocktails, steel traps, a multitude of crossbow bolts, daggers, and a P92 pistol. After organizing them, he declared, I plan to set various traps within the walls, waiting for their arrival, ensuring they cannot escape. With a chuckle, he added, To covet what belongs to us is a fool's errand. Xianqi, witnessing Chen Dong's composed demeanor, could not help but smile. Is there anything you require my assistance with? Chen Dong handed her several traps, instructing, Since Dr. Xie is so eager to help, please place these traps in the corners of the walls, concealing them with various items. Consider an appetizer for them. Xianqi accepted the traps obediently, replying, All right, I will set them up right away. She then proceeded to carefully arrange them in the villa's courtyard. Meanwhile, Xiao Qian had returned to her refuge, reporting the gathered intelligence to Jiang Kai. Seated in the center of the villa's living room, Jiang Kai propped his chin on his hand, eyes gleaming with fervor. I never imagined this 10,086 would possess such abundant supplies. Clearly, he has a solid foundation and has faced no survival issues since joining the auction. Jiang Kai could no longer contain his restless spirit, eager to launch a surprise attack that very night to seize all of Chen Dong's supplies, including that golden barrier wall. Sensing his excitement, one of his subordinates chimed in, Boss, there's no need to hesitate. You heard Xiao Qian's report. The supplies from this 10,086 could sustain our team for quite some time. And who knows when other groups might arrive in our villa area if we delay. The other teammates echoed in agreement. Indeed, boss. Just the 20 units he gifted us speaks volumes. He must have at least several hundred more. Xiao Qian further encouraged. Jianggu, time is of the essence. Let us act tonight under the cover of darkness, while 10086 is still off guard. Let us catch them by surprise. Jiang Kai slammed a crossbow bolt onto the table, his voice filled with determination. Let us do it. Tonight, we shall obliterate 10,086's stronghold. The crowd erupted in cheers. Our leader is magnificent. Jiang Kai began to envision the spoils of victory, laughing heartily. Chen Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, surveying the carefully laid traps around the villa. Hands on his hips, he scoffed. This time, let us embody the farmer waiting for prey. In this post-apocalyptic world, humanity's darkness is the most terrifying. It is not that Chen Dong is ruthless. Rather, the immense threat surrounding him renders even sleep uneasy. In critical moments, that group could become a dagger aimed at his heart. Thus, when Chen Dong discerned their ulterior motives, he knew he must act decisively to eradicate them completely. Chapter 19. Climbing over the wall, waiting for the rabbit in this apocalyptic world, the night descends with a swiftness that far surpasses that of the real world. Survivors reflect on their continued existence, grateful for each additional day. As darkness envelopes them, it is not the threat of zombies that instills fear, but rather the other survivors lurking nearby. No one can guarantee that, aside from their trusted teammates, other survivors will not be silently observing them. Even among the same team, it is not uncommon for individuals to cast aside their companions when faced with peril. In the quiet refuge of the villa where Chen Dong resides, a profound stillness pervades, as if all life is in slumber. The only sounds within the room are the faint breaths of Chen Dong and Xianqi. No candles or firewood illuminate the interior. The two are lying in ambush in the living room, poised to see if any unwelcome visitors will emerge tonight. In the dim light of the moon, Xianqi gently tugged at Chen Dong's sleeve and whispered, Chen Dong, do you really think they will come and ambush us tonight? It has been so long. Chen Dong, feeling the warmth of her breath tickling his ear, replied in a hushed tone, we must remain vigilant over the next few days. They will inevitably come. However, I'm also taking a gamble, wondering if they're desperate enough to strike tonight. Meanwhile, Jiang Kai's team, as Chen Dong had anticipated, was preparing for battle. Jiang Kai loaded his crossbow and distributed various cold weapons to his comrades. Equip yourselves with your preferred weapons. Tonight, we shall decisively conquer them. The other team members, wearing confident grins, appeared eager for the impending confrontation. Brother, with so many of us, we'll charge in a 10,086's abode in one go. It's late at night. They must be resting. We'll catch them off guard. Others nodded in agreement while polishing their weapons. Indeed, this time, 10086 is bound to fall into our hands. With such arrogance, they cannot blame us for being ruthless. Jiang Kai waved his hand, signaling his team to cease their chatter. He licked his lips, thinking that such discussions could wait until after their task was complete. Now let us move out. Silence, everyone. Do not let any unforeseen issues arise. The group nodded, whispering affirmations. Yes, brother, we will not let you down. Satisfied, Jiang Kai nodded in approval. They stealthily approached Chen Dong's villa under the cover of darkness, preparing to scale the barrier wall to launch their attack. Inside the villa, Chen Dong received a system alert and murmured, Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. They were already at the barrier wall. Due to their lack of intelligence regarding the wall, Jiang Kai and his group were unaware that upon its construction, any unfamiliar survivors approaching would trigger an alert to the wall's owner, even if the system could not prevent their entry. Thus, Chen Dong was promptly informed of their movements, while Jiang Kai remained blissfully ignorant. At that moment, they leaned against the corner of the wall, retrieving the extended ladders and ropes they had prepared for the operation, exchanged for their limited essential supplies. Jiang Kai had felt a pang of regret to part with them, but ultimately resolved that one must take risks to reap rewards. After positioning 3 extended ladders against the barrier, Jiang Kai gestured for his 3 subordinates to climb up and scout the situation. The trio swiftly ascended the ladders, careful to avoid making noise. Upon reaching the top of the wall, they surveyed the villa. The height of the wall cast the villa into shadow, revealing little in terms of defense. They signaled an okay gesture to those below, who nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, the three lowered the ropes, gently pushing off the wall as they slid into the villa's courtyard. As they anticipated, the villa was eerily quiet, and 10,086 had evidently neglected security measures, perhaps believing that the barrier wall was sufficient protection. Jiang Kai's team, consisting of 8 individuals, had all but 3 who had initially scouted the area ascend the wall, retrieving the ladders. Through the system, the 3 teammates were transported into the courtyard, and Jiang Kai and the others caught them silently. Before long, the entire team had gathered in the villa's yard. Jiang Kai could not help but smirk at Chen Dong's apparent lack of vigilance. While the wall might keep zombies at bay, it was utterly ineffective against resourceful survivors equipped with tools. Without traps set in the courtyard, how could they possibly be thwarted? Jiang Kai made a forward motion with his right hand, signaling his team to proceed cautiously into the villa. Just then, a blood-curdling scream erupted from behind them. Jiang Kai instinctively turned to cover the mouth of the person who had cried out, only to find them clutching their right leg, blood streaming from a wound where a glinting iron trap had ensnared them. Simultaneously, another teammate exclaimed, "Jiang Kai, look, it's 10,086. Jiang Kai followed the direction of his teammate's gaze and saw Chen Dong standing on the second-floor balcony of the villa, illuminated by the moonlight. Chen Dong's expression was one of calm confidence, an unsettling sight that sent alarm bells ringing in Jiang Kai's mind. "This is bad. Retreat." Jiang Kai and Appos, as heart raced. He had assumed Chen Dong was vulnerable, ripe for the picking, only to realize too late that he had been ensnared, waiting for them to strike. Barely finishing his thought, a pungent smell of gasoline filled the air, followed by a series of explosions. Molotov cocktails shattered, encircling them in flames, forcing them into a tight cluster. As the fire blazed, the faces of Jiang Kai and his team became illuminated, revealing Chen Dong on the balcony, smiling as the master of the house. "Welcome, everyone. Now that you're here, why rush to leave?" Fury surged within Jiang Kai as he instinctively raised his crossbow and began to shoot. Chen Dong retreated from the balcony, denying him the opportunity to aim. The few teammates in Jiang Kai's group with range capabilities focused intently on the unfolding situation, searching for a chance to retaliate. However, the next moment shattered their psychological defenses. Through the flames, a teammate suddenly cried out in agony and collapsed. Those nearby rushed to assist, only to discover a bullet-sized hole in his skull. Chen Dong has a gun. Chapter 20. The pairing of red wine and chicken feet lacks a certain essence. Bang! Another shot rang out, and yet another subordinate collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining individuals, trembling with fear, turned their anxious gazes towards Jiang Kai, pleading, "Brother, what do we do? Speak up, brother." However, Chen Dong was not inclined to grant them much time. One by one, his comrades fell, leaving only Jiang Kai standing in despair, clutching his crossbow and shouting in a deranged frenzy, 10086, "If you're a man, come out." Hiding is no sign of skill. The response was a bullet striking his leg, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Perhaps out of empathy, Chen Dong then shattered the crossbow in Jiang Kai's grasp before leisurely stepping out of the courtyard. Chen Dong regarded Jiang Kai as one might observe a mouse caught in a trap, relishing the power he held over him. Bang! Another shot fired, this time hitting Jiang Kai's hand as he attempted to stealthily retrieve another crossbow from a fallen companion. He watched in silence as Jiang Kai cried out in pain, his heart untouched by remorse. Jiang Kai, displaying a semblance of bravado, perhaps aware of his impending doom, spat defiance. "If you intend to kill me, just do it. Quit dragging it out." Chen Dong smiled, choosing not to fire again. "You've mastered the art of playing the victim, haven't you? Clearly, you harbored ill intentions towards me, and I was merely retaliating." Jiang Kai scoffed, spitting blood as he retorted, "I underestimated you. I fell into your trap. Just make it quick." Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. "What? Arin and Appos? Are you going to try to persuade me? Who knows, I might show you mercy." Jiang Kai laughed heartily. 10086, even if I beg for mercy, Would you spare me? Chen Dong chuckled in return, revealing his impeccably maintained white teeth. Indeed, that is highly unlikely. Remove the weeds, but leave the roots, and they will sprout anew. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains would be sheer folly. With that, Chen Dong lifted his P-92 and aimed it at Jiang Kai. Jiang Kai closed his eyes, his lips quivering. Though he understood the futility of his survival, he still felt the chill of fear in the face of death. Bang! After the gunshot, Jiang Kai found himself alive, bewildered as he opened his eyes to Chen Dong's gaze. A spark of hope ignited within him. Could it be that he would be spared? At that moment, Chen Dong shyly smiled and fired once more, this time hitting him squarely in the forehead. My apologies, I missed the first shot. Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock as he slowly fell to the ground, his eyes remaining unclosed in death. Had they been more cautious, they might have avoided such a grim fate. Yet, overwhelming greed clouded their judgment, leading them into a trap that Chen Dong had not even meticulously prepared. Ultimately, they lost their lives. Chen Dong scavenged the scant supplies left by the group and discarded the bodies beyond the fortress walls. With the immediate threat resolved, Chen Dong exhaled in relief and returned to his room, collapsing onto the soft bed. Finally, he had removed this thorn from his heart. He closed his eyes and drifted into a long-awaited, peaceful slumber. Awaking naturally, he had no intention of venturing out for supplies that day. The resources surrounding the villa were no longer adequate for their needs. To procure higher-grade supplies, one would have to delve into areas teeming with zombies. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. This time, waiting for an opportunity had significantly diminished Chen Dong's combat supplies. Although he possessed an unlimited supply of water to trade for food and combat materials, the crux of the issue lay in the insufficient number of trading platforms to meet his consumption demands. Whenever he had a moment to spare, he would scour the trading platforms, even delegating some of his supplies to Xianxi, who remained at home to assist in procurement. Yet, the results fell short of expectations. Due to the scarcity of combat supplies, Chen Dong found himself compelled to cease his plans for further expeditions. After all, the P-92 lacked sustained combat capability. Once a magazine of 15 bullets was expended, it required reloading. Facing a horde of zombies would render him vulnerable, and a single bite could spell death. Contemplating this, Chen Dong could not help but fantasize. If only one day the system were to grant him an unlimited supply of AK-47s or incendiary bottles, he would soar to new heights. In that moment of yearning for infinite resources, it struck him that today was the day to collect his rewards. He quickly opened his email and received the timely delivery of limitless supplies from the system. Red wine. Chen Dong extracted the bottle, gazing at the foreign script on the label, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. He was, after all, rather inept at English, barely able to decipher a handful of words. He wondered about the quality of this wine. Reaching into his backpack, he retrieved a simple glass and deftly opened the bottle with his hands. The speed with which he did so left a clean, precise break akin to a knife's cut. Raising the glass of red wine to his nose, he inhaled deeply. Even without allowing it to breathe fully, he could still perceive the wine and Apo's rich aroma. Drinking wine always felt somewhat lacking. Holding the glass by its stem, Chen Dong gently swirled the wine while muttering to himself. Suddenly, realization struck him. He retrieved several portions of marinated chicken feet from his backpack. Of course, how could one enjoy wine without a proper appetizer? Regrettably, there were no drunken peanuts. Otherwise, it would be perfect. Chen Dong captured a photo of the red wine and chicken feet arranged on his coffee table and shared it in the chat channel. 10086. Red wine paired with chicken feet lacks a certain essence. If only there were beer, it would be delightful. Oh, and drunken peanuts. Brothers, if anyone has gathered relevant supplies, please list them on the trading platform with attached image. As soon as this message was posted, the chat channel erupted. It is essential to note that even basic necessities were scarce, with many going hungry from one meal to the next, let alone indulging in luxuries like beer or drunken peanuts. Even if such items existed, they would have long been consumed as part of their regular rations. After all, preserving one's life took precedence. By sharing this photo at such a time, it was clear that Chen Dong was provoking others, flaunting his lavish lifestyle. Much like when he had previously posted about purchasing golden blueprints while wrapped in a blanket, it ignited the anger of many. 10,000. 10086. You've gone too far. While everyone is struggling to fill their bellies, you flaunt these images. What are your intentions? 10010. Exactly. Even if you eat well, sharing these images disrupts the morale. 12306. Indeed. I'm on the brink of starvation. 10086. Why not show some compassion and send me some supplies? I would sing your praises. 193844. Right. What skill is it to be well fed? Go ahead, share some resources with us so we can also eat our fill, and we will definitely remember your kindness. Chen Dong observed the barrage of criticism directed at him, sensing an undercurrent of moral coercion, and couldn't he help but chuckle. 10086. Oh, really? Call me daddy, and I might just send you some supplies. Otherwise, don't bother complaining. I'll post what I want. If you dislike it, don't look. Or better yet, gather your own supplies and share them. Hee hee, smirking emoji. If you don't put in the effort, who can you blame? Chen Dong had no intention of yielding to those attempting to impose moral pressure on him. His perspective had long since evolved. Moral coercion? Apologies. But as long as I stand on the moral high ground, you cannot bind me. Chapter 21. The Extravagance of Versailles. University Bell User 10010. You are exceedingly arrogant. User 89454. Dad, could you give me some water? User 453643. Damn, seeing how comfortably 10,086 is living makes me genuinely envious. User 894759. Have you all noticed that the wine appears to be Roman economy? Amidst the multitude of condemnations directed at Chen Dong, a survivor suddenly emerged. Recognizing the red wine in Chen Dong's photo, it is noteworthy that even Chen Dong himself could not identify it. However, that is to be expected, as he has little knowledge of fine wines. User 10010. What is Roman economy? Can you speak in terms that others can comprehend? User 894759. Roman economy is a premier French wine, exceedingly expensive. User 345634. Damn, how expensive can a bottle of wine be? Can it be pricier than Matai? User 894759. Haha. If you compare it with a 30 or 50-year-old Matai, then certainly it will surpass Roman economy by a considerable margin. But if you're comparing it to a 10 or 8-year-old Matai, Roman economy can easily fetch you several bottles. The chat channel erupted in astonishment. They had not anticipated that the bottle of red wine Chen Dong consumed was such a precious vintage. Chen Dong was equally astonished. He never expected that the system would provide him with such an exquisite, limitless red wine. In the real world, one could say his value would skyrocket instantly, ensuring a lifetime of financial security. Unfortunately, in this apocalyptic world, Roman economy was merely an ordinary wine. Here, no one would indulge in the absurdity of the wine market. Chen Dong looked at the French text on the wine bottle, bemused. It turned out not to be in English. It seems my persona as an English novice remains intact. User 345634. 10086. Are you selling wine? I could really use a good drink. It's been ages since I've had one. If you're willing, the price is negotiable. User 345654. Good heavens. A wine worth over 100,000. How posh. Meanwhile, Zhou Shujian, who had previously interacted with Chen Dong, was watching the chat channel, holding a goblet filled with somewhat inferior red wine. Zhou Shujian savored the upper-class experience of drinking fine wine. In the past, Roman economy would have seemed unremarkable to him. Yet in this apocalyptic world, he could only afford to ration a bottle of subpar wine each day. He had previously reassured himself that at least being able to drink wine was a rare luxury. Countless others had to risk their lives daily to gather essential supplies. However, seeing the image Chen Dong shared broke his composure. Zhou Shujian hurled the glass across the room, the wine splattering against the wall. Why? Why does this 10,086 possess such abundant resources to afford fortified walls? Why? Why can he still drink Roman economy in this apocalyptic world? Proud as Zhou Shujian was, he could not bring himself to beg Chen Dong for wine. The thought only fueled his anger. User 10086. I am exchanging resources. if you want wine or chicken feet. I'm only interested in combat supplies. User 10010. This is just laughable. Do you think it in oppos? That's like last time with the quilt? That was due to uncontrollable weather, and I had no choice but to be taken advantage of. Wine? Chicken feet? These are trivial living supplies, not worthy of being exchanged for combat resources. User 10086. Thus, individuals like you, who are financially challenged, should refrain from joining the discussion. I am selling to survivors who are resource-rich and wish to enhance their quality of life. Regrettably, you do not seem to belong to my target audience. User 10010. 10086. User 10086. All stars, you can't even type properly. With your level, perhaps you should revisit 9 years of compulsory education. Chen Dong fully utilized his initiative, employing phrases from his past online confrontations to retort against user 10010. This was not the end. He also recorded a video taking a leisurely stroll around his villa. He then raised a wine glass, directing it towards the camera. Brothers, I am drinking this wine, feel free. Upon uploading this video, the chat channel erupted once more. The legendary 10086 had revealed his true identity. Many had envisioned 10,086 as a middle-aged, muscular man with a scruffy beard, embodying the archetype of a formidable survivor in the apocalypse. They were astonished to discover that 10086 was, in fact, a young man. However, upon reflection, this made sense. After all, 10086's sharp tongue and penchant for humor suggested a youthful spirit. Chen Dong paid little heed to the indifferent threats from other survivors in the chat. Instead, he found himself overwhelmed by a flurry of private messages. Numerous survivors discreetly reached out to him, some looking to purchase wine, others seeking chicken feet. Yet they all complained about the prices, hoping for a discount. More prevalent were the freeloaders, who, with self-righteous rhetoric, implored Chen Dong to donate supplies to them. They believed that such acts would accumulate merit for Chen Dong, who would then receive their blessings in return. Chen Dong largely ignored these requests. I've entered an apocalyptic world, and you're still preaching about merit? Surviving is what truly matters. However, one particular message caught Chen Dong's attention. Are you Chen Dong? I am Tian Xiaoyu. Chen Dong naturally recognized Tian Xiaoyu, and they were quite familiar. After all, she was the renowned university belle, pursued by suitors who could fill an entire cafeteria. Countless boys dreamt of her, leaving dormitories perpetually short on tissues. Chen Dong could engage in light-hearted banter with her, but he was self-aware enough not to entertain any unrealistic notions. After graduation, they had all gone their separate ways, gradually losing touch. Time had flown by. It had already been 2 years. Chen Dong reminisced. Once he composed himself, he replied, neither confirming nor denying his identity. Impressive, Tian Xiaoyu. You could deduce it from just that. Yes, I am Chen Dong. This was the first encounter with an acquaintance, leaving Chen Dong momentarily disoriented, yet curious as to how Tian Xiaoyu could recognize him through a faceless short video. Tian Xiaoyu, how did you recognize me? I didn't show my face. Can you see through walls? I'm terrified. You must have seen me countless times during our 4 years at university. The chat box indicated that Tian Xiaoyu was typing. Soon, she sent a flurry of messages. Of course, I recognize your voice. Have you forgotten how I always said your voice was lovely back in university? Chapter 22. Memories indeed. Chen Dong's only redeeming quality was his voice. During his university days, he was one of the top 10 singers. Upon arriving on campus, he garnered a large following of admirers after winning a singing competition. Chen Dong sent another message. Tian Daxiua, how did you end up in this apocalyptic game? How are things on your end? Tian Xiaoyu replied. I'm managing reasonably well, barely able to fill my stomach. But resources are rather scarce. By the way, guess who I ran into here? Chen Dong looked at the message, pondering if she had encountered an old acquaintance. Given that she was playing a guessing game, it must be someone from their university days, perhaps a classmate or a teacher. Who could it be? With so many classmates, it would take ages to guess each one. Tian Xiaoyu sent a smirking emoji and then said, just kidding, I'll tell you directly. It's Zhang Ziheo from our class. Remember him? I'm teaming up with him right now. Upon reading that name, Chen Dong and Appo's expression darkened. He distinctly remembered this wealthy, second-generation student. Zhang Zihao was a local from Chen Dong and Appo's University and was notorious for his affluence. They even shared a dormitory, which gave Chen Dong a first-hand glimpse into the life of the privileged. Luxury items casually discarded and a parade of female companions without repetition. Chen Dong's parents had passed away early, leaving him to be raised solely by his grandfather. After entering university, his grandfather also passed away, and he had to rely on part-time jobs and student loans to sustain his tuition and living expenses. Fortunately, Chen Dong was resourceful and adept at navigating various situations. The money he earned from working allowed him to maintain a relatively comfortable university life. However, the animosity between them stemmed from financial disparities. Chen Dong vividly recalled an incident from the second semester of their sophomore year on a sweltering night. As usual, he was the only one remaining in the dormitory, engrossed in his studies while the others had gone out clubbing with Zhang Zihao. When Zhang Zihao returned, laughter echoing through the dorm, Chen Dong exchanged pleasantries with them before resuming his studies. Yet, that night was anything but peaceful. Zhang Zihao rummaged through his bed and wardrobe, unable to locate his watch. He had intended to wear his Audemars Piguet to impress some attractive girls at the club, but had rushed out without a thorough search. Now, he was eager to find it for future outings, only to discover it was nowhere to be found. Strange? Where could my watch have gone? Zhang Zihao cursed, and the other roommates gathered around him. One of his closest sycophants asked, "What's wrong, Zhang Xiao? Did you lose your watch? That piece must be worth a fortune." The other roommates chimed in, "Come on, Zhang Xiao, look again. It must be around here somewhere. It couldn't have been stolen, right?" Suddenly, the room felt eerily quiet at that suggestion. Zhang Zihao slowly turned to Chen Dong, who was seated at his desk a short distance away, narrowing his eyes. "Chen Dong, you were the only one in the dorm earlier. Do you know where my watch went?" Chen Dong frowned at the accusation. The implication was that his inability to find the watch somehow implicated him. He set down his book and replied calmly, "I've been here the whole time. No one else entered the dorm. Look again. If you can't find it here, perhaps you misplaced it yourself." Zhang Zihao scoffed, enunciating each word. "My watch has always been in the school. I wore it to class yesterday. You claim no one came in, so I suspect you might have taken it yourself." Chen Dong stood up, anger flaring within him. "What do you mean, Zhang Zihao?" Zhang Zihao, undeterred by Chen Dong's challenge, shot back, "What do I mean? I mean I suspect you stole my watch. On what grounds do you accuse me of theft? Just because I was alone in the dorm?" Chen Dong retorted, incredulous. Zhang Zihao's tone turned hostile. "Everyone knows you are the poorest in our class. Seeing my fine watch, how could you resist?" Chen Dong's lips trembled with indignation, disbelief washing over him. "So, after 2 years of being dorm mates, this is how you all perceive me?" The other roommates fell silent, seemingly confirming Chen Dong's fears. A bitter taste filled his mouth. He had treated himself to a milk tea that day, a small reward for his hard work. It felt like ash in his mouth. Seeing Chen Dong's silence, Zhang Zihao seized the opportunity to press further. "If you want to prove your innocence, feel free to let us search you in your suitcase." Chen Dong could not tolerate such humiliation and erupted in anger. What absolute nonsense! Their argument drew the attention of classmates from other dormitories who gathered at the door. "Zhang Xiao, Chen Dong isn't like that. Though his family is poor, he maintains his integrity." Others echoed, "Exactly. After 2 years, you know Chen Dong's character better than anyone." Yet, Chen Dong's own roommates sided with Zhang Zihao. "You don't understand. Checking his belongings is no big deal. If he has nothing to hide, what's the problem?" Chen Dong chuckled bitterly. He felt utterly stifled. To his dismay, it was the classmates from other dorms who defended him, while his own roommates sided with Zhang Zihao. A search? Chen Dong believed that one's character should stand firm against shadows. To search him was an affront to his dignity. He simply cannot accept it. Chapter 23. Exchange of Supplies. Discounted Prices. Zhang Zihao, witnessing Chen Dong and Appo's unwavering stance, brandished his phone as a threat. "Chen Dong, I shall extend one more opportunity. Otherwise, I will inform my father. You cannot fathom the extent of his influence in our city. Do you believe I wouldn't have you incarcerated for 37 days? In a fit of rage, Chen Dong responded with a sardonic smile. "I shall reiterate, I did not steal your watch. If you wish to search my personal belongings, I must decline. If you are so formidable, let the authorities come and search me. Very well, Chen Dong. I shall contact my father immediately. Zhang Zihao retorted coldly as he dialed. Hello, Dad. My Royal Oak watch has been stolen, but he refuses to be searched. Could you kindly inform Uncle Wong from the Security Bureau to send someone over? The call was on speaker, allowing many to overhear Zhang Zihao's father's response. The Royal Oak? I was just about to tell you, today, the nanny found it on the living room sofa. You forgot to wear it when you returned yesterday. You are always misplacing things. Zhang Zihao paused momentarily, then regaining his composure, replied indifferently, Oh, understood. I will retrieve it tomorrow. He then ended the call and turned to the other students outside the dormitory, smiling. It was merely a misunderstanding. Everyone, please disperse and retire to your beds. At that moment, Chen Dong spoke up. Zhang Zihao, since the misunderstanding has been resolved, shouldn't you have something to say to me? Zhang Zihao's smile abruptly vanished. After a moment of silence, he approached Chen Dong, patted his arm, and smiled, saying, I misjudged you, Chen Dong. Throughout, he refrained from uttering an apology, adopting a condescending demeanor as if addressing a subordinate. The following day, Chen Dong completed the formalities for off-campus accommodation and moved out. Thus, the entanglement between the two unfolded. Even nearly 2 years post-graduation, the recollection of that unpleasant experience filled Chen Dong with indignation. He harbored no fondness for Zhang Zihao. To his astonishment, Zhang Zihao had also entered this apocalyptic world and had teamed up with Tian Xiaoyu. Contemplating this, Chen Dong inquired, So, are you and Zhang Zihao together? Tian Xiaoyu quickly replied, Not at all. I do not like him. In this environment, I simply need a companion. After all, Zhang Zihao is someone I can somewhat trust from our 4 years of university. Reading her message, Chen Dong felt an inexplicable sense of relief. During their university years, Tian Xiaoyu had never dated, so her not falling for Zhang Zihao was indeed good news. By the way, your sudden visit isn't merely to reconnect, is it? We are old classmates, so let us not stand on ceremony. Tian Xiaoyu messaged back, You truly see through everything. Indeed, I have a slight ulterior motive. I wish to purchase some supplies from you. The price is negotiable. I will send you my list, and you can see what you can offer in exchange. Chen Dong had anticipated this, knowing Tian Xiaoyu and Appo's as primary interest lay in acquiring supplies, given his well-known abundance of food and water, as if he had an infinite supply. Should she have been presumptuous and demanded outright, he would have swiftly blocked her. Since it was an exchange, he saw no reason to decline. Of course, why would I turn down a business opportunity that comes knocking? Send me the supplies you need, and I will consider what I can offer in return. Despite their camaraderie, Chen Dong was not inclined to forfeit anything without due compensation. Tian Xiaoyu promptly sent another message. Really? Thank you, Chen Dong. Honestly, I only need water and food, and perhaps a blanket to keep warm during the rain. Chen Dong readily agreed. Those are no trouble at all. Just provide some building materials like wood, rebar, and cement in exchange. Collecting construction materials was notably less challenging than gathering essential supplies, as remnants of wood and stone were abundant in the ruins of the city. Lower-tier supply crates often contained such materials, accessible to those willing to scavenge. Now, many were gathering these items on the trading platform in exchange for necessities. Tian Xiaoyu seemed surprised, her messages reflecting her bewilderment. Chen Dong, isn't it a bit unfair to trade construction materials for your essential supplies? Chen Dong replied, I happen to have some architectural blueprints, and Appo's. It's not about fairness. We each have our needs. Thank you, Chen Dong. Without further ado, he opened the trading window and completed the transaction. Once finished, Tian Xiaoyu messaged, Received it. It was a pleasure doing business. Could you share your current coordinates with me? I'm curious about the distance, Chen Dong asked, harboring a deep-seated resentment for Zhang Zihao, whom he had long wished to confront. Tian Xiaoyu, without hesitation, shared her location, approximately 100 kilometers away. This revelation was somewhat disheartening. Chen Dong sighed. Tian, I feel it is inappropriate to say this, but I must urge you to be cautious of Zhang Zihao. He is not a trustworthy individual. At this stage, traversing 100 kilometers through hordes of zombies was evidently unrealistic. He would have to let Zhang Zihao live a few more days. Unexpectedly, Tian Xiaoyu responded, I am aware. Compared to others around me, Zhang Zihao is relatively honest. If he ever becomes unreliable, I will find a way to deal with it. This was a surprising turn of events. Chen Dong contemplated sending her a crossbow and a few Molotov cocktails. These weapons are for you. If Zhang Zihao proves untrustworthy, do not hesitate to eliminate him. Tian Xiaoyu was momentarily speechless, yet she did not refuse. If Zhang Zihao ever succumbed to his primal instincts, she would rather perish than allow him any advantage. Thank you. We can discuss more later. Zhang Zihao is pressing me. Chapter 24. Satisfied, yet cursing. The golden level resource box. The conversation came to an end. Tian Xiaoyu closed the information window and instinctively reached to smooth her once flowing long hair, which she had cut off on the first day of this apocalyptic world, only to find emptiness. She curled the tips of her hair, now only reaching her earlobes, a radiant joy illuminating her face. Zhang Zihao approached with a grim expression and inquired, So, is 10,086 Chen Dong? Tian Xiaoyu suppressed her smile, nodded, and offered him a piece of bread. Indeed, it was Chen Dong. I exchanged some essential supplies with him, enough to sustain us for a while. Zhang Zihao accepted the bread from Tian Xiaoyu and devoured it hungrily. They had not eaten for an entire day, and had it not been for their encounter with Chen Dong, starvation would have been a grim reality. After swallowing a mouthful of bread, Zhang Zihao remarked, You mean Chen Dong expects us to trade supplies with him? Huh. A poor man is still a poor man. He can never shake off the habit of being miserly, even to the point of exploiting others for trivial gains. If Chen Dong were to ask me for supplies, I would not only refuse payment, but give them to him for free. Tian Xiaoyu found it increasingly difficult to endure Zhang Zihao's mockery. It was worth noting that he was currently eating food provided by Chen Dong, a quintessential case of satisfied, yet cursing. Disinterested in his incessant complaints, she stood up and said, You keep eating. I'll go check if there are any solitary zombies around. With that, Tian Xiaoyu exited the stronghold. Zhang Zihao watched her graceful silhouette leave, involuntarily licking his lips. Yet, the memory of her exuberant joy after conversing with Chen Dong filled him with irritation. One day, Tian Xiaoyu, you shall wait. I will conquer you, and you will experience the taste of being a woman. Zhang Zihao took another large bite of his bread, stealing his resolve. As for why he did not dare to act on his desires now, it was entirely because Tian Xiaoyu had acquired a military dagger, and he was wary of using force. If things went awry, it would be a great loss. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zihao, Chen Dong had quietly given Tian Xiaoyu a crossbow and several Molotov cocktails, and she concealed them well. Chen Dong, of course, had no inkling that after trading with Tian Xiaoyu, it would provoke such a strong reaction from Zhang Zihao. Meanwhile, Chen Dong continued to peruse the chat channel, hoping to gather some useful intelligence. His diligence paid off when he came across a message from someone claiming to have information about a golden level resource box, but it required a trade of supplies. User ID 353345. I have information about a golden level resource box. Is there anyone willing to pay for it? Message me privately. The highest bidder wins. I assure you, I am trustworthy. User ID 343454. How do we know if this is true? Just because you say so doesn't mean there is proof. Anyone can make empty claims, and once scammed, it's easy to block someone. This is the same old trick from years ago. User ID 563434. Exactly. At least provide a picture or take someone to see it. Otherwise, who would dare to buy your information? The crowd buzzed with discussions. Although the message sparked considerable interest, only a few were willing to believe it. Sensing the skepticism, user ID 353345 quickly posted a picture. The image depicted a large warehouse with a golden glowing resource box visible through the glass window, surrounded by a horde of zombies. User ID 353345. Well, do you believe me now? I'm merely looking to trade for some supplies. Attached picture. User ID 32532. This truly is a golden level resource box. I wonder what treasures it might yield. User ID 787754. It surely cannot be of poor quality. Just think of the previously auctioned barrier walls. The golden level resources at this stage are practically divine. User ID 75234. But what if you don't have supplies to trade for this information? User ID 74567. Once again, we are left to watch the big players compete. For someone like me, who eats sparsely, it's best to simply be an observer. Chen Dong found himself intrigued by such resources. Moreover, he was among the few survivors capable of offering a high price. It was only at moments like these that he could appreciate the lavish spirit of Wang Wanda, the richest man in Huaxia. 100 million, merely a small target. Chen Dong promptly messaged user ID 353345. Brother, is the information still available? Supplies are not an issue. User ID 353345. I require a substantial amount of supplies. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you questioning my capabilities? He sent another message. I assure you, supplies are not a problem. User ID 353345. I need 100 portions of essential supplies. Water, rice, flour, biscuits will suffice. The price for this information was indeed steep. After all, merely knowing the location of a golden level resource box did not guarantee it would belong to him. Previously, auctions operated on A and Oppos, highest bidder wins and Oppos, basis. Buying information could lead to a situation where one ended up doing someone else's bidding. Nevertheless, Chen Dong did not hesitate for long. All right, 100 portions of essential supplies. Send me the coordinates, and I will verify tomorrow. If the information proves accurate, I will send you the supplies. Here are 10 portions as a deposit. User ID 353345 numbly opened their backpack, staring at the 10 portions of essential supplies sent by Chen Dong. They fell into contemplation. Perhaps the price was set too low. Perhaps this generous offer had a positive effect, as Chen Dong encountered little resistance in acquiring the coordinates for the golden level resource box. User ID 353345 soon relayed the coordinates to Chen Dong. He glanced over the location. It was not too far from his villa, yet not particularly close either. Chen Dong, received. I will verify the coordinates tomorrow. Once confirmed, I will promptly send you the subsequent payment. User ID 353345. Looking forward to our cooperation. Chen Dong needed to rest well, ensuring he was in the best mental state to face the unknown dangers ahead. Besides, he was eager for the update on an infinite supply item the next day, curious about what it might yield and whether it could offer him an advantage. He summoned Xianqi and shared this information with her. After listening, she pondered for a moment. Chen Dong, I believe there is a high likelihood that this coordinate is a trap. There is no need to put yourself in danger. If that person's image is fabricated or mislocated, recklessly venturing to the coordinates they provided could lead to serious trouble. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. In truth, he had contemplated this possibility as well. In this perilous world, one could not afford to have overly optimistic assumptions about others. Yet, he replied, Anshi, you and I share similar thoughts. Regardless of the authenticity of this coordinate, it is almost certain that someone will be watching me. However, the allure of the golden level resource box is simply too enticing. As you know, the strategic significance of such resources makes it worth the risk. Chapter 25. The mantis catches the cicada. Seizing the moment, Xianqi furrowed her brow, expressing her concern, but it end amp. Oppos, as truly perilous. I worry for you. Chen Dong smiled as he grasped Xianqi's hand, reassuring her, fear not. Should any situation arise, I shall retreat promptly. Moreover, when it comes to combat prowess, I fear no one. Xianqi sighed. Regrettably, I cannot be of assistance. If only I had ample combat supplies and medical provisions, I would accompany you. Chen Dong replied with a smile. For now, you should remain at home, setting up the traps I provided and honing your crossbow accuracy. Once I gather sufficient combat supplies, you will find it impossible to avoid joining me on future endeavors. With a sense of resignation, Xianqi acquiesced. Very well, I shall obediently stay at home. After briefly outlining their plan for the following day, Chen Dong and Xianqi embarked on a modest shopping expedition. procuring as many combat-related supplies as possible from the trading platform. Molotov cocktails, crossbow bolts, iron spikes, and the like. The following morning, Chen Dong rose early and accessed the system's email. Upon seeing the message detailing an unlimited supply of gasoline, his smile broadened. His greatest concern regarding the scarcity of combat supplies had been addressed. With gasoline, he essentially possessed an inexhaustible supply of incendiary devices. Although igniting gasoline might prove more complicated than using ready-made Molotov cocktails, the sheer volume compensated for this inconvenience. With his enhanced physical capabilities post-upgrade, Chen Dong could easily hurl a gasoline container over 30 meters. Tossing it into a horde of zombies and igniting it would yield an endless supply of destruction. Confident in his subsequent actions, Chen Dong set off without hesitation. After bidding farewell to Xianxi, he procured a bicycle and sped toward his destination. Given his physical conditioning, he felt no fatigue even after a long day of running, provided he had sustenance. Riding the bicycle, he accelerated further, aided by its road bike design, traveling along an abandoned road toward the coordinates of the golden level supply box. Chen Dong relished the exhilaration of speed, rivaling professional cyclists from the old world. Soon, he arrived near the designated coordinates. Though slightly out of breath, he quickly regained his composure. Stowing his bicycle in his backpack, he retrieved binoculars and surveyed the warehouse previously seen in photographs. A faint golden glow emanated from within, but the continuous wails of zombies sent shivers down his spine. It seemed that the coordinates provided by number 353345 were indeed accurate. As Chen Dong approached the warehouse, intent on securing the golden level supply box and returning home, he sensed an unseen presence following him. Quickening his pace, he darted behind a large rock, concealing himself behind a tree. Just as he settled in, he heard footsteps approaching the rock. Using a small mirror, he caught a glimpse of his pursuer, a delicately featured, petite woman, fitting the description of a so-called Mo girl, a favorite among enthusiasts of youthful appearances. However, Chen Dong found little appeal in such a figure, preferring Xianxi's more voluptuous allure, reigning in his instinctual gaze. Chen Dong observed her calmly. He was uncertain of her affiliations, but knew she meant him harm. Since you lack benevolence, do not expect mercy, he thought. Seizing the opportunity, he hurled 2 Molotov cocktails beside her. The bottles exploded, forcing her back against the rock, encircled by flames. Attempting to retreat, she discovered that Chen Dong had stealthily doused the rock in gasoline and ignited it, trapping her further. With his crossbow drawn, Chen Dong bellowed, "Who are you? Speak the truth." The woman, now within the fiery circle, paled visibly. She had not anticipated that Chen Dong would detect her following and execute a silent ambush. What did I falter? She pondered. Upon receiving no response, Chen Dong loosed an arrow. Startled, the woman pleaded, 10086. I am 353,345. I was worried you might miss the coordinates, so I came to clarify. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Dong rolled his eyes, irritation evident. Do not feign innocence. You, a flat-chested girl, hold no allure for me. Speak the truth, and I may spare your life. I keep my word. Number 353,345 gritted her teeth in frustration. She considered herself an adorable beauty, yet Chen Dong rudely reduced her to a mere flat-chested girl. However, the imminent peril shattered her thoughts. She conceded, "Then I will speak freely. You must keep your promise and spare my life." Without further ado, Chen Dong urged, "Hasten. Do not dawdle." Sighing inwardly, number 35345 realized that this 10086 was indeed callous. Even attempts to gain trust through appearance proved futile. With no other option, she confessed. "My name is Bai Shui. As you know, 353345. I sell coordinates with the hope that you will clear a path or distract the zombies, allowing me to profit from spoils." In truth, even without Bai Shui's admission, Chen Dong could ascertain her intentions. She sought to use him as bait, much like a mantis ensnaring a cicada. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Chen Dong, who was more than capable of turning the tables in his favor. Yet, he remained puzzled by her audacity in following him alone. "Hey, Bai Shui, I see your status indicates you're in a team. Where are your allies? Bai Shui raised her hands to her head, responding with exasperation. I wanted to keep all the spoils for myself, so I did not inform my team. Chen Dong chose to accept this explanation for the moment. He continued to face Bai Shui, gradually moving toward the warehouse. Seeing Chen Dong's intent to leave while she remained trapped in flames, Bai Shui called out, "Hey, 10086, I've told you everything. Shouldn't you release me now?" "Hey!" Chen Dong did not halt his progress, responding loudly, "I promise to spare your life. I have not harmed you. As for your escape, that is your concern, not mine." Chapter 26. A Bountiful Harvest. Gasoline Generator. Automobile. As Chen Dong finished speaking, he swiftly turned and ran off, leaving Bai Shui alone within the fiery circle. Infuriated, Bai Shui scratched her head in frustration and shouted in the direction of Chen Dong. 10086, you wait for me. Chen Dong naturally heard Bai Shui and Appo's voice, yet he chose to ignore her and continued his determined sprint towards the warehouse housing the golden level supply box. For a woman intent on causing him harm, Chen Dong had no inclination to set her free. Allowing her to retain her life was already a gesture of mercy. Others, in his situation, might have feared her potential for vengeance and decided to eliminate her immediately. However, while Chen Dong refrained from taking such drastic action, he nonetheless doubted Bai Shui's ability to survive amidst the encroaching flames. It was only a matter of time before her demise became inevitable. Upon reaching the warehouse teeming with zombies, Chen Dong surveyed the scene with a furrowed brow. The spacious warehouse offered limited maneuverability, and after glancing at the surrounding forest, he made a decisive plan. The zombies roamed aimlessly both inside and outside the warehouse, instinctively congregating near the golden level supply box, which had already provided them with several feasts. Bai Shui was not new to trafficking information, nor was her intelligence solely exclusive to Chen Dong. Prior to his arrival, she had interacted with numerous survivors and groups, all of whom ultimately became sustenance for the zombies. In this opportunistic game, Bai Shui had profited from the information she gathered and the supplies dropped by fallen survivors. She had initially believed that Chen Dong would also face a futile endeavor, and if he were to lose his life, she could seize the opportunity to loot. Little did she know, frequent exposure to danger would eventually lead to her downfall at Chen Dong and Appo's hands. With a clang, the zombies outside the warehouse were drawn to the sudden noise, growling as they approached to investigate. Following closely, a tremendous sound erupted, sending the zombies flying. More of them surged forth from the warehouse. This deafening noise was the result of a grenade Chen Dong had thrown to divert their attention. He then hurled 2 gasoline canisters into the fray. Upon collision, the incendiary bottles attached to the canisters shattered, igniting the gasoline and swiftly engulfing the area in flames. It was not that Chen Dong was unwilling to use a firearm to ignite the canisters. Rather, he lacked confidence in his shooting skills. Thus, employing the incendiary bottles proved a more prudent choice. As the flames captivated the horde, Chen Dong stealthily circumnavigated and slipped through a window at the back of the warehouse. Despite the majority of the zombies lingering outside, there remained a considerable number surrounding the supply box. His actions were a feint. His true intention was to quietly steal the supply box. This was undoubtedly a perilous dance on the edge of a blade. Had Chen Dong not drawn gasoline today, this plan would have been unfeasible. Once inside the warehouse, the zombies quickly detected his presence and charged towards him. Unfazed, Chen Dong unscrewed a gasoline canister and dashed through the space, allowing the zombies to chase after him. He spilled gasoline across the floor, one canister after another. As the entire warehouse became saturated with gasoline, the zombies outside finally realized there was a living person inside. They began to turn back. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dong discarded the empty canisters, brandished a large machete, and rushed towards the supply box, effortlessly dispatching a few zombies in his path. Without pausing to inspect its contents, he swiftly stowed the golden level supply box into his backpack and leapt out of the window from which he had entered. As if incited by the theft of the supply box, the remaining zombies grew increasingly agitated, hastening their pursuit. Observing the horde barreling towards him, Chen Dong produced an incendiary bottle and bid them farewell. He tossed the bottle back into the warehouse. When the flames erupted, igniting the gasoline-soaked floor. The entire warehouse transformed into a colossal furnace. With the golden level supply box secured, Chen Dong hastened his departure. Just as he was about to distance himself from the scene, the warehouse suddenly exploded, unleashing a wave of scorching air. Watching the experience bar rise steadily, Chen Dong realized he was on the brink of leveling up. Experience gained. One experience gained. One experience gained. Congratulations, survivor. You have leveled up. Keep up the good work. Level 500, strength, 20 agility, 12 stamina. Normal. To his surprise, all 5 points of the increased stats had been allocated to his previously lacking agility. Chen Dong had not anticipated this outcome. With the boost in his stats, he felt as though his reflexes had sharpened to the point where he could swat a mosquito mid-flight, and the experience continued to accumulate. Experience gained. One experience gained. One experience gained. One. Excellent, Chen Dong thought, satisfied as he retracted his personal information panel. He then retrieved the golden level supply box he had just risked his life to obtain, eager to discover what treasures awaited inside. As he examined the golden level supply box, distinctly superior to the bronze and silver variants, he gently caressed its surface, whispering, "Please, grant me something remarkable. Let me exchange 3 minutes, no, 3 days of my life for a stroke of fortune. I beseech you." When his fingers grazed the lock of the box, a prompt appeared before him, indicating it was ready to be opened. With a click, Chen Dong, despite having opened numerous supply boxes before, felt a surge of excitement and anxiety as he prepared to unveil the golden treasure. Upon opening, he fervently chanted, "Come on, come on." Half a minute passed before he cautiously opened his eyes and clicked to receive the contents of the box. Successfully opened golden level supply box. Obtained gasoline generator X1. Obtained exquisite bread X50. Obtained pure water X99. Obtained old Jetta X1. Chen Dong was taken aback. He had not anticipated discovering a gasoline generator within the golden level supply box. Even more astonishing was the presence of a vehicle. He swiftly extracted the car from his backpack, opened a fuel cap, and filled it with gasoline. Taking his seat and adjusting his posture, he delightedly caressed the steering wheel. It was worth noting that he was an adept driver. During his college days, he had spent considerable time as an unlicensed taxi driver. With this vehicle at his disposal, the barriers between regions in this apocalyptic world seemed trivial. Furthermore, the car's engine emitted a relatively subdued sound, allowing him to swiftly escape even if a few zombies were drawn to its presence. Just as Chen Dong reveled in the joy of his newfound automobile, he noticed a number of zombies from the warehouse had miraculously survived and were now charging towards him. Eager to test the car and Oppo's performance, he ignited the engine, which rumbled to life. As he glanced at the approaching zombies, Chen Dong slowly rolled up the window and scoffed, "Consider yourselves fortunate this time. I'm in a hurry to drive home, so I won't kill you." Releasing the handbrake, he smoothly engaged the gears. Unexpectedly, the car jolted violently, and the engine stalled. Chen Dong muttered a curse under his breath. "Damn, it's been too long since I drove a manual. I released the clutch too quickly." Chapter 27. The possibility of bathing again. The car roared to life once more. As the zombies approached, intent on pounding against the vehicle, Chen Dong pressed the accelerator, swiftly shifting into second gear and speeding away. The relentless horde pursued him, undeterred. Retracing his earlier route, he began to reacquaint himself with a manual transmission, skillfully engaging third gear and pushing the accelerator further down. However, when he attempted to shift into fourth gear, it stubbornly resisted. A pang of frustration gnawed at him. The car, evidently aging, had likely suffered wear in the gearbox, hindering his ability to change gears. Observing the interior, he estimated the vehicle's age to be around 20 years. Nevertheless, it was better than nothing. By flooring the accelerator, he managed to achieve a speed of 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Driving past the fiery circle that had encircled Bai Shui, he was surprised to find her missing. Instead, he noticed a dirt-covered escape route that had been previously concealed. Astonishingly, Bai Shui had managed to elude danger in such a short span of time, leaving Chen Dong somewhat astonished. "Consider yourself fortunate," he mused, before returning his focus to the road. Upon reaching the highway, the speed of the vehicle increased once more, allowing him to distance himself from the zombies that remained behind. Howling in vain, Chen Dong felt an immense satisfaction with his accomplishments for the day. With only a few bottles of water and some bread, he had secured the coordinates for a treasure trove of top-tier supplies. There was no need to fulfill any further exchanges. After all, Bai Shui had treated him as bait. Thus, he had no intention of honoring his promise to deliver the remaining supplies. This time, Bai Shui had suffered a significant loss. The acquisition of the golden supply cache, which even included a gasoline generator, was the most delightful surprise for Chen Dong. Having just acquired an unlimited supply of gasoline, he now possessed a generator. He felt as though he had been reborn as a fortunate spirit in this apocalyptic world. Electricity was of utmost importance in this desolate environment. Within the confines of the fortified walls, he envisioned a future where they could utilize electricity for surveillance, alarms, and water heaters. With the vehicle at his disposal, Chen Dong swiftly returned to the villa district. After devouring 2 large buns earlier in the day, he had spent nearly 4 to 5 hours reaching the coordinates of the golden supply cache. This time, however, he made the return journey in under 2 hours. Upon arriving at the barriers, Chen Dong gently honked the horn. Startled, Xianqi rushed to the second-floor balcony, bow and arrow in hand, prepare to shoot at any sign of trouble. Only when Chen Dong poked his head out of the window and waved did she descend joyfully to unlock the heavy gate. After securing the door, Chen Dong parked the car in the garage, not immediately retrieving his backpack. At that moment, Xianqi emerged, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld the vehicle. "Oh my goodness, Chen Dong, how on earth did you manage to acquire a car on your outing? Let me guess, you found a golden supply cache and drove it out, right?" Chen Dong laughed heartily, pulling her to the side of the car. "What do you think? Do you like it? With this car, our outings will be far more convenient." Xianqi nodded enthusiastically. "Of course I like it. This vehicle will make gathering supplies so much easier. And, most importantly, I can join you in scouring for resources. One of us can drive while the other hunts." Chen Dong directly granted her 300 experience points. As he checked her personal panel, he was pleased to see that Xianqi had leveled up. ID 9527 level, 40400 strength, 10 agility, 15 stamina. Abundant, the panel indicated that Xianqi's physical condition was commendable. Chen Dong felt reassured about taking her along on supply runs. After all, keeping her cooped up in the villa without real encounters with zombies would not serve her well. Chen Dong playfully covered Xianqi's eyes. "Anqi, don't look at the car just yet. I have something truly special to show you." Curiosity piqued. Xianqi wondered what could be so mysterious that her eyes needed to be covered. Chen Dong used one hand to shield her eyes while retrieving the gasoline generator from his backpack. Once he unveiled it, he exclaimed, "What do you think of this?" However, Xianqi gazed at it in confusion. "What is it? A lawnmower?" Chen Dong clicked his tongue in mild exasperation. He had anticipated surprising her, only to realize she was unfamiliar with a gasoline generator. Ruffling her hair playfully, he explained, "Oh, you silly girl. This is a gasoline generator. We in Oppos, LL finally have electricity." "A gasoline generator?" Xianqi gasped, her eyes lighting up. "Does that mean we can use electric lights now?" Observing her joy, Chen Dong affectionately teased her. "Can't you think a bit bigger? What else can we do with it?" Deep in thought, Xianqi bit her finger, struggling to come up with other uses. Suddenly, her face brightened with realization. "I know. We can install surveillance cameras and set up alarms for the barriers." Her suggestion aligned with Chen Dong's own plans for the future. Equipping the barriers with cameras and alarms was indeed a necessity. He had already noted that the villa was well equipped with alarm systems and cameras, but they had been rendered useless without power. However, Chen Dong sought a different answer. He playfully flicked her forehead and chuckled. "Miss Xia, haven't you gone days without a bath? Doesn't that bother you?" At the mention of bathing, Xianqi pouted, "Of course it bothers me. I feel sticky all over. Have you not considered that with the gasoline generator, we can use a water heater for proper baths?" Xianqi had not contemplated this. In a world beset by apocalyptic challenges, water was an exceedingly precious resource. She had been reluctant to use it, even for drinking, let alone for bathing. Previously, she had hoped to bathe by the river or during rainstorms, but she soon realized that natural water sources were often contaminated, and rainwater was acidic. Thus, her thoughts on bathing had been dashed. Listening to Chen Dong's words, she felt a twinge of resignation. To generate electricity, we still need water to bathe. Using our precious water resources for bathing would be quite wasteful. Chen Dong retrieved several cases of bottled water from his backpack. We have enough water. You need not worry about that. However, we shouldn't be wasteful. Let us agree to bathe every 3 days. Really? Xia Anqi exclaimed with excitement, throwing her arms around Chen Dong and planting a kiss on his cheek. You're the best. Without delay, Xia Anqi dashed into the villa, grabbing a change of clothes as she rushed to the bathroom. Chen Dong chuckled to himself, bemused by her enthusiasm. The gasoline generator wasn't even installed yet. Chapter 28. The villa electrified, monitored without blind spots upon acquiring the gasoline generator. Chen Dong was naturally inclined to transport it to the villa and Appo's electrical room to establish power. This electrical room was a place Chen Dong had first entered when he initially received the villa as a refuge, merely glancing at the meter. He never anticipated that it would soon prove to be of such utility, and so swiftly at that. Chen Dong extracted the gasoline generator from his backpack and poured gasoline into it with a steady stream. Such a large generator, under ordinary circumstances, would be sufficient for an extended period. After all, the current world was drastically different. Places requiring electricity were few and far between in this apocalyptic landscape. Nevertheless, Chen Dong had no intention of conserving energy. The generator ran on gasoline, and he possessed an ample supply of it. With the generator filled with fuel, he started it up and connected it to the villa and Appo's main power supply. Almost immediately, with a click, the lights of the entire villa illuminated. Subsequently, Chen Dong ascended to the rooftop, diligently pouring bottled water into the storage tank. This would serve as their bathing water in the days to come. At the very moment the power was restored, a notification from the system alerted Chen Dong. Dear survivor, your villa refuge has activated monitoring and alarm services. You may access the surveillance and receive alarm notifications at any time through the information window. Curious, Chen Dong glanced at the surveillance feed, discovering that the entire villa was under comprehensive 360-degree surveillance. The sensors intelligently identified intruders attempting to breach the premises and would directly notify Chen Dong, ensuring he was promptly informed of any situation. Coupled with the original warnings from the surrounding walls, it was utterly impossible for an ordinary person to enter undetected. Bathing was indeed a delightful experience. After attending to all the necessary tasks, Chen Dong indulged himself in a warm bath, allowing the soothing water to envelop him. However, just as he began to relax completely, an abrupt alert sounded. Warning, warning, an individual is attempting to scale the wall. Please address this promptly. Chen Dong hastily removed the warm compress from his eyes and accessed the surveillance system. The cameras clearly depicted several survivors peering over the brightly lit barrier wall, even attempting to climb it. Chen Dong was taken aback that other survivors had arrived at this villa area so soon. He issued a warning through the surveillance. Do not lurk around my doorstep. Leave immediately, or I will not hesitate to take action. The survivors outside were startled, caught off guard by the villa's surveillance. Just as they contemplated climbing the wall for a better view, they were discovered, prompting a swift expulsion by the villa's owner. As the group of survivors retreated, Chen Dong continued to observe them through the cameras. He had reason to suspect that they harbored ill intentions, reminiscent of the previous Jiang Kai team. Sure enough, after distancing themselves, the survivors began to whisper among one another. A hefty individual exclaimed, "Damn it, others have power now? I want to enjoy some air conditioning too." A slender companion suggested, "Why not take action tonight?" The other survivors nodded in agreement, enthusiastic about the idea. However, the hefty individual suddenly recalled the alarm system and expressed concern. What about the surveillance? The others dismissed his worries, confident that there would be blind spots. The trees behind the villa should obscure visibility. We can sneak in from that direction and eliminate the occupants. Then the villa will be ours. These survivors had fled from the north, initially not intending to enter this villa area, but were driven here by the relentless pursuit of zombies. They found relative safety only upon reaching this vicinity, especially since Jiang Kai and his group had cleared the area of the undead, rendering it a safe zone. Upon entering the villa area, they were drawn to the allure of the well-lit villa. Encountering such a bright structure in the apocalypse was both surreal and astonishing. Curiosity drove them to approach for a closer inspection. Although they were promptly expelled by the villa's owner, thoughts of the luxurious dwelling lingered in their minds. This group, in reality, functioned as a band of thieves. Strangely united in this apocalyptic world, they had not dispersed but instead gathered together. Unfortunately, their luck had been poor, and they had struggled to gather supplies to the point where they couldn't even equip each member with a knife. The presence of such an opulent villa, now electrified, severely tested their limits of patience. It was undeniable that failing to seize this opportunity would be a disservice to their incarcerated leader. Stealing. They must steal. They also plotted to harm the inhabitants. As night fell, Chen Dong and his companions extinguished the lights to rest. The thieving group stealthily approached the previously mentioned blind spot of the villa. However, like the Jiangkai team before them, they made a grievous error by underestimating Chen Dong's control over the villa. Chen Dong immediately sensed something amiss. Observing the survivors sheathing knives at their waists, he discerned their malevolent intentions. Drawing his P-92 handgun, he methodically loaded each bullet and coldly remarked, "Since your motives are impure, I shall act without remorse." Unaware of the fate awaiting them, the survivors pressed on. Chen Dong roused Xie Anqi, and together they sat silently in the hall, observing as the thieving group scaled the barrier wall. The alarm had not sounded, as Chen Dong had intentionally silenced it. He wished to ascertain how the thieves intended to infiltrate the villa and Appo's, as front door creaked open a minute later. Remarkably, the thieves had skillfully managed to unlock it. As they entered, Chen Dong suddenly illuminated the living room with bright lights. The unexpected glare startled the intruders, but they quickly realized only Chen Dong and Xie Anqi were present. Halting their instinctive retreat, they exchanged glances before approaching Chen Dong and Xie Anqi, emboldened by their numbers. One audacious thief remarked to his companion, "How about we have some fun with that woman?" The hefty thief, brandishing a knife, shrugged nonchalantly. "Just don't kill her with your perverse methods." However, standing beside the hefty thief, the slender one noticed Chen Dong and Appo's expression darkening. Moments later, he witnessed Chen Dong draw his P-92 handgun. Before he could utter a warning, the slender thief was shot in the forehead. The hefty thief froze, alarmed by the sight of Chen Dong and Appo's weapon. He too soon fell victim to a bullet from Chen Dong and Appo's gun. After days of practice, Chen Dong and Appo's marksmanship had improved remarkably. Particularly at such close range, he felt confident in hitting his targets, even if they were moving. Before long, only one thief remained, the audacious one who had first spoken disrespectfully to Xie Anqi. Chapter 29. Let Xie Anqi witness blood. The last thief was paralyzed with fear. Kneeling on the ground, he had not anticipated such a swift reversal of fate. From the moment Chen Dong drew his P-92 handgun, only a minute or two had passed, and all his companions lay lifeless in pools of blood. The thief bowed his head in supplication. Faced with death, he found no shame in sacrificing some dignity. In fact, he would have gladly banged his head until it bled to demonstrate his sincerity. However, Chen Dong paid him no mind and shot directly at his thigh. Ensuring that escape was impossible, he handed the P-92 to Xie Anqi. She understood his intention. It was time for her to take action and witness bloodshed. In this apocalyptic world, one must be ruthless to survive longer. Chen Dong furrowed his brow and said, "Anqi, do not pity them. They are armed and clearly intent on robbery and murder. Such individuals deserve to be eliminated without hesitation. Consider what they would have done had I not been by your side. Can you imagine the consequences?" Xie Anqi was acutely aware. Had Chen Dong not been there, she would have faced a fate far more agonizing than death itself. Taking a deep breath, she slowly raised the handgun. Yet, understanding the gravity of the situation and actually pulling the trigger were two different matters. After all, this was a human life at stake. Aside from the deranged, few could remain composed in such a scenario. Chen Dong sighed quietly. It appeared he would need to give her a gentle nudge to help her overcome this mental barrier. Only by crossing this threshold could she truly establish her footing in this brutal world. He stepped behind Xianqi, grasping her trembling hands and aiming at the surviving thief. His strong arms provided a reassuring sense of security. Leaning close, he whispered in her ear, "Do not be afraid. I am always here." The kneeling thief, gazing at the dark muzzle pointed at him, felt a sense of despair wash over him. His fierce will to survive compelled him to endure the excruciating pain as he limped toward the villa's entrance, desperate to escape. Chen Dong pressed down on Xianqi's finger resting on the trigger. A muffled gunshot echoed as the silenced bullet struck the thief squarely in the back of the head. The tremendous force shattered his skull, sending brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. Xianqi dropped the handgun and rushed to the villa's bathroom, retching uncontrollably. Even Chen Dong felt a wave of nausea. Though it was not his first kill, witnessing such a vivid and gruesome scene was jarring. He worried that Xianqi might suffer from psychological trauma. After a moment, she emerged from the bathroom, her face pale. Chen Dong approached her with concern, offering support. Just as Xianqi was about to speak, she caught sight of the headless corpse on the villa floor and dashed back into the bathroom. With no choice but to clean up the villa, Chen Dong resolved to help Xianqi rest before leaving her to confront her own mental hurdles. Chen Dong sensed a transformation in Xianqi that day. He was unsure how she overcame her psychological barriers. But when he later ventured into the zombie-infested areas to scavenge for supplies, she no longer displayed the same panic as before. Instead, she calmly raised her crossbow and shot down the zombies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The zombies before her fell, struck down by her arrows. "Well done, Anchi. Your aim has improved remarkably over these past few days," Chen Dong praised with a smile after dispatching the remaining zombies. Xianqi beamed, pleased that she was no longer a burden to him. "I've been practicing diligently," she replied. This marked the third day of their partnership in scavenging for supplies. Both had been accumulating experience, and their physical capabilities had significantly strengthened. Even Xianqi could now sprint for over 10 kilometers without breaking a sweat, her stamina rivaling that of elite soldiers. After dealing with the band of thieves that had invaded the villa, they altered their original plan. With the survivors' levels and resources increasing, the city began to connect. Other survivors gradually arrived in the villa area where Chen Dong and Xianqi resided. Some approached cautiously, settling in nearby villas, while others, like Jiang Kai and the bandits, harbored ulterior motives. Ultimately, all of them met their end at Chen Dong's hands, their bodies displayed in the public flower bed of the villa area as a warning to others. From that moment on, the newcomers understood Chen Dong and Appo's strength and dared not provoke him. However, with more survivors arriving, it was plausible that formidable survivor groups might soon emerge. Without proactive measures to elevate their levels and gather resources, it would be nearly impossible for Chen Dong and Xianqi to defend the villa with only a P-92 and an endless supply of gasoline. They could not afford to douse the walls in gasoline, effectively trapping themselves. In a world where resources were scarce, their refuge in the villa district made it impossible to hoard supplies for self-preservation. Thus, Chen Dong and Xianqi opted to venture further into the zombie-infested regions, seeking supplies and opportunities to level up. During this process, Chen Dong noted a decline in the enhancement of physical attributes after reaching level 5. Previously, each level gained significant improvements. However, if they continued at that rate, by the time they reached the teens, their physical prowess would be formidable enough to confront zombies head-on. Unbeknownst to them, both had already leveled up several times. Chen Dong was on the brink of level 10, and according to the system, reaching this threshold would lead to a transformation of his physical capabilities. He felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, he had already attained the physical condition of a Special Forces soldier. Another upgrade would elevate him to the pinnacle of human capability. Chen Dong planned to reach level 10 that day, eager to discover the extent of his enhancement. He hoped it would not disappoint him. Positioned at a remote zombie gathering point, they had ample undead to farm experience. Had it not been for the unlimited gasoline, Chen Dong would have fled at the sight of so many zombies. But now, with a vehicle and homemade incendiary bottles, he welcomed the challenge. While replenishing their energy in the car, Chen Dong shared his plan to reach level 10 with Xianqi. Anqi, I'm at level 9 now. I intend to push through and reach level 10 today to see what changes occur in my body. Chapter 30. Setting fire to the zombies and leveling up. Xianqi wiped the crumbs from the corners of her mouth and nodded repeatedly. Fantastic. This is indeed wonderful news. Moreover, our journey here has not been easy. It took us over 2 hours of driving. It's a great opportunity to accumulate experience and level up. Chen Dong nodded, loading bullets into his pistol as he replied, then it's settled. You'll drive, and I'll take care of the zombies. Xianqi responded with a simple then inquired, do you have a battle plan? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong explained, here is what I propose. See that patch of grass ahead? We'll douse it with gasoline, then drive toward the zombies. I'll fire my weapon to draw their attention, luring them in before setting it ablaze. We'll roast the zombies alive. Once the grass is ignited, we can swiftly maneuver to that slope on the left, where we'll have the perfect range to harvest them. Upon hearing this, Xianqi clapped her hands in admiration. What a brilliant idea. Chen Dong, you are truly ingenious. Chen Dong felt a bit bashful, realizing that Xianqi was wholeheartedly devoted to his plans, showering him with praise at every turn, which made him feel somewhat awkward. This strategy relied entirely on the notion that zombies lacked intelligence, acting solely on instinct. If the undead were to gain sentience, such tactics would be utterly futile. Chen Dong suddenly wondered if there might be intelligent zombies emerging in the future. Otherwise, as survivors rapidly enhanced their abilities, these mindless creatures would gradually pose little threat. Chen Dong had seen numerous zombie films, and it was common for mutated or higher-tier zombies to appear as the story progressed. However, such concerns were not his priority at present. He needed to reach level 10 and undergo a system-enhanced physical upgrade, which was of utmost importance. As for the potential emergence of mutated or advanced zombies, Chen Dong was confident he could thrive even then. Together, Chen Dong and Xianqi exited the vehicle, pouring gasoline onto the grassy expanse. Their efficiency was remarkable, and soon the entire area glimmered under the sunlight with a glossy sheen. Once the gasoline was applied, Xianqi drove directly toward the horde zombies. As they neared the throng, Chen Dong crouched atop the vehicle, firing his weapon. For any that escaped his aim, he drew out his crossbow to finish them off. Instantly, a considerable number of zombies began to converge toward them. Once he had captured their attention, Chen Dong shouted to Xianqi in the driver's seat, turn, follow the planned route. Slow down. We need to lead the zombies right to us. Xianqi obediently complied. Chen Dong continued to shoot at the zombies, and as they approached the gasoline trap, he tucked away his pistol and grasped a torch in his hand. When their vehicle rolled over the gasoline-soaked grass, the zombies stumbled into the trap. Chen Dong hurled the torch onto the grass. With a whoosh, flames erupted violently, instantly igniting numerous zombies and trapping them within the burning grass. At that moment, the two ascended the aforementioned slope. Observing the raging inferno, Chen Dong remained unsatisfied. The fire was still too small. He needed to give his beloved zombie brethren a proper blaze. Retrieving a gasoline canister from his backpack, Chen Dong, leveraging his formidable physical prowess, hurled it into the grass. With additional fuel to stoke the flames, the entire area ignited ferociously, even spreading to the nearby forest. Chen Dong could hear the roars of zombies echoing from within the woods. The sustained combustion of gasoline inflicted significant harm upon the undead. This straightforward and brutal approach proved far quicker than their previous method of dispatching zombies with handguns and crossbows. As for the warnings about setting forests ablaze, such cautionary tales held no weight in a post-apocalyptic world. Chen Dong was indifferent to environmental preservation. Survival was all that mattered. After observing for a while, Chen Dong pulled Xianqi back into the vehicle. Standing upon the slope, they were both drenched in sweat from the heat radiating from the flames. They turned on the air conditioning and continued driving toward the next zombie congregation. The fierce blaze had captured the attention of nearby survivors, sparking discussions in the chat channels as they attempted to comprehend the situation. User 984594. Wow, I'm sending you guys a picture. Look at how the forest over there is ablaze. Did someone set it on fire, or did it spontaneously combust? Attached is a photo of the distant forest engulfed in flames. User 893743. Haha, fire in the mountains. In this weather, it shouldn't spontaneously combust, right? After the acid rain we had the other day, there's no way it could self-ignite. It must be arson. User 943853. ISN anyone going to extinguish the fire? Trees are life too. User 947254. In this post-apocalyptic world, you're suggesting we go put out a fire? Not to mention there's no water. Who would risk their life for that? Do you think being a firefighter is easy? User 234323. Goodness, that blinding light is a living Buddha among us. If you believe the trees should be saved, then go extinguish the fire. User 654554. A living Buddha has indeed appeared. User 984594. Send your coordinates so this living Buddha can save the world. Many survivors found these absurd comments quite baffling. In this world, some still harbored hopes of extinguishing fires and rescuing others. How had these individuals managed to survive thus far? Fortunately, Chen Dong was too preoccupied with driving to check the chat channels. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly revealed that he was the one who had set the fire. Eagerly anticipating how user 984594 would respond. As Chen Dong drove, he listened to the system notifications. Experience points were accumulating rapidly, bringing him closer to level 10. Experience gained. One experience gained. One experience gained. Only one experience point needed for level up. As he approached the brink of leveling up, Chen Dong noticed that the experience bar was not rising. Clearly, the fire had incinerated all the zombies in the forest, ceasing to provide further experience points. Chen Dong felt somewhat exasperated. Just then, a zombie appeared not far in front of the vehicle. Startled, Chen Dong pressed the accelerator, crashing into the zombie with a resounding thud. The creature soared through the air in a graceful arc. Experience gained. 1. Congratulations, survivor. You have leveled up. Keep up the good work. Having knocked the zombie aside, he had successfully reached level 10. In an instant, Chen Dong felt his physical capabilities surge dramatically. Not merely a leap in strength or agility, but an indescribable sensation. He felt as though he could leap from the second floor without a scratch. Seated in the passenger seat, Xianqi sensed the change in Chen Dong and glanced over. Exclaiming in delight, Chen Dong, you've leveled up. That's amazing. Indeed, he had leveled up. Let us head home now. Once we return, we can thoroughly examine what changes this upgrade has brought. Chen Dong pressed the accelerator. The car's revs increased, and the engine roared with excitement. Having leveled up, they decided against proceeding to the next zombie gathering point. After all, they had been out scavenging for supplies and hunting zombies for 2 or 3 days, and it was high time they took a proper break. Chapter 31. Enhanced Defense, Invisibility. Chen Dong and Xianqi drove back to the villa area. Under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, both overt and covert, the electric gates of the barrier slowly opened. The duo entered their vehicle with an air of calmness. Despite the chilling impression left by Chen Dong's prior brutal methods, some individuals still lingered in the public flowerbed of the villa area, fixated on Chen Dong's resources and fortified walls. One survivor, having drawn the curtains and retracted their prying gaze, sighed and remarked, I truly cannot fathom where 10,086 acquires such abundant supplies, even managing to obtain electricity. Their companion could only offer consolation. Be grateful. At least we have a place to rest. The observant survivor lamented, Damn it, the day I secure combat supplies, I'll storm 10,086's lair directly. Their teammate chuckled and chided. You want to go? You haven't had your fill of the dried meat in the park flowerbed. Do you wish to hang there yourself? Stop daydreaming. Tomorrow, let's focus on gathering supplies, and you should take down a few more zombies instead. Despite the teasing, the survivor bore no ill will, merely scratching their head and muttering, Of course, I know 10,086's supplies are bottomless. Provoking him would be akin to courting death. Chen Dong parked the car in the garage and lowered the electric roller door. Xianqi, while counting on her fingers, cheerfully exclaimed, Chen Dong, we managed to gather quite a bit of supplies this time, several boxes of bread and even towels and clothing. Chen Dong, where did you go? Just as Xianqi was absorbed in her inventory, she turned to find Chen Dong had vanished, leaving the space around her eerily empty. Suddenly, she felt a playful slap on her backside, but upon looking back, there was no one in sight. Moments later, her cheek was pinched. A ghost? Xianqi gasped in surprise, instinctively drawing her crossbow and scanning the air nervously. Huh, startled you, didn't I? Chen Dong materialized before her, revealing the prank. Realizing it was all in jest, she questioned, but how did you do that? You scare me again, and I might just shoot you with an arrow. And what was that earlier? Have you acquired new ability? You have no idea, Chen Dong replied. When you suddenly appeared, you nearly scared me to death. Xianqi chattered incessantly with curiosity. Chen Dong ruffled her hair, feigning a pitiful demeanor. I merely wished to surprise you. I didn't oppose. To anticipate frightening you instead. Alas, how disheartening. Seeing Chen Dong's faux sorrow, Xianqi's heart softened. Chen Dong, that was not my intention. I was simply a bit frightened, not blaming you. Chen Dong remained silent, gesturing to his own face. Complying, Xianqi stood on her toes and pecked Chen Dong on the cheek. Satisfied, he nodded. Now that is more like it. I forgive you. Xianqi paused, baffled. Wait a moment. I was the one scared by you. Why must I apologize? Realizing she had been led into a corner by Chen Dong's antics, she felt both embarrassed and annoyed. All right, you mischievous Chen Dong. You've tricked me again. I shan't engage with you. Chen Dong laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around her. They settled on the living room sofa, and Chen Dong teased the fuming Xianqi. Who told you to be so easily deceived? You must be rather dim-witted. Xianqi, blushing, reached to pinch Chen Dong's thigh, only to find it unyielding. She mused, puzzled. Despite Chen Dong and Appo's low body fat, his muscles had never felt so taut and engorged before. It seemed more than mere muscle hardness. It was as if a thin, invisible protective layer enveloped his entire being. Have you noticed? Chen Dong grinned. Being a doctor, Xianqi quickly discerned Chen Dong's transformation. Is this the bodily enhancement provided upon reaching level 10? Chen Dong shrugged. I'm uncertain. The system merely indicated that reaching level 10 would result in physical enhancement. However, it has been vague about the specifics. Currently, I perceive my defensive capabilities have significantly improved. He produced a dagger and drew it across his arm, leaving only a red mark without breaking the skin. Xianqi gasped at his self-inflicted wound, grasping his arm to inspect it closely, reassured upon confirming he was uninjured. This is astonishing. You were able to cut yourself without sustaining injury. Chen Dong returned the dagger to its sheath. If I don't apply excessive force, a knife cannot breach my skin. However, during combat, opponents will inevitably strike with lethal intent, and I may still incur wounds. Nevertheless, the reduction in damage is quite advantageous. Then, Chen Dong abruptly vanished from Xianqi's sight, yet she felt his hand still clasped within hers. In the next moment, he reappeared before her. This is the second change I've discovered. Xianqi exclaimed in awe. Is this invisibility? How extraordinary! This defies logic. Following her own words, she chuckled at the absurdity of her situation. Awakening in a post-apocalyptic world filled with zombies and game-like interfaces was already beyond reason. It was ridiculous to now question the science behind invisibility. Chen Dong remarked, it seems to be a skill, and I haven't encountered any restrictions. I can use it whenever I wish. This ability is indeed a game-changer for stealth. I suddenly envisioned sneaking behind a horde of zombies and orchestrating a grand explosion. Xianqi stifled a laugh at his words and then inquired, Chen Dong, are there any drawbacks to this invisibility? Moreover, have your physical attributes changed? Chen Dong checked his personal information, stating, not much has changed, but it feels sufficient, essentially at the limits of what a normal human can achieve. Identification 10086. Level 10-1000. Strength 20 agility, 20 stamina, abundant skill. Invisibility. Xianqi scrutinized Chen Dong's personal data, contemplating for a moment before declaring, I believe the system intentionally caps attributes at 20, ensuring that as everyone's levels increase, no one will be eliminated due to physical limitations. compelling us to rely more on resources to combat zombies and other threatening survivors. Of course, it is possible that these attributes will serve other purposes later on. Ultimately, it is the system that dictates all. Chapter 32. In the sweltering heat, enjoying air conditioning and ice pops indeed, as Xianqi had remarked. Chen Dong had previously held a simplistic belief that upgrades would merely enhance numerical values to a staggering extent. However, the reality was far from that. Upon reaching level 10, he was suddenly bestowed with a skill. Arriving in this apocalyptic realm teeming with zombies, the survivors found themselves akin to players in a game, advancing in levels and acquiring skills. Chen Dong could not fathom the intentions of the system or the unseen puppet master behind their arrival in this zombie-infested world. He shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such distant matters. After all, even if he were to uncover the truth behind the curtain, he would be powerless to alter it. It was far more practical to focus on the present. Chen Dong turned to Xianqi and said, "Anqi, let us experiment with this stealth skill and uncover its intricacies." Mastering a new skill naturally called for prompt engagement. Moreover, he could not afford to engage in foolish discussions within the chat channel, as he was uncertain whether this skill was unique to him. In the absence of knowledge about others, it would serve as a trump card. A careless revelation of his abilities in the chat could indeed provoke dire consequences. He certainly did not believe he could awaken to find himself at odds with the entire world. For now, he had no choice but to diligently experiment with this skill and understand it thoroughly. Xianqi nodded in agreement. All right, let's together unravel the secrets of this stealth skill. After an afternoon of experimentation, they concluded their findings on the skill's application and limitations. The stealth skill, when activated, would render the user completely invisible, including their shadow. However, it did not mute sound. Consequently, during their trials, Xianqi was able to infer Chen Dong's approximate position several times based on the sounds of his breathing and footsteps. It was crucial to note that zombies possessed an exceptionally keen sense of smell. Both of them unanimously recognized that this stealth skill was perfectly suited for assassination or as an absolute boon in noisy environments, particularly when infiltrating enemy territory. Survivors lacked the acute auditory and olfactory senses that zombies possessed. For Chen Dong, acquiring the stealth skill was akin to discovering a treasure chest of golden resources. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The day after Chen Dong ascended to level 10 and mastered the stealth skill, the climate of this world underwent yet another transformation. Following the recent torrential rain, this morning, he and Xianqi awoke to find themselves drenched in sweat. According to the calendar, it was the season of crisp autumn, a time when one would not expect to be awakened by heat. Yet, the reality was that they emerged from slumber drenched, with their backs soaked through. Even in the early morning, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. The intense ultraviolet rays, though not directly striking Chen Dong, rendered his sunlit room akin to a furnace. Rising from his bed, Chen Dong shielded his eyes with his hand and gazed out the window. The heat seemed to distort the view of the streets below. Chen Dong was taken aback. This oppressive weather was nearly comparable to the scorching Sahara Desert. He touched the iron bars of the window, only to recoil from the searing heat that lingered on his hand for several minutes. It appeared that venturing outside today was out of the question. In such conditions, he feared succumbing to heat stroke or dehydration. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had initially planned to take Xianqi out today, allowing her to reach level 10 and verify whether the skill was indeed exclusive to him. Now, however, he had no choice but to remain in the villa and recuperate, while also perusing the trade platform for goods. Perhaps fortune would smile upon him, and he might stumble upon some valuable items. Even if he could not procure satisfactory supplies, he intended to sell some items. The limitless resources he had acquired in recent days comprised everyday necessities such as shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. Surely, some would find these items desirable. Even in these times, when bathing had become a luxury, there would always be those unable to resist the urge. After days without a wash, one could easily resemble a vagabond. Utilizing these abundant supplies, if he could trade for some scarce materials he had been hoarding, such as steel sheets, lime, and alum, along with other hardware and chemical supplies, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. sitting in the cool embrace of the air conditioning. Savoring a homemade cola popsicle, Chen Dong opened the chat channel, intending to promote his products publicly. However, it seemed that everyone was lamenting the extreme weather. User 435664. Is it just me, or is it unbearably hot today? I slept on a mountaintop in the wild, and in my groggy state, I thought I had been carried into a crematorium. Now I'm lounging in a tree for shade, yet I still feel overheated. User 834539. Who among you has it worse? I woke up early, planning to trek across a plain, only to watch the sun rise, and now can't even find a place to cool off. Damn it, I've already drunk 3 bottles of water, and it's still not enough. I feel like I might just die of heat on the plane. Crying emoji. User 394793. Today's temperature is absurd, far beyond our previous understanding. Please try to avoid going outside. If you must, do take precautions and wear long sleeves, or you might truly suffer from heat stroke. User 837291. Exactly, even the deserts of the Middle East don't reach these temperatures. This heat could genuinely be lethal. User 324655. First acid rain, now extreme heat. What is next, Tail? User 38784. You can silence your ominous predictions. But honestly, it's not impossible. Heaven forbid it rains knives, haha. User 10086. It's not too bad. I set my air conditioning at 20 degrees and feel a bit chilly. Attached image of the air conditioning display. I'm tempted to grab a blanket. Many survivors typing in the chat froze upon seeing Chen Dong's message. The despised user 10086 had made an appearance again. They quickly resumed their habitual criticism of him. User 10,000. You're back to inciting hatred. Aren't you 10,086? Haha, but there is nothing to envy. I'm currently soaking in a bathtub, feeling quite cool. User 10010. Look at you, trying to flaunt your luxury? With those pronounced features, I never expected you to be a traitor to the cause. User 347923. Shouldn't you all be questioning how 10,086 can enjoy air conditioning? User 495839. Wait, how is that even possible? Is 10086 running on electricity? What the heck? User 397454. No, I can't accept this. I haven't even had my fill of food, and yet someone is living the good life. User 894759. Come on. It's been over a week. Are you still struggling to make ends meet? User 397454. Woe is me. I've become useless. Now surviving on just 2 meals a day. Tear emoji. User 10086. Ahem. I've been using electricity for several days now. Keep your spirits up. Bread will be available. Milk will be available. Everything will be available. User 93749. Never would have imagined that in this apocalyptic world, life would be so dire. User 10086. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I've listed some shampoo, body wash, and laundry detergent. If you're interested, they're available at affordable prices, honest and fair. Chapter 33. A new business opportunity. Selling ice pops. Chen Dong discovered a new business opportunity in the chat channel. The current survivors were all troubled by the sweltering heat. With a refrigerator at his disposal, he could craft ice pops and sell them to the survivors. He was unperturbed by the thought of unsold ice pops. With so many survivors around, there would surely be those who could not resist the heat and would crave an ice pop to cool down. Chen Dong promptly summoned Xia Anqi, shared his idea, and eagerly prepared to produce ice pops in bulk. He simply poured cola or other beverages into the molds he had created, inserted wooden sticks, and set the refrigerator to its lowest temperature. Before long, a large box of ice pops was ready. Chen Dong opened the chat channel. ID 10086. My friends, would you care for an ice pop? Accompanied by an image of the ice pops. ID 348458. Not really, come on. We shouldn't tea, at least not like this. Damn it. Are you trying to stir up hatred again? 10,086. ID 834674. I love ice pops in summer. Please, 10086. Send me one. A good person deserves a peaceful life. ID 34582. Amidst the fierce struggles, Wong, I give you a home. Across mountains and rivers, there's always affection. Can I have an ice pop, please? ID 10086. Enough of this nonsense. I've listed them on the trading platform, so you can buy them if you wish. Even a survivor privately messaged Chen Dong. ID 34543. Hey there, let me show you something enticing. Could you send me 2 ice pops? Shortly after, Chen Dong received revealing photos from that survivor. However, he remained utterly unmoved and even let out a derisive laugh. Did she think he was the same Chen Dong as before, the one who would jest with friends for a mysterious link? She actually believed a few photos could sway him. With a teasing attitude, Chen Dong messaged the survivor. What's this? There's no sincerity here. To his astonishment, the female survivor sent him even more photos for just a few ice pops. Clearly, she was no novice at this and showed no hesitation. Soon, she even sent a short video. Faced with that mundane face, Chen Dong felt no stir of emotions and contemplated closing the chat. Yet, he still wanted to promote his product. Is that all? If you want an ice pop, let us trade some supplies. Given your efforts, I might offer you a discount. ID 34543. How frustrating. You should have said so earlier. You wasted my time. Chen Dong merely replied with a smiley emoji, saying little else. He felt no anger, only a slight sense of wonder. This was his first experience in such a situation, and it felt rather peculiar. However, in this world, there was no clear right or wrong, just different ways of survival. After the extreme heat subsided, Chen Dong and Xianqi returned to their urgent quest for supplies. As more survivors began to arrive in their villa district, Chen Dong felt a heightened sense of crisis. He understood that as the number of survivors grew, there would come a day when they would band together against him. He, with his ample supplies, was akin to a formidable boss in a game, whose defeat would yield all his resources, walls, a P92 pistol, a gasoline generator, and even Xianqi, all will be claimed by others. Such an outcome was unacceptable to Chen Dong. Thus, he exhibited an even more anxious and urgent demeanor, driven to collect more, better, and more useful supplies, ensuring his ability to protect himself when danger loomed. In the wilderness, a few zombies were drawn in by Xianqi's crossbow, only to suddenly collapse, blood oozing from their skulls. Chen Dong emerged from behind several zombies. Ever since he mastered the stealth skill, Xianqi had taken on the role of distracting a few zombies while he approached to shoot or stab. Owing to their close proximity, his accuracy skyrocketed, significantly enhancing their efficiency in hunting zombies. Xianqi approached and asked, Chen Dong, shall we continue? Chen Dong glanced at the time and shook his head. No, let us head back. It's almost noon, and we need to replenish for lunch. We should rest well in the villa. On their drive back, Xianqi teased, it seems our dear 10086 has fallen out of favor recently. No one has mentioned you much these days, unlike the days when they were constantly berating you. How annoying. Chen Dong, gripping the steering wheel, replied nonchalantly, a lull is just fine. It allows our visibility to diminish. We can seize this opportunity to gather more supplies. However, I am quite curious. Is that individual named the sheriff truly as formidable as they say? Chapter 34. The sudden emergence of the sheriff, annihilating 2 factions recently. An individual claiming to be a sheriff has risen to prominence. The chat channels are abuzz with discussions surrounding the sheriff. User 45346. Have you heard? There's a person named the sheriff who is recruiting and expanding his forces. User 34534. Is that really surprising? Didn't Tizhou, Shu Jian, and Niu Ziqiang establish their own factions before? User 45346. Clearly, you're out of the loop. Has the village just now acquired internet access? Niu Ziqiang's faction was obliterated by the sheriff. User 453536. What? Niu Ziqiang's team had over a dozen members. How could they be destroyed? User 646754. I've heard about it too. The sheriff seems well equipped. Under the cover of night, he and a couple of associates hurled several Molotov cocktails and grenades into Niu Ziqiang's villa, resulting in their fiery demise. User 355663. Goodness, is it really that terrifying? So, this sheriff aims to expand his power and dominate? User 94785. Naturally, that goes without saying. However, It is said that the sheriff offers generous provisions. Regardless of whether you possess combat supplies, you can receive food and water if you join. User 346533. Is such a good fortune true? I only have a fruit knife. Would the sheriff accept me? User 234546. Absolutely. I personally witnessed a resource-depleted survivor join the sheriff, and he was welcomed. User 12315. Greetings, everyone. I am a sheriff. I assure you, if you join our family, we shall support one another as kin, enduring together in this apocalyptic world to seek the dawn of hope. Here are my coordinates, 250, 857. I await your arrival with sincerity. In the chat channel, other survivors continued to discuss the sheriff. To their astonishment, the sheriff personally appeared and issued a call for talent, leaving many survivors in shock. Following the elimination of Niu Ziqiang, Zhou Shujian felt an intense unease. It is crucial to note that the sheriff was not far from him. A confrontation was inevitable. Zhou Shujian and Oppos, as confidants, were apprehensive that this day might arrive sooner than anticipated, thus advising him to take preemptive action. Seated in a leather chair, Zhou Shujian swirled his glass. Deep in contemplation, the sheriff and Oppos, as forces had grown swiftly, seemingly on the verge of rivaling Zhou Shujian and Oppos' team. If he did not act decisively to eliminate the threat, the sheriff would inevitably become too powerful to contend with. After careful consideration of their respective strengths, Zhou Shujian resolved to heed his confidant's counsel and prepare to strike against the sheriff one fateful night. Thus, under the cloak of darkness, Zhou Shujian's men mobilized and lay in ambush at the sheriff's stronghold. Masked, Zhou Shujian awaited the opportune moment, and as the sheriff dispatched several personnel to patrol, he signaled his comrades. In the night, a swarm of individuals surged forward, only to discover the sheriff calmly seated in the living room, sipping tea and smiling at them, clearly having anticipated their arrival. The sheriff, a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a well-groomed beard, bore the marks of time on his handsome face, adding to his mature charm. As Zhou Shujian gazed at the composed sheriff, a pang of realization struck him. He might have fallen into a trap. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from behind him, leaving no time for words. He stifled a groan and hastily moved forward, only to turn and find an assassin, knife in hand, dripping with Zhou Shujian's blood. Then, unexpectedly, several members of Zhou Shujian's team turned against their unsuspecting comrades, ruthlessly slaying them. In a matter of moments, Zhou Shujian's allies lay strewn about, leaving only a handful of traitors wielding knives behind the sheriff. Zhou Shujian muttered in disbelief. Impossible. Allies cannot harm one another. How is this happening? The confidant who had previously suggested the night raid now stood behind the sheriff, having betrayed Zhou Shujian. Hearing his inquiry, he stepped forward with a smile, stating, "Young Master Zhou, allies indeed cannot harm each other, but what if they are not truly allies?" The traitors removed their masks, revealing unfamiliar faces to Zhou Shujian. It dawned on him that, unbeknownst to him, his ranks had been infiltrated and his men had been replaced with the sheriff's insiders. Bleeding profusely, Zhou Shujian pointed accusingly at the betraying confidant, cursing him with his dying breath. "You fickle scoundrel, may you meet a wretched end." With a final gasp, Zhou Shujian collapsed, consumed by rage. The betraying confidant, witnessing Zhou Shujian's demise, wasted no time rushing to his side, presenting all the gathered resources with a forced smile before the sheriff. "Sheriff, I have fulfilled my promise. Here lies all of Zhou Shujian's resources. Please have a look." The sheriff accepted the spoils, nodding in acknowledgement. The confidant, rubbing his hands together, said eagerly, "Sheriff, Zhou Shujian has been eliminated. Could we discuss the resources you promised me? I am now one of your own, devotedly loyal." The sheriff smiled gently. In a moment of shocking betrayal, he plunged a knife into the confidant's chest. The traitor, who believed he would rise to prominence alongside the sheriff, was met with a grim fate. Staring in disbelief at the sheriff, he attempted to speak, but blood soon filled his mouth, silencing him. The sheriff gazed impassively at the corpse before him, stating coldly, "I harbor no fondness for traitors. If you could betray Zhou Shujian, you could just as easily betray me. Thus, your death is the wisest course. He commanded his subordinates to cleanse the yard of corpses and feed them to the zombies. After instructing his men to manage the battlefield, the sheriff turned his back on the fallen Zhou Shujian and his companions, stepping into the courtyard. The following day, news of Zhou Shujian and Appo's faction and Appo's destruction spread, shocking many survivors. The sheriff, having swiftly vanquished two rival factions, was no ordinary figure. Even Chen Dong found himself astonished. He had previously interacted with Zhou Shujian and Niu Ziqiang, both of whom exhibited considerable strength, evidenced by their ample resources for bidding. To his surprise, they had been eradicated in such a short span. Chen Dong could not fathom the events that transpired, attributing the sheriff and Appo's rapid success to formidable weaponry, perhaps even firearms. Otherwise, how could he have so swiftly eliminated Zhou Shujian and Niu Ziqiang? As Chen Dong pondered these matters, a private chat request appeared. Upon opening it, he recognized a familiar user ID. User 12315-10086, I am Sheriff. Chen Dong frowned. Why was the sheriff suddenly reaching out to him? At this moment, the sheriff felt like a harbinger of disaster, and Chen Dong had no desire to entangle himself with him. Chapter 35. Refusal to recruit. Friends or foes, is there something you need? Are you looking to purchase something? The sheriff then sent a voice message. 10086. Let's speak plainly. I sincerely invite you to join my team. If you come aboard, apart from myself, you will be the sole authority within the group. I am aware of your ample resources, yet the zombie threat will only intensify. Only through a strong alliance can we hope to survive. 10086. Join us. Upon hearing this message, Chen Dong couldn't amp. Appo's helped but chuckle. This sheriff seemed to be a product of the Southern Sunshine Project, spinning grand tales with intricate promises. Chen Dong pondered whether he could lead Xie Anqi through this apocalyptic world. Moreover, he possessed an inexhaustible supply of resources, an absolute game-changer. What could he possibly gain from joining the sheriff's team? The sheriff was merely an old man. Was there any safety net to be offered? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dong replied, well articulated, but I must decline. The sheriff, eager to expand his influence, found himself intrigued by Chen Dong. After all, 10086 was evidently resource-rich. Securing such an asset would significantly bolster the entire team, alleviating worries about survival supplies for the foreseeable future. However, he never anticipated that Chen Dong would dismiss his invitation so decisively. Unwilling to accept this refusal, the sheriff believed that Chen Dong and Appo's hesitation stemmed from a sense of self-sufficiency. Thus, he endeavored to appeal to Chen Dong's emotions and reason. 10086. You must understand that the zombie tide will soon commence, and more advanced zombies will inevitably emerge. While your supplies are indeed abundant, can you guarantee their continuity? Can you sustain them against the impending waves of zombies? This could very well be a long and arduous journey. Although Chen Dong had no intention of being forthright with the sheriff, he felt the need to deflect. Thank you for your concern, Sheriff. However, you are overthinking it. I do not wish to boast, but I possess absolute confidence in my ability to survive in the forthcoming apocalypse. Therefore, please refrain from wasting your time on me. The sheriff persisted. 10086. I hope you will reconsider. Let me be clear. If we cannot be friends, we may inevitably become enemies. I do not wish for that day to arrive. When gentle persuasion failed to sway Chen Dong, the sheriff resorted to intimidation, hoping to compel him to yield. Nevertheless, he did not harbor high expectations, sensing that Chen Dong was not easily swayed. Indeed, after reading the message, Chen Dong responded directly. Your threats and temptations are well-crafted, Sheriff, employing both soft and hard tactics. Unfortunately, I do not fall for such ploys. Let me be frank. As long as you do not provoke me, I have no interest in your affairs. However, if you do cross my path, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The sheriff furrowed his brow upon reading Chen Dong's response. This 10086 was as unyielding as a stone. It seemed that persuading him was an impossible task. If friendship was unattainable, enmity was the only alternative. In a world that once was, the sheriff would not have resorted to such extremes, where friends could easily turn to foes. However, in this apocalyptic reality, any survivor with abundant resources and proximity posed a significant threat. Thus, from the moment Chen Dong chose not to join, the sheriff resolved to blacklist him. What could he not seize? Once eliminated, wouldn't all those resources belong to him? After all, no man is without his vices. Seeing the sheriff's troubled demeanor, Ducey, the captain of the sheriff's elite task force, inquired, "Sheriff, is there anything you require of me?" The elite task force operated under code names, suggesting that they had been the sheriff's loyal subordinates long before entering this apocalyptic world, allowing him to amass power swiftly. The sheriff sighed, rubbing his temples. This 10086 is as unyielding as a stone. To be honest, I do not wish to make an enemy of him. Ducey nodded in agreement, expressing his apprehension. Indeed, 10086 has demonstrated considerable resourcefulness, especially when he previously offered such supplies during the auction for the wall. I can only imagine the extent of his current resources. However, Sheriff, you need not worry. Our team is formidable, and we have a steady influx of survivors wishing to join us. Given time, the weakened 10086 will pose no threat. The sheriff cracked his knuckles, a habitual gesture when deep in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Let's temporarily set aside 10086 and focus on strengthening our ranks. The priority now is to explore every avenue to expand our team. You shall promote the idea that anyone who joins will be well fed. Ducey appeared somewhat troubled. Their team and Oppo's resources were insufficient to sustain a large influx of survivors. He cautiously suggested, "Sheriff, while attracting more survivors will undoubtedly enhance our strength in the short term, the burden of supporting a large number of them may prove challenging for us at present." The sheriff smiled at Ducey, gesturing for him to sit beside him on the couch. After sipping some tea to clear his throat, he explained, "Ducey, I understand your concern. Our food supplies may not be abundant, but that is not a problem. In truth, our recent successes have allowed us to seize resources from the deceased Niu Ziqiang and Zhou Shujian. While food may not be in short supply, sustaining rapid expansion is indeed a challenge." Ducey remained perplexed. "Sheriff, I do not quite understand." The sheriff chuckled heartily. "Ducey, do you know how Germany managed to conquer all of Europe during World War II? Ducey paused, recalling university lecture on military strategy, and suddenly understood. "You intend to sustain our war through war. By recruiting a substantial number of survivors, we can endure the short-term food shortages. In the future, we will systematically gather resources and distribute them, allowing us to function like a perpetual motion machine." The sheriff nodded with a smile, pleased that his plan was understood. Chapter 36. Unity. The sheriff idly toyed with an empty teacup and remarked nonchalantly, "Indeed, as long as our team operates cohesively, the zombies shall not hinder our quest for resources. Furthermore, casualties are inevitable when confronting the undead." Toxin, feeling invigorated, rose respectfully and declared, "Sheriff, I comprehend what must be done. I shall disseminate the message forthwith and conduct a secondary promotion to draw the survivors towards us." The sheriff smiled and replied, "Go ahead. This matter is entrusted to you." Soon, Toxin broadcasted the message in the chat channel. User 125034. "Dear survivors, I am Toxin from the sheriff's team, and we sincerely invite all survivors to join us once more. We have successfully conquered a new horde of zombies and acquired a substantial supply of food. We assure you that anyone who joins our team will be well fed and hydrated. We await your presence at the same coordinates." User 343565. "Wow, ample food and water supplies? I'm intrigued." User 566432. "I'm preparing to join the sheriff. I can't continue on my own much longer. It feels like the zombies are multiplying, and I can't withstand it." User 234345. "Is anyone interested in teaming up to report to the sheriff? Let us go together." User 345343. "Hee, let us just skip it. Everyone should fend for themselves. We can join a team with the sheriff later. If we all go to report at once, we might just fall into a trap." User 233452. "Exactly. I wouldn't dare expose my back to survivors who aren't teammates. A sudden betrayal could be deadly. User 345366. Even amongst teammates, trust is paramount. I once teamed up with someone who deliberately attracted zombies to kill me. I barely escaped and then eliminated him. Damn. User 287484. Is anyone willing to team up with me? Let us gather resources together. User 387322. Why team up with you? ISNT it better to join the sheriff? User 23434. I honestly don't find that appealing. The sheriff's camp will surely have many applicants. Rather than just scraping by there, it would be wiser to form a small group with a few capable survivors. In the end, we might secure more resources. User 423534. That makes sense. Count me in. The sheriff had initiated a trend, prompting the unallied survivors to unite. In a world increasingly overrun by the undead, ordinary survivors would swiftly be consumed if they did not band together. Consequently, alongside many seeking refuge with the sheriff, several individuals possessing decent resources and strength chose to rally their own groups. This was an unavoidable tide, a wave of solidarity. Chen Dong lurked in the chat channel, fully anticipating such a trend. After all, not all survivors were as fortunate as he, enjoying an unending supply of resources. Chen Dong himself could be considered one of the most formidable forces. Xianqi, observing the messages, expressed her concern. Chen Dong, shouldn't we also recruit some other survivors? If a horde or advanced zombies appear, can we truly hold our ground with just the two of us? Chen Dong chuckled, gently pinching Xianqi's cheek, and replied, "Do have a bit of faith in me, will you? Our supplies are undoubtedly sufficient, and our strength is commendable, even relatively superior. Recruiting teammates is a delicate matter. We must find those who share our resolve, which is no easy task. We can address that later." Upon hearing this, Xianqi sighed, nestled into Chen Dong's embrace, and lamented, "Sigh, it's so difficult." Chapter 37. The second handgun, shooting training in this apocalyptic world. A small umbrella is undoubtedly a valuable commodity. After all, the burdens of contemporary existence weigh heavily on individuals, necessitating an outlet for their frustrations. Moreover, there have been numerous instances of people bartering their own bodies for resources. Fortunately, Chen Dong has acquired an unlimited supply of small umbrellas. Otherwise, they would have long been depleted, leaving no chance for personal use. It has become evident that no matter how thoroughly one studies theoretical knowledge, practical application presents an entirely different challenge. After an hour of futile endeavor, the two leaned against the headboard of the bed, finding solace in each other's warmth. At this juncture, they had fully entrusted themselves to one another. Suddenly, Chen Dong retrieved a handgun from his backpack and handed it to Xianqi. "Let this handgun be our token of affection. With the increasing number of zombies, your crossbow has become somewhat cumbersome. Holding this handgun will significantly enhance your survival capabilities." However, Xianqi did not accept it. Instead, she pushed it back into Chen Dong's embrace, shaking her head in refusal. "If I take the handgun, what will you do? You are our primary source of offense. It would serve you better." Chen Dong pressed a gentle kiss to Xianqi's forehead and once more extended the handgun towards her, affectionately saying, "Silly girl. Take a good look. This handgun is not my P92. Xianqi took the handgun, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, it bore some distinctions from the P92 that Chen Dong typically wielded. "This handgun, like my P92, uses 9mm ammunition. I acquired it on the trading platform yesterday, intending to present it to you in the coming days, but the timing is perfect now. The trading platform has begun facilitating transactions of firearms and ammunition, including grenades and incendiary devices. Compared to the exorbitant prices at the outset, they have seen a decline, yet they remain exorbitantly high. Ordinary survivors find it challenging to procure much. Possessing a few Molotov cocktails is considered affluent. For Chen Dong, however, these concerns are trivial. While others hesitated, he swiftly secured this handgun, as he need not worry about food and water with his abundant resources. What he truly lacked were substantial combat supplies. It is worth noting that Xianqi has continued to rely on her crossbow. While effective against survivors, its impact on zombies is minimal unless a close-range headshot is achieved. As time progresses, survivors have elevated their levels, diversifying their resources, while zombies have also begun to grow stronger. As Xianxi and Appo's teammate, Chen Dong deemed it necessary to equip her with a firearm. At least for now, a handgun is a formidable weapon. Upon hearing this explanation, Xianxi accepted the handgun and placed it in her backpack, embracing Chen Dong joyfully and saying, "Thank you, Chen." Chen Dong had just sent her several thousand rounds of 9mm ammunition, ensuring she would not face a shortage. Suddenly enveloped in Xianxi's embrace, Chen Dong felt a wave of emotion wash over him, stirring his heart. Merely speaking without action would not suffice. One must demonstrate their intentions through deeds. Having obtained the handgun, Xianxi needed to practice her marksmanship. Unlike her previous experience with the crossbow, the handgun possesses a degree of recoil, necessitating adaptation and control. Chen Dong drove Xianxi to a nearby grove, not far from their villa, where the zombie presence was minimal, making it an ideal location for shooting practice. He fashioned a makeshift target, binding a cloth doll to a stick and placing it 10 meters away. After setting up the target, he approached Xianxi. "Anxi, let us start with a 10-meter target. Once you become familiar, we can gradually increase the distance. Given your prior experience with the crossbow, you should adapt quickly." Xianxi loaded the ammunition and nodded confidently. "No problem, just watch me." Chen Dong guided Xianxi on the proper grip and stance before allowing her to fire. Initially, Xianxi struggled to hit her intended mark. However, as she grew more adept, learning to manage the recoil and utilizing the precision honed from her crossbow training, she quickly improved. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck the bullseye. Chen Dong applauded from the sidelines. Xianxi had already shown remarkable accuracy at the 30-meter stationary target. The next step would involve practicing on moving targets. "Anxi, you're doing splendidly. Your talent far surpasses mine. With more practice on moving targets, we shall become an unstoppable duo, storming the zombie stronghold." Xianxi wrinkled her nose. "I refuse to be dubbed an unstoppable duo. It sounds like a villain's moniker." Chen Dong chuckled. "Very well. We shall brainstorm a more appealing nickname together." He continued to assist Xianxi in practicing her shots on moving targets. Once she mastered the handgun's mechanics, the moving targets posed little challenge, and she quickly advanced in her proficiency. Zhang Zihao felt quite pleased with himself lately. In this desolate world, he had managed to reconnect with his former lackey, Ergo. He was now considering summoning Ergo to assist him. Zhang Zihao had never quite adapted to life in this zombie-infested realm. Previously, he had hailed from a wealthy lineage, where everything was handed to him on a silver platter, surrounded by countless admirers. However, upon entering this world, he had not been able to establish a power base like Zhou Shu Jian, leading a comfortable life. Instead, he found himself scavenging for food and shelter. Fortunately, within a few days, he encountered the university crush he had long coveted, Tian Xiaoyu. Their prior acquaintance allowed them to become teammates seamlessly. Throughout this process, Zhang Zihao harbored ulterior motives towards Tian Xiaoyu. However, she proved to be a challenging prize, resistant to his advances. After establishing contact with Chen Dong and engaging in occasional conversations and transactions, he observed that Tian Xiaoyu always radiated joy in their interactions. It was evident that she genuinely found happiness. Zhang Zihao felt a pang of jealousy. "Why is it that you have never smiled so brightly in my presence? When conversing with Chen Dong, you radiate like a woman in love. Why does this impoverished wretch, Chen Dong, manage to carve a niche for himself in this apocalyptic world, emerging as a revered figure among survivors?" Chapter 38. Zhang Zihao's lackey, ambitious each night. Zhang Zihao was tormented by these thoughts, unable to find rest. Particularly, his mind lingered on Chen Dong. Previously, he had never regarded this insufferable weakling with any significance, for they belonged to entirely different social strata. Their shared experience in a dormitory was the sole intersection of their lives. Yet in this apocalyptic world, this very Chen Dong managed to afford the exorbitant price of a fortified wall. He thrived in comfort, enjoying electricity, a villa, and ample provisions. In stark contrast, Zhang Zihao found himself reliant on the supplies exchanged by Tian Xiaoyu and Chen Dong for sustenance. What did he become? A beggar? Zhang Zihao could not accept this reality. One day, he stumbled upon a survivor boasting in the chat channel, recounting tales that struck him as eerily familiar. Intrigued, he initiated a private conversation with the survivor, only to discover that it was his former lackey, Ergo. Excitedly, Ergo messaged him, "Boss, I never imagined you'd also arrive in this apocalyptic world. Where are you? I'm on my way to find you." Zhang Zihao was somewhat taken aback. Even in this dire new world, Ergo remained steadfastly loyal, a fact that greatly gratified Zhang Zihao's vanity. "Ergo, I have food and water here. Hurry over, and I'll include you in my team. We'll share our positions and expand our ranks. You'll reap the rewards as one of the founding members," he urged. Ergo swiftly accepted Zhang Zihao's invitation. Upon reviewing their coordinates, they were neither too far nor too close. It would take some time to reach him. Ergo messaged back, "It's a bit of a distance, but don't worry, boss. I'm on my way right now. Just wait for me patiently for 2 days." Zhang Zihao closed the chat window, his mind already envisioning a prosperous future. Once Ergo arrived, he would recruit more followers, steadily growing in power. Soon, he would stand shoulder to shoulder with the sheriff, and at that point, neither the sheriff nor Chen Dong would command his respect. He gazed at Tian Xiaoyu, resting nearby, his heart ablaze with desire. Quietly, he approached, captivated by her enchanting features even in her military attire, which could not conceal her alluring figure. He instinctively reached out to caress her cheek. Just then, Tian Xiaoyu abruptly awoke, grasping Zhang Zihao's hand. Startled, he smiled what he believed to be a warm and sunny smile. "Xiaoyu, you're awake? Why not sleep a little longer?" Tian Xiaoyu sat up, offering a faint smile, yet subtly moved Zhang Zihao's hand away. "I can't sleep. I'm always worried about danger." Zhang Zihao, not pondering further, continued, "Don't worry. If any danger arises, I'll protect you." Tian Xiaoyu gave him a knowing look and replied, "Thank you, Zhang Zihao." Hearing this, Zhang Zihao felt a rush of joy, thinking, "This ungrateful girl has finally realized that I am the most reliable one." Tian Xiaoyu continued, "Our supplies are running low. I need to find Chen Dong to buy some food and water." Zhang Zihao fell silent, his head lowered, panting heavily, feeling a wave of dizziness. Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, exclaiming, Chen Dong, again it's Chen Dong. You keep mentioning him. What is he? Just a pathetic loser. A pauper. Remember your birthday? What gifts did he give you? Handmade trinkets from the roadside. Can they even compare to what I gave you? Now he is merely living a bit more comfortably in this apocalypse. But wait until I form my team and expand our ranks. I'll make him kneel before me. Tian Xiaoyu was taken aback by Zhang Zihao and Appo's sudden outburst, retreating a few steps to maintain a safe distance. Zhang Zihao, you're being a bit obsessive. Chen Dong is our college classmate and your former roommate. Now that he can assist us, we should be grateful, not resentful. Zhang Zihao laughed mockingly. Roommate? I never regarded Chen Dong as a roommate. Those 2 years living together were a nightmare. Just a lowly insect. I would ever consider him a friend. Luckily, he left for off-campus housing in his sophomore year. I would have reported him myself. Tian Xiaoyu's expression shifted, realizing for the first time the depth of animosity between Zhang Zihao and Chen Dong. No wonder Chen Dong had warned her to be cautious around Zhang Zihao. She had assumed it was merely Zhang Zihao's arrogance that made Chen Dong uncomfortable, not realizing the extent of Zhang Zihao's disdain. It seemed Chen Dong had been isolated during their dormitory days. Feeling inexplicably angry, Tian Xiaoyu retorted, Chen Dong is my good friend. I want to allow you to speak about him like that. One and Appo's background cannot be changed, but Chen Dong has persistently worked hard to establish himself in the big city, even managing to put down a down payment on a house in just 2 years. In my eyes, he is exceptional. Seeing Tian Xiaoyu defend Chen Dong only fueled Zhang Zihao's rage. He seized her shoulders, glaring menacingly. Good friend? I think you have feelings for him. You never accepted anyone over the 4 years of college, and it must be because of him, right? Every time there's a gathering with Chen Dong, you're always present, yet I can't even get you to come when I invite you. Zhang Zihao grew increasingly agitated, veins protruding on his forehead. Just wait. One day, I will kill Chen Dong. Zhang Zihao always keep my promises, and I will kill him. Tian Xiaoyu winced at his grip, retrieving a military knife from her backpack and positioning it defensively in front of herself. Zhang Zihao, don't push me. The knife's cold gleam startled Zhang Zihao, causing him to shudder and regain his composure. He released her, awkwardly explaining, Xiaoyu, I didn't team it like that. I was just a bit worked up. Please forgive me. Tian Xiaoyu remained expressionless, saying, I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. I hope you can control your emotions in the future. I'm going out to gather supplies now. Zhang Zihao quickly replied, Xiaoyu, I'll go with you. It's not safe for you to go alone. But Tian Xiaoyu didn't look back. No need. You should rest. I'm only nearby collecting supplies, and I won't be in any danger. She then walked straight out of their dilapidated dwelling. Chapter 39. Apologies for the typo at present. Tian Xiaoyu still relies on her teammate Zhang Zihao. Alone, she cannot guarantee her survival in this apocalyptic world. Therefore, despite her distaste for Zhang Zihao, forming a team with him at least provides her with someone to look out for her. However, Zhang Zihao's unexpected restlessness has left her feeling uneasy. Tian Xiaoyu is convinced that one day he will turn against her. Previously, he had been deterred by her resolute refusals. Otherwise, the lecherous Zhang Zihao would have long since taken advantage of her. Today, their near confrontation has heightened her anxiety. How she wishes her partner were Chen Dong. Tian Xiaoyu opened the chat window with Chen Dong and instinctively typed, How wonderful it would be if you were here with me. In recent days, Chen Dong has been gathering intelligence from other survivors. Due to an influx of newcomers around the villa area, the availability of resources has dramatically declined. Hence, he opted to purchase information. The advantage is that most of the intelligence being sold is related to silver-level resource boxes or small clusters of zombies, which is quite suitable for Chen Dong. With some everyday supplies, he can exchange a little bread and water for silver-level intelligence, and there is even a chance to acquire golden-level resource information. Chen Dong feels no sense of loss. In fact, he considers it a significant gain. Yet, golden-level resources remain scarce. Since acquiring the gasoline generator, he has not encountered any intelligence regarding golden-level resource boxes. It is also possible that rival factions have already obtained this information. Currently, the numerous survivor teams, led by the sheriff, dominate the landscape. As Chen Dong sits enjoying a drink, he opens the chat channel and scrolls through each message with meticulous attention. Ding! A private message notification pops up, revealing a message from Tian Xiaoyu. Throughout this period, she has maintained contact with Chen Dong, exchanging some of her limited supplies for daily necessities. A bundle of firewood for 20 loaves of bread, 2 lighters for 10 bottles of water, and so forth. They have rekindled their camaraderie, reminiscent of their school days. Yet upon opening Tian Xiaoyu and Appo's chat, Chen Dong nearly spat out his soda. The ambiguous nature of her message caught him completely off guard, leading his mind to wander in unexpected directions. Chen Dong blinked and discreetly glanced at Xianxi, who had just ascended the stairs. Maintaining his composure, he replied with a simple message. After sending the message, it showed as read. Almost immediately, Tian Xiaoyu retracted her previous message. In a moment of strange impulse, she had sent the message while lost in thoughts of the past. It was only when Chen Dong's notification chimed that she snapped back to reality. Upon seeing her own message, she hurriedly clicked to retract it. Fortunately, the time interval had been short enough for her to do so. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly embarrassed to face Chen Dong. With a flushed face, Tian Xiaoyu typed an explanation. Sorry, I made a typo. Chen Dong found himself inexplicably amused. Are you looking to exchange supplies again today? Tian Xiaoyu pouted. I wanted to chat with you. Is that not allowed? Have we reduced our relationship to mere transactions? Upon reading her message, Chen Dong could almost sense the resentment in her words. It was rather amusing. He quickly played off. Not at all. We're classmates, after all. You can reach out to me anytime. Occasionally, I can serve as your emotional dumpster. But that will cost extra. Tian Xiaoyu sighed. So, it seems she was merely regarded as a friend. Yet, this was perhaps what set Chen Dong apart from other boys. She was well aware of her own beauty. This fact had been evident since childhood, when boys in her class were too shy to approach her, and love letters from students in neighboring classes came pouring in. In her younger years, she may have felt a sense of pride in this attention. However, as she matured, she found the boys around her to be rather superficial, unworthy of her interest, until she met Chen Dong. He was the first boy to show indifference toward her. Others had attempted to feign disinterest merely to attract her attention. Initially, Tian Xiaoyu perceived Chen Dong in the same light. However, as time passed, it became clear that he genuinely harbored no ulterior motives. Unfortunately, this boy seemed to have no interest in her. Coming from a humble background, he was solely focused on elevating his circumstances. She recalled the time she had tentatively asked Chen Dong what kind of partner he sought in the future, only to receive a cheeky, self-deprecating meme in response. "I don't have time for any nonsense love stories. Right now, I just want to make money." Chapter 40. The Return of the Snowy White. The Tang Knife Blueprint. Tian Xiaoyu smiled bitterly. With a forceful shake of her head to dispel lingering thoughts, she sent another message. "Never mind. I still rely on the generous support of Chen Dong for living supplies. Though I have my small grievances, I shall swallow my pride. However, my stock of essentials has dwindled, and I wish to barter for some." Chen Dong replied, "No problem. Those logs you provided helped me incinerate quite a number of zombies." Tian Xiaoyu fell silent for a moment. "Chen Dong, could you sell me some weapons? I find myself in need." Upon reading her message, Chen Dong's brow furrowed. It was unusual for Tian Xiaoyu to request such items. She had only asked for basic supplies like rice, flour, water, and bread. Apart from a few crossbow bolts and Molotov cocktails he had initially given her, she had never mentioned weapons before. Her sudden request hinted at a troubling change, causing Chen Dong to feel concern. He placed some crossbow bolts, gasoline, Molotov cocktails, and a few grenades in their trading window and typed, "What is going on? Is there danger nearby? Zombies or survivors? Do you need me to come over? I have a vehicle now. I can reach you in half a day." Receiving the supplies from Chen Dong and his caring words brought a slight smile to Tian Xiaoyu's lips. She then replied, "There aren't too many zombies around me. My area is relatively safe." Chen Dong was puzzled. What was the situation then? Tian Xiaoyu sent another message. "It's Zhang Ziheo. He has been acting strangely lately, and I'm quite worried." She proceeded to inform Chen Dong about Zhang Ziheo's recent outbursts and his threatening remarks. "He has become increasingly volatile. Today, upon learning that I intended to continue trading with you, he threatened me against any further contact. He even declared he would kill you. He has shown aggression towards me today, and I must remain vigilant. Such arrogance, and he dares to threaten my life?" Chen Dong couldn't help but chuckle disdainfully. Frankly speaking, he believed that if he wanted to eliminate Zhang Ziheo, he could do so effortlessly, standing still with just one hand. It was evident that Zhang Ziheo harbored malicious intentions. Be careful. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to reach out. Also, should Zhang Ziheo overstep, do not show any mercy. Tian Xiaoyu relished Chen Dong's concern, even though she knew it stemmed from a place of friendship. "I understand. I'm not that soft-hearted. Let us not chat any longer. It's getting late, and I must return to the shelter." After exchanging farewells, their conversation ended. Unbeknownst to them, another acquaintance was hastily making his way towards Zhang Ziheo. That night, the bright moon illuminated the forest. On the roof of a dilapidated house sat a tall, slender man clad in black. He was evading the zombies that roamed at night, using this location as a safe haven to regain his strength. Glancing at the increasingly close location share on his system panel, he bit into a piece of bread and murmured, "Boss, just a little longer. I'll be there soon." At that moment, Chen Dong received a message. 10086, "I have a blueprint for a Tang knife. Just say the word, and I'll sell it to you." Chen Dong found this curious. A Tang knife hardly seemed a high-end item. It was merely a silver-tier melee weapon. He had previously acquired one, and while it was sharp, it lacked any extraordinary features. Noticing the sender was none other than Bai Shui, the same person who had almost deceived him with a golden tier supply box information. Chen Dong felt a wave of skepticism. Without hesitation, he replied, "No, I'm not interested." Bai Shui, seeing his response, grew anxious. She had offered this blueprint to other potential buyers, but they all deemed her terms excessive. However, Chen Dong was different. She recognized him as a significant patron. If he rejected this blueprint, it would likely go unsold. This is no ordinary Tang knife blueprint. Do you understand? It can be used 20 times. It's reusable. Moreover, This Tang knife possesses a passive attribute, critical strike, that inflicts an additional 30% damage against zombies. It's a valuable item, 10,086. I'm reaching out to you because of our past rapport. Huppo? The only reason I didn't eliminate you last time was sheer luck, Chen Dong retorted. Yet, he began to reassess the value of this Tang knife blueprint. If it indeed offered critical strikes against zombies and could be crafted 20 times, he could not only keep some as backup, but also sell the surplus for a handsome profit. After all, rarity begets value. Chen Dong inquired, if this Tang knife is so remarkable, why don't you keep it and craft it for profit yourself? Bai Shui sighed. The materials required to forge a Tang knife are too extensive. Our team cannot afford them. Chen Dong felt a stir of interest. Send me the blueprint information. Once I verify it, let us discuss your trading conditions. I'm starting to take interest. Chapter 41. Threatened with a video, directly knocked out by Shui, was elated, swiftly sending her demands to Chen Dong. I want 200 bottles of water, 10 boxes of bread, or 50 pounds of rice, Upon reviewing the listed supplies, Chen Dong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The items, when converted to value, were quite substantial. They were nearly on par with the price he had once received for auctioning off the barrier wall. Nevertheless, despite the steep price, Chen Dong could still afford it. As long as it was a matter of exchanging for essential supplies, he had no worries about being unable to pay. However, he did not wish to be taken advantage of. While the Tang Dao blueprints were indeed appealing, they were certainly not worth that price, especially given the considerable material costs involved. If the Tang Dao crafted from those blueprints did not fetch a high price, it would be a losing venture. Therefore, Chen Dong aimed to dangle a bait before Bai Shui, attempting to negotiate the price down. You could go ahead and rob it. There are plenty of supplies among the zombies. I can't afford this blueprint. Go find someone else. Bai Shui was genuinely anxious. If Chen Dong refused to buy, she would be left with nothing or forced to sell at a loss. 10086. We are familiar now. Let me offer you a discount. Upon reading Bai Shui and Oppo's message, Chen Dong felt a twinge of annoyance. He responded, word by word. Familiar? Like a roasted person? Indeed, we do not share such a close bond. You tried to deceive me, but ended up ensnaring yourself. Do not attempt to be chummy with me. Bai Shui felt a bit embarrassed. She realized that her previous attempt to deceive Chen Dong had failed. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely placed her on a blacklist or pursued her. The fact that Chen Dong was still willing to converse with her was a sign of his leniency. 10086, I admit I was wrong last time, but you nearly caused my demise as well. If it weren't for my luck in digging for survival, you wouldn't even see me now. I believe we are even on that front. Regarding this deal, we are transacting online, so you needn't worry about me deceiving you. It was evident that Bai Shui was eager to make a deal to acquire essential supplies. Perhaps she was running low on resources. Chen Dong observed her flurry of conciliatory explanations and chuckled inwardly. He certainly desired the Tang Dao. It seemed the time had come to bargain. All right, lower the price. 50 bottles of water and 20 pounds of rice. This is a fair price. If you agree, I will overlook our past issues, and we can discuss future collaborations as well. Upon viewing this price, Bai Shui immediately disagreed, replying with a rebuttal. That price is absolutely impossible. It's far too low. Chen Dong chose not to dwell on the matter. Then keep it for yourself. I'm not interested and cannot offer a higher price. Suddenly, Bai Shui sent a threatening message. 10086. Then I require the same supplies as before to purchase a segment of your video. What do you think? She then sent a short video of Chen Dong escaping from zombies in his car. It was unclear how Bai Shui had captured it, but Chen Dong's face was clearly visible in the footage. His expression darkened. If his identity were to be exposed, it would spell disaster. Many coveted the resources of 10,086. Even though the villa community, where Chen Dong resided, had many survivors aware of the presence of 10,086. They only knew it existed there and had no idea what he looked like. Chen Dong had concealed himself well. Each time he and Xie Anqi ventured out to gather supplies, they wore hats or masks while seated in their vehicle. Within the villa, the towering barrier walls effectively obscured their internal affairs. As for any survivors who infiltrated the villa, Chen Dong never left witnesses. Thus, the appearance of 10,086 remained a mystery to the majority. If Bai Shui released the video, Chen Dong would find himself in a perilous situation, with everyone becoming a potential enemy. He would need to be cautious of other survivors while hunting zombies. This was highly inconvenient. He had to locate Bai Shui quickly and retrieve the video from her. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Without delay, Chen Dong purchased a non-charging drone from the trading platform and began charging it. The trading platform had increasingly offered various electrical appliances, rice cookers, washing machines, drones, and the like. However, many people were not lacking these items, but rather the electricity to power them. Once fully charged, Chen Dong dispatched a drone to search for Bai Shui's location. Coincidentally, Bai Shui was not far away. In fact, she had likely ventured deliberately close to Chen Dong's villa community. Uncertain of her intentions, Chen Dong's drone soon detected her presence. He promptly set off towards a grove where Bai Shui was hiding. It must be said that Bai Shui's choice to conceal herself in this grove was a wise one. Many survivors were wary of wooded areas, fearing they were rife with zombies. In reality, the zombies in the park had mostly perished, with only a few stragglers remaining. Zombies tended to congregate. If their numbers dwindled in a certain area, they would instinctively regroup, forming a new horde. This was the reason why hordes of zombies could never be fully eradicated and why new waves would quickly emerge. Chen Dong was well acquainted with the environment surrounding the villa and knew that the grove was devoid of zombies. However, many still believed it to be dangerous. It appeared Bai Shui had a knack for intelligence gathering. Chen Dong moved swiftly, his speed rivaling that of cheetah. However, like the cheetah, he could not maintain such an extreme pace indefinitely. Before long, he entered the grove. The drone overhead continuously relayed Bai Shui's position. Bai Shui remained stationary, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why hasn't T-10,086 replied to my messages after all this time? Unbeknownst to her, someone was stealthily approaching her from behind. Bai Shui sensed something and abruptly turned around, only to find nothing there. Assuming it was merely her overactive imagination, she muttered to herself, "Could it be that I've been restless lately, leading me to be so paranoid?" Suddenly, a loud crack echoed as a branch snapped behind her. Bai Shui drew her crossbow, spinning to face the sound. Yet, all she saw was the dense thicket of trees. Furrowing her brow, she was certain she had heard a branch snap, a noise that could not have come from natural causes, but rather from a heavy object pressing down. Why then? Was there nothing in sight when she turned around? If it were a person or an animal, how could it conceal itself so swiftly? Just as Bai Shui pondered this, a sharp pain shot through her neck. Before she could react, she collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Meanwhile, Chen Dong revealed himself, standing before her. Chapter 42. Fearless of zombie bites. Reinforcements. As Chen Dong suddenly appeared, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Shui's eyes. However, she refrained from any reckless movements and disregarded the ropes binding her. Calmly, she stated, "It's futile for you to capture me. Although the blueprint is on my person, if you kill me, you may gain access to my backpack, but I assure you, I have a backup of the video with my father. Should I meet my demise, he will undoubtedly release it. It will be prudent for you to release me now, so we can sit and discuss this amicably." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong chuckled, revealing his pristine, white teeth. He lifted Bai Shui's chin nonchalantly and remarked, "What if I choose not to let you go? I don't believe you possess any leverage to negotiate with me. If you think that exposing my identity would have significant repercussions, you are mistaken. Many individuals in my residential community are aware of my appearance. This video holds little value for me." Bai Shui, with a sly smile revealing her adorable little canine teeth, retorted, "You're lying." Startled by her accusation, Chen Dong maintained his composure and replied, "Oh? What leads you to that conclusion?" Her smile broadened as she explained, "How could a mere blueprint compel you to go to such lengths to find me, only to hesitate in ending my life? Surely, it is for the sake of the video. Yet, fearing the risk of a backup leak, you wish to interrogate me instead, correct? I was uncertain at first, but your reactions and demeanor have made it abundantly clear." Chen Dong found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated Bai Shui would uncover his thoughts so effortlessly. Gently squeezing her cheek, he narrowed his eyes, a hint of malevolence surfacing. This woman is perilous. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative but to eliminate her. Afterward, he would return to cleanse himself and dispel the ominous aura. "Ha, do as you please." Bai Shui responded nonchalantly to Chen Dong's threat. Yet, she soon realized the gravity of his words and exclaimed incredulously, "Wait, did you say you could take a shower? How is that possible? Such extravagance." Bai Shui found it hard to believe. Since entering this apocalyptic world, she had not been able to bathe even once. The epitome of luxury was merely wiping her face with water every few days and conserving just enough resources to wash her hair. The idea that Chen Dong could actually take a shower was simply unfathomable. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed the lingering scent of shampoo and body wash emanating from him, seemingly confirming the truth of his claim. Chen Dong shrugged with a smile. "Nothing is impossible. Surely, there aren't individuals who have gone weeks without bathing in this apocalypse, right? Surely not. It can't be that someone is so neglectful of hygiene." Bai Shui's teeth ground in irritation. Was he not referring to her? Just as she was about to respond, Chen Dong's expression shifted, and he leaned in closer. The distance between them dwindled to mere centimeters, allowing Bai Shui to feel his breath against her face. Pressed against the tree behind her, she had no means of escape, and her heart raced with anxiety. She had never been this close to a boy before. "What are you doing?" she stammered, but Chen Dong was fixated on the peculiar bite mark on her neck. After hearing her question, he finally distanced himself. "You yourself admitted that as a man, upon seeing a beauty, I would naturally be inclined to act," he said. Bai Shui felt a surge of frustration, but at that moment, Chen Dong seized her face, leaving her unable to articulate her thoughts and only able to mumble. "Let me ask you something. That bite mark on your neck, it was inflicted by a zombie, wasn't it? Yet, how come you haven't been infected?" The mark on Bai Shui's neck was indeed a remnant of a zombie's bite. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would lead to infection, yet she seemed completely unharmed. Could it be that she possessed an antiviral serum? Or had she ingested some form of medication? Chen Dong was eager to discover the truth. At his words, Bai Shui instinctively recoiled her neck, then stubbornly retorted, "How could it be a zombie? It's merely a hickey from my boyfriend." Chen Dong was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Displaying the genuine hickey on his own neck, freshly acquired for the previous night, he scoffed. "A boyfriend? A hickey? Surely you've never even seen a film. A bite mark and a hickey are not the same thing. This is a hickey." Bai Shui gazed at the mark on Chen Dong's neck, speechless. She had never imagined that a so-called hickey could be the result of sucking out bruises. She had always naively believed it to be a bite mark. After all, she had never experienced it herself. Chen Dong adjusted his shirt collar and stated earnestly, "Now, confess honestly. What is the reason you remain unafraid of zombie infection?" Yet Bai Shui remained tight-lipped. At that moment, the drone overhead transmitted images of a group approaching their direction. Chen Dong frowned and asked, "Are these your people?" Bai Shui and oppose. As confidence surged as she replied nonchalantly, "What else could it be?" Unbeknownst to them, Bai Shui had discreetly relayed the information through her own means, and now her teammates were en route. Chen Dong sighed, silently donning a mask and baseball cap, preparing to wait patiently. Soon, a group of individuals approached. Leading the pack was a middle-aged man, exuding an air of sophistication and possessing a striking resemblance to Bai Shui. Upon spotting her, he called out excitedly, "Shui, are you all right? Are you hurt?" "Dad, iem me fine." Bai Shui, bound by Chen Dong, could only raise her voice to reassure him of her safety. The middle-aged man turned his cold gaze toward Chen Dong. "Everyone, let us go. Free Shui." Chapter 43. Conditions for release. The lions demand everyone brandish their weapons. Some wielded knives, while others carried crossbows. Yet, there were no firearms in sight. Clearly, this group possessed relatively weak capabilities. It was no wonder they resorted to selling intelligence. Their lack of strength made it impossible for them to take on greater challenges. Chen Dong unsheathed his tang knife. Rather than drawing a firearm, he opted for close combat. Eager to test the enhancements to his physical prowess since his upgrade, curious to see where he stood among the survivors. In the past, opportunities had eluded him, but this time, he was determined not to let it slip away. Everyone anticipated a one-sided confrontation, and indeed, that was how it appeared. Yet, the outcome defied expectations. In an instant, Chen Dong felled 3 adversaries, leaving the others too frightened to advance. Chen Dong himself was taken aback. He had assumed his physical attributes were merely slightly superior to those of other survivors, but the reality was astonishingly different. His speed was so remarkable that White Snow's companions could not even aim their crossbows at him. Blood streamed from his tang knife as he swiftly dispatched 3 armed survivors. "Stop, we surrender." White Xianxing quickly intervened. If Chen Dong continued his onslaught, it was likely that none of them would survive. "May I inquire your name, sir? If you spare Xiao Shui, I, by Xianxing, will do everything in my power to meet any conditions you set." Chen Dong nodded, replying, "My surname is Chen. My demands are few. I simply require the blueprint for the tang knife. Also, I am quite curious as to why White Snow was not infected after being bitten by a zombie. The blueprint is no issue. It's in Xiao Shui's backpack. As long as Mr. Chen allows her to open it, you may take it." Bai Xianxing readily agreed. Though he hesitated regarding the question of why Xiao Shui had not been infected, Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, stepping closer to White Snow. He hung the tang knife around her neck and coldly remarked, "It seems, Mr. Bai, that you do not care much for your daughter's life. Hiding such information at this critical moment." Bai Xianxing grew anxious. Seeing his beloved daughter in potential danger, he quickly exclaimed, "No, no, no. I will tell you. Mr. Chen, please do not act impulsively." The second in command of Bai Xianxing's team, standing nearby, interjected, "Boss, this is unwise. That serum is the foundation of our team. Revealing it now could lead to our demise." However, Bai Xianxing was beyond reason. His only concern was for his daughter's safety. "The reason Xiao Shui was not infected after being bitten by a zombie is that we obtained an antiviral serum." Chen Dong finally understood. This was the secret behind White Snow's unusual immunity. Learning that she was unharmed due to the antiviral serum sparked a deep desire within Chen Dong. If he and Xianxi could also receive such a serum, it would provide immense security. In this apocalyptic world, the greatest threat remained the zombies. If one could be immune to infection, then with a conservative approach, simply hiding away could ensure survival until the end. I must acquire the antiviral serum. This marked the first time he felt such a fierce longing. I can spare your daughter, and even allow you all to leave unscathed. However, I require the antiviral serum in exchange. Bai Xianxing furrowed his brow, ultimately gritting his teeth in agreement. "Very well, I shall comply." Yet his second-in-command loudly protested, "Boss, this is unacceptable. If we relinquish the antiviral serum, we will truly lose everything. We need it to thrive in the future. Handing it over now is to cut off our means of survival." Bai Xianxing's expression darkened as he chastised, "Heihua, you must understand. I am the leader of this team, and my word is law. Do you have any objections to my decisions?" After a tense moment, Heihua finally pursed his lips and nodded. Fine, you're the boss. Everyone listen to the boss." Chen Dong observed the escalating dispute between Bai Xianxing and Heihua with a slight frown. He was uninterested in their internal strife. His focus was solely on the antiviral serum. "Please hand over the antiviral serum promptly, and I will release the hostages. There's no need for Mr. Bai to dawdle." Bai Xianxing smiled and explained, "Mr. Chen, you may not be aware, but the antiviral serum is exceedingly rare. For safety reasons, we did not bring it with us, but assigned someone to guard it. We will need to return to retrieve the antiviral serum before we can make a transaction with you." Chen Dong nodded, accepting this rationale. He then laid out his conditions. "Then, please bring 20 vials of the antiviral serum to this location at noon 3 days from now. At that time, we will exchange hostages for the goods." Upon hearing such a demanding proposal, Bai Xianxing became anxious. "Mr. Chen, we cannot provide 20 vials of the antiviral serum." Chen Dong's expression immediately soured. He pressed the blade closer to White Snow's neck with a cold smirk. "I am offering a fair price, yet you attempt to play tricks. You claim you cannot produce merely 20 vials?" Bai Xianxing explained with some exasperation, "Mr. Chen, it is not a matter of sincerity. With Xiao Shui's life in your hands, how could I possibly be insincere? The truth is, we simply do not possess that many vials." After contemplating, Chen Dong relented slightly. Indeed, if such a serum were readily available, it would undermine the threat posed by zombies significantly. Thus, he revised his request. "Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. 10 vials of the antiviral serum is my final offer. Bai Xinxing still shook his head, stating, Mr. Chen, 8 vials. This is all the antiviral serum we have. Initially, we had 9 vials from a supply box. One was given to poor Xiao Shui after her unfortunate bite, and the remainder we kept. The rest will be yours. Chen Dong scrutinized Bai Xinxing's expression, sensing no deceit. All right, 8 vials it is. Furthermore, Miss White will stay at my residence for 3 days. After that, according to our agreement, we will meet here to exchange goods for hostages. Chapter 44. He actually brought a woman back after Chen Dong spoke. He instructed Bai Xinxing and the others to leave. They had no choice but to comply. However, before Bai Xinxing departed, he expressed his concerns. Mr. Chen, please do not harm Xiao Xue in the coming days. She is still quite young. Chen Dong discerned the underlying implication in his words. What does he take me for? He replied coolly, Mr. Bai, you are overthinking this. I trust you have seen the footage. I am not some lecherous fiend. I have my principles, and you can rest assured that your daughter will be returned unscathed. Bai Xinxing then recalled that the young man in the video was indeed a respectable figure, not one who would take advantage of another's misfortune. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, I hope you do not take offense, Mr. Chen. My concern has led to my overreaction. I shall take my leave now. Bai Xinxing turned to depart. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but look back, advising Bai Xiao Xue, you must behave and not provoke Mr. Chen. In 3 days, I will bring the antiviral serum and take you home. Bai Shui nodded. Dad, I will be good. You should return now. Bai Xinxing let out a sigh and then led the way, departing first. Hey Tiger also glanced back at Chen Dong and Bai Shui before following suit. Once Bai Xinxing and the others were out of sight and the drones in the sky could no longer detect them, Chen Dong finally lowered his guard. Suddenly, he bound Bai Shui. What are you doing? Let me go. Chen Dong chuckled. I can let you go, but you must unlock your backpack for me. Otherwise, I cannot risk allowing you too far from me. Who knows if you might resort to treachery. Bai Shui's expression darkened. She indeed harbored thoughts of escape. To her surprise, Chen Dong's vigilance was so acute that he left her no opportunity. Reluctantly, Bai Shui opened her backpack permissions, allowing Chen Dong full access to its contents. Upon inspection, Chen Dong noted the meager supplies inside. The only valuable item was a set of Tang knife blueprints. He retained only basic necessities like bread and bottled water, thoroughly confiscating anything that might pose a threat to him. Once he had neutralized the potential dangers, he finally untied Bai Shui. Rubbing her sore wrists, she suddenly bolted. However, she had barely made it a few steps before Chen Dong caught her. Behave yourself. Do not test my patience. As long as you remain compliant, I will not harm you. You will even be treated well. But if you foolishly wander off and fall prey to zombies or are captured by other survivors as a plaything, I will not be held responsible. Having said this, Chen Dong released her and made his way towards the villa area. Come along. Bai Shui gritted her teeth in frustration, but, after much hesitation, decided to follow. Without any weapons, she knew she could not venture far on her own. As Chen Dong exited, he had purposely retrieved a vehicle from the garage to place in his backpack. Driving Bai Shui back would save considerable time. Upon returning to the villa area, the perimeter wall detected Chen Dong and Oppo's vehicle and automatically opened the gate, which slowly closed behind him. Inside the villa, Xianqi heard the sounds from outside as well as the roar of the car engine, signaling Chen Dong's return. She eagerly rushed out, not even pausing to change into slippers, only to find herself momentarily taken aback. Chen Dong had returned, but he was accompanied by a woman who emerged from the passenger seat. Bai Shui, upon seeing Xianqi, noted her resemblance and remarked with a hint of jealousy, Well, who'd have thought? A hidden beauty. She then strode directly into the villa, brushing past Xianqi. Once inside, she rummaged through the refrigerator and opened a chilled cola, behaving as though she were home. Still outside, Xianqi approached Chen Dong, urgently inquiring, Chen Dong, who is she, and how did she come to be in our home? Chapter 45, Crafting the Tang Dao, Instant Sellout, Chen Dong explained. Bai Shui is the person who previously sold me the intelligence on the Golden Tier resource box. Do you remember today when I mentioned I wanted to purchase a special Tang Dao blueprint? That was the trade Bai Shui desired. Initially, I merely intended to haggle, but to my surprise, she produced a video of me. Naturally, I couldn't allow it to circulate, so I devised a plan to find her and apprehend her, ultimately leading to her father. And guess what happened next? Xianqi, engrossed in the tale, noticed Chen Dong pause, even teasingly leaving her in suspense, and quickly urged him on, "Don't keep me guessing. Just tell me." Chen Dong chuckled heartily, then continued, "I discovered that Bai Shui was not afraid of being bitten by zombies. Upon inquiry, I learned she had taken an antiviral serum. Thus, I arranged with her father to exchange 8 vials of the serum for his daughter in 3 days." Upon hearing this, Xianqi finally understood. "So that is how it is." I thought. Chen Dong interjected. "Thought what?" Xianqi whispered. "I thought Bai Shui was a wildflower you had taken from outside." Chen Dong laughed uproariously. "You silly woman, why would I seek out wildflowers when I have you at home?" Xianqi chuckled softly. "Oh, what about the one you often chat with?" Chen Dong quickly clarified. "Anqi, please don't misunderstand. Tian Xiaoyu and I are merely good friends." Xianqi gently placed a finger on Chen Dong's lips, signaling him to stop. Then, with warmth, she said, "Chen Dong, you don't need to explain. Just know that I love you deeply and will always be by your side. I hope you won't let me down. That is enough for me." Chen Dong embraced Xianqi tightly. "Anqi, I will always love you. You can rest assured of that." Xianqi, held close, peacefully closed her eyes. "You must keep your word." Chen Dong smiled softly and kissed her forehead. The next morning, Chen Dong unveiled the special Tang Dao he had crafted from the abundant materials he had just purchased, examining it closely. Tang Dao, silver tier weapon, special, attack power, 15 special effect, critical hit. When attacking zombies, it inflicts an additional 30% damage. And the wounds caused by the Tang Dao cannot heal. Chen Dong ventured to a zombie congregation point outside the villa area, seeking a solitary unfortunate zombie to test the might of this critical hit Tang Dao. He casually picked up a stone from the ground, extended his thumb with one hand, and squinted to gauge the distance. Then, he hurled the stone with force. Thud! The stone struck the zombie squarely on the head. The zombie, dazed, turned to Chen Dong, then let out a low growl and charged toward him. Chen Dong drew his Tang Dao, readying his stance. As the zombie lunged, a flash of silver gleamed. The zombie's left arm was severed at the elbow, eliciting a howl of pain. Chen Dong observed the wound and confirmed that the injury inflicted by the critical hit Tang Dao indeed showed no signs of healing. It is well known that zombies possess formidable self-healing abilities. Even when limbs are severed, they typically stop bleeding quickly. Yet this particular zombie continued to drip the foul, black blood from its left arm, with no indication of healing. Having validated the power of the critical hit Tang Dao, Chen Dong swiftly decapitated the zombie, capturing the entire process on video. He then began crafting the remaining critical hit Tang Daos. Tang Dao blueprint. Iron pieces, 50 whetstone, 1 additional status, critical hit level, silver remaining crafting attempts, 19. Would you like to craft 19 Tang Daos? Yes, no. Chen Dong clicked to craft. Need 950 iron pieces, 19 whetstones, materials complete, beginning crafting. With the system prompt chiming, a sound echoed as 19 critical hit Tang Daos appeared in Chen Dong's backpack. He retained 10 and listed the other 10 on the trading platform. Soon, many began to take notice. User 353346. I just saw 10 Tang Daos on the trading platform, claiming to have a critical hit effect that increases damage by 30% against zombies, and the wounds cannot heal. I really like them, but they are quite expensive. User 324346. I can afford it, but who knows if this critical hit Tang Dao is truly as powerful as described. What if it turns out to be useless once I buy it? That's a considerable sum. User 10010. Don't say I didn't warn you. This is a product from 10086. I doubt they can sell something so good. If it were that great, wouldn't they keep it for themselves? User 355221. I bought one, and it seems decent. However, I haven't tested it against zombies yet. I'm curious about its performance in real combat. User 10,000. You can't say anything if you haven't tested it. 10086 is known for making easy money. How could they have anything good? User 10086. Is it you two again slandering me? Come, everyone, watch a video. It's a me using the critical hit Tang Dao attached video. Chen Dong uploaded the video of himself taking down a zombie with the critical hit Tang Dao. It clearly demonstrated the state of the zombie post-attack and the weapon's formidable power. It undoubtedly stood out among known melee weapons, especially considering that most weapons on the trading platform were ordinary mass-produced items. As soon as the video was released, his listed critical hit Tang Daos sold out instantly. The principle of supply and demand prevailed. With only 10 critical hit Tang Daos available, even at a high price, there were plenty willing to pay. It was merely a matter of willingness. In the next moment, many survivors who hesitated and failed to secure a critical hit Tang Dao began lamenting in the chat channel. User 453543 I missed out on the critical hit Tang Dao. I feel terrible. User 6744567 Do you have any critical hit Tang Daos left? I'm willing to offer even more than before. User 563278 Yes, I also want to buy one. I've sent you a private message. 10086. Please check it. User 10010 I can't believe you people. It's just a broken Tang Dao. What's so special about it? User 10086. Unfortunately, I only have 10 critical hit Tang Daos for sale. The blueprint has been damaged, and there won't be any new critical hit Tang Daos for now. It can be considered temporarily out of stock until the same blueprint appears again in the future. Amidst the wails of those who failed to acquire the critical hit Tang Dao, an astonishing message from the sheriff team suddenly echoed in the chat channel, sending shockwaves throughout the survivor community. Chapter 46. The emergence of mutant creatures and survival pressure. The advent of more advanced zombies and mutant creatures has become an undeniable reality for all survivors. A conclusion they never anticipated would arrive so swiftly, catching them off guard. Recently, the sheriff's team issued an announcement in the public chat channel. ID 12315. Greetings, fellow survivors. I am the sheriff. I am thrilled beyond measure and eager to share this joy with you all. Our team has just hunted down a mutated zombie wild boar. This marks the first instance of survivors hunting a mutant creature, a moment truly worthy of historical record, and I believe it essential to share this with everyone. ID 352525. Mutant creatures? Have they appeared so soon? I can't even bypass small zombie hordes. I am unable to keep pace with the evolution of the undead. Am I destined for death? ID 465435. Goodness, I think I've also spotted a mutant creature. Is it a dog? It's nearly as large as a cow. The absurdity of this mutant creature is staggering. It has noticed me, but fortunately, I am elevated and it cannot reach me. I nearly soiled myself. ID 353436. This is hopeless. We stand no chance against it. Our supplies are dwindling, and I'm preparing to dig my own grave and await death. Chen Dong observed the messages with a grave expression. Thus far, he had not encountered any mutant zombie creatures and was unaware of their specific combat capabilities. Nonetheless, the fact that the sheriff's team could take down the first mutant zombie indicated their formidable strength. Chen Dong stroked his chin, contemplating that the sheriff would likely leverage this grand achievement to recruit more members. If this trend continued, a reckoning would eventually arrive for him. He harbored no illusions that the sheriff was the type to coexist peacefully. After all, Chen Dong's capabilities were profound, posing a significant threat. Once the sheriff believed his strength had reached a certain level, Chen Dong was certain that would be the moment the sheriff would seek him out for trouble. However, Chen Dong found himself somewhat eager for that day. He wished to witness the sheriff's exceptional abilities. The sheriff soon sent another message to the chat channel, accompanied by a brief video featuring a colossal wild boar displayed before all survivors. The mutated zombie wild boar bore a massive wound on its abdomen, deep enough to reveal bone, and was riddled with numerous bullet wounds. Were it not for the infection from the zombie virus, this gigantic boar could have provided sustenance for several days. ID 436745. Goodness, is that a pig or an elephant? ID 78567. Is that truly a pig? I expected a slightly larger mutated zombie wild boar, but this is outrageous. It's practically a different species. ID 457346. Wow, the sheriff's team is incredibly strong and armed. Impressive. Following this, the sheriff sent another message. Survivors, what are you hesitating for? Join the sheriff and Oppo's office swiftly. Our undeniable strength is evident to all. In this apocalyptic world, only through unity can we hope for survival. I wholeheartedly invite those survivors and small groups yet to join us. As Chen Dong had anticipated, the sheriff indeed amplified his recruitment efforts at this juncture, using the shock of hunting the first mutated zombie wild boar to showcase his team and Oppo's prowess and attract survivors. The successful hunt of such a sizable mutant boar justified his promotional endeavors. Chen Dong remained silent, lurking in the chat channel while scrutinizing the image of the mutated zombie wild boar. The elongated abdominal wound was unmistakably inflicted by a critical strike from a tang knife. The sheriff possessed such a weapon, which did not surprise him. After all, with 10 tang knives listed on the trading platform, it was inconceivable that the sheriff's team could not afford to purchase them. He even suspected they had acquired more than one. What concerned Chen Dong more were the bullet wounds on the mutant boar, although he had a faint suspicion that the sheriff might possess firearms. The confirmation of his suspicions invoked a sense of apprehension. After all, the presence of firearms was an entirely different matter compared to relying solely on melee weapons. Fortunately, Chen Dong exhaled in relief. The ammunition available on the trading platform was scarce, and the sheriff's team would undoubtedly experience consumption. Unlike Chen Dong, who could unleash an infinite barrage with a P92 pistol, they could not replicate such a feat. Moreover, Chen Dong held a significant trump card stealth. In the event that the sheriff possessed weaponry powerful enough to necessitate Chen Dong's retreat, he could resort to assassination tactics. Of course, all these scenarios hinged upon the sheriff taking aggressive measures against Chen Dong. Only then would he unreservedly employ all his means for self-preservation. At that moment, many survivors in the chat channel had resolutely decided to seek refuge within the sheriff and Oppo's team. The previous promotional efforts had merely offered sustenance. Yet, many individuals were indifferent to it, even believing that small teams had their own merits, providing greater freedom. However, upon witnessing the mutated zombie wild boar, many began to ponder whether they truly possessed the capability to survive amid the ever-increasing tide of zombies. ID 356547. Our small team has deliberated and decided to ally with the sheriff or another large team. Otherwise, we will not survive. As the zombies grow increasingly formidable and mutant creatures emerge, we must prepare early. ID 867896. And AMP, Oppo's. That's not so bad, really. Large teams offer security, and I also plan to bring my teammates to the sheriff's office. I'll consult with them before setting off. ID 457543. Although small teams gather resources more effectively, unless one is a top-tier survivor, it's wiser to join a larger group. ID 958333. In this apocalyptic world, one should forego grand ambitions. Surviving itself is the greatest fortune. While the sheriff's office publicly announced the slaying of the first mutated zombie creature, attracting numerous survivors to join, it also cast a shadow over many hearts. If more mutated creatures and advanced zombies were to emerge, could the sheriff's office withstand them? Who could say? No one knew. If, in the end, death awaited them, what purpose did their inexplicable arrival in this zombie-infested world serve? However, Chen Dong held a different perspective. He had Xianqi by his side. Though uncertain how long they could survive, perhaps they would encounter an advanced zombie tomorrow and perish. Or perhaps they would endure until the end. He refused to succumb to pessimism. He was determined to protect Xianqi and survive. Chapter 47. Repairing the television amidst the growing unease. Even Tian Xiaoyu sought Chen Dong once more to acquire weaponry. Chen Dong, the sheriff has killed the first mutated zombie creature. You must have heard about it, right? Chen Dong promptly replied, of course, the chat channel is abuzz with activity. How could I possibly be unaware? Tian Xiaoyu continued with a flurry of messages. Today we encountered a horde of zombies, and Zhang Ziheo simply abandoned me and fled. Fortunately, you had previously sold me a considerable amount of combat supplies. Otherwise, I would have met my demise today. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes slightly. It was quite vexing that the other party had managed to survive until now. His selfish nature remained unchanged, which was hardly surprising. What purpose does such a person serve? Just use the weapons I provided to eliminate him. Tian Xiaoyu responded with a hint of resignation. Zhang Zihao has always been quite vigilant, and I am not adept at combat. It may not be that simple. However, he has been expressing a desire to join a larger team, which presents an opportunity for us to part ways. Chen Dong squinted slightly. After so many days, his own strength had significantly improved. It was time to deal with the matter at hand. Let me know when Zhang Zihao finds a new group. I shall prepare a grand gift for him. Before long, Chen Dong received a reply. It should be within the next few days. He has been urging me to join another team, especially after witnessing the sheriff's actions against the mutated creatures today. He cannot contain his thoughts. Chen Dong pondered. The most pressing concern remained obtaining the antiviral serum. Let's wait a few days. There should not be any significant changes. By the way, do you require any combat supplies? You must have used up quite a bit after barely escaping the zombie horde today. Tian Xiaoyu sent a nodding emoji. Indeed, I was hoping to purchase some supplies. Specifically a few Molotov cocktails, crossbow bolts, and a critical strike broadsword. Chen Dong opened the trading window and listed the items. Once the transaction was complete, he ended the conversation with Tian Xiaoyu and returned to the villa. He ventured out to test the effectiveness of the critical strike broadsword, inadvertently spending until noon in the wilderness. Upon returning to the shelter, Chen Dong entered to find Xianqi seated on the living room sofa watching television. The television was connected to a hard drive, playing programs akin to the animal world. Chen Dong was taken aback. Previously, the television had been inoperative. He was astonished to discover that Xianqi had managed to repair it. In such an environment, watching television was an exquisite comfort, occasionally evoking memories of the past. How did you manage to get the television working? I fiddled with it for quite a while without success. Xianqi wrapped her arms around Chen Dong and Amp. Amp? Oppos S. Smiling as she replied, it was merely a faulty circuit board. Nothing too complicated. I gave it a try, and it worked. Impressive. Chen Dong gave an appreciative thumbs up. But how did you learn to repair televisions? Such skills are not commonly possessed. Xianqi dismissed his compliment nonchalantly. I have seen others repair them a few times. I picked up a bit. This time, I was fortunate. Had the issue been more complex, I would not have been able to solve it. The pair then nestled together on the sofa, watching television and enjoying some fries. In a daze, it felt as if the experiences of recent days had been a mere dream. Just then, a series of loud banging sounds echoed from upstairs. Hey, is anyone there? I'm hungry. Bai Shui shouted. Chen Dong nearly forgot about her. He glanced upward and asked, is she still behaving herself, or has she caused any trouble? She did attempt to escape. Xianqi shook her head, not overly concerned. But with me watching, she was unsuccessful. Well, it seems she's not so compliant after all. Chen Dong grimaced. Let's allow her to remain hungry for a while. Perhaps it will teach her a lesson. The two continued to ignore Bai Shui and Oppos as cries, engrossed in their television viewing. It was only after she grew weary of shouting that they sent up a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles. Chapter 48. Clearing the mine. The mutated spider, after finishing his meal, Chen Dong departed from the villa, heading towards a mine. According to Bai Shui's intelligence, there existed a golden-level supply cache in this location. At this juncture, any item of golden-grade material was immensely valuable to Chen Dong. Thus, he set off immediately. Arriving at the mine's periphery, Chen Dong gazed at the dark and foreboding entrance, recalling Bai Shui's warning before his departure. Chen Dong, do not blame me for not forewarning you. The outer area of this mine is not the most perilous. With your strength, you could likely dispatch any threats with ease. The true danger lies within the mine itself. I have heard from fortunate survivors who managed to escape that there are numerous zombies inside, and, allegedly, large spiders as well. At that time, no one had believed it. Reflecting on it now, it seemed these must be mutated creatures. Chen Dong nodded solemnly upon hearing this. After all, mutated beings were not trivial adversaries. He proceeded, drawing his Tang Dao with precision and agility, swiftly dispatching the zombies lurking behind him. Within mere moments, he had cleared the mine's exterior of the undead, as if slicing through vegetables. Shaking off the black blood that stained his weapon, Chen Dong stood at the mine's entrance. The interior remained shrouded in darkness, with only the faint sounds of zombie growls and chilling winds echoing within. Chen Dong had resolved that should the situation turn dire upon entering, he would retreat without a second thought. Golden supplies could be sought again, but a life was singular. Taking a moment to steady his breath, he ventured into the mine. The darkness enveloped him, relying solely on the flashlight atop his head to illuminate the path ahead. Every 5 or 6 meters, he would carve a notch in the stone wall to insert a flaming torch. This task slowed his progress significantly, yet he continued deeper, encountering both zombies and dismembered human remains. It appeared these unfortunate souls were the previous explorers who had ventured here. If he could not escape from this place, it would surely lead to his demise. Several zombies, drawn by the light of his flashlight, began to rush towards him. Chen Dong stepped back, creating space, and hurled several Molotov cocktails. A fierce blaze erupted, momentarily halting the oncoming zombies. However, these undead seemed less fearful of flames than before. Many engulfed in fire, yet charging forward relentlessly. Opting against using his handgun due to the oppressive darkness, Chen Dong drew his Tang Dao instead. With a blade in each hand, he struck out with ferocity. Though he lacked expertise with the Tang Dao, his superior physical prowess allowed him to overpower the zombies. His rapid and wild slashes cleaved through the undead mercilessly. As the last zombie fell, Chen Dong inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. The adage 1 strength overcomes 10 skills was not merely a saying. Armed with 2 Tang Daos, Chen Dong pressed further into the mine, advancing like a force of nature. The critical state of the Tang Daos proved exceptionally effective within the confines of the mine. With a final pull, he withdrew his blade from the head of the last zombie, restoring silence to the mine. However, he found no trace of the golden level supply cache that, by Shui had mentioned. Something felt amiss. Furrowing his brow, Chen Dong wondered if Bai Shui's intelligence had been erroneous, or perhaps someone had beaten him to it. Yet, considering the zombies he had just faced, such a hypothesis seemed implausible. At that moment, a strand of webbing ensnared Chen Dong, dragging him inexorably deeper into the mine. The force was so great that he nearly lost his balance. In the depths of the darkness, a long strand of webbing had tightly bound his left hand. He had been oblivious to the presence of a spider lurking in the shadows, only realizing its existence when it struck unexpectedly. Cursing under his breath, Chen Dong acted swiftly, igniting the webbing with his torch. With the fire illuminating the surroundings, he finally beheld the fabled giant spider. Its massive form perched atop the mine, radiating a sinister purple glow, its beautiful, gem-like eyes scrutinizing him intently. 8 legs, thick and longer than those of ordinary spiders, unfurled to dominate the cavern and Oppo's ceiling. As he stared at this creature resembling a video game boss, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Facing such a colossal, mutated spider alone was undeniably daunting. He recalled that the first mutated creature hunted by the sheriff and his team had required their collective effort to defeat the challenges they faced known only to them. Now, he stood solitary against this fearsome foe. Determined to retreat, Chen Dong thought it wise to turn back. With no golden-level cache found, there was no reason to risk his life against such a formidable spider. "You take your time, great spider. I must return home to my wife," he quipped, though he doubted this solitary spider could comprehend his jest. As he cautiously backed away, the mutated spider emitted a series of shrill cries and unleashed a torrent of webbing. Instinctively, Chen Dong rolled aside to evade the strands, muttering curses. "Come on, brother, I was merely jesting. If I've offended you, I sincerely apologize." In that moment, he realized the webbing was not aimed at him, but rather at the escape route behind him. By the time he grasped this, the mine and Oppo's entrance had been sealed. Frowning, Chen Dong was taken aback by the intelligence displayed by this mutated zombie creature. He had assumed it was akin to the mindless corpses, driven solely by instinct. Now, he had to concede that these mutated beings possessed a certain level of cunning. With his path of retreat blocked, Chen Dong rose, drawing his handgun and aiming for the spider and Oppo's head. Bang! The bullet struck true, shattering the spider and Oppo's exquisite, jewel-like eye, and a foul, dark blood erupted forth. Chapter 49. The prowess of insecticide and the golden supply chest within the mutated spider let out a shriek, subsequently shielding its eyes with its spider legs. Observing the success of his initial gunshot, Chen Dong seized the opportunity, firing shot after shot. Yet, each bullet was deflected by the spider's resilient legs. The exterior of the mutated spider was remarkably tough. The bullets that struck its limbs and abdomen barely penetrated, merely leaving superficial holes. Chen Dong barely had time to be astonished, as his handgun depleted its ammunition. Seizing the moment, the spider lunged down from the cavern and damp, Oppo's ceiling. Quickly retracting his pistol, Chen Dong drew his critical strike tang knife. The mutated spider brandished its 8 agile legs in an aggressive thrust. Chen Dong swiftly blocked the attack. Had he not temporarily reached the pinnacle of physical enhancement, he might have been overwhelmed. Despite its size, the mutated spider's legs moved with surprising agility and destructive power. Chen Dong dodged a leg aimed at him, only to watch as it cleaved through the stone wall behind him like it was mere tofu. He hurled a Molotov cocktail, igniting the web that sealed the cave's entrance. However, due to the spiderweb's immense size, the explosive bottle merely ignited it slowly. Earlier, when Chen Dong's left hand was ensnared by the web, he had discovered that the spider's silk had mutated as well, exhibiting a remarkable resistance to flames. It had taken all his strength to break free at the last moment. It was clear that burning a passageway would require more time, during which he had to employ every tactic to stall the mutated spider. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Dong exploited his agility to evade the spider's relentless assaults, occasionally plunging his tang knife into its comparatively softer abdomen. Each stab seemed to inflame the spider's rage rather than weaken it. Unlike typical creatures that succumb to exhaustion under repeated attacks, this mutated spider appeared invigorated by the pain, launching more ferocious strikes. Chen Dong bit his lip, recalling the ferocious bosses from video games he used to play, who would enter a second phase just as defeat seemed imminent, sending players back to their last checkpoint. However, in this dire situation, he had no such safety net. With a wry smile, he focused intensely on evading the spider's onslaught. Suddenly, the mutated spider shot out silk, attempting to ensnare Chen Dong's movements. Acting decisively, he threw 2 Molotov cocktails. Then, seizing the moment, he executed a slide beneath the spider, inflicting a gash to its abdomen with his knife. "Lucky for me, you're not a mutated tiger. Otherwise, my slide would have been in vain," he quipped, not out of genuine jest, but as a means to alleviate the tension of the high-stakes scenario, even if it was merely a self-directed monologue. The mutated spider and Oppo's eyes turned a fierce crimson, a true manifestation of rage. Its once green compound eyes shifted to a deep red hue. And Chen Dong sensed a significant alteration in its demeanor. An unspoken aura emanated from the spider, pressing down on him uncomfortably. Perhaps this was the wild essence inherent to mutated creatures. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Dong pondered whether insecticide could be effective against the spider. Amid the daily distribution of infinite supplies, one day had yielded an unlimited supply of insecticide. He hurled 2 bottles, which the spider effortlessly shredded with its legs. With a resounding pop, the contents erupted, and the mutated spider recoiled at the scent of the insecticide. Could it truly be effective? Chen Dong mused, albeit incredulously, as he seized the opportunity to produce more insecticide and sprayed it within the confines of the cave. The mutated spider flailed its legs in confusion, charging towards him. Chen Dong, however, was adept at maintaining distance, deftly maneuvering as if performing a dance, evading its advances. As the spider pursued him, Chen Dong donned a mask and continued to spray the insecticide, depleting bottle after bottle while circling the cavern. Doubts crept in. Was the insecticide truly having an effect? Or was the spider merely acting on instinct? Yet soon enough, the insecticide began to take its toll. The mutated spider halted its chase, swaying as if intoxicated, resembling a drunken man struggling to stand, defiantly exclaiming, "I'm not drunk." After prolonged exposure to the insecticide, even the mutated arachnid could not withstand its effects. The spider's fury gradually diminished, its crimson eyes returning to a dull green, its once menacing presence waning. Yet, Chen Dong remained vigilant. After all, this was insecticide. He had nearly saturated the entire cave with it, and even while masked, he felt its effects weighing on him. The previously ferocious spider was merely slightly dazed, which compelled Chen Dong to act decisively. Seizing the moment, he charged forward with his knife drawn. Just as he approached, the spider lashed out with a leg in a desperate counterattack. Anticipating this, Chen Dong remained unfazed, seizing the opportunity to sever the joint of the attacking limb. The spider wailed in agony, flailing its remaining legs in a chaotic frenzy. Unfortunately for it, the combination of the insecticide's disorienting effects and its prior injuries severely hampered its movements. What had once required Chen Dong's utmost effort to dodge was now easily evaded. With a swift strike, he severed another leg. With another blow, he slashed at the spider's compound eye. One strike after another, he decapitated the mutated spider, eviscerating it completely. Against all odds, Chen Dong emerged victorious, having single-handedly vanquished the mutated zombie spider. Initially, he had anticipated merely stalling for time until the web sealing the cave burned away, allowing him to escape unscathed. To his astonishment, he had triumphed in this battle. Still feeling uneasy, he delivered a few additional strikes to ensure the creature's demise, finally allowing himself to rest on the ground. This encounter had proven more perilous than any he had previously faced. Although he had succeeded in slaying the mutated spider, the experience weighed heavily on his heart. It seemed that the grim predictions of many survivors were coming to fruition. Survival in this apocalyptic world was becoming increasingly daunting. One could only imagine that soon, another wave of survivors would be swept away. As the spider's silk sealing the cave mouth finally burned away, revealing a passage, Chen Dong stood to leave, but was drawn to the glowing light emanating from the spider and Appo's abdomen. With his tang knife, he pried open the creature and Appo's belly, revealing a golden supply chest glowing with resplendent light. Snow and Appo's intel had proven accurate. There indeed was a golden supply chest hidden here, albeit consumed by the mutated spider. Without hesitation, Chen Dong stowed the supply chest in his backpack, prioritizing his escape over immediate inspection, and hurriedly made his way out of the cavern. Basking in the warm embrace of the sun, he savored the joy of survival after the ordeal. Returning home, Chen Dong smiled. Subsequently, he drove his dilapidated Jetta, singing with abandon, as he departed from the mining site. Chapter 50, Uploading Photos, a moment of bragging on the journey back to the shelter. Chen Dong shared a photograph he had taken after vanquishing a mutated spider in the chat channel. His intention was not to attract survivors like the sheriff, nor to dissuade anyone with well-meaning advice to flee from mutated creatures. It was simply a moment of indulgent self-satisfaction. ID 10086. I almost met my end just now. Fortunately, fate was on my side. I successfully subdued it. Attached is the photo of the deceased mutated spider. After this image was sent, the chat channel fell silent for a moment. Soon after, a flurry of question marks erupted from a group of survivors. ID 5674435. ID 5789323. ID 1209919. ID 23462343. Maintain formation. ID 10010. Maintain formation? This is clearly fake. It must have been edited. It was well known that 10086 was a lone wolf. How could he possibly handle such a formidable mutated spider alone? It had to be a fabrication. ID 10,000. Indeed, as much as I hate to admit it, 10086 is relatively well-stocked, but there is absolutely no way he could have tackled a mutated spider single-handedly. He must have sought assistance. ID 5678567. You two are seriously fixated on discrediting 10086. In this post-apocalyptic world, where could one even edit images? How could there be any fakes in images uploaded through the system? ID 10,000. Then he definitely found help. There is no way he could have done it alone. ID 10086. Invincibility is such a lonely state. ID 10,000, 10086U, ID 10086. Believe it or not, I and Oppos V already secured the supply box and am heading home. I merely wish to share this moment. Shy expression. After sending his message, Chen Dong chuckled softly and closed the chat channel. His objective had been achieved. Drawing the ire of IDs 10010 and 10,000 daily was a source of amusement for him. Chen Dong pressed the accelerator, his speed exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. The old Jetta sped along, carrying him back to the shelter. Since Chen Dong had acquired materials to repair the Jetta and Oppos as transmission, this dilapidated vehicle had been rejuvenated, allowing him to shift through gears effortlessly, significantly enhancing his efficiency in resource gathering. Meanwhile, the sheriff furrowed his brow as he scrutinized Chen Dong's recent message. Letting out a heavy sigh, this 10086 seemed to exceed their expectations. His resources were far beyond their imagination. They had suffered considerable losses in their pursuit of the mutated zombie boar, expending a vast amount of supplies, forcing some expendable members to recklessly consume resources with melee weapons, just to claim the title of having hunted the first mutated creature. Had they delayed even slightly, 10086 might have outpaced them. Standing beside the sheriff, the Sting remarked thoughtfully, "Sheriff, could it be possible, as other survivors speculate, that 10,086 sought assistance?" It was evident that Sting was skeptical about the idea of 10,086 single-handedly hunting such a large mutated spider. After all, he had participated as a key player in hunting the mutated boar and was well aware of the tenacity of mutated zombie creatures. The sheriff shook his head in response. Unlikely. He is a solitary figure. If he had needed external assistance, he wouldn't have so decisively declined our invitation. It was clear he harbored distrust toward other survivors. Sting looked incredulous, exclaiming, "But it's simply impossible. A single individual defeating a mutated creature is utterly unfathomable." The sheriff enlarged Chen Dong's image, pointing at the visible gunshot wounds and cuts. "Look, these gunshot wounds evidently did not inflict substantial damage on the mutated spider. The focus should be on 10,080 SIXS critical strike Tang Dao. You possess a critical strike Tang Dao as well. You should know how sharp this weapon is against zombies. If I'm not mistaken, he must still have some left. He certainly hasn't exhausted his supply as he claimed." Sting nodded in agreement. The sheriff was correct. The critical strike Tang Dao was indeed exceptionally sharp against zombies. However, it was unreasonable to think that he could have dispatched the mutated spider with just that one weapon. After all, they had consumed a significant amount of resources to tackle the mutated boar, and he had only stepped in to reap the rewards afterward. The sheriff waved his hand dismissively. "That is why I assert that 10,080 SAXS resources surpass our expectations. He must have consumed resources to deal with the mutated spider before ultimately using the critical strike Tang Dao to finish it off." Sting frowned and asked, "So, are we to befriend him?" The sheriff scoffed. "Befriend him? That is absolutely out of the question, even if his strength instills some trepidation in me. As long as we are willing to invest, resolving this lingering concern would be worthwhile." "Then, Sheriff, does this mean we are preparing to confront him?" The sheriff nodded. "That day will come soon enough. Let him revel in his freedom for a little longer." At that moment, Chen Dong remained oblivious to the fact that a mere photograph had sparked the sheriff's determination to eliminate him entirely. Upon returning to the villa area, the gates slowly opened. "Welcome back, my master." Xianxi and Bai Shui had come out early to greet Chen Dong after his day out. Bai Shui was quite displeased. "Why must I come out to welcome him? I'm a hostage. After all, since when do hostages receive such a grand welcome from their captors?" Xianxi laughed lightly. "That's not quite right. If you're a hostage, shouldn't you be trying to curry favor with your captor? Are you not afraid Chen Dong might decide to dispose of you? Indeed, if you annoy me, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Chen Dong parked the car in the garage and approached, overhearing their conversation. Xianxi naturally took Chen Dong's hand, asking softly, "Are you hurt? What could happen to me?" "Don't worry." Bai Shui glanced at him with an unusual expression. "I never expected you to truly slay a mutated spider alone. I underestimated you." Chen Dong rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Do you wish for my demise so much?" Bai Shui snorted, "Of course. If you die, I can simply fly away. Who cares about your life or death? Well, I truly appreciate your sentiments. Chen Dong replied, feeling quite pleased. But I am quite powerful and have returned with a golden level supply box. Are you envious? Feeling in high spirits, Chen Dong opened the golden level supply box on his way back. Inside was an automatic defense armament system. Though it was the only item, it was a timely boon for Chen Dong. Currently, both zombies and survivors were enhancing their strengths. Chen Dong and Appo's greatest concern was the safety and security of the shelter. Despite having golden level barriers, they had long lacked active defensive weaponry. Once they ventured outside, the possibility of their shelter being overtaken by other survivors loomed large. Now, that worry had been alleviated. Chapter 51. Constructing an automated defense armament system, Chen Dong opened the blueprint, preparing for the creation. Survivor, do you wish to construct an automated defense armament system? Yes, no, without hesitation. Chen Dong clicked the yes button. Subsequently, the system displayed the materials required for the construction of the automated defense armament system. Automated defense armament system, blueprint. 1 steel, 3,854 1,000 cement, 4,853 1,000 water. Infinite 1,000 crossbow bolts, 50-20 9mm bullets, infinite 100 with sufficient materials. Chen Dong commenced the construction of the automated defense armament system. The blueprint shattered, revealing a multitude of protective devices emerging from the foundation of the barrier walls. Atop the walls, barbed wire intertwined with numerous sharp blades, while the lower layers were adorned with fragments of iron, dissuading any survivor from attempting to climb. Under such fortifications, a mere touch could tear flesh from bone. Next, miniature gun barrels materialized around the surveillance cameras, poised to fire upon detecting an enemy. In the courtyard, a row of stone statues inexplicably appeared, facing the gate, their mouths concealing crossbow bolts capable of delivering a barrage of fire to suppress invading forces. Most significantly, Chen Dong realized that this automated defense armament system could be upgraded as his equipment improved. Should he acquire automatic firearms in the future, they could be seamlessly integrated into the system. He envisioned a future where each camera was flanked by a machine gun, unleashing a relentless 360-degree barrage upon intruders. The imagery was nothing short of idyllic. The completion of the automated defense armament system meant that his sanctuary would be exceedingly secure, at least in the short term, alleviating concerns over potential incursions from zombies or other survivors. Should any invader miraculously breach the defenses, they would still face Chen Dong's unyielding firepower. Coupled with Xianxi and Appo's additional handgun, it would be a double dose of exhilaration. Bai Shui stared in astonishment at the automated defense armament system constructed by Chen Dong, her expression shifting noticeably. Is this truly the golden tier resources you brought back? Chen Dong nodded. Yes, what is the issue? Bai Shui replied earnestly. This does not resemble something that could be obtained from a golden tier resource box. Its rarity must be akin to that of a platinum tier resource box. Chen Dong shrugged, dismissing her concerns. Whatever it is, I and Appo's already utilized it. I can and Appo's be bother with the classifications. If it's as impressive as you say, consider it a fortunate find. Chen Dong linked arms with Xianxi and strolled into the villa, while Bai Shui trailed behind, unable to regain her composure, muttering incessantly. What a loss! Xianxi, perplexed, asked what loss. Chen Dong rolled his eyes, exasperatedly explaining. She's lamenting that I acquired this automated defense armament system for an ordinary golden tier price, feeling it was a significant bargain. ISN and Appo's. That right, Lady Bai? Upon having her thoughts laid bare, Bai Shui became even more displeased. After sequestering Bai Shui back in her room, Chen Dong and Xianxi began to enjoy their dinner. Following a satisfying meal, they lingered on the sofa for a while before Chen Dong went to deliver food. Without knocking, he simply opened the door and was immediately taken aback. Before him lay a scene of pure white. Ah! Bai Shui exclaimed in a flurry. But it was too late. Chen Dong entered the room, catching sight of Bai Shui, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Although he quickly averted his gaze, he had seen more than he intended. Bai Shui and Appo's mind went blank, and she hurled her towel at him, crouching down to shield herself. Get out! So white! Regaining his senses, Chen Dong grasped the towel, feigning an intention to leave. However, as he turned to depart, Bai Shui suddenly called out, Wait a minute. Chen Dong decisively halted, turning to face her with unabashed scrutiny. What is it? Bai Shui, nearly biting her lip in frustration, stammered, Leave the towel. Chen Dong glanced at the towel in his hand, shrugged, and tossed it aside. Then, as if nothing had happened, he walked out. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the awkwardness belongs to others. Chapter 52. The preparation for the deal. The trap at the appointed hour. Chen Dong arrived early at the designated location with Bai Shui. Once again, they found themselves in the familiar woods, beside the well-known large tree stump. Prior to their departure, Xianxi had expressed her desire to accompany them, but Chen Dong had politely declined. Although they hoped for a favorable outcome, unforeseen circumstances could arise. This arrangement allowed him to retreat unscathed should anything go awry. Seated upon the stump, Chen Dong and Bai Shui engaged in light conversation to pass the time. After half an hour had elapsed, the absence of their companions began to weigh on them. It and Appos has already passed the agreed time, Bai Shui remarked, her expression one of confusion. With a sigh, she opened her chat window and muttered, I and Amp, Appos. LL just asked them what in Amp, Appos, has taking so long. Suddenly, a notification chimed on Chen Dong and Amp, Appos, S device. Hello, this is Black Tiger. We met that day, remember? I presume you have arrived at the meeting point. However, I must inform you of something. You have been deceived by Bai Xian. Taken aback by the message, Chen Dong pondered its meaning. He recalled that Black Tiger was the individual who had quarreled with Bai Xian, possibly the second in command of their group. Stealing a glance at Bai Shui, who was still engrossed in conversation with her father, he discreetly replied, What do you mean? A swift response followed. It means exactly what it says. Bai Xian, that cunning fox, has played you for a fool. There are not merely 8 vials of serum. There are a total of 16, with each of us holding 8. After you left yesterday, he claimed that these 8 vials were his alone. Yet upon returning to the camp, he put a blade to my throat, demanding I contribute 4 vials. He insisted it was for the sake of preserving strength. To hell with that. Your daughter is of no concern to me. Black Tiger's tone was one of indignation, laced with profanity. It was evident that he harbored deep-seated resentment toward Bai Xian. The notion of sacrificing the serum to save Bai Shui pushed him to his limits. Oh, Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, sensing the underlying implications in Black Tiger's words. What are you suggesting with this information? Realizing he had piqued Chen Dong's interest, Black Tiger chuckled. It's quite simple. Why don't we strike a deal? I know of your capabilities. If you assist me in eliminating Bai Xian, not only will you receive his 8 vials, but I will throw in an additional 2 as well. What do you say? Quite a lucrative proposition, wouldn't you agree? Black Tiger laughed boisterously, exuding an air of a rogue. At that moment, Chen Dong felt a surge of excitement. 10 vials of antiviral serum. In this brutal, post-apocalyptic world, each vial was an invaluable treasure. The prospect of acquiring 10 vials in one fell swoop felt like a windfall. Fortunately, Chen Dong retained his composure and quickly regained his rationality. Was the situation truly as straightforward as it appeared? All right, I accept your offer. Splendid. We shall meet shortly. Just then, Bai Shui turned to him, her brow furrowed. Chen Dong, my father has arranged for Black Tiger to come and fetch us. What's wrong? Your face is quite flushed. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Bai Shui inquired with curiosity. It's nothing, Chen Dong replied with a faint smile, abruptly grasping her wrist, causing her to wince slightly. We should hurry. You know Black Tiger's location, right? Yes, my father has already sent it to me. Bai Shui nodded in response. Yet, as she moved behind Chen Dong, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the woods, Black Tiger and his cohorts had been waiting for some time. Brother Tiger, we are prepared, one of his men exclaimed. We're just waiting for that fool to walk right into our trap. Ha. He never suspects that our leader is so clever. He thinks he can effortlessly claim 10 vials of serum. The underlings boasted and flattered, but Black Tiger merely scoffed. This kid is far too greedy. He doesn't even consider whether he has the capability to pull this off. All right, let's bring over the canister and prepare the gas masks. Black Tiger commanded with a wave of his hand, and his subordinates immediately complied. Before long, a canister adorned with a skull insignia appeared. Upon sighting it, Black Tiger and his men donned their gas masks and retreated to a safe distance. The canister contained the chemical toxins they had collected, enough to dispatch an elephant in an instant. This was all prepared for Chen Dong. Black Tiger, is the trap set? We must ensure no one suspects a thing. A message arrived from Bai Xian. Rest assured, boss, I will handle it flawlessly. First, I will rescue Xiao Shui, and then it will be his turn to face the consequences. This entire operation was orchestrated by Bai Xian. He had instructed Black Tiger to contact Chen Dong, feigning discord within the team to lead Chen Dong into believing he could benefit from the situation. In reality, a trap had long been laid, waiting for Chen Dong to leap into it. Chapter 53. Counterattack, the antiviral serum in hand, well done. Once we rescue Xiao Shui, she will lead us to the villa. The mere mention of villa made everyone salivate with anticipation. Their efforts were driven by Bai Shui's words about Chen Dong residing in a luxurious villa, complete with electricity and water. Moreover, there was a beautiful woman. Brother Hu, they seem to be coming. Upon hearing footsteps, He Hu quickly distanced himself from the gas pit. He took a few steps forward and soon spotted Chen Dong and Bai Shui. This way. He Hu waved his hand urgently. Chen Dong nodded and walked straight over. He Hu, I brought the person. Where's the promised item? What item? What are you talking about? Bai Shui furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. In the next moment, He Hu produced 2 vials of serum, his expression betraying his reluctance. He Hu, what do you want? Where's my dad? Why didn't he come? He Hu winked at Bai Shui, smiling as he said, Miss Bai, please don't shout. Can't you see the situation? I have allied with 10086. Soon enough, you and your father will meet, but you'll both be heading to hell. At this revelation, Bai Shui turned pale. How could this be? He Hu, you traitor. She attempted to curse further, but was swiftly silenced by the duct tape applied by several lackeys. They then dragged her away. Why are there only 2 vials? Chen Dong weighed the serum in his hand, frowning. Cough, brother, why the hurry? The remaining 8 vials are still with Bai Xianqing. These 2 are a prepayment for you. Once we eliminate Bai Xianqing, all of his serum will be yours. He Hu patted his chest, feigning confidence. In the next moment, he suddenly draped an arm around Chen Dong's shoulders. Let us go. There are too many eyes here. We should discuss this further over there. Bai Xianqing is no easy opponent. He is quite cunning. Chen Dong nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Very well, let us converse. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Chen Dong and He Hu moving deeper into the woods, several lackeys hastily unfastened Bai Shui's bindings. Shuijia, are you all right? I'm fine. Bai Shui smiled disdainfully, reverting to her earlier cunning demeanor. I thought 10086 was clever, but he couldn't stay calm upon hearing about 10 vials of serum. Yes, just a fool. Upon hearing this, several lackeys nodded in agreement. All right, let us hurry back to the camp. We'll take him down and seize 10086's villa. Haha. On the other side of the woods, He Hu led Chen Dong to a specific spot. Suddenly, he whistled, and 3 or 4 figures emerged from the trees. Chen Dong frowned. He Hu, what is the meaning of this? The figures swiftly surrounded Chen Dong, while He Hu stood at the center, a peculiar smile on his face. What do you think I mean? I intend to kill you. At this declaration, Chen Dong merely smiled faintly. Is that so? Just your lot? Of course not. As He Hu spoke, he signaled his lackeys to bring forth gas canisters. I know you are skilled, but you cannot be immune to all poisons, can you? Seeing Chen Dong's predicament, the lackeys erupted into laughter. One by one, they donned gas masks. However, at that moment, as He Hu was about to put on his mask, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell, my mask? In an instant, Chen Dong had snatched it away. You. He Hu's mind buzzed as he waved his hand frantically. Quick, turn off the gas. Alas, it was too late. Chen Dong shattered the gas canister, and the poisonous gas rapidly spread. He Hu collapsed almost immediately, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Within seconds, he lay lifeless. The remaining lackeys panicked. Wearing masks, they could not identify Chen Dong. Yet, Chen Dong was acutely aware everyone else was an enemy. Is this all you've got? To dare seek your demise? Minutes later, Chen Dong emerged from the woods, discarding the mask. He noticed the ropes on the ground, realizing Bai Shui and her companions had not ventured far, and hurriedly followed their trail. Sure enough, not far ahead, a wooden cabin appeared, with voices echoing from within. Dad, I'm back. Xiaoxue, are you hurt? No, thanks to Brother Hu. That 10086 is truly a fool. Bai Xianxing smiled faintly, his gaze toward Bai Shui filled with admiration. He promptly reached out to contact He Hu, only to be astonished to find that the account had been deactivated. In such a scenario, only one possibility remained. He Hu is dead. What is going on? He Hu's account apologies. He is deceased. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Bai Xianxing was momentarily stunned. As he looked up, a chill ran down his spine, as though he had seen a ghost. You, how are you still alive? Could it be that He Hu had failed? The person standing before him was none other than Chen Dong. With a disdainful smile, Chen Dong strode directly inside, unfazed by the tension that enveloped the room. Faced with such a formidable presence, the onlookers felt an impending sense of doom. However, they were no match for Chen Dong. In mere minutes, they were all subdued, leaving only Bai Xianxing and Bai Shui. 10086. I didn't mean to deceive you. It was all He Hu's fault. It has nothing to do with my father and me. At this juncture, Bai Shui still attempted to evade responsibility. It was clear that she had colluded with He Hu to set a trap for Chen Dong, exposing the location of his villa. All who knew of the villa faced certain death. At this point, it was too late to speak of such things. Chen Dong ignored the pleas of the father and daughter, swiftly ending their lives with 2 strikes. Afterward, he rummaged through the place, finally discovering the remaining 6 vials of serum. Damn, still only 8 vials. All will suffice. With the serum in hand, Chen Dong returned to the villa. From this moment forth, their safety was greatly enhanced. In the event of a zombie bite, a direct injection of serum would suffice. Chapter 54. Zhang Zihao tears off the mask and uses force as Chen Dong successfully acquired the antiviral serum. Zhang Zihao finally awaited the arrival of his subordinate, Ergo. He had anticipated this day for far too long. After several days of relentless travel, Ergo sent a message one night. Young Master Zhang, I have arrived and am resting at a small shop 500 meters away from you. When shall we meet? Zhang Zihao, on the verge of slumber, nearly leaped with excitement upon receiving the text. However, he restrained his elation, replying, Stay put. I will come to you immediately. Alone on the sofa, Zhang Zihao noted that during their nightly rest, Tian Xiaoyu usually locked the door. Thus, he slipped out of their humble abode without disturbing her. Once a distance away, he began to run, quickly arriving at the small shop Ergo mentioned. Ergo, upon hearing the familiar voice outside, Ergo rushed out, elated. Big brother. Zhang Zihao clapped him on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Excellent. With your help, I shall have that wretched Tian Xiaoyu firmly under my control this time. Ergo feigned a smile, responding, As long as you are happy, big brother. Ergo, your arrival has been a tremendous help. I regard you as a true brother. Ergo, observing Zhang Zihao and Appos, S. Joy smiled and said, Young Master Zhang, as long as you need me, I would willingly risk my life for you. Zhang Zihao decisively declared, Very well. In that case, tomorrow we shall confront that wretched Tian Xiaoyu. Tonight, rest well, for once we subdue her, there will be no shortage of ways to relieve your frustrations. Ergo quickly declined, Young Master, I do not require that. You may enjoy it alone. Zhang Zihao gave him a thumbs up. Understanding. Haha, I shall return home now and come to find you tomorrow. Ergo nodded in agreement. All right, young Master Zhang. Head back and rest early. Upon returning to the refuge, Zhang Zihao glanced at Tian Xiaoyu's locked door, smirking to himself. The next morning, Tian Xiaoyu was seated in the living room, consuming bread when Zhang Zihao entered with Ergo. Noticing Zhang Zihao's absence, she immediately felt a surge of alertness upon seeing him accompanied by a stranger. Zhang Zihao, who is he? I recall our agreement. We are not to bring unknown survivors into our midst. Zhang Zihao shook his head with a chuckle. Xiaoyu, he is no stranger. He is my good brother, Ergo. We are merely reunited after a long separation. And so, she inquired, her suspicion heightened. Zhang Zihao plopped down on the sofa opposite her, casually munching on a piece of bread. What do you think I mean? Do you genuinely not understand? An ominous premonition gripped Tian Xiaoyu. I truly do not comprehend your meaning. Zhang Zihao exclaimed, Are you truly oblivious, or merely pretending? I have long desired you. Oh, you must be feigning ignorance. After all, you were practically drooling while chatting with Chen Dong, Warren and Oppos. Tiu? Tian Xiaoyu raised her voice, coldly reprimanding him. Zhang Ziheo, show me some respect. Is this how a so-called noble young master behaves? Zhang Ziheo shrugged, laughing nonchalantly. Noble? Who the hell cares? In this apocalyptic world, my family might have been devoured by zombies. All I desire is to strip you, Tian Xiaoyu, of your clothes and send a video to Chen Dong to show him just how disgraceful you can be. Gu, Aknel, at Zhang Ziheo and Oppos, as command. Go lunge forward. Tian Xiaoyu, caught off guard, swiftly drew a handgun from her backpack. Zhang Ziheo gasped in shock at the gun. In her panic, Tian Xiaoyu fired a shot without aiming, hitting Zhang Ziheo in the shoulder, causing him to scream in pain. In that fleeting moment, Ergo had reached her and knocked the gun from her grasp. Yet, she did not hesitate. She rolled off the sofa, drawing a crossbow. Ergo, showing no intention of evasion, immediately wielded a shield to block the bolt. With her back against the wall, Tian Xiaoyu found no refuge. Suddenly remembering the battle suit she had collected earlier, she hastily donned it. Just as the suit was secured, Ergo's shield struck it with tremendous force. Zhang Ziheo, clutching his shoulder, stared in disbelief at Tian Xiaoyu clad in the battle suit, exclaiming, "Is she Iron Man?" Although she wore the suit, it did not fare well for her. The impact from the shield left her dizzy and nauseous. Ergo continued to assault the suit relentlessly. As he retreated, Tian Xiaoyu, disoriented within the suit, leaned against the wall, struggling to remain upright. Zhang Ziheo rushed in, delivering a powerful kick that sent her sprawling. He then wielded a wooden stick, mercilessly striking her until she succumbed into unconsciousness. As Tian Xiaoyu and Oppos' vision faded to black, Zhang Ziheo, still unsatisfied, kicked her again, cursing, "Damn that wretched girl. How did she get her hands on a handgun without me knowing?" Ergo approached, examining Zhang Ziheo's gunshot wound. "Young master, let me tend to your injury." Zhang Ziheo shook his head, glancing at the unconscious Tian Xiaoyu. "Not yet. First, bind that wretched girl so she cannot escape." Ergo nodded, producing chains to securely bind Tian Xiaoyu and suspending her from the ceiling. Afterward, he retrieved alcohol and bandages from his backpack. "Young master, this may hurt. Bear with it." Zhang Ziheo gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Hurry up. Short pain is better than long pain." Ergo nodded, cleaning a dagger with alcohol before inserting it into Zhang Ziheo and Oppos' wound to extract the bullet. Zhang Ziheo, having overestimated his endurance, let out a horrified scream before fainting. Chapter 55. The Invulnerable Battle Suit. Meat just beyond reach, Tian Xiaoyu awoke to the darkness of night, realizing she had been unconscious for an entire day. She soon discovered herself bound tightly by sturdy chains, her hands suspended, rendering her unable to retrieve any supplies to confront her predicament. Zhang Ziheo had awakened early, along with Ergo, and they had been tirelessly pondering how to remove the battle suit from Tian Xiaoyu's body. However, all their efforts proved futile. Zhang Ziheo seethed with frustration, feeling helpless. After finally capturing Tian Xiaoyu, he found himself powerless to act due to her impenetrable suit. Ergo inquired, "Boss, should we try another method?" Tian Xiaoyu scoffed, "I advise you not to waste your efforts. This battle suit is impervious to blades and bullets, and you cannot harm me." Zhang Ziheo chuckled coldly as he approached her, stating, "Tian Xiaoyu, I've changed my mind. I will gift you to the leader of the wolf pack as a token of my allegiance." The wolf pack was a newly emerged and formidable group in the area, one that Zhang Ziheo had long coveted to join. Tian Xiaoyu regarded him with disdain. "What can the wolf pack do if they cannot breach my suit?" Zhang Ziheo laughed heartily. "You underestimate them. Their resources are beyond your imagination. They will undoubtedly find a way to extract you." A flicker of panic crossed Tian Xiaoyu's mind as she challenged, "Zhang Ziheo, you claim to have feelings for me, and this is your attitude?" His anger flared. "You have no right to speak of attitude. You wretched creature, your mind is consumed with Chen Dong. I've realized that whether I possess you or not is irrelevant. I want to see Chen Dong suffer, to watch him seethe as he witnesses your degradation. How delightful that thought is. You've lost your mind. Zhang Zihao commanded Go to fetch a wooden club, intending to knock Tian Xiaoyu unconscious and deliver her to the wolf pack's leader, Wolf. With no means to resist, Tian Xiaoyu could only send a desperate voice message to Chen Dong before losing consciousness. Chen Dong, help me. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself no longer in the dilapidated shack, but in a vast warehouse, still bound by chains. Oh, the lovely maiden awakens, a one-eyed, bald man approached her with a broad grin, revealing his gold-capped teeth. He was Wolf, the leader of the wolf pack. While she was unconscious, Zhang Zihao and Go had brought her to the wolf pack, presenting her as an initiation gift. Zhang Zihao followed closely behind, grinning, "Boss, you've seen the photos I took of her. Only such exquisite beauty is worthy of you." Wolf's amusement faded. Could you even see her face in those photos? From that distance, it was unclear, but I must admit, her figure is indeed pleasing. Zhang Zihao, patting his chest in assurance, declared, "Boss, I stake my life on it. This woman will not disappoint you." Wolf scoffed. "I doubt you would dare to deceive me. If you do, I'll have your head." Zhang Zihao, eager to appease, replied, "Of course not. I am wholly loyal to you, boss. Only the finest offerings will I present." Wolf grew impatient, tapping the helmet of Tian Xiaoyu and Appo's suit. "But what is this iron contraption you brought back? Are you trying to make my life difficult?" He had not anticipated the battle suit would be so troublesome. Even upon entering the wolf pack, they were unable to remove it. Under Wolf and Appo's scrutiny, Zhang Zihao bowed repeatedly, attempting to explain, "Boss, I did not foresee that this woman had hidden such a formidable suit. In my carelessness, she was allowed to don it." Wolf shot him a sidelong glance and asked, "Do you have any plan to extract her?" After a moment's thought, Zhang Zihao proposed, "Boss, since we cannot open the suit through force, why not let this wretched creature go hungry for a few days? She might be compelled to release herself." Wolf slapped Zhang Zihao on the forehead, exclaiming, "Are you a fool? If she'd rather starve than remove the suit, what use is she to me? What use are you?" Dazed, Zhang Zihao dared not retaliate, "Boss, all we need to do is place food and water before her daily, provoking her instinct to survive. I doubt she can withstand it for long." Wolf contemplated and conceded that there seemed to be no better alternative. "Fine, let us proceed as you suggest. If you cannot handle it, I will hold you accountable." Zhang Zihao nodded vigorously. Yes, rest assured, boss." As their loud conspiracy unfolded, Tian Xiaoyu listened intently, resolved not to yield to their tactics. "You will not break me. I will not allow you to succeed, even if it costs me my life." Wolf, surveying her with predatory eyes, taunted, "Little minx, why not submit willingly? Yes, you. As my woman, you will want for nothing and will never face mistreatment. Why endure hunger and suffering?" Tian Xiaoyu spat defiantly. "Your words are as hollow as your character. You and Zhang Zihao are cut from the same cloth." Wolf cursed as he and Zhang Zihao exited the warehouse. Before leaving, he uttered a chilling remark that Tian Xiaoyu overheard. "If it comes to it, let her starve. We can always take advantage of her desperation." Tian Xiaoyu felt tears welling in her eyes, lamenting her choices. Originally, she feared abandoning Zhang Zihao would lead to his demise at the hands of the undead. But now her pity had been exploited, putting her in peril. She had become a captive, at constant risk of violation. Ding, ding, ding. It was then that she noticed numerous messages from Chen Dong sent during her unconsciousness. Upon receiving her plea for help, he immediately sought to ascertain her circumstances. But each of his messages had vanished into silence. Had it not been for Tian Xiaoyu's account appearing active, he might have feared the worst. With no responses and no knowledge of her whereabouts, he continued to send messages, bound and unable to retrieve her supplies. She was relieved that she could still access the chat window through sheer will. Seeing Chen Dong's historical messages calmed her slightly. "What has transpired? Did Zhang Zihao lay hands on you? Where are you now? Please respond." Chapter 56. Seeking assistance from Chen Dong. The camp ablaze. Tian Xiaoyu was currently unable to type and could only send voice messages. "Chen Dong, I fainted earlier, but for now, I am relatively safe." Upon receiving the message, Chen Dong finally let out a sigh of relief. He then inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Tian Xiaoyu recounted the events truthfully. Zhang Zihao somehow found an old friend of his, someone named Ergo, this morning at the shelter. Zhang Zihao confronted me directly and attempted to lay his hands on me. Taking advantage of his momentary lapse in attention, I shot him in the shoulder. However, Ergo is formidable, and I was quickly subdued. They then brought me to the wolf pack, intending to offer me to their leader. I am currently confined in a warehouse, though I am unsure of its exact location. Upon hearing her voice message, Chen Dong's brow furrowed. He recognized Ergo, whose real name was Go Dongxi, a close associate of Zhang Zihao from years past, truly a prime example of someone who shared in times of hardship, but reaped the rewards alone. "And what of you? How is your situation?" Tian Xiaoyu promptly replied, "I am fine. Clad in a battle suit, I managed to scavenge. It is impenetrable, and they cannot remove it for the time being. However, Zhang Zihao suggested to the wolf pack that they starve me for a few days to force me to take it off." Chen Dong scoffed at this. Such a treacherous and self-serving individual should not exist in this world. Tian Xiaoyu continued, "Chen Dong, I have a rather excessive request. I need you to come rescue me. I can offer you this battle suit as payment. However, if it is too perilous, please do not come. I do not wish to endanger you." As fate would have it, Chen Dong had already procured an antiviral serum and was prepared to confront Zhang Zihao. He nodded in agreement. "All right, send me your coordinates, and I shall come to your aid. But let me be clear. If the situation becomes too dangerous, I will leave immediately, understood?" Tian Xiaoyu quickly responded, "With your word, I feel reassured. I will send you the coordinates right away." Upon receiving the coordinates, Chen Dong furrowed his brow slightly. He had not anticipated that the wolf pack's location would be so far from his own villa area. "Xiaoyu, we are approximately 100 kilometers apart. That is quite a distance. Even if I drive at full speed, it will take me half a day. In the meantime, you must adapt to the situation and await my arrival." Tian Xiaoyu sent another voice message. "All right, I will wait for you. I am currently locked in the warehouse, and for now, I am not in danger. Please be careful." Chen Dong closed the chat window and began to organize his combat supplies, checking the car's tire pressure. Xia Anshi, observing his actions, inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an urgent issue?" Chen Dong replied with a hint of helplessness, "I have an old adversary from university. I am going to resolve this and, incidentally, rescue a classmate. Is it that girl you often assist with supplies?" Xia Anshi asked. Chen Dong nodded while filling the car's gas tank. "I will accompany you. Having an extra person adds strength," she asserted, pulling out her handgun. Chen Dong declined, explaining, "Tian Xiaoyu has been captured by the wolf pack, a group that has been gaining considerable power lately. I cannot guarantee your safety. If I go alone, I can use stealth to evade capture. Stay here and await my news." Xianqi bit her lip, but conceded, "Very well, but if the situation deteriorates, you must contact me." Chen Dong gently stroked her hair before taking his seat in the driver's position and starting the vehicle. In times of peace, 100 kilometers might take just over an hour. Yet, in this apocalyptic world teeming with zombies, caution was paramount. By the time he reached the wolf pack stronghold, it was already late at night. Chen Dong, careful not to attract attention, switched off the car several kilometers away and approached on foot. The stronghold was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 10 paces, indicating a scale far surpassing that of Bai Shui's group. Unfamiliar with the appearance of the wolf pack's leader, Chen Dong could not prioritize capturing him. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach: arson. Tonight, it was Lao Li's turn to guard the entrance, accompanied by his roommate, a Chun. Both were quite fatigued, having drawn the short straw for the night shift. Lao Li yawned and scratched his backside, saying to a Chun, "Ugh, the mosquitoes are relentless tonight." He received no reply. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a Chun clutching his throat, unable to utter a sound. As Lao Li witnessed the Chen's neck erupting in blood before him, his eyes widened in horror. He instinctively reached for the nearby bell to alert others. However, he soon felt an invisible hand clamping over his mouth and nose, suffocating him. The sensation of heat began to creep across his neck, and his consciousness started to fade. Chen Dong released the lifeless forms of the two guards, maintaining his invisibility as he retrieved 2 gasoline canisters. quietly pouring their contents along the ground in a path from the outside in. Inside the wolf pack's communal dormitory, many had already succumbed to slumber, though a few restless youths were still awake. Several individuals snuck around with flashlights, engrossed in a somewhat tattered adult comic book, their voices hushed in excitement. Just as they became immersed in the provocative imagery, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Do you all smell that? It smells strongly of gasoline." The group paused to sniff the air. It does smell like gasoline. But what's the big deal? Perhaps there's a leak somewhere. You still looking at the comic? If not, go to sleep. The first individual, growing impatient, retorted, "Damn it, the comic is mine. You all want to boot me out? Make some room." They returned to their engrossed study. Suddenly, another shouted, "Wait, where the hell did all this gasoline come from? This is bad." Only then did the group snap back to reality, preparing to investigate. Boom! Before they could exit, a thunderous explosion erupted. It was a grenade. Flames roared to life, swiftly engulfing the entire stronghold. "Fire!" they yelled, awakening the remaining members of the wolf pack. Seeing their stronghold ablaze, they had no time to think, hastily fleeing. In this time of scarce resources, it was every individual for themselves. There was no time to waste precious water on extinguishing the flames. Meanwhile, Chen Dong, cloaked in invisibility, skillfully navigated through the chaos, searching every room. At that moment, he spotted a bald man with a blind right eye standing on the balcony of a two-story building at the center of the Wolfpack and Oppo's stronghold, shouting at the fleeing members below, "You worthless dogs! Why are you running? Hurry and extinguish the flames. Water is trivial. It can be found again. If the stronghold is lost, you'll be camping in the wild, waiting to be devoured by zombies. Damn you all! Hurry up and put out that fire." Many of the fleeing members, upon hearing the bald man and Oppo's furious tirade, actually began retrieving water to fight the flames. Chen Dong surmised that this bald man was indeed the leader of the wolf pack. He began to sprint towards that small building. Chapter 57. Taking matters into one and Oppo's own hands. Evil will be repaid at this moment. The wolf had returned to the house, busily gathering all the supplies he could carry. Although he verbally instructed the members of the wolf brigade to brave the dangers below and extinguish the flames, he was secretly preparing to abandon them. Sensing the fire was getting out of control, he planned to leave his expendable pawns behind and escape. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow approaching from behind. Without hesitation, the wolf drew his crossbow and aimed to fire. However, upon turning around, he found himself unable to act. Chen Dong stood there, wielding a P92 pistol, aimed directly at his head. The wolf immediately knelt, discarding the crossbow and forcing a smile. "Hero, let us speak civilly. Please, don't resort to violence. Whatever supplies you seek, take freely if I possess them." Chen Dong wasted no time and directly inquired, "Where is Tian Xiaoyu?" The wolf hesitated. "Who is Tian Xiaoyu? I do not know her." Bang! The wolf let out a cry of agony as Chen Dong shot his knee. "Hero, I truly do not know who she is. Please spare my life." Chen Dong furrowed his brow. "You must know Zhang Zihao. Where is the woman he brought?" The wolf, internally cursing Zhang Zihao's lineage, thought to himself, "So this woman is named Tian Xiaoyu. A calamity indeed." Yet, he maintained his facade. "Hero, if I reveal the woman and Oppo's location, will you grant me a chance to live?" Chen Dong replied coldly, "You had better be honest, and I may consider sparing you." The wolf bowed his head, repeatedly thanking Chen Dong, and divulged Tian Xiaoyu's whereabouts. "The woman is in a large warehouse to the right, just about 100 meters away." Bang! Upon learning Tian Xiaoyu and Oppo's location, Chen Dong shot the wolf in the head. The wolf and Oppo's mouth fell open in shock as he gazed at Chen Dong before collapsing lifelessly. Chen Dong remarked flatly, "I have given it some thought and decided to end your life." He then made his way to the warehouse where Tian Xiaoyu was located. Inside the abandoned warehouse, Zhang Zihao instructed Guodongxi to carry Tian Xiaoyu. He intended to seize the chaos to escape. Earlier, amidst the inexplicable chaos of the Wolf Brigade's stronghold being engulfed in flames, Zhang Zihao had fled with Guodongxi. He had initially believed that by presenting Tian Xiaoyu to the Wolf Brigade, he would be treated with favor. Unexpectedly, due to the Wolf and Oppo's inability to bed Tian Xiaoyu. He took out his frustration on Zhang Zihao, forcing him to sleep in a communal dormitory and eat subpar bread. How could he endure such conditions? Previously, although resources were scarce, Tian Xiaoyu had traded for delicious food from Chen Dong. Watching her struggle, Zhang Zihao scoffed. Xiaoyu, stop resisting. It is too great a bargain to hand you over to the wolf. I want to be your first man and showcase you in the chat channel for resources, haha. Tian Xiaoyu retorted furiously. Zhang Zihao, you are a pervert, a madman. Zhang Zihao laughed heartily. Am I mad? No, I am not. If I cannot win your heart, I shall destroy you. You fancy Chen Dong? Just imagine, would he enjoy being ridden by countless others? How delightful. At that moment, a familiar yet strange voice called from behind. Turning around, Zhang Zihao saw Chen Dong approaching the warehouse entrance, having overheard his confession, filled with rage. Upon seeing Chen Dong and the gun in his hand, Zhang Zihao felt his heart drop. Chen Dong. Chen Dong raised his pistol, aiming at Zhang Zihao as he advanced. You bastard! Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire rang out. Guodongxi, noticing the 2 bullet holes in his body, struggled to turn around, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout at Zhang Zihao, run. At the moment Chen Dong fired, Guodongxi lunged forward to shield Zhang Zihao from the fatal shot. Zhang Zihao paused, glancing at the fallen Guodongxi before fleeing without a backward glance. Guodongxi lay in a pool of blood, gazing at Zhang Zihao as his consciousness faded. Zihao, it's such a pity we could not. Together, he reached out a trembling hand towards Zhang Zihao and Appo's retreating figure, then let it fall lifelessly. He was gone. Chen Dong hurried to support Tian Xiaoyu, asking with concern, Xiaoyu, are you all right? She nodded. I'm fine. Then, she seized the P-92 from Chen Dong and fired a shot at Zhang Zihao. In his frantic escape, Zhang Zihao had not noticed that the vast warehouse had but one exit, the very direction Chen Dong approached. After being shot, he collapsed, unable to stand. Tian Xiaoyu walked slowly toward him, raising the pistol. Zhang Zihao, terrified, cried out, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, I was just out of my mind, speaking nonsense. We are classmates. 4 years of university together. Chen Dong, you must speak on my behalf. I don't want to die. Please spare me. Tian Xiaoyu roared, pulling the trigger. Ah! Zhang Zihao screamed, wetting his pants. However, he soon realized he was uninjured. I'm not dead. He quickly turned around, ignoring the pain in his leg as he limped toward the exit. Tian Xiaoyu felt a pang of regret. Her aim had been poor. The bullet had missed Zhang Zihao, striking a nearby pile of sand instead. Almost there, just a little further. As he neared the warehouse door, a fierce desire to survive ignited in Zhang Zihao's eyes. Soon he would escape. To escape meant he would not die. Bang! The sound of another gunshot shattered his dreams. A searing pain pierced his chest as he fell before the warehouse entrance, his vision dimming, filled with bitterness. It was just one step away. Tian Xiaoyu lowered her gun. Turning her head away, her emotions conflicted. It was not easy to shoot a former classmate. Yet, she understood that Zhang Zihao deserved this fate for his actions. Moreover, this cruel world allowed no mercy. Witnessing this scene, Chen Dong sighed beside her. Let's go. The two departed, leaving behind 2 souls to remain in this place, all of which would soon be consumed by the spreading flames. Chapter 58. The Spoils, Telescope, and Blueprint for an Underground Fortress. The leader of the Wild Wolves, known as the Wolf, was shot dead by Chen Dong in his bedroom, with no one the wiser. It wasn't until the fire spread uncontrollably that the Wolf's chief strategist hurried to summon the leader to flee, only to discover that his boss had been shot in the head at some point. This revelation left him somewhat astonished, yet he felt more detached, as his own survival was his primary concern. Had he not feared future retribution, he would have fled with the other members without a second thought. Why would he risk his life to find a leader? The strategist, displaying no hesitation, approached the fallen wolf and began rummaging through his supplies. Unfortunately, Chen Dong had already beaten him to it. After killing the wolf, he had swiftly confiscated the provisions before heading to the warehouse to rescue Tian Xiaoyu. The strategist searched in vain for any valuable items, growing increasingly frustrated. He glanced at the lifeless wolf on the ground and kicked him several times in anger. Damn you! Worthless fool! You strutted about like a king, yet ended up with a bullet in your head, unable to protect your own resources. I spit on you. You're no wolf. But mangy dog. What disgrace. After venting his frustration, the strategist spat into his palm and shook off the bad luck he felt from scavenging the corpse. He then made a swift exit from the scene. Following the wolf and amp, Oppos, demise, similar situations unfolded throughout the wild wolves and amp, Oppos, territory. In the face of danger, everyone scattered in different directions. Who cared about the fate of the wild wolves? They were merely trying to survive. Interestingly, after the strategist left the wolf and Oppos' room, others began to sneak in, hoping to find something of value. Yet, each one left empty-handed, only to kick the wolf's body in frustration. Poor wolf, once grand in life, now met a tragic end, his face bruised from the kicks. However, this state of affairs did not last long. Soon, the flames spread to the two-story house where the wolf had resided, and before long, he was engulfed by the fire. Meanwhile, Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu stood at a vantage point nearby, watching the wild wolf stronghold being consumed by flames. Tian Xiaoyu had removed her combat uniform as a reward for Chen Dong's daring rescue, completing their transaction. As she observed the inferno, Tian Xiaoyu recalled tales of burning encampments, noting the eerie similarity to the current situation of the wild wolves. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Chen Dong. Chen Dong, with the wild wolf supplies being burned, isn't that a waste? Chen Dong, initially focused on the spreading flames, turned his gaze to her upon hearing her question and chuckled lightly. There in Oppos, nothing wasted here. The people under the wolf are impoverished. The true wealth was hoarded by the wolf himself. Now that I have dealt with him, his resources are in my possession. Killing him was essentially like plundering the entire wild wolves. Tian Xiaoyu's expression turned playful. I thought you rushed over to save me directly. I didn't, and amp. Oppos, expect you to kill the wolf first to seize the supplies. How disappointing. Chen Dong, aware she was jesting, feigned a pained expression. I had to find your location first, which meant locating the wolf. But to find you, Tian Xiaoyu smirked. Who would have thought you could play the innocent puppy? All right, I concede. It's giving me goosebumps. Chen Dong laughed heartily, patting her shoulder. You brought this upon yourself for teasing me earlier. This is what you call winning a battle without fighting. Now you see my prowess. Done and amp. Amp? Oppos, Tian Xiaoyu tensed slightly at the sudden gesture, instinctively pulling back her shoulders. Chen Dong, realizing his faux pas, felt a bit awkward, remembering that she was a girl. By the way, you mentioned you acquired the wolf supplies. Were there any rare items? Chen Dong shook his head with a hint of resignation. The wild wolves are the epitome of and Oppos, golden exterior, tattered interior. And Oppos, the wolf, despite being a leader, had no firearms, and his backpack was filled with mundane supplies, lacking anything truly valuable. Tian Xiaoyu was taken aback, unsure how to respond to Chen Dong and amp. Oppos, as casual dismissal of the supplies. In this apocalyptic world, many still struggled to find enough to eat. Possessing a larger quantity of basic necessities, such as water, bread, and milk indicated significant strength. Yet, to Chen Dong, such a character seemed trivial. After a moment, she asked, You mentioned there were a few items of value. Does that mean you have some rare supplies? Chen Dong nodded, retrieving 2 items from his backpack, a telescope and a blueprint for constructing a basic underground fortress. He felt these were hardly useful. A telescope? In this environment? Who has the luxury to gaze at the stars? At least I don't. Moreover, he found the blueprint for the underground fortress rather superfluous. After all, he already had walls and a villa. Who want to hide in a dark underground fortress? Even if these items could be considered rare, he thought of them more as decorative, kept for potential future use. Wait, a telescope? Tian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with interest at the sight of the telescope. Chen Dong suddenly recalled that she had once organized an astronomy club during her university days and had invited him to join. However, coming from a poor family, he had little understanding of astronomy. It seemed a pastime reserved for the wealthy. Seeing Tian Xiaoyu's delighted expression, Chen Dong smiled. I almost forgot. You were the president of the astronomy club. If you like this telescope, consider it a gift from me. Author and Oppos. S-Note. These 2 items will soon prove to be quite useful. Chapter 59. The Meeting of 2 Women. A catastrophe. Tian Xiaoyu has harbored a passion for stargazing since her childhood. When she turned 6, her family gifted her a telescope for her birthday. From that moment forth, she embarked on a journey into the enigmatic night sky, learning to interpret celestial phenomena. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, she felt a mix of joy and embarrassment. After all, the value of a telescope is not insignificant. It's too precious. I cannot accept it, she insisted. Chen Dong chuckled nonchalantly. Why should we be so polite? It's merely a telescope. Tian Xiaoyu gazed at his indifferent demeanor and explained, Chen Dong, this is a high-end telescope, worth at least several $100,000. I'm being modest here. Chen Dong was taken aback. Indeed, poverty had constrained his imagination. He had thought a telescope, even if expensive, would only cost a few thousand. He had expected it to be worth so much more. Yet he remained unfazed, laughing heartily. Xiaoyu, I don't care about its worth. To me, it's just a pile of scrap metal, but in your hands, it can truly shine. Besides, in this apocalyptic world, don't let the old prices dictate our values. I reckon this telescope would be worth at least 10 pounds of rice now. You need not feel guilty. Just accept it. Then I shall accept it. Thank you, she replied, tucking the telescope away without further ado. That was sufficient. Any additional comments would seem overly formal. As for the blueprint of the underground bunker, Chen Dong suggested he place it back in his backpack. They both agreed that it might not be needed for the time being and decided to keep it for later. The flames at the Wild Wolfgang's stronghold were fueled by gasoline. Without fire extinguishers, it was challenging to quench them. As Chen Dong observed the stronghold gradually turning into charred remnants, he decided not to linger any longer and retrieved his vehicle. After starting the car, he beckoned Tian Xiaoyu to get inside. Xiaoyu, our refuge is quite far from here. If you feel tired, you can rest in the car. I'll wake you when we arrive. Tian Xiaoyu shook her head. Oh no, I can't possibly sleep. I've been dizzy all day. You drive, and I'll keep you company with some conversation about what you've been up to these past 2 years. Chen Dong laughed heartily. Sounds good. It's been 2 years since we last met. We should catch up, buckle up, and let us chat as we go. He successfully drove Tian Xiaoyu back, and they exchanged laughter and stories on their way to the villa district. Upon her first visit to Chen Dong's refuge, Tian Xiaoyu was not taken aback by the towering walls or the automatic defense systems. It was only upon entering the villa that she encountered a woman, elegant and poised, with her hair neatly styled, who emerged from the house in casual attire to greet both her and Chen Dong. Chen Dong stepped forward, embraced Xianqi, and kissed her forehead, gently inquiring, Did you miss me? Xianqi smiled. When have I not missed you? Chen Dong burst into laughter. Tian Xiaoyu followed behind, her expression slightly awkward as she approached the pair. Xiaoyu, let me introduce you. This is Xianqi, our Team S doctor and my girlfriend. Anqi, this is Tian. Before he could finish introducing Tian Xiaoyu, she interrupted with a smile, extending her hand to Xianqi. Hello, I'm Tian Xiaoyu, Chen Dong's classmate. It's a pleasure to meet you. They shook hands, and Xianqi responded with a smile. Chen Dong has mentioned you often. You are indeed quite beautiful. When you have the time, do share some of his college mishaps with me, so I can keep him in check. Certainly. I know a few of Chen Dong's embarrassing stories, Tian Xiaoyu replied, and soon the two women linked arms, walking into the villa together, leaving Chen Dong standing alone in the courtyard. Chen Dong felt as if he were in a dream. Just moments ago, when Tian Xiaoyu and Xianqi first met, he sensed an undercurrent of tension, yet in an instant, they were entwined in camaraderie, leaving him outside. His expression was somewhat peculiar, but he felt more joy than anything else. Their swift friendship spared him from much potential awkwardness. In the following days, with Tian Xiaoyu's arrival, Chen Dong found himself moved, along with his bedding, to another room by Xianqi. He was puzzled, but received only a simple explanation from her. We have plenty of rooms. Let us keep our living arrangements separate. Chen Dong felt a bit aggrieved, as it had always been Xianqi clinging to him, even waking him during the night. Yet, with Tian Xiaoyu's presence, he was promptly ousted from their room. Nonetheless, he complied, tidying up a new room for himself. In the subsequent days, rather than venturing out to gather supplies, Chen Dong remained at home, enjoying the company of the two women. Each morning, he savored breakfast prepared by Xianqi while reminiscing with Tian Xiaoyu about the past, which was indeed pleasant. However, This tranquility was soon shattered. Xiaoyu, can you guarantee that what you've said is unequivocally true? Chen Dong's expression turned serious as he regarded Tian Xiaoyu, struggling to believe the terrifying claims she had just made. Tian Xiaoyu nodded firmly, enunciating with conviction, absolutely true. This will be a catastrophe. Chapter 60, Meteor Shower. Preemptive stockpiling on a cloudless night adorned with countless stars, Tian Xiaoyu, as she had on previous evenings, took out the astronomical telescope gifted to her by Chen Dong, relishing the rare opportunity to observe the celestial wonders. Regrettably, she could neither see the blue planet nor the familiar constellations. The conditions for stargazing were ideal. However, as she gazed into the heavens, she suddenly noticed an unusual trajectory. Doubt clouded her mind. Rubbing her eyes, she peered through the telescope once more, and to her dismay, it was no mere illusion. A multitude of meteors, trailing luminous tails, were descending toward the impending apocalypse. If her calculations were correct, their arrival was imminent, likely within the next month. With urgency, she roused the slumbering Chen Dong and Xianqi, imparting this grim revelation. Chen Dong, resting his chin on his hand, fell into deep contemplation. Xiaoyu, is the number of meteors substantial? What level of devastation would they wreak upon impact? After a moment of reflection, Tian Xiaoyu responded without hesitation. Annihilation. Nothing but annihilation. It would devastate the ecological balance, with trees wilting and the ground riddled with craters. Most importantly, for the survivors, it would spell disaster. Chen Dong tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, murmuring, the blueprints for the underground bunker we acquired previously might prove useful. However, sourcing the construction materials could be quite the challenge. The underground bunker, amidst such a cataclysm as a meteor shower, could provide a sanctuary for them. Yet, the construction of this bunker necessitated a rare material previously unheard of as alloy. Despite amassing a wealth of supplies, this was the first time Chen Dong had encountered the term. Yet, S-alloy was indispensable for the bunker-S construction. A mix of joy and trepidation filled him, unaware of the specific materials required for the bunker. Tian Xiaoyu remained exuberant. Chen Dong, the blueprints we secured from the wolf pack are finally of use. If we can construct the underground bunker and stockpile sufficient supplies, we can weather this meteor shower with ease. Xianqi, too, looked at Chen Dong with hopeful anticipation. Shaking his head, Chen Dong offered a wry smile. If building this underground bunker were so straightforward, I wouldn't be troubled at all. Let me show you the blueprints. You can see what materials are required. As he spoke, he retrieved the blueprints from his backpack and handed them to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Both women frowned in unison upon examining the document. What on earth is S-alloy? I and Amp. Oppos, you never even heard of it. Chen Dong shrugged helplessly. Indeed, this elusive S-alloy is entirely unfamiliar to us. We have no idea what it looks like. Xianqi murmured. It seems we must venture forth to desperately gather supplies, particularly the S-alloy, if we are to grasp even a sliver of hope. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoyu suggested, why don't we check the trading platform? Perhaps someone has listed it for sale. With a mindset of cautious optimism, Chen Dong agreed to explore the trading platform. To his astonishment, S-alloy was indeed available. Prices varied widely, with some listings being quite affordable while others were exorbitant. This disparity was entirely due to the lack of merchants willing to engage in trade. The scattered S-alloy pieces were merely collected by individual survivors. Without a reference price, the cost was largely dictated by chance. Naturally, many merchants had also taken notice of the emergence of S-alloy. Some sought to acquire it, hoping to monopolize the market and later inflate prices. However, without a clear explanation of its utility, purchasing in bulk could be risky. If S-alloy were to become readily available or its applications were limited, recovering their investment could prove problematic. Consequently, most were hesitant to act. As Chen Dong opened the chat channel, he found discussions already underway regarding the uses of S-alloy. Evidently, several survivors had managed to obtain this commodity. Chen Dong felt a pang of envy. He had yet to lay eyes on even a fragment of S-alloy. User 453493. Hey guys, I just found 2 pieces of S-alloy in my recent haul. What is this stuff even for? There are no instructions. Task material? User 454756. I also collected some, but I truly have no idea what it's useful for. It's incredibly hard. I tried using it to forge a shield, but it can't be processed at all. User 967969. Do you think you're a muscle-bound superhero? You can't even make a shield. I doubt alloy is meant for crafting our equipment. Could it be for creating battle armor? User 223954. You're all absurd. If you can't even make a shield, how can you think about battle armor? I suspect there's something that requires alloy for its construction. Upon reading this commentary, Chen Dong felt a sense of admiration. The reality was indeed as they speculated. If a meteor shower were to occur, an underground bunker would be essential for the survivors. Consequently, the vital alloy for constructing the bunker would inevitably become a coveted item, with prices skyrocketing in no time. User 957565. So, what can actually be made with alloy? I'm a loss. User 754534 exactly. Right now, alloy seems entirely useless. I was considering hoarding some on the trading platform to profit later, but now I'm hesitant. What if I end up losing everything? I wouldn't even need to wait for zombies to devour me. I D-star to death. User 948292. I've listed alloy for a pound of rice. Come and buy it up, haha. User 752534. Get lost. Everyone else is listing it for a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, and no one is interested. Your price is just bait for fools. In the chat channel, survivors engaged in a cacophony of conversation, although some were inching closer to the truth regarding alloy's purpose. The majority still perceived it as worthless. In that moment, Chen Dong could not conceal his smile. He began to take action. He swiftly purchased alloy in bulk on the trading platform, prioritizing lower price listings, concerned that the survivors might react and raise prices. He allocated ample supplies to Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu, urging them to join in the buying frenzy. The three of them enthusiastically dove into the acquisition process. For the exorbitantly priced alloy, Chen Dong refrained from purchasing. It wasn't due to financial constraints, but rather a desire to prevent prices from escalating uncontrollably. Although his actions would inevitably trigger a chain reaction, causing alloy prices to rise, he exercised restraint. Rather than depleting the trading platform, he carefully controlled his purchases to a level he deemed reasonable, securing all alloy priced below the threshold. Chapter 61. Price suppression. I want it all soon. The chat channel was abuzz. User 578443. Wow, my alloy has been sold. Let me check who bought it. It was purchased by 10,086. User 678345. Mine too. 10086 bought it. He must know the purpose of alloy. Otherwise, he wouldn't oppose. Buy it. No fool has money to burn. User 10010. 10086 is quite cunning. Have you seen the remaining alloys on the trading platform? 10086 is keeping the price exceptionally low. Do you know what that signifies? User 293853. What does it signify? User 10,000. It means that 10086, upon discovering the utility of alloy, has hoarded a significant quantity. Once the demand for alloy surges, he can resell at a substantial profit, especially since he acquired it at a low price. User 567454. I get the logic. ISN and AMP. Oppos. This just scalping? However, ISN and Oppos. There a risk involved? What if production increases later, or it becomes useless? Then 10086 stands to lose. User 10010. But what if it doesn't lose? Are you going to watch 10,086 rake in profits? I believe we should unite to drive down the price of alloy. Let us make 10,086 bleed. User 734645. User 324623. User 234346. I feel something is off. I'm at a loss for words, but it seems you might be a little misguided. User 322356. Agreed. Having other survivors with alloy collectively lower the price, so it doesn't rise, is utterly foolish. If 10086 has the capital to buy it all at once, he will dominate the market. User 10,000. See, I told you all, but you wouldn't listen. Just imagine a survivor. Not just one, but even a large team like the police station. If they were to buy that much S alloy at once, how much would be left? Currently, 10086 is definitely powerless and can only watch us unite against him. In the end, he will either have to sell a loss or be left with nothing. User 645234. That seems to make some sense. User 987239. Let us give it a try. After all, my asking price isn't selling anyway. I wouldn't mind selling a lower price. Chen Dong, watching the chat records from his villa, began to admire users 10,000 and 10010. These two seemed to harbor a grudge against him, always stirring the pot. If he truly intended to stockpile and found himself unable to follow through, he can indeed be caught off guard. Unfortunately, Chen Dong was merely focused on constructing an underground fortress. In fact, he still lacked sufficient S alloy materials and needed to make additional purchases. Seeing numerous survivors start to lower their prices, Chen Dong stifled the urge to act immediately. Not yet. More individuals might still be observing. After a while, there was no sign of mass purchases. Users 10,000 and 10010 were quite exhilarated, boasting in the chat channel. User 10,000. So what do you think? Did I not predict this? The prices are even lower than before, yet there are no mass purchases, which indicates that 10086 is losing his grip. He must be gnashing his teeth as he watches the price of S alloy plummet. Haha. It seemed as if, just as user 10,000 had stated, Chen Dong had stumbled quite badly. Within the police station, the sheriff and others were also observing this punitive battle against user 10086. As expected, Chen Dong indeed found himself lacking in resources, forced to endure the bitter consequences. Poison Thorn glanced at the now cheap S alloy and couldn't help but suggest, "Sheriff, should we purchase some S alloy?" After all, 10086 has suddenly splurged on a large amount of S alloy, so he must have received some inside information. Now that the price is right, the sheriff shook his head midway through. Poison Thorn, first and foremost, we are a team. Resources must be meticulously calculated and utilized wisely. Recklessly purchasing an unknown quantity of S alloy is unwise. Poison Thorn was somewhat dissatisfied. But Sheriff, if S alloy acquires special uses in the future, the price won't be the same if we wait to buy it then. What is there to fear? The sheriff laughed heartily, unconcerned. With so many of us in the police station, we don't need to buy. Our own production will suffice. Given the current circumstances, S alloy output 1 TB in short supply. Meanwhile, Chen Dong was in the villa, watching television with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He closed the chat channel, entirely dismissing the so-called sanctions. In fact, he couldn't help but chuckle when he saw them vehemently discussing their intentions to penalize him. Were it not for the peculiar situation regarding S alloy and his limited time for gathering, Chen Dong wouldn't have made such a conspicuous bulk purchase. After all, it attracted too much attention. Nevertheless, he felt quite grateful to users 10,000 and 10010. Now, an increasing number of survivors holding S alloy were setting their prices within a standard range. Those slightly lower were quickly snatched up by opportunistic traders who would then resell at standard prices. The higher-priced ones languished at the bottom of the trading page. Prices began to stabilize. After finishing an episode of the drama, Chen Dong coughed to interrupt the two girls still debating whether the male lead should choose the first or second female lead. What is there to discuss? As a man, of course I want them both. Xianqi shot him a knowing glance, while Tian Xiaoyu blushed and lightly scoffed. How come I never noticed back in school that you, Chen Dong, with those thick brows and bright eyes, had such tricks up your sleeve? Chen Dong feigned innocence. Ladies, my comment solely pertains to the plot of the drama, not personal matters. Seeing Chen Dong flustered, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu laughed even more heartily. Chen Dong then stretched out his hand, playfully tickling the sensitive waists of the two girls, causing them to laugh uncontrollably. Only when they admitted defeat did he withdraw his hand, adopting a Victor and Amp, Oppose, as pose. Having had their fun, it was time to get back to business and prepare to purchase S alloy once more. Upon hearing this, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu quickly got into the zone, opening the trading platform, ready for action. Chen Dong awaited the moment when everyone relaxed. Believing he lacked the capability to purchase S-alloy and carelessly attempted to maintain a monopoly by standardizing prices. Then he would strike with full force. The three of them worked in unison, sweeping up the cheap S-alloys. In an instant, only a few remained on the trading platform, all priced exorbitantly, suitable only for leisurely whims. For instance, the previous exchange of 10 pounds of rice for a piece of S-alloy. Some survivors, eager to list the S-alloy they had just gathered on the trading platform, were taken aback by the reference prices. They pondered, when did the price of S-alloy become so outrageous? The recently listed prices had been considerably lower. Upon opening the trading platform, they realized that S-alloy was almost sold out. A wave of discontent began to spread among the survivors in the chat channel. Chapter 62. Constructing the Underground Fortress Refund. 10,000 come forth. Did we not hear that 10,086 had no supplies for purchasing S-alloy? Now, it seems that 10,086 has acquired nearly all the S-alloy available. What is going on? Exactly. This has forced us to sell at such low prices, echoed the identifier 464242. I, too, did not anticipate that 10086 had such a wealth of resources. Previously, he had not made any moves. It appears this individual is quite cunning. We have been outmaneuvered. Confessed 10,000. Who could have foreseen this? The intensity of 10086 and Oppos. S acquisition surpasses even the first time. What wealth? Added 10,010. Stop with the nonsense. Regardless of how abundant 10,080 SXS resources may be, let us first assess the situation. You two made a fervent promise to unify prices, and now we find ourselves in this predicament. Who is to blame? Question 356,735. Damn it, I never want to sell so cheaply. I ended up overpricing and was pushed to the back of the listing pages. If it weren't for my urgent need for supplies, I would never have settled for such a low price. What a stroke of misfortune. Limited 46,453. 10,000, thank you. I have sent over the agreed supplies to you. Let us continue this next time, responded 10086. What does that mean? Queried 856,897. 10,000. Can you explain this to us? You are impressive 10,000. Working with 10086 to acquire S-alloy at a low price. Remarked 29,845. Please allow me to explain. Chen Dong gazed at the substantial quantity of S-alloy in his backpack, filled with elation. All this had been acquired at a bargain price. One could only imagine the expressions of these sellers upon realizing the impending meteor shower and the significance of S-alloy. At this moment, Chen Dong had gathered enough S-alloy to support the construction of the underground fortress, and he had no intention of delaying the project. Although Tian Xiaoyu had mentioned that the meteor shower would arrive in approximately a month, the sooner the underground fortress was built, the better. Chen Dong planned to construct the fortress beneath his villa. Firstly, it would facilitate ease of access. Secondly, the villa was already enclosed by a barrier wall and equipped with an automatic defense system, making this location more secure for the fortress. Thirdly, the villa already possessed a basement, allowing for the underground fortress to expand upon the existing structure. Chen Dong retrieved the blueprints for the underground fortress and, accompanied by Xie Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu, descended into the basement of the villa to witness the construction process. Underground Fortress, Blueprint for Basic Underground Fortress, 1-1, S-alloy, 25920. Would you like to construct the underground fortress? Yes, no. Chen Dong clicked to construct the underground fortress, and the S-alloy in his backpack began to melt, gradually adhering to the walls of the original basement, continuously merging and expanding. It remained the same basement, yet it was no longer entirely as it once was. Chen Dong observed the walls of the basement, which now resembled an underground fortress. The smooth walls of S-alloy shimmered with a silvery luster, transforming the fortress into a space that felt like a white sci-fi realm. As the construction of the underground fortress concluded, Xie Anshi and Tian Xiaoyu gasped in astonishment. However, Chen Dong, with his chin resting on his hand, felt an uncanny familiarity with this underground fortress. After much contemplation, he suddenly had a realization. This understated and subdued silvery sheen, the metal that enveloped the walls, was reminiscent of an upgraded version of the tiers of iron bars. Once one has accepted an internal narrative, it becomes impossible to erase the ingrained impressions formed by the subconscious. Now, as Chen Dong surveyed this underground fortress, his dissatisfaction grew. Fortunately, the fortress was built upon the original basement's foundation, preserving the spaciousness. The layout included a lounge on the lower level, 2 maids' rooms, a bar counter, a study, and numerous functional areas, which pleased Chen Dong greatly. Initially, he had envisioned an underground fortress akin to those depicted in films, cramped with piles of supplies and survivors. However, observing the fortress with its alloy-covered walls and minimal alterations, he felt a sense of contentment. This environment would be comfortable for living, even without the meteor shower. Chen Dong turned to Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. He wished to make modifications to the underground fortress, as he was not fond of the original basement as design. Naturally, the renovation of the underground fortress would necessitate the involvement of Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu. With a smile, Chen Dong proposed, "Anqi, Xiaoyu, I wish to modify the underground fortress. How do you think we should proceed?" Xianqi was taken aback. Modify? In what aspect? Armament or interior design? Chen Dong affectionately patted Xianqi and Amp. Appo's head and clarified, "Silly, it is obviously about interior design. I can handle the armament modifications on my own." At the mention of interior design, Tian Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. She had a passion for it. "Chen Dong, I believe the alloy walls need a transformation. They feel too cold and uninviting." Xianqi concurred. "Indeed, Chen Dong, the color of the alloy is too stark and glaring. It would be better to choose a different hue." Chen Dong examined the color of the alloy, agreeing that he too found it displeasing and uncomfortable to behold for long. A warmer color would indeed be preferable. Nodding in agreement with Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu's suggestions, he inquired, "What colors or wallpaper do you two have in mind?" In unison, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Blue." They exchanged surprised glances and then shared a smile, astonished to discover their mutual preference for blue. Chen Dong smiled and declared, "All right, with a 2-to-1 vote, the minority shall yield to the majority. We will paint the walls blue. However, let it be known that you two must not shirk your duties during the work." Xianqi playfully linked her arm with Chen Dong's. "Understood. How can we possibly let you bear the burden alone?" Tian Xiaoyu glanced over and, averting her gaze, added softly, "I will also contribute." Chen Dong then gestured towards the existing lounge, saying, "As for this lounge, it doesn't require much modification. A simple leather sofa, a coffee table, and a television will suffice, given that we lack other furniture." Xianqi approached the lounge and pointed to the wall beside the sofa. "Chen Dong, can we hang a painting here? I really like one from our upstairs room. It would look lovely here." Chen Dong nodded. "Of course, that is no problem. We'll take it down and hang it up shortly." Tian Xiaoyu observed the existing bar counter, then surveyed the surrounding layout and suggested, "Chen Dong, it seems our underground fortress lacks a kitchen. Perhaps we should convert this bar counter into a simple open kitchen." Chapter 63. The Great Transformation and Hunting Operation. Daily necessities often consist of raw food that requires processing before consumption. Typically at the villa, it is Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu who handle the preparations, while Chen Dong is responsible for waiting to eat. At this moment, upon hearing Tian Xiaoyu's remarks, he realized that the underground fortress lacked a kitchen. No wonder he felt a certain absence of warmth and homeliness. Xianqi, too, was struck by the realization. "Indeed, Xiaoyu, your attention to detail is commendable. I hadn't even noticed the absence of a kitchen in the underground fortress until you mentioned it. So, how do you and Anqi plan to design the kitchen?" Tian Xiaoyu turned to Xianqi, awaiting her input. After a brief contemplation, Xianqi spoke. "This bar needs to be replaced. We must find a table to serve as a stove. Additionally, we should gather a new set of kitchen utensils and place a dining table adjacent to the kitchen. It need not be overly complicated. Simplicity will suffice." Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the underground fortress was primarily a refuge and did not warrant excessive fuss. However, Chen Dong disagreed. "That won't do. The kitchen must be properly equipped. Leave it to me. I will take charge of sourcing suitable kitchen tools and a stove. After all, food is paramount. How can we be negligent about the kitchen? Moreover, if you two don't have an adequate cooking space, any discontent may inadvertently be vented upon the meals, and I would bear the brunt of it. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu chuckled. You said it, so you're responsible for the kitchen renovation. No backing out. Chen Dong grinned confidently. No backing out. Whoever does is a puppy, all right? Next, they began selecting bedrooms. With only 2 rooms available, Chen Dong ended up with one to himself. Seriously, you two share a room while I take one alone? He had envisioned sharing a room with Xia Anqi in the underground fortress, but was unexpectedly outmaneuvered by Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who teamed up to send him to a separate room. Tian Xiaoyu laughed. We and Oppos. Re being considerate, knowing you and Oppos. Re a guy and need your space to sleep comfortably. We girls can manage a bit of squeeze. You should be grateful. With no viable objections, Chen Dong resigned himself to the arrangement. The trio had little to discuss regarding the other areas of the underground fortress. There was no need for excessive alterations, and maintaining the status quo sufficed. They proceeded to cover the furniture with cloth in preparation for painting the walls. Chen Dong retrieved paint and brushes from his backpack, slowly mixing a hue of blue that hovered between green and blue, reminiscent of what he recalled as Tiffany blue from the previous world. Mixing the paint proved simple. He combined a large bucket of blue paint with white, lightening it, and then gradually added yellow until he achieved the desired shade. After preparing 3 buckets of paint, Chen Dong distributed one to each of Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu, and they began to paint the walls in designated sections. The underground fortress was quite spacious. Had he been alone, it would likely have taken him an entire day to complete the task. Soon enough, as they admired the freshly painted walls, a sense of satisfaction welled within them. For the kitchen, Chen Dong also procured an array of appliances from the trading platform, including a range hood, refrigerator, and gas stove. Ultimately, he personally constructed a stove from marble, meticulously polishing it. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he surveyed the somewhat rough marble stove and nodded, deeming it serviceable. Once the discussed renovations were complete, Chen Dong initiated some technological upgrades for the underground fortress. The current trading platform boasted an array of technological products, albeit rendered ineffective due to the lack of electricity and internet. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Dong had previously acquired numerous tech supplies, such as cameras and drones. He replaced all the doors in the underground fortress with smart locks and set up an integrated IoT smart assistant, linking it to the exterior cameras of the villa. This ensured they could swiftly ascertain surface conditions even while underground. Furthermore, he installed a computer in the living room. Although it lacked internet connectivity, it served as a monitoring display for the villa's cameras. Chen Dong had no grand plans for this somewhat outdated Pentium processor. Its role as a surveillance system sufficed. With the establishment of the underground fortress, the power consumption of the entire villa increased significantly, leading to rapid depletion of the gasoline generator. Chen Dong found himself making frequent trips to refuel. Though it was somewhat cumbersome, he was determined to ensure the underground fortress and Oppos, as power supply was adequately maintained for a sustained period. Upon completing these tasks, the transformation of the underground fortress was deemed accomplished. After constructing a shelter to withstand the impending meteor shower, Chen Dong, Xia Anqi, and Tian Xiaoyu did not relent, but instead ventured out daily, driving the dilapidated Jetta to scavenge for supplies and relentlessly hunt zombies to gain experience points. The continuous enhancement of their abilities was paramount. Approximately 100 zombies congregated in a horde, likely guarding a cache of high-tier supplies. Preparing for action, Chen Dong set down the binoculars and returned to the car, summoning Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who were engaged in conversation. They had parked the Jetta along the roadside in a flat park, and from a distance, a cloud of dust obscured the view of what lay ahead. It was only through the binoculars that Chen Dong discerned the zombie cluster. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu halted their chatter, chambering rounds into their firearms. Each was equipped with 2 handguns. With ample ammunition, their combined firepower would provide a significant advantage. In their recent excursions, they had delved deeper into zombie territory, and with great risk came enticing rewards. Chen Dong had upgraded his weaponry. He handed his former P92 handgun to Xia Anqi and adopted the UMP-9 submachine gun, which also utilized 9mm rounds. He had since acquired several additional handguns, selecting 2 compatible with the 9mm ammunition for Tian Xiaoyu, while listing the remaining handguns on the trading platform at satisfactory prices. Chen Dong observed the gradual growth of their team's strength. Resources were no longer as scarce as they had initially been. Moreover, numerous firearms began appearing on the trading platform, indicating that other teams were also amassing a considerable arsenal. With determination, Chen Dong drove the Jetta towards the horde of zombies, maintaining speed as he barreled through, sending the creatures sprawling. Subsequently, he had Xianqi take the wheel while he donned his battle gear, armed with the submachine gun as he charged into the throng of zombies. Xianqi steadied the steering wheel, unbuckled her seatbelt, and skillfully maneuvered from the passenger seat to the driver's position, assuming control of the vehicle. In contrast to Chen Dong, her role was primarily to navigate around the battlefield while he engaged directly. In the back seat, Tian Xiaoyu was tasked with tossing Molotov cocktails and explosives to alleviate the pressure on Chen Dong. Chapter 64. The Skills of Xianqi. Healing at this moment. Chen Dong gripped his critical strike dagger tightly, engaging in close combat with the zombies. Although the magazine of his UMP-9 submachine gun was not lacking, it was utterly insufficient when faced with the overwhelming horde of zombies. There was no time for him to reload. Roar! A heavy punch struck Chen Dong from behind. Despite wearing combat armor, he felt his internal organs churn violently. He swiftly dispatched the zombie before him with one slash and turned to strike at the zombie that had ambushed him. This particular zombie appeared to be a mutation, distinctly different from the usual ones, exhibiting abnormal strength. However, Chen Dong had grown accustomed to such encounters. Ever since the emergence of mutated creatures, mutated zombies had also begun to appear. These zombies possessed enhanced physical capabilities and strength. Chen Dong suspected that in the future, they might even encounter zombies endowed with intelligence and various special abilities, akin to the bosses in the Resident Evil games. Even his critical strike dagger failed to inflict fatal wounds on this mutated zombie, necessitating multiple strikes to bring it down. It was reminiscent of his arduous battle with a mutated giant spider. Creatures associated with mutations were exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, this mutated zombie had yet to awaken its intelligence. While it recognized the danger posed by Chen Dong and Oppo's S-dagger, it continued to charge at him head-on without attempting to evade. Chen Dong was also suffering. Despite his protective gear, the powerful blows from the mutated zombie inflicted relentless recoil upon him. Blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. Witnessing Chen Dong in distress, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu attempted to assist, but were obstructed by a throng of zombies. They had no choice but to remain on the periphery, drawing the zombies into Oppo's attention while employing ranged attacks to eliminate them. After all, they lacked the armor that allowed Chen Dong to recklessly navigate through the horde. Ordinary individuals, even after receiving antiviral serum, were not immune to the threat of being devoured by zombies, which was far more terrifying than mere infection. As Chen Dong became entangled with a mutated zombie, more zombies quickly closed in around him. He had to escape immediately, otherwise he would exhaust himself to death. Gritting his teeth, Chen Dong threw several grenades onto the ground nearby, anticipating that the zombies would inevitably pass through that area. Boom! The grenades exploded, leaving the zombies battered and torn. The mutated zombie was also momentarily stunned, its movements slowed. However, Chen Dong found himself within the blast radius. The armor's formidable defense held firm against the tremendous explosion, yet his internal injuries worsened, leaving him dazed. He vowed never to stand in the vicinity of a grenade explosion again, for the force of such an explosion was lethal, capable of rupturing internal organs. It was worth noting that Chen Dong had undergone physical enhancement. If he struggled to withstand the internal damage, one could only imagine the fate of an ordinary person. Chen Dong tore open a path, avoiding further entanglement with the mutated zombie and turning to flee. As he retreated, he hurled incendiary bottles and grenades behind him. The incendiary bottles and grenades hindered the ordinary zombies, yet the mutated one remained unfazed by these minor injuries, relentlessly pursuing Chen Dong. He cursed his luck. However, A significant number of zombies trailed behind the mutated one. He could only choose to maneuver around, allowing Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu to eliminate as many zombies as possible to alleviate the pressure on him. Of course, he would also seize opportunities to dispatch ordinary zombies himself. Only by clearing out the ordinary zombies could the three of them confront the mutated zombie with confidence. If Chen Dong faced the mutated zombie alone, the outcome was uncertain. His previous victory over a mutated creature had been a stroke of luck. These mutated zombies required substantial firepower to subdue. Yet, he had no time to replace magazines. The pursuit continued. Chen Dong led the way, wielding his dagger with dazzling precision, never losing momentum. The mutated zombie remained close behind, perpetually on the verge of catching up, yet Chen Dong managed to evade capture each time. He persisted, even as his stamina waned, all for the sake of giving Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu the time they needed to eliminate the zombies. The focus of the mutated zombie was astonishing. It showed no concern for its fallen kin, its gaze fixed solely on Chen Dong. Time slipped by, and Chen Dong seemed to tire. He halted, and the mutated zombie lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch. However, it could not close the distance, as bullets struck it instead. Though not fatal, the shots impeded its advance. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu had completed their extermination efforts and were finally able to assist Chen Dong. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Dong swiftly reloaded his UMP-9 submachine gun and began firing at the mutated zombie. Meanwhile, he urgently called out to Xia Anqi, urging her to quickly reload and prepare grenades and explosives to throw at the mutated zombie. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu obediently complied. The UMP-9 soon ran dry, but they continued to unleash their firepower in unison. Once Chen Dong had reloaded, the cycle continued. The relentless barrage ultimately subdued the mutated zombie, forcing it to the ground in defeat. With a furious roar, the mutated zombie expressed its frustration but ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming firepower of the trio. Chen Dong approached the fallen creature and severed its head with his dagger, allowing himself to finally remove his combat gear and kneel on the ground. This action startled Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who rushed forward to support him. Chen Dong's face flushed, and he coughed, spitting out blood. Clearly, the internal injuries sustained during the battle had erupted. His condition was dire, and as he appeared on the verge of fainting, Tian Xiaoyu was beside herself with worry. What could they do? Internal injuries were beyond treatment. At that moment, Xia Anqi gently placed her hand on Chen Dong's chest, emanating a faint white light. Gradually, Chen Dong's complexion improved. In a moment of clarity, he felt as if he were soaking in a warm bath. This familiar yet ominous sensation jolted him awake. To his astonishment, his strength had returned, and his internal injuries had completely healed, his body functioning at peak performance once more. The source of this miraculous restoration was the mysterious white light emanating from Xia Anqi's hand. In response to the bewilderment of Chen Dong and Tian Xiaoyu, Xia Anqi wiped the sweat from her brow and smiled as she explained, "I leveled up to level 10 and acquired a skill called healing, which allows me to instantly heal injured individuals and restore their stamina." Chen Dong was elated. It seemed that Xia Anqi had truly become the team's dedicated healer, and her level 10 skill was indeed a healing ability. Furthermore, this healing skill was extraordinarily powerful, akin to a divine gift. Those on the brink of death could be revitalized by Xia Anqi, reinvigorated as if they had received a surge of energy, ready to rejoin the fray. Such a capability was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 65 System Announcement. Regrets come too late. Such an extraordinary skill must surely come with certain limitations. Chen Dong inquired, "Anqi, how many times can this skill be utilized in a day?" Xia Anqi held up 3 fingers. 3 times. Even if its usage were confined to 3 times a day. Chen Dong was still profoundly impressed by this skill. With Xia Anqi advancing to level 10 and acquiring the healing skill, it was undoubtedly a timely boon for their team. The current state of the post-apocalyptic world was far from favorable. Although Chen Dong possessed ample supplies, the need for specialized medical resources in the face of injuries was still pressing. However, with this skill, the urgency for medical supplies was alleviated, at least for the time being. The real question remained: to what extent could Xia Anqi's healing skill effectively treat the injured. This was a matter Xia Anqi herself had yet to grasp. Thus, Chen Dong had no choice but to wait. The scope of healing could only be understood through continuous practice and exploration in the future. More importantly, they had just vanquished a mutated zombie, and a golden treasure chest radiating a golden glow lay before them. Chen Dong opened the treasure chest, revealing two rare items alongside some mundane supplies. Laser defense device, automated Gatling gun, 100 bottles of mineral water, 2 pounds of ribs. This golden treasure chest could be deemed exceedingly generous. It is worth noting that the villa served as Chen Dong's stronghold, with an underground bunker constructed for protection against impending meteor showers. The possession of a robust automated defense system was indeed essential. Chen Dong collected all the supplies, feeling invigorated. Acquiring 2 items for the automated defense system rendered their journey worthwhile. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu were equally elated. The villa and Oppo's automated defense system had become somewhat outdated, relying on rudimentary crossbows and flintlock weapons, which were utterly inadequate to fend off incursions by other survivors. Xia Anqi exclaimed with delight, "This is wonderful. Our automated defense system has long needed an upgrade. We had previously been powerless, merely anxiously waiting." Tian Xiaoyu sighed in relief. "Indeed, during this time, other survivors in the villa area have been eyeing us. I suspect they will soon lose their patience. After all, times have changed. It and Oppo's, it's no longer surprising for survivors to possess firearms. Crossbows and most melee weapons, even Molotov cocktails, are gradually being phased out. What replaces them are powerful firearms and even deadlier remote explosives like grenades or dynamite." Chen Dong smiled. "Now we can rest easy. If anyone dares to cross us, we shall ensure they meet their end." They departed for home, settling into their Jetta for the journey back. Shortly after returning to the villa's shelter, the system issued an announcement. "Attention survivors, a meteor shower is set to occur in 2 weeks, resulting in significant radiation and energy shocks on the surface. The only means to evade the meteor shower is to construct an underground bunker. The system will distribute the blueprints for underground bunker construction to survivors' mailboxes throughout the day. We urge all survivors to build their bunkers promptly before the meteor shower arrives in search of refuge." The system's announcement of the impending meteor shower came a week after Tian Xiaoyu's observation of it. Chen Dong and his companions had already constructed their underground bunker well in advance. However, the system's precise timeline was a few days earlier than Tian Xiaoyu had predicted, which was not a favorable development. Other survivors had not received prior notice. Thus, upon receiving the system announcement, many were left in a state of confusion, struggling to comprehend the news. In the chat channel, numerous individuals were filled with anxiety. They had already been tormented by zombies, and now a natural disaster loomed. Moreover, this was the most terrifying kind, meteorites. After all, it was in this manner that prehistoric dinosaurs faced extinction. How could one not feel dread and apprehension? User 948524, Meteor Shower. Ah, what a release. I and Oppo's am done playing. Let those who wish to continue do so. Haha, I shall relish my last moments of life. User 435324. I recall a brother speculating about future natural disasters. I must say, you are a genius. Damn it, this time it's a meteor shower. Next. It will surely be earthquakes and tsunamis. To survive is truly a grim affair. Every day is a struggle for mere existence. User 352534. Is the meteor shower small scale or large scale? How long must we hide in the underground bunker? Supplies are already scarce. User 575673. This is utterly despairing. User 756543. Let us set that aside for now. Have you received the blueprint for the underground bunker? User 548560. Not yet. Why? User 967864. Haha. The construction materials for the underground bunker require alloy. Survivors engaged in discussions in the chat channel about how to weather the calamity of the meteor shower. Some had begun to receive the blueprints for the underground bunker, finally understanding the purpose of the suddenly available alloy. User 564533. What? Could you repeat that? What is the underground bunker constructed from? User 345235. I've also received the blueprints for the underground bunker, and it indeed requires S-alloy. 20 pieces of S-alloy are needed, and it can be upgraded later. Damn it, I sold all of mine earlier. User 764322. Damn it. All of this is due to the nonsense from users 10,000 and 10010. Now, S-alloy has been mostly acquired by 10086. User 645452. Holy cow. The price of S-alloy is about to soar. It seems 10086 is going to make a fortune. Chen Dong was equally efficient, swiftly listing a substantial quantity of S-alloy. He had stockpiled quite a bit beforehand. Now, the small amounts on the trading platform could hardly affect the prices he had set. If anyone attempted to undercut his prices, they were instantly outbid by Chen Dong and his companions, who had been vigilantly monitoring the trading platform. They then modified the prices and relist the items. Of course, some individuals managed to find bargains, but gradually, only Chen Dong's considerable stock of S-alloy remained at the top of the first page of listings, with prices that had doubled compared to his average acquisition cost. Chapter 66. Voices of Grievance. Anti-10086 Alliance User 867431. 10086. Please be reasonable. 10 grenades, a handgun, 2 bulletproof vests, or a silver-grade manufacturing blueprint in exchange for a piece of S-alloy. You might as well go rob someone. User 346335. Damn it. I hoarded over a dozen pieces of S-alloy before, but I couldn't in Oppos, T-resist, and sold them all. Now, my entire fortune can barely buy me 8 pieces. I'm losing my mind. User 989234. What good is lamenting now? We should find a way to gather resources to exchange for S-alloy. The meteor shower is just half a month away. If we don't hurry to build underground bunkers, we will truly be doomed. User 7564234. What does it matter if I exhaust all my resources to acquire S-alloy? After finally managing to construct an underground bunker, I might end up starving or dying of thirst inside it. How frustrating would that be? Chen Dong had been observing the content of the chat channel. He felt no empathy for these survivors. On the contrary, he was more determined to stabilize prices and seize the opportunity to acquire more resources. In this disaster, his sole focus was ensuring the survival of his small team of 3. If he were to lower prices out of momentary sympathy, the worst-case scenario would be that other opportunistic survivors would buy them and resell at a higher price, rather than allowing others to profit. It was better for him to be the first to seize the opportunity. Selling the S-alloy now, whether the price later rose or fell, was of no concern to him. He had already reserved sufficient S-alloy for emergencies. Chen Dong spoke in the chat channel. User 10086. Everyone, S-alloy is now available for purchase. This is a must-have resource. Aren't you planning to buy? User 353452. I can't afford it. Can't I just collect it myself? User 10086. Brother, I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but gathering S-alloy is not as simple as it sounds. I've been out several times these past few days and have only managed to collect a dozen pieces, and the dangers I've faced are better left unmentioned. So, I advise you to exchange for S-alloy as soon as possible to survive the impending meteor shower. User 546342. 10086. Can't you lower the price a bit? User 10086. That is not feasible. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. Given the current scarcity of S-alloy, it would be disrespectful to everyone to sell it cheaply. User 677454. 10086. We are all human. Do you fear divine retribution for your actions? User 10086. I have heard those words too often. They are quite tiresome. All I know is that if I do not collect resources, I will starve. Furthermore, don't talk about divine retribution. If you do not build underground bunkers before the meteor shower, wouldn't that also be a form of divine punishment? The other survivors found themselves entirely at a loss. It was evident that Chen Dong was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. He was a competent survivor, showing no signs of unnecessary sympathy unless sufficiently incentivized. Consequently, Many survivors ultimately capitulated. After all, in the face of genuine peril, what value did resources hold? The meteor shower was a real threat to life. Previously, they could evade zombies, but the system announcement clearly stated that only by hiding in underground bunkers could they escape calamity. The S-alloys Chen Dong listed began to sell one after another. Although the price was steep, it was not entirely unacceptable. After all, constructing an underground bunker required only 20 pieces of S-alloy. Many still had some stockpiled. Some survivors, gritting their teeth, purchased 20 pieces of S-alloy from Chen Dong, leaving themselves with nothing. Chen Dong was indifferent to how many pieces these survivors bought. The profits were his regardless. He merely reflected on how lucrative this windfall was. He organized the boundless resources acquired in recent days: unlimited hand sanitizer, unlimited cotton swabs, unlimited gauze, unlimited alcohol, unlimited anti-inflammatory medication. For now, they need not worry about resources. They could even ensure they had meat for every meal, receiving ample protein every day. Occasionally, they would indulge in a glass of Roman economy wine, lounging in the villa while enjoying air conditioning and watching television. Such a lifestyle, compared to other survivors, was indeed a pinnacle of comfort. However, at this moment, many were reaching their breaking point with Chen Dong. The villa district was a mixed bag of people. Originally, Chen Dong had conducted a thorough cleansing, causing many greedy individuals to retreat. But this time, due to the S-alloy, the survivors in the villa district erupted in anger. They had also been taken advantage of by Chen Dong, having sold their S-alloys at a low price. When the system announcement was made, they were left dumbfounded. The meteor shower was imminent. They had to build underground bunkers. S-alloy was essential for constructing them. Consequently, the price of S-alloy skyrocketed. But time was of the essence. They could only grit their teeth and buy back the S-alloy at exorbitant prices before the meteor shower arrived. Naturally, they attributed this predicament to Chen Dong. Inside a villa in the district, dozens of survivors from several teams were densely packed together. They usually kept to themselves, having little interaction. However, Chen Dong and Appo's presence forced these teams to convene. In the hall, a group of people expressed their outrage, denouncing Chen Dong and Appo's actions. A burly man said indignantly, 10086, relying on his abundant resources, has engaged in monopolistic practices several times. The resources we painstakingly gathered were easily stripped away by him through underhanded means. He reaps all the benefits for himself. Next to the burly man, a bespectacled young man frowned in agreement. Indeed, this recent S-alloy monopoly incident has caused quite a stir. Those of us residing in the villa district must be in turmoil over this matter. Meanwhile, 10086 is undoubtedly reveling in our misfortune. We must overthrow this capitalist lackey. The young man's words resonated with many present, prompting them to express their agreement. Yes, we must unite and eliminate 10,086. Previously, they had feared 10,086's handgun and automated defense system, but times had changed. They too now possessed handguns and grenades. 10,086's few handguns and defensive systems crossbow bolts were hardly a threat. Defeat 10086 and establish a harmonious order. At this moment, the young man adjusted his glasses and narrowed his eyes, stating, 10086 must be eradicated, but if we launch a direct assault, casualties are inevitable. We must devise a plan to achieve our goal without bloodshed. Those who had initially proposed an attack fell silent. They hadn't and Appo's considered the implications before. After all, with numbers on their side, one spit from each of them could drown 10,086. Why should they fear him? However, after the young man and Appo's reminder, they recalled 10086 and Appo's past achievements. He was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. In a desperate last stand, he could easily take down some of the ambushers. No one was willing to take that risk. Thus, everyone agreed with the bespectacled youth and Appo's suggestion and abandoned the idea of a direct attack. Chapter 67. Conspiracy, a bloodless scheme. At this moment, a leader of the group spoke up. He was a man wearing a mask, with a severed left arm bound around a sharp sword. Fox, he said, tell us how we can achieve our goals without bloodshed. If we do not launch a direct assault, we will have no means to approach the villa behind the 10086 barrier, let alone settle scores with them. Fox, the codename of the bespectacled youth and leader of another team in the villa area, smiled slyly at the one-armed leader's question. Do not worry, Iron Arm leader. I already have a plan that will catch 10,086 off guard. Iron Arm raised an eyebrow, somewhat displeased with Fox's feigned mystery. Since you have a strategy, why beat around the bush? Just lay it out plainly, so we can prepare in advance. Fox smiled slightly, speaking calmly. It is quite simple, really. We select a few individuals to masquerade as injured persons and approach 10086 for assistance. We will promise sufficient rewards in exchange for their help. As long as we can get close and breach the barrier, the disguised injured can launch a surprise attack, and 10086 will undoubtedly be caught unprepared, unable to close the barrier in time. Our main forces will lie in ambush nearby. Once the attack begins, we will rush in. Once 10086 loses their most formidable shield, there will be no threat. Upon hearing this plan, many nodded in agreement. However, some raised concerns. Fox, is your plan truly reliable? What if 10,086 opens the barrier but refuses to assist the injured? Wouldn't that render the plan null and void? Fox shook his head, exuding confidence. From my understanding of 10,086, a person driven solely by profit, they will certainly open the door as long as our conditions are enticing enough. Another survivor questioned, even if 10,086 opens the door to aid the injured, will the ambush actually work? Instead of answering, Fox suddenly drew a dagger from his backpack and charged at the questioning survivor. The individual barely had time to react before the blade was poised at his throat, mere inches away from piercing him. Fox withdrew the dagger and confidently stated, what if I were to play the role of the injured? Do you think I would be qualified to launch an attack on 10,086? The survivor, wiping the sweat from his brow, conceded. Indeed, with your speed, Fox, 10086 would surely be caught off guard. Perhaps you could even succeed in assassinating them. Iron Arm and the burly man from earlier burst into laughter. Indeed, Fox's speed is astonishing. Even if 10,086 manages to evade this lethal strike, they will have no chance to seal the barrier in time. As long as Fox can buy us 10 seconds, we will surely break through. At that moment, with our collective firepower, 10,086 would be trapped. In the face of their flattery, Fox remained composed. As you all know, we are the last team to arrive in the villa area. Before this, I had always heard tales of 10,086 exploits and longed to spar with this legendary Lone Ranger to see what gave him the audacity to refuse the olive branch from the police station, engaging in one-on-one combat with mutated spiders. This time, I am grateful for the opportunity you all have provided. Iron Arm replied, Fox, should we succeed in eliminating 10086, the credit will be yours. You may choose your spoils first. Kong, the burly man, interjected, do you have any objections? Kong shook his head. Our team has no objections. If Fox's plan truly succeeds, then I, Kong, will gladly concede the spoils to Fox. Fox laughed and waved his hand dismissively. We are all united in purpose. Let's not speak of such matters. I only desire the automated defense system of 10,086. The remaining barriers and generators can be divided among your two teams. Iron Arm and Kong were pleased with this response. The earlier suggestion that Fox choose first was merely a formality. Should Fox have been greedy, after the elimination of 10,086, it would have been their turn to divide the spoils. Fortunately, Fox understood the balance and did not overreach, which was acceptable to both Iron Arm and Kong. Iron Arm declared, then I shall take the generator. What say you, Kong? Kong nodded. I am keen on the barriers. I was worried you might attempt to claim them for yourself, but since you wish for the generator, it works out perfectly. It was evident that the three teams had already begun to view Chen Dong's rare resources as theirs, discussing distribution plans with enthusiasm. Very well, then. We shall agree on this. The remaining ordinary supplies will be divided into thirds. Iron Arm said, brimming with joy. As one of the first to arrive in the villa area, he had witnessed the conflicts between Chen Dong and Zhang Kai's teams and had seen Chen Dong's ruthless methods. He eagerly awaited Chen Dong's demise, as having such a formidable adversary nearby made even sleeping uneasy. After solidifying the plan, Fox proposed, to ensure absolute success, We can lace the rewards. We offer 10,086 with poison. Food and water can be tainted. If we can entice 10,086 to consume it directly, we will truly achieve a bloodless victory. Kong frowned. But wouldn't that waste the supplies? Iron Arms supported Fox's suggestion. Kong, you cannot catch a wolf without losing a lamb. Although some resources will be wasted, if we successfully eliminate 10086, all our sacrifices will be worthwhile, yielding multiple times the return. Kong gritted his teeth. Fine, let it be as you say. We will poison all the supplies. Fox nodded and then instructed the members of the 3 teams present. Friends, soon we shall enjoy warm showers and air conditioning. I urge you all to remain vigilant as we strive to eliminate 10,086. The crowd echoed in unison, chanting for the eradication of 10,086, seemingly envisioning their future lives filled with happiness. Chen Dong awoke early today, but he was somewhat irked. The reason for his early rise was not due to a natural awakening. He typically preferred to sleep until 8, leisurely stretching and doing joint exercises before getting out of bed. However, today at the break of 7, he was disturbed by the noise outside. Other survivors from the villa area, a group of 7 or 8 individuals, including several injured persons bandaged up, were banging on the door and calling out loudly. This greatly annoyed Chen Dong. What the hell? Who's knocking at this hour? Are they looking for trouble? Chapter 68. Seeking Help. Walking into a trap, Chen Dong felt quite displeased as he activated the loudspeaker connected to the surveillance system and said casually, "What are you doing? Did I not make it clear that you are not permitted to approach my sanctuary? Or have you simply forgotten over time?" The fox, who had infiltrated the group disguised as an injured person, raised his head upon hearing Chen Dong's voice and shouted, 10086. We are not here to provoke or cause trouble. We seek your assistance. Please help us. With a cold snort, Chen Dong replied indifferently, You have come to the wrong person. This is not a shelter, and I will not provide assistance. Unfazed, the fox continued, 10086. We implore you for some medical supplies. In exchange, we can offer you essential goods as a reward. And I assure you, the compensation will be to your satisfaction. Chen Dong pondered for a moment. He had indeed drawn an unlimited supply of alcohol and antiseptics. And if he could barter them for some essential goods, it would not be unwise. After all, he did not possess an infinite amount of food. The more provisions he had, the better. In a loudspeaker, Chen Dong said, Fine, wait for me a moment. I will come down to open the door. The fox felt a surge of joy. As expected, upon hearing about the reward, 10,086 could not resist. Humans are driven by greed, and birds perish for food. Unfortunately for you, this time, you shall fall into my trap. Chen Dong descended from the second floor, where Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu were already awake and preparing breakfast. They had overheard Chen Dong and Appo's word through the loudspeaker and were not in favor of his hasty decision to open the door. Xianxi cautioned, Chen Dong, have you forgotten about Jiang Kai and Appo's team? They too came to probe us and ended up launching a night raid. Had we not been well stocked and prepared, we would have been at their mercy. You must be careful not to repeat that mistake. Tian Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Yes, Chen Dong. We have always used iron-fisted measures to deter the entire villa area, preventing them from daring to act recklessly. Their sudden visit surely does not bode well. Chen Dong smiled slightly. I am well aware of that, and I would never simply open the door. I will only proceed once they deliver the goods into my hands. Tian Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, still worried. But what if it is a trap? They could be luring you in with the promise of supplies, which would play right into their hands. Chen Dong nodded. That is indeed a possibility. Therefore, you must not rush out of the yard. I will go out alone. If the situation turns dire, I can swiftly don my combat gear and activate the automatic defense system. Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu agreed, reassured that as long as Chen Dong remained vigilant, the outsiders would have little opportunity to exploit. Be cautious. We will monitor from inside and provide fire support at the slightest hint of danger. After their discussion, Chen Dong made his way to the yard. Through the gate, he called out, What supplies do you intend to offer in exchange? Let me make this clear. I will not act without satisfactory compensation. The fox promptly opened the trading window, offering Chen Dong 10 pounds of meat, 20 pounds of rice, and several barrels of purified water. 10086. This is our sincerity. What do you think? We merely wish for your assistance in healing our wounds. Chen Dong accepted the supplies sent by the fox. The generosity of the offerings exceeded his expectations. He had not anticipated such lavishness from them. This also heightened his wariness, as such a substantial amount of resources was not trivial. Typically, teams like theirs would allocate resources sparingly, adhering to strict rations. They would not indulge as he did in plentiful meals. Thus, what he viewed as a considerable amount of supplies would undoubtedly be astronomical for their team. To part with such bounty for medical assistance seemed implausible. Clearly, these individuals harbored ill intentions. A cold smile crept upon Chen Dong's lips. This was the perfect opportunity to ensnare them all, preventing any further schemes. Slowly, he opened the barrier wall, allowing a few individuals to enter. The fox stepped in first, glancing around at the automatic defense devices in the yard. They were merely outdated crossbows and firearms, seemingly more ornamental than functional. To test the waters, the fox provocatively inquired. 10086, your automatic defense system appears somewhat ineffective, does it not? With a dismissive scoff, Chen Dong retorted, are you not here to receive aid? If you wish to critique my home, I can just as easily send you back out to seek treatment. The fox laughed heartily, tearing off the bandage binding his right hand to reveal a military dagger. He then lunged at Chen Dong with the blade. Chen Dong narrowed his eyes, realizing the foolhardiness of the attack. Unperturbed, he effortlessly seized the fox's wrist. The smile on the fox's face vanished instantly. The dagger was perilously close to Chen Dong, but could not advance another inch. Bang! Outside the barrier wall, the Iron Arm and his group heard the gunfire, and the barrier remained open. They understood that the fox's plan had succeeded. Now was their prime opportunity to storm the barrier. Iron Arm charged forward, closely followed by King Kong and a throng of survivors. They shouted loudly, sprinting swiftly from their ambush behind the flower bed into the enclosure. The door, which had been slightly ajar, was forcefully pushed open by Iron Arm and King Kong. Iron Arm raised his sword-wielding arm, brandishing a pistol in the other hand, and roared, "Kill!" The survivors echoed his battle cry. "Kill! Kill! Kill them all!" They surged into the barrier for the first time, discovering that 10086 had been living rather comfortably. The villa appeared to house two beautiful women. However, their focus was not on luxurious cars or lovely ladies, but rather on the lifeless bodies of the fox and his remaining comrades sprawled on the ground. Only one person stood upright, clad in high-tech combat armor reminiscent of a movie character, beckoning them to join him. Undoubtedly, this was 10,086. Though they were puzzled by the existence of such armor, making him resemble a mech warrior from the silver screen. Iron Arm and his group were not deterred at this stage. After all, they were armed with modern weaponry. The circumstances surrounding the fox's demise were of little concern to Iron Arm. It was likely a failed assassination attempt that had resulted in 10,086 dispatching him in his combat suit. Coincidentally, this meant fewer individuals to share the spoils. Author and Oppos. S-Note, Chapter 69. Total Annihilation. Vegetable Seeds. Iron Arm aimed a shot at Chen Dong, subsequently commanding others to swarm forward, attempting to capture him with sheer numbers. Clang! The bullet failed to penetrate the enemy and Oppos' armor. It struck Chen Dong and Oppos' battlesuit with a crisp sound, leaving only a scratch without inflicting any substantial damage. Chen Dong discerned Iron Arm's intent. Capturing him alive was a highly effective strategy against someone clad in battle attire, just as they had done with Tian Xiaoyu before. Yet, Chen Dong was not about to grant them that opportunity. He swiftly drew his UMP-9 submachine gun. Damn it! Iron Arm and King Kong, who were at the forefront, cursed loudly and attempted to halt their advance. However, they were propelled forward by teammates crashing into the barricade. At that moment, Chen Dong had already disengaged the safety on his UMP-9 and began to unleash a hailstorm of bullets into the densely packed crowd. In truth, the UMP-9's power was not extraordinary. However, the sheer number of adversaries made it formidable. With 20 or 30 individuals suddenly surging into the courtyard, it became inevitably cramped. There was no need to aim. A single burst resulted in a chorus of anguished screams. Those survivors who had been so confident the day before, eager to take down Chen Dong, swiftly became his victims. some who failed to breach the barricade in time, witnessing their comrades rapidly fall without a chance to retaliate, turned tail and fled. Chen Dong, having dispatched the intruders in the courtyard, noticed several stragglers and shouted, "Don't run." He then charged out of the barricade in pursuit, ensuring the complete eradication of all involved in this operation. The aftermath involved scavenging the supplies of the three teams, dragging the bodies out onto the streets of the Villa district to await the cleansing by zombies. He then utilized the contaminated water obtained from the previous transaction with the fox to wash away the bloodstains in the courtyard, discarding the poisoned food atop the pile of corpses belonging to the fox and his group. Initially unaware of the toxicity of these substances, Chen Dong had simply prioritized safety and tested them with instruments, discovering the presence of toxic wastewater. Naturally, he dared not keep it, although it was regrettable. He had no choice but to dispose of it. In the following days of scavenging for supplies, Chen Dong came across some fresh seeds. As he opened the supply box, Chen Dong, Xia Anqi, and Tian Xiaoyu leaned in together, gazing at several bags of vegetable seeds: tomatoes, peas, rapeseed, bean sprouts, a plethora of varieties that left them feeling somewhat lost. Once merely urban youths following a routine of studies, even Chen Dong, who had once lived in poverty with his grandfather, had never engaged in such activities, not to mention the affluent Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Curiously, Xia Anqi inquired, "Chen Dong, how do we plant these vegetables?" Tian Xiaoyu blinked, hesitantly suggesting, "We should just plant them and water them a bit, right?" Chen Dong held the bags of seeds with a conflicted expression. While it seemed straightforward to plant and water, each vegetable had its own preferences. Some thrived on moisture, while others required little. It was rather troublesome. Sighing, Tian Xiaoyu expressed her frustration. "How long has it been since we had fresh vegetables or fruits? All we've had are canned fruits and vegetables. Now that we finally have seeds, we can't even plant them properly. I regret not learning how to grow produce from my uncle." Chen Dong burst into laughter, amused by Tian Xiaoyu's pitiful expression. "Xiaoyu, we may not have known before, but we can learn to grow vegetables now. We have plenty of seeds to experiment with." Tian Xiaoyu nodded, her spirit rekindled, but she protested, "What do you mean experiment? Growing vegetables is simple. I'll figure it out." Chen Dong shrugged, remaining silent. Yet his expression spoke volumes. Determined, Tian Xiaoyu tugged Xia Anqi to her side. "Anqi, let us grow vegetables together and not share any with Chen Dong when they're ready. Let him watch us enjoy the fresh produce." Xia Anqi eagerly agreed, nodding in support. Chen Dong observed as the two girls swiftly sidelined him, pondering whether he had lost his authoritative presence as a leader before them. Unyielding, he declared, "All right, let us have a competition to see who can grow fresh produce first. The loser must fulfill any request from the winner. What do you say? Are you two up for it?" Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu scoffed, confidently thumping their chests. "Of course. Just wait for a week of laundry duty." Chen Dong laughed. "We shall see. I'm a planting champion, so prepare to lose." He felt no shame. In other areas, he could indeed be considered a champion of cultivation, albeit without any sprouts yet. To make room for these seeds and cultivate fresh vegetables, Chen Dong diligently collected fertile soil from the wild. He meticulously filled foam boxes with soil and seeds, placing them in the courtyard and on the rooftop terrace. Lacking planting experience, they densely packed the seeds during their first attempt, leading to a delay in germination. Initially, Chen Dong assumed the strong sunlight was the issue, diligently watering the seeds in anticipation of their sprouting. However, when he discovered the seeds had rotted from excess water without germinating, he attempted to remove and replant them. This time, he did not learn from his previous missteps. He simply believed he had drowned them. Under the blazing sun, Chen Dong donned a straw hat, carefully burying the seeds in the soil while murmuring, "Grow quickly, sprout quickly." To expedite germination, he mixed fertilizer into the soil before placing the seeds. Although he felt that such a crude method might be questionable, he could not articulate why. Besides, he had no knowledge of proper planting techniques. He resolved to care for them as best as he could, hoping for the best. Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu were in a similar predicament. They did not scatter seeds haphazardly like Chen Dong. Instead, they placed one seed per foam box, which theoretically provided ample space for growth. Yet, They made the same mistake of overwatering. Standing before their foam boxes filled with seeds in the courtyard, they exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unable to comprehend why the seeds had failed to sprout over several days. What could be the reason? The author has something to say. Chapter 70. The Vegetable Planting Contest. A wish Xia Anqi gazed at Tian Xiaoyu, who was frowning in silence beside her, and said, Xiaoyu, have we made a mistake? Why have so many days passed without any sprouts? Logically, a fresh seed should germinate within just a few days. Could it be that our seed is dead? Tian Xiaoyu pressed her lips together, wearing an expression of doubt regarding life. It shouldn't be. Chen Dong would never give us a dead seed, especially since it came from the supply box. Perhaps we killed it? Xianxi pondered for a moment and replied, That doesn't make sense. We've watered it so many times each day, morning, noon, and night, and the sunlight in the courtyard is ample. How could we have possibly killed it? Tian Xiaoyu clasped her hands together with a serious expression. I know. It must be that we Haven and Oppos. T used enough fertilizer. Xianxi, surprised, pointed to the foam box overflowing with fertilizer, somewhat incredulous. Surely that's enough. We've already used half a bag. Isn't that too much? Shaking her head, Tian Xiaoyu insisted. Anqi, we are simply thinking too conventionally. Think about it. If a large bag of chemical fertilizer ISN and AMP, Oppos, T needed for composting, then when will we ever use it all? Therefore, we must use more fertilizer to ensure the seeds absorb sufficient nutrients. Convinced by Tian Xiaoyu's earnest analysis, Xianqi instinctively nodded. All right, let us pour the fertilizer into the foam box together. With a smile, Tian Xiaoyu agreed yes. The two girls excitedly covered the seeds with a substantial amount of fertilizer, filled with anticipation for the seeds to sprout and grow. At that moment, Chen Dong had descended from the rooftop terrace to the courtyard. He pretended to be nonchalant while actually wanting to observe how Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu were planting, hoping to gather some intelligence. As soon as Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu finished spreading the fertilizer over the seeds, they spotted Chen Dong approaching and stood in front of the foam box. Xianqi denied him access, saying, Chen Dong, you can't. We're in a competition now. That will be cheating. Chen Dong scratched his head. I just wanted to see how you were doing. Just don't suffocate the seeds. I already saw from upstairs that covering the seeds with so much fertilizer won't work. Tian Xiaoyu scoffed dismissively. You don't understand. Only with ample nutrition can they germinate. Chen Dong couldn't help but smirk. Xiaoyu, your persona as a school flower and academic star seems to be crumbling. Hearing Chen Dong's mutterings, a faint blue vein appeared on Tian Xiaoyu's pristine forehead. Gritting her teeth but still smiling brightly, she enunciated, Well, I'm a liberal arts student. I know nothing about agriculture, so my persona isn't collapsing. But you, Chen Dong, claim to be a model planter. If you fail to grow any vegetables or fruits, that would be quite embarrassing. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, looking disdainful. It seems that unless I demonstrate some real skill, you both take my words lightly. Just wait and see how I handle you two. Faced with the provocation, neither side was willing to back down. Yet only they knew what truly lingered in their hearts. Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu were brimming with confidence, eagerly awaiting the germination of the seeds they had planted, envisioning the moment they would present fresh vegetables to Chen Dong, tantalizing him. However, if Chen Dong were to concede defeat, they might consider allowing him to peel an apple for them. Meanwhile, Chen Dong lay in bed that night, contemplating, Darn it, 2 days have passed without any sprouts. Surely, they can't really be dead? I boasted earlier that I would help those two wash their clothes if I lost. How embarrassing that would be. 2 more days passed, and like a daily ritual, Chen Dong went to the rooftop terrace to water the seeds. He had begun to lose hope. No matter what he did, the seeds refused to germinate. He decided to simply water them twice a day and lightly sprinkle some fertilizer, then leave them be. Carrying a small watering can, he approached the foam box. The sight of a hint of green within made him momentarily dazed. They had actually sprouted. The seeds, left to their own devices, had surprisingly germinated. Chen Dong then rushed to check the other foam boxes containing different varieties of vegetable seeds. All of them had sprouted, bursting with vitality. Gently, he caressed these precious little lives, which were so hard to come by in a post-apocalyptic world, and grinned foolishly. The vibrant green life brought him joy. Unlike the dull, dark green of the withered trees, and yellowed grass outside. This new life shimmered with fresh, glistening leaves under the sun. In the following days, the sprouts grew rapidly, developing slender stems. The seeds in these supply boxes seemed to be different. Once they began to sprout, they grew at an astonishing speed. Within just a few days, he had already harvested the first batch of fresh vegetables. Meanwhile, Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu seeds remained completely dormant. This planting contest concluded with Chen Dong emerging victorious. That evening, as they dined on the fresh vegetables Chen Dong had grown, Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu felt a bit shy, but still urged him to state his conditions. However, Chen Dong was in no rush and decided to save that for later. He envisioned establishing a planting zone, where they would eventually need to relocate these foam boxes to the underground fortress. Everything he did held significance. With the impending meteor shower, their supply of canned fruits and vegetables was limited. Even with an ample supply of staple foods and meats, the human body required a variety of vitamins, minerals, and fiber. If the meteor shower persisted for an extended period and their canned fruits and vegetables were depleted, they would be unable to venture out to gather supplies. A lack of essential nutrients over time would harm their health. Thus, cultivating fresh vegetables and fruits was of paramount importance to them. They aimed to plant fresh produce before the meteor shower arrived, and due to the unique nature of these seeds, Chen Dong and his companions had already harvested 2 to 3 rounds of fruit, stockpiling a considerable supply. The author has something to say. Chapter 71. The frustration of failed upgrades having resolved the issues with vegetables. The next challenge was to address the defense of the villa. Following a recent ambush, Chen Dong felt a profound sense of crisis. He intended to seize this opportunity to upgrade the automated defense armament system before the impending meteor shower. Fortunately, he had already acquired the laser defense device and the automated Gatling gun. While others might find these items temporarily useless, for Chen Dong, they were the perfect enhancement. The integration of these 2 items into the automated defense system was crucial. Yet, it appeared that many survivors, including those at the police station, had not yet obtained them. Chen Dong was unique in this regard. Upgrading the automated defense system required a cooldown period of 1 day, which Chen Dong had previously avoided due to a constant need to gather supplies and protect against potential intrusions from other survivors during this interval. Ultimately, his fears were realized when intruders appeared. Although the automated defense system had not yet entered its cooldown phase, this incident made Chen Dong acutely aware that the current system was somewhat outdated. In a world where survivors wielded firearms as common as blades of grass, it was absurd that his automated defense system was still equipped with crossbows and flintlock guns. Moreover, Chen Dong noted that even when faced with external survivors, clad in combat gear and wielding a UMP-9 submachine gun, alongside Xianxi and Tian Xiaoyu providing support with handguns, the automated defense system's lackluster defenses seemed unnecessary. An upgrade was imperative. There was no time to lose. With the remnants of the Fox and Iron Arm survivors recently defeated by Chen Dong, the lingering intimidation provided the perfect chance for an upgrade. He activated the shelter's intelligent assistant, which emerged from his personal interface, its mechanized female voice cheerfully inquiring, "Esteemed master, how may I assist you?" Chen Dong accessed the status panel for the barrier wall and selected the option to inject materials for an upgrade. Upgrade the barrier wall. Do you wish to inject materials for the upgrade? Without hesitation, Chen Dong proceeded and added S-alloy. The system prompted, "Esteemed master, S-alloy is a special material. Upgrading the barrier wall will require a substantial amount of S-alloy, and there is a possibility of failure. Do you wish to continue?" With unwavering resolve, Chen Dong clicked yes. Materials required for barrier wall upgrade. S-alloy, 249.50, upgrade failed. Chen Dong was taken aback, staring at the red notification box that proclaimed the failure of the barrier wall upgrade, and he realized he had lost 50 units of S-alloy from his inventory. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. He could hardly believe that an upgrade could fail. He queried the intelligent assistant, "What is the success rate for upgrading the barrier wall?" The assistant promptly responded, "Esteemed master, I apologize, but I cannot disclose the success rate for upgrades. Should you fail, please attempt again." Frustrated, Chen Dong cursed the system for its deceptive nature. How could S-alloy be in such short supply? And yet you dare create a scenario for potential failure without revealing the chances of success. Have you taken a page from some Penguin Corporation's playbook? The intelligent assistant remained silent, limited by its programmed responses. Chen Dong, defiant, clicked to upgrade once more, refusing to accept defeat. Surely, if I fail the first time, the second attempt cannot yield the same result. Upgrade of the barrier wall failed. Chen Dong watched his S-alloy dwindle further, now down by 100 units. The sensation was akin to throwing money into a bottomless pit. Nothing changed, yet something had undeniably transpired. He pressed his lips together, realizing that with the remaining S-alloy, he could only afford 2 more attempts. Should he fail again, it would indeed be a fruitless endeavor. Nonetheless, the barrier wall needed upgrading. At present, it was merely a solid wall of concrete and steel. While robust, Chen Dong could not guarantee its survival against the meteor shower. With gritted teeth, he thought, surely, a gambler cannot lose forever. Upgrade of the barrier wall successful. S-alloy wall upgrade complete. Success. Chen Dong could not suppress his triumphant nod, exclaiming several curses in relief before exhaling a breath of frustration. No more gambling. The upgrade of the S-alloy wall was completed, enveloping the barrier wall in a sleek layer of S-alloy that, under the sunlight, absorbed light rather than flaunting its presence, preserving its original matte silver texture. Ultimately, everything had proven worthwhile, a sentiment Chen Dong could only offer himself as consolation. He then inquired of the intelligent assistant, will future upgrades involving S-alloy carry a risk of failure? The assistant replied in its soothing mechanical voice, esteemed master, upgrades using S-alloy do not inherently fail. The barrier wall's failure was due to the immense resource expenditure, thus introducing a risk of failure. You may, of course, opt for a guaranteed upgrade. Confused, Chen Dong pondered the notion of a guaranteed upgrade, something he had not heard of before. What did it entail? The intelligent assistant subsequently detailed the required materials for a guaranteed upgrade of the barrier wall. Chen Dong was taken aback by the revelation. Only 120 units of S-alloy were needed for the guaranteed upgrade, while he had spent 150 units to achieve a successful upgrade. He could hardly recognize the path home after realizing he had been duped by the system. Fine, I understand now. You're dismissed. The intelligent assistant responded, understood, master. Adjusting his disgruntled demeanor, Chen Dong proceeded to upgrade the automated defense armament system. Compared to the barrier wall, this upgrade was significantly easier. He accessed the panel for the automated defense armament system and clicked the upgrade button. Would you like to upgrade the automated defense armament system? Yes. Please insert the equipment for the automated defense armament system upgrade. A panel appeared showcasing a variety of equipment applicable to this upgrade. Chen Dong's heart raced at the sight of the diverse array of items that could enhance the automated defense system. If all of these varied pieces of equipment could be integrated, the system would truly become impregnable. He selected the laser defense device and the automated Gatling gun, adding these 2 already owned items. Upgrade. Automated defense armament system upgrade successful. Cooldown period, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Chapter 72. Infinite sanitary napkins. Unlike the unexpected complications that arose during the upgrade of the S-alloy walls, Chen Dong successfully upgraded the automated defense system with ease, entering the previously known cooling period of defense. All that remained was to await the completion of the upgrade and observe the results. He casually retrieved his battle suit, attempting to enhance it with S-alloy, only to discover that the upgrade was far from complete. S-alloy was merely one of the materials required. Additional alloys were essential for the enhancement. As he removed the S-alloy wrapping from the battle suit, which shimmered with a matte silver hue, he realized for the first time that this suit had been his companion for a duration longer than he had anticipated. He speculated boldly whether, with the right combination of alloys, this suit could indeed allow him to traverse both sky and sea. Once the upgrade was complete, the trio began to transport various supplies and furniture from the surface villa into the underground stronghold. However, for some inexplicable reason, Tian Xiaoyu's movements appeared somewhat unnatural. Her expression was peculiar, as if she were enduring some internal struggle. After scrutinizing her for a while, Chen Dong suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, Xiaoyu, you're bleeding." At his words, an eerie silence enveloped the air. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tian Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she bolted outside. The situation became rather awkward. Chen Dong scratched his nose, belatedly realizing the nature of her predicament. After all, every woman has those few days each month. The following day, the automated defense system in Oppo's upgrade was completed. Chen Dong beheld the positions that once housed crossbows and flintlock pistols, now replaced by brand new laser guns and a Gatling gun that emitted blue flames with a rhythmic roar. He nodded in satisfaction, harboring hopes that some oblivious survivors might venture forth to serve as free testers, assessing the upgraded system's potency. Subsequently, he opened his emails to discover the day's bounty of infinite resources. Sanitary napkins? Chen Dong, Kuden, and Oppos. He helped but feel exasperated. In recent days, he had received an array of cosmetics, foundation, concealer, serums, only to now be presented with sanitary napkins. However, this was indeed a timely boon for Tian Xiaoyu, who could certainly make use of them. Furthermore, it would also benefit Xia Anqi in the future. Selling off a portion would serve to aid numerous women. Simultaneously, he sold some S-alloy, acquiring mechanical claws, parachutes, and special hemostatic drugs in return. The warning of meteor showers as a natural disaster had rapidly elevated the resource levels among survivors. Not long ago, they had risked their lives for a mere cold weapon or a bit of bread and milk, but now high-grade supply boxes were emerging one after another. A nearby team had recently unearthed a platinum-grade supply box that yielded an armored vehicle, marking a significant enhancement to their strength. They attempted to launch surprise attacks on other survivors, and to their exhilaration, the armored vehicle proved to be an unstoppable force. Bullets ricocheted off its surface without leaving a scratch. They barreled into enemy strongholds, plundering resources with reckless abandon. This team began to flaunt their newfound power, even bestowing upon themselves a formidable name, Dongxing. Other teams viewed the armored vehicle with trepidation, hesitant to provoke it. Nevertheless, emboldened by their growing might, Dongxing sought to expand their influence, issuing demands for nearby survivor teams to join their ranks. Those who refused would face harsh reprisals. Weaker teams, lacking resources, had no choice but to comply or flee under the cover of night. Some survivor teams, confident in their own strength, tore up Dongxing's ultimatum, dismissing it outright. However, Dongxing retaliated by storming their camps with the armored vehicle, ruthlessly suppressing them. In this atmosphere, Dongxing's reputation soared. Chen Dong received an invitation from Dongxing. Upon reading the unexpected correspondence, he could not suppress a chuckle. Rather than a letter, it felt more like a proclamation. In the missive, Dongxing boasted about their abundant resources, the might of their armored vehicle, and the prowess of their members, ultimately demanding Chen Dong and Oppo's allegiance while expressing a desire to avoid conflict. As he tore the letter to shreds, Chen Dong pondered whether he had displayed insufficient strength. Why did these individuals continuously seek to provoke him? In the spirit of reciprocity, he composed a reply, scrawling 2 bold characters, "Fool." He then instructed the messenger waiting outside the walls to return with the letter. Upon receiving Chen Dong's response, C2, the leader of Dongxing, was consumed by fury, hurling object from his desk to the ground in a fit of rage. 10086, I can't believe this. He cursed, struggling to swallow his indignation. He had always believed that with the armored vehicle, his team should be on equal footing with 10,086, perhaps even subsuming them under his command. Yet, they had outright rejected his invitation. Did they think Dongxing was on par with that motley crew of losers? After regaining his composure, a thought struck him. He would seize 10,080 SXS resources. Without delay, C2 summoned his female secretary, instructing her to relay his orders. Tell the brothers to prepare. After lunch, we will breach 10,080 SAXS wall and drag him out for public humiliation. The secretary nodded respectfully and exited C2's office to convey the command to every member of the team. After lunch, C2 emerged from his room, descending the stairs to address his assembled subordinates with fervor. Brothers, just moments ago, 10,086 rejected our invitation and called us fools. Can you tolerate that? The Dongxing members shouted in unison, no. C2 continued, should we swallow our pride? Their faces flushed, the team roared now. A smile crept on C2's face. He then slammed his palm against the stair railing with force. Then shall we seek retribution? The Dongxing members erupted again. Yes. Yes. C2 nodded in approval. Lowering his voice to a raspy yet clear tone, he inquired, so, how shall we exact our revenge? The Dongxing members brandished their weapons high above their heads, shouting, kill 10,086. Kill 10,086. C'est le guet d'artillerie. Excellent. Full of spirit. Brothers, we set off at once. Whoever brings me 10,080 success head will be rewarded with 20 pounds of rice and bottled water. Mark my words. Chapter 73. Tian Xiaoyu blocks the gun. Chen Dong is furious with a substantial reward. Brave souls emerge. The underlings of Dongxing were filled with fervor, eagerly preparing for conflict. The armored vehicle could not accommodate everyone, so some individuals acted as infantry, forging a path as they surged toward Chen Dong's villa. At that moment, Chen Dong was on the rooftop terrace, watering and fertilizing fruits and vegetables alongside Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu, blissfully unaware of the approaching threat. Suddenly, Tian Xiaoyu heard the thunderous roar of the armored vehicle and Oppo's engine. Rising, she stretched her sore back from the prolonged act of watering, glancing toward Dongxing's direction. Upon closer inspection, she saw a group of armed men advancing towards them, clearly intent on an attack. She quickly alerted, Chen Dong, it seems Dongxing is preparing to strike us. On the armored vehicle, Sidu spotted Chen Dong, standing, and drew his pistol. The distance was sufficient for him to hit his target. Bang! Bang! Watch out! Tian Xiaoyu instinctively shoved Chen Dong aside, only to feel a sharp pain in her abdomen as she collapsed to the ground. She had been shot. Situ's aim was commendable, as he managed to strike from such a distance. Chen Dong and Oppo's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Tian Xiaoyu take the bullet to protect him. In a panic, he scooped her up, signaling Xianqi to crouch low as they hurried away from the rooftop terrace. Rushing back to the underground hideout, Chen Dong and Oppo's heart raced as he watched Tian Xiaoyu bleed profusely. Xianqi urged, lay Xiaoyu on the bed. I will use my skills. Chen Dong carefully placed Tian Xiaoyu on the bed, his expression grave as he said, Anqi, I'm relying on you. Nodding resolutely, Xianqi activated her healing skill, her right hand glowing with white light as she directed it over the wound. With a firm command, the light intensified, and the bullet slowly emerged from Tian Xiaoyu and Oppo's body. Tian Xiaoyu let out a muffled groan. The healing skill did not numb the pain. Thus, she endured the extraction without anesthesia. Xianqi gently wiped the sweat from Tian Xiaoyu's forehead, her heart aching yet encouraging. Xiaoyu, hold on. It will be over soon. I believe in you. Tian Xiaoyu, in immense pain, clung to her consciousness through sheer willpower as the bullet gradually exited her flesh, the wound beginning to heal. Ultimately, it was as smooth as before, not a scar in sight. Xianqi exhaled in relief, wiping her brow. It's done. Tian Xiaoyu's vision darkened, and she fainted. Chen Dong was momentarily taken aback. Xianqi quickly reassured him. It's not serious. She merely needs rest and will regain her strength soon. We can replenish her energy afterward. Chen Dong nodded. Thank you for your efforts, Anqi. Xianqi smiled. I'm the doctor of our team. It's my duty. I'll stay with Xiaoyu. You should check outside and see what those rascals from Dongxing are up to. Be cautious. Upon hearing Dongxing, Chen Dong's expression hardened. I was just thinking of settling the score with them. These scoundrels nearly took Xiaoyu's life. I must avenge her. Xianqi frowned. Please, don't act impulsively. Chen Dong dismissed her concern with a smile. Anqi, when have I ever acted rashly? Rest assured, I will make them regret crossing me. Those who provoke Chen Dong will face lifelong remorse. With that, Chen Dong rose and stepped out of the underground hideout, donning his combat suit. Gripping his blade, the gleaming Tang Dao reflected a piercing light. At that moment, Sidu had positioned the armored vehicle in front of Chen Dong and Oppo's villa, flaunting their might. The gangsters whistled, gazing at the solitary figure of Chen Dong emerging from the alloy fence, mocking him. Just one? Is this a one-man hero movie? Clad in superhero-like armor, Can this trash withstand the impact of an armored vehicle? Laughter erupted among Dongxing's ranks. With a soft snort, Chen Dong retorted, "Do you understand? I have never been this furious before, and you are the instigators of my wrath. How shall I deal with you?" One of the Dongxing thugs stepped forward, disdainfully glancing at Chen Dong. "Oh, I'm so scared. I want my mommy." Laughter erupted once more. "You clearly do not grasp the situation. We'll leave you a whole corpse, and you should be grateful." Chen Dong raised his blade, contemplating dismemberment. That sounds agreeable. Before he could finish his thought, he lunged forward like a cannonball toward the thug. His powerful legs propelled him beyond the reaction time of Dongxing's men. In silence, a thud echoed as a head fell to the ground. Chen Dong, holding the spotless blade, kicked the severed head onto the armored vehicle, coolly remarking, "It seems you just realized the absurdity of your bravado. Illiterate fool, I hope you study hard in your next life." Situ, witnessing the bloody head on the armored vehicle's window, trembled with rage. A seasoned leader of Dongxing, he was not intimidated by a severed head. Rather, he was infuriated. "How dare you kill one of my men before my eyes?" he shouted, his anger palpable. "Everyone attack. Use your weapons. Get him." Upon hearing the command, the Dongxing thugs, shaken from their initial fright, raised their firearms and opened fire. The sound of bullets ricocheted against Chen Dong's armor, creating a discordant melody. Chen Dong strolled leisurely towards the Dongxing thugs outside the armored vehicle, raising his blade high. With a sweeping arc, he struck down one thug, who then writhed in agony, clutching his severed arm. "Enough with the noise," Chen Dong muttered, plunging his blade downwards, silencing the thug forever. Continuing toward his next target, he was suddenly struck by the armored vehicle. Situ, at the wheel, slammed the accelerator, shouting, "Die!" Before Chen Dong could regain his footing, he was slammed against the S-alloy wall, the force causing blood to spill from his lips. Chapter 74. Utter defeat and frantic retreat, the armored vehicle withdrew, intent on continuing its assault. Chen Dong, of course, would not remain idle. Seizing the opportunity as the armored vehicle retreated and left a gap, he deftly maneuvered toward a group of Eastern Star henchmen. The henchmen fired desperately, but failed to hinder Chen Dong even for a moment. As their ammunition ran out, discarding their handguns in a bid for survival proved too late. Chen Dong caught up with one henchman, delivering a crushing blow to the back of his head. The impact caused the man to roll his eyes back, collapsing weakly to the ground. Chen Dong grasped his ankle, slowly dragging him closer. Even as he neared unconsciousness, the henchman attempted to crawl away. Crack! With a pained scream, his left leg broke at an unnatural angle. A low, metallic chuckle resonated from Chen Dong's combat suit. "Does it hurt?" "It should." Chen Dong continued to stomp down viciously, shattering the henchman's skull. Next, Chen Dong lifted his gaze, observing the Eastern Star henchman now trembling in fear. Which one to choose? One henchman, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed, "Screw this. I'm done. Am I the thug here? Where is he?" He turned to flee. Bang! That fleeing henchman quickly fell into a pool of blood. Chen Dong, brandishing a UMP-9 submachine gun, calmly remarked, "How can you run? That is not permissible, hee." All of Eastern Star shuddered in terror. This man was a blood-crazed fiend. Situ, seated in the driver's seat of the armored vehicle, felt a knot form in his throat. Damn it, is he really that insane? The female secretary beside Situ adjusted her glasses, worry etched on her face. "Boss, should we retreat?" Situ responded with a forceful slap across her face, leaving a red mark instantly. Retreat? That word does not exist in the Eastern Star lexicon. It's either him or us, simple as that. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll put you down myself. The secretary bit her lip, silencing herself. Situ's gaze hardened as he adjusted the armored vehicle's direction, charging toward Chen Dong once more. With fury in his eyes, Situ gripped the steering wheel tightly, flooring the accelerator. This amphibious armored vehicle, weighing several tons, could reach speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Even clad in combat gear, the impact from a collision posed a lethal threat to Chen Dong. He could only rely on his agility, constantly darting around the armored vehicle, using its turning blind spots to evade the onslaught. Observing this, the Eastern Star henchman turned tail and fled without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity created by the armored vehicle's slower turn, Chen Dong opened fire with his UMP-9. The flesh-and-blood Eastern Star henchmen stood no chance, collapsing in droves. With no avenue for escape and no means to fight back, death awaited them. Situ, now blinded by rage, resorted to desperate measures, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Just as Chen Dong pursued a fleeing henchman, Situ drove the armored vehicle headlong into the fray. Chen Dong skillfully avoided the collision while Situ mercilessly mowed down his own henchman, brains splattering everywhere. Yet, he cared not. His sole focus was on eliminating Chen Dong. After he dispatched his own man, he muttered to himself, "Don't worry, I'll avenge you. I promise we'll still be brothers in the next life." By the time Situ regained his composure, the vast expanse of the villa area was littered with the bodies of his fallen henchmen, many crushed under the weight of his vehicle. Meanwhile, Chen Dong stood unscathed before him. "Boss, let's go down." The few henchmen inside the armored vehicle urged Situ for a fight. There were only 5 or 6 of them, comprising the core of Eastern Star, apart from Situ and the secretary. Nodding in consent, Situ handed out several grenades. "Along, I believe in you. Go." Along nodded resolutely, leading his brothers down from the armored vehicle. They possessed bulletproof vests and helmets, supplies that Chen Dong had yet to acquire. It appeared Eastern Star still had some resources. Along and his crew opened fire with their handguns, but it proved futile. Once their ammunition was depleted, they drew out cold weapons, sharp cleavers glinting menacingly. Chen Dong holstered his UMP-9 and retrieved his devastating tang knife, relishing the thrill of bloodshed. Compared to the impersonal nature of gunfire, the visceral combat with cold steel ignited his bloodlust. Along and his men charged forward, swinging their cleavers with ferocity. In the face of their multiple assaults, Chen Dong remained composed, meeting their blade strikes head-on with his own lack of finesse. Thud! The tang knife plunged into a long and Appos' abdomen. With a swift twist, he withdrew it, causing Along to collapse. Chen Dong then slashed the throats of the remaining henchmen or pierced their hearts. The last of Eastern Star's corps fell one by one. One henchman, on the brink of death, gasped with this armor, What does it matter?" Without uttering a single word during the skirmish, Chen Dong smiled faintly at the dying man's inquiry. "What matters? The fact that I possess this suit of armor is my prowess. Do you think I'm foolish enough to engage you in close combat without it?" The henchman's eyes widened in shock, eager to speak, but Chen Dong, irritated by his incessant noise, crushed his windpipe with a single stomp, ending his life. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle made a swift about-face and retreated. Chen Dong chuckled coldly, retrieving a Jetta and taking the driver's seat to pursue. "Trying to escape? How can you possibly get away?" With Eastern Star dismantled, anyone who still lingered was a fool. Situ pressed the accelerator desperately, attempting to shake off Chen Dong. However, as Chen Dong piloted a sedan, its top speed naturally surpassed that of the armored vehicle. The notion of evading Chen Dong was utterly absurd. Yet, Chen Dong remained calm, merely maintaining a steady pace behind the armored vehicle. He wished to see just where Situ intended to flee. Situ, too, was filled with regret, lamenting his choice to provoke Chen Dong. Why did he have to provoke him of all people? While pounding the steering wheel in frustration, he believed the armored vehicle was his salvation, not realizing it had become merely a means of escape. The vehicle's massive frame had turned into a burden, an encumbrance. Situ remained oblivious to the identity of the woman he shot, yet sensed she must hold great significance to Chen Dong. Otherwise, she would not have unleashed such havoc upon emerging from the S-alloy perimeter. He understood that there was no way to retreat from his confrontation with Chen Dong and pressed on with determination. The armored vehicle barreled onto the road, leading into the zombie-infested area. Situ gambled on the hope that Chen Dong would abandon pursuit out of fear of the undead. However, witnessing Chen Dong follow without hesitation into the zombie zone sent a chill through his heart. To make matters worse, the fuel gauge indicated that the armored vehicle was nearly out of gas. Chapter 75. Apocalypse Live broadcast. Situ's heart was in turmoil. Damn it. Running 100 kilometers at 80 to 90 liters per 100 kilometers. How could I manage this? Situ had insufficient diesel and could not afford the fuel consumption of the amphibious armored vehicle. This was why he had opted to dominate and plunder resources around the villa area. Distances too far were simply beyond his means, lacking the necessary diesel to support the armored vehicle's journey. The armored vehicle came to a halt, its tank running dry. Chen Dong slowly brought his vehicle to a stop, alighting and walking towards the armored vehicle and Oppo's entrance. With a rasping sound, he took out a saw, methodically sharpening it. He had all the time in the world. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from within the armored vehicle. Chen Dong continued his task, murmuring to himself, could it be a suicide? But then, the armored door swung open on its own. The female secretary, bloodied and dragging the lifeless body of Situ, crawled out with a fawning smile. I have killed Situ. Can you spare my life? I will serve you like a dog, as your plaything. What do you say? Chen Dong smiled faintly. Very well, I shall spare you. He then took the armored vehicle away, leaving the dazed secretary behind, along with the approaching zombies drawn by the scent of blood. After the tumult caused by Fox, Iron Arm, and Dongxing, the villa area reverted to its initial state. Only Chen Dong, Xia Anqi, and Tian Xiaoyu remained. Initially, after Chen Dong eliminated Fox and Iron Arm, other teams, both large and small, lingered. However, Dongxing, leveraging the armored vehicle and Oppo's threat, forced those unwilling to integrate to flee the villa area. It was either that or face annihilation. Subsequently, when Dongxing launched an attack against Chen Dong, they met with utter defeat. Naturally, the villa area became considerably emptier. Following the destruction of Dongxing, the most valuable spoils were the armored vehicle and several sets of bulletproof vests and helmets. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Dong equipped Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu with a set of vests and helmets each. He himself possessed battle gear and was not particularly fond of these items. From the outset, he had intended to prepare them for Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu. Although both had leveled up and enhanced their physical prowess, they remained flesh and blood. Unlike Chen Dong, who enjoyed full coverage from his battlesuit, Chen Dong was eager to procure protective gear for them, but sadly, such equipment was exceedingly scarce. This incident, where Tian Xiaoyu was accidentally injured, underscored the importance of having protective gear. Fortunately, they had acquired sufficient bulletproof vests and helmets from Dongxing, granting Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu an added layer of security. As they donned the vests and helmets, the fitted attire accentuated their figures, exuding a primal beauty rather than appearing cumbersome. Xia Anqi twirled before Chen Dong, slightly bending forward, tilting her head to gaze at him with anticipation, asking, "Do I look good?" Tian Xiaoyu, equally adorned in her protective gear, silently crept up behind Xia Anqi, her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Dong. Faced with the sight of these two beautiful women, Chen Dong and Oppo's eyes flickered momentarily. Meeting their fervent gazes, he smiled nonchalantly. "You look splendid. Should you choose to livestream, I'm certain a throng of admirers would shower you with praises and gifts." Xia Anqi and Oppo's initial joy quickly faded into a dismissive pout. "I have no intention of live streaming. I only wish to show you." Tian Xiaoyu chimed in. "I'm not interested in live streaming either. Rather than strangers, I prefer to show you Chen Dong." Chen Dong could only chuckle in response to their declarations. "You two think that wearing bulletproof vests and helmets is only for my eyes? You must venture out to gather supplies, you silly girls." He then propped his chin thoughtfully, suddenly shifting the topic. "By the way, the system has recently introduced a live stream window. It seems quite lively." Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu, who had initially wanted to retort, shared their thoughts on the recent live streams. They had noticed the system's new platform for survivors. Xia Anqi shook her head. "I fail to see the purpose of this live stream platform under apocalyptic conditions. Is it merely a channel for survivors to vent? Most of those who live stream seem aimless, engaging in trivial chatter, and the plethora of vulgar content makes me question the appeal of such broadcasts." Tian Xiaoyu replied with a smile. "Anqi, the live streams in this world of apocalypse certainly lack the excitement of those we used to watch. There's nothing novel to behold. I believe the system hopes to foster tighter connections among survivors. After all, live streaming, while interacting with comments, does diminish the sense of distance." As Chen Dong listened to Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu, he opened the livestream channel. This channel lacked any sort of categorization or restrictions. It felt akin to the dark web platforms he had heard of during his internet surfing days. The channel bore a simple name, Apocalypse Live Broadcast. Due to the absence of order, the content of the live streams was unrestrained. There were crude Russian roulette games, gruesome live dissections of zombies, alongside normal, warm-hearted chats. Chen Dong scrolled through the page, avoiding the inappropriate content, and was instead captivated by two girls. Though ordinary in appearance, the natural vitality radiating from them was undeniable. At that moment, they were introducing their team's refuge in their livestream. Upon hearing the female voices from the broadcast, Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu instinctively fell silent, straining to listen as they leaned closer to Chen Dong. Xia Anqi feigned annoyance, addressing Chen Dong. "Oh, so you're secretly watching beautiful girls livestream without us? Do you think we're unattractive?" Chen Dong could only smile wryly, gesturing towards the livestream content with exasperation. "What are you thinking? Those girls can't hold a candle to you and Xiaoyu. My interest lies solely in their content." Tian Xiaoyu laughed. "Chen Dong, when did you become so smooth-tongued? I never noticed." Chen Dong found himself flustered by their combined inquiries. "I speak only the truth. Now, enough of your banter. Come join me in watching the livestream." Chapter 76. Gifts and Recruitment. Without barriers, Chen Dong invited Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu to sit beside him as they tuned into a live broadcast. In the streaming room, two young women enthusiastically introduced their newly established sanctuary to the audience. One of them, a bespectacled girl exuding an aura of artistic flair, addressed the camera. "Dear survivors, my name is Huan, and this is my sister Qian. Tonight, we will share details about our team's newly built refuge." They were seated on a sofa in an underground bunker, showcasing the spaciousness of their shelter. Huan pivoted the camera to provide a comprehensive view of the underground bunker, revealing its impressive size. Chen Dong noted that it was even larger than the bunker they had constructed beneath their villa, wondering how such a vast foundation had been acquired. However, the interior of this bunker lacked refinement, bearing a stark industrial aesthetic with exposed alloy walls and an unpaved floor. As Huan walked while streaming, the dust visibly rose in her wake. The bunker housed a considerable number of residents, unlike Chen Dong's group, who enjoyed the luxury of spacious accommodations. At most, Xia Anqi and Tian Xiaoyu shared a room. The scene captured by Huan resembled a collective dormitory from Chen Dong's school days, with 4 or 5 bunk beds crammed into a modest room, accommodating 8 to 10 survivors. Huan entered a room where several burly men were eating, prompting them to wave at the audience, albeit reluctantly, before returning to their meals. The viewers observed intently as the men consumed a hearty meal, including meat, eggs, and rice. Was the food in this underground sanctuary truly that generous? Many survivors in the comments section inquired about the requirements for joining their refuge. User 563563. Huan, my dear. What are the criteria for joining your sanctuary? User 856445. Wow, that last comment was a bit much, wasn't it? User 235557. Huan. I'm quite interested in your bunker. As a lone survivor, may I join you? User 754035. I'm also a lone survivor and cannot create a bunker myself. May I come and help? I'm not just looking for a free meal. I can work. The comments section buzzed with enthusiasm, many expressing a keen interest in joining the sanctuary. This was precisely Huan's intention. After glancing at the comments, she smiled and explained, "I noticed many of you are asking whether we still have openings and what the conditions are. I'm happy to clarify. We have several rooms available, which can accommodate dozens more individuals. Moreover, our team does not impose strict entry requirements. As long as you are capable of working, you are welcome. Here, we share the labor and the rewards." Chen Dong furrowed his brow slightly at this familiar approach, but chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Following Huan's explanation, a deluge of comments flooded in, with numerous survivors eager to join. Many also sent gifts, a bottle of water, a piece of bread, attempting to stand out among the competition. Qian, attentively monitoring the stream, smiled as she read out the names of those who sent gifts. Thank you. Thank you, too. I want to join your sanctuary for the bucket of pure water. Your generosity is commendable, and we appreciate your health, she announced, urging those who contributed to message them privately. Some names were less decorous, but Qian dutifully acknowledged them. And thank you to Huan and Qian. I want them all for the 10 grilled sausages. The gifts in this apocalyptic live stream differed significantly from those of the past world. They were tangible provisions drawn directly from backpacks. Huan and Qian and Amp. Oppo's broadcast quickly soared to the pinnacle of popularity that evening, as countless survivors, unable to build their own bunkers against the impending meteor showers, clamored for a chance to join their refuge in search of survival. According to the system data, the urban area where Chen Dong resided boasted a staggering population of over 100,000, although the villa district appeared desolate in the outskirts. The sheriff and several larger teams had established their bases in more densely populated areas, creating bustling environments. In such circumstances, many lone survivors roamed, lacking the means to construct their own shelters in anticipation of the impending meteor rain. As the countdown to death drew nearer, they were compelled to seek survival by any means necessary. That night, Huan and Qian openly stated that joining their underground bunker required no prerequisites. If one possessed the ability to work and was whole, that was sufficient. In comparison to other teams, such leniency was practically unheard of. Teams operating from the sheriff and Oppo's station and other large groups required new members to pay exorbitant resources as a form of entry fee. Once inside, labor would be distributed based on contributions, with a point system in place. The more resources one collected during expeditions, the higher their internal standing and access to superior amenities. In stark contrast, the sanctuary led by Huan and Qian seemed to embody a paradise. Unsurprisingly, it was not long before they were inundated with applicants, rapidly elevating their numbers to rival those of the sheriff's prominent teams. However, Chen Dong was more intrigued by the operational model of the sheriff's larger groups. While it may be viable for a nascent team to initially adopt an egalitarian approach, it was far from prudent. The sheriff's team had evidently learned from past pitfalls, hence their shift to a merit-based system. Everyone who joined received sustenance, but disparity in effort would ultimately lead to inequity, those who worked harder reaping the same rewards as those who contributed less. Continuing down this path posed significant risks. With a meteor shower looming, if discord arose due to uneven resource distribution, only a powerful team like the sheriff's could quell the chaos. Otherwise, the entire group would spiral into disarray, potentially fracturing completely. It was clear that Huan and her team, initially small in scale, lacked the capacity for such emergencies. The peril lay not in scarcity, but in inequality. Their rapid success would inevitably lead to complications. Chapter 77. Internal Strife. Let me take the lead when Chen Dong revisited the live stream featuring Huan and her companions. Chaos reigned within the virtual room. Huan and Qian were too preoccupied to attend to the broadcast, while a multitude of bewildered spectators flooded the comment section. What is happening? User 546347. What just occurred? I've just arrived. Can anyone clarify the situation? User 875484. I'm also uncertain. I just got here too. User 648345. I caught a glimpse earlier. Huan and a guy from the shelter got into a heated argument about food shortages, it seems. User 673257. This doesn't look like a mere quarrel. It's turned into utter pandemonium. They're practically preparing for a brawl. User 754734. Look quickly. Huan is approaching. It seems she has managed to resolve things as the fighting has ceased. Huan stepped into the view of the camera, her expression filled with embarrassment as she offered repeated apologies. I sincerely apologize to everyone for the distressing scene you witnessed during the live stream. The issue has been resolved, so please do not worry. As Huan and Qian resumed their positions in front of the camera, the audience inundated them with inquiries. User 854845. Huan, what exactly transpired moments ago? Why did everyone suddenly erupt into chaos? User 675953. Was your argument regarding the unequal distribution of supplies? User 845873. Goodness. It looked like a brawl was about to break out. That instigator must be a newcomer. I've never seen him before. And he clashed with the veteran we previously greeted. Juan, observing the comments, wore a bittersweet expression. In truth, there was no significant issue. An influx of survivors had overwhelmed our shelter, and our supplies were struggling to meet the demand. Some individuals went hungry, which led to heightened emotions, a perfectly understandable reaction. However, dear viewers, rest assured that we will address this matter promptly. Chen Dong scoffed at her words, thinking, if it were that simple to resolve. How wonderful it would be. The comments continue to flow. User 743756. As long as everything is fine, that's what matters. User 623575. Nonetheless, I believe there is something amiss with your Team S structure. History has provided us with lessons to learn from user 234657. Ahem, as a member of the police department, I have some authority to speak. We once operated under a similar model, but as we expanded, many took advantage of the system, merely coasting along. Eventually, the chief expelled those individuals from the base, instituting a points system and labor-based distribution. Honestly, Juan, you should reform your system before your team grows too large. User 456342. Exactly, equal distribution is highly unreliable. While your team's newer survivors are still finding their footing, you must revise your distribution system. Those unwilling to stay should be allowed to leave. There's not much to lose. User 526334. Agreed, to prevent it from becoming a deeply entrenched issue later on. Juan diligently read through the comments, sighed, and then revitalized her spirit. I have acknowledged everyone's suggestions and have given them thorough consideration. Indeed, we have taken on too much too quickly. We will reform our team's distribution model and broadcast it live for everyone to see. Please be sure to stay tuned. At that moment, another viewer chimed in. User 453673. That big guy who almost started a fight earlier. He seems rather unruly. You should be cautious. User 735474. I believe such uncontrollable elements should be eliminated early on, like a ticking time bomb. User 865856. Yes, I think so too. However, Juan dismissed the suggestion with a smile. There is no need to be overly concerned. He is not a bad person, just a newcomer reacting to hunger, which is understandable. After all, we promised everyone they would have enough to eat. The other team members have already gone to calm him down. And isn't he behaving now? Just then, a deafening crash echoed from behind Juan, followed by the sound of gunfire. A group of newly arrived survivors in the underground shelter broke from their ranks, raising handguns and firing upon others. Many were caught off guard, having not entered a state of alert, and fell victim to the onslaught. The original members of Juan and Appo's team collapsed. Leading the charge was none other than the unreliable newcomer mentioned in the comments, Deshawn. He approached Juan and Chen, gun in hand. Juan attempted to retrieve her firearm from her backpack, only to have Deshawn press the barrel to her forehead. If I were you, I would make any sudden moves. Juan and Chen had no choice but to comply, their hands bound behind their backs, faces etched with despair. All of this unfolded under the watchful eyes of the live audience. Despite being taken hostage, Juan maintained her composure, asking, Deshawn, why are you doing this? Have we wronged you in any way during your time with us? Deshawn chuckled darkly. What do you think? Have you treated me well? Juan, perplexed, replied, Have we? At this, Deshawn seized Juan by the throat, his voice low and menacing. Of course you haven't. During my first 2 days here, I've worked the hardest. I moved a third of the timber from that warehouse today, and yet I'm still going hungry. Is that not mistreatment? Juan was a loss for words. I didn't know. Deshawn shouted. What do you know? My brothers behind me came here seeking a better life, only to endure the hardest labor while receiving the least food, and you're still broadcasting this? Juan bit her lip in guilt. Sorry. I will revise the distribution system. Revise? It's too late. Now I will be the leader. Deshawn laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with dangerous intent. Juan tried to retreat, but Deshawn's grip on her throat tightened. What are you planning to do, Deshawn? Deshawn turned his gaze toward the live stream camera. Although some comments criticized him, he paid them no mind. What am I doing? I'm live streaming, of course. It's a perfect opportunity to gather supplies. He hastily adjusted the camera angle, and Juan wept, pleading, please don't harm my sister. Deshawn ignored her, sneering, are you instructing me on what to do? Chapter 78. Purchasing concrete. Feeling neglected, the fervor of a live stream surged. Daxian, drenched in sweat, exerted himself further as the gifts poured in. However, many viewers, including Chen Dong, had already departed from the streaming session, accompanied by two stunning beauties. He was not yet desperate enough to observe others. Instead, the echoes of despairing cries unsettled him. Chen Dong switched off the live broadcast, lit a cigarette, and reflected. Ah, humanity. Chen Dong contemplated upgrading to a mid-level underground bunker, a decision he had mulled over for quite some time. While enjoying dinner, Xianqi served him a bowl of rice and casually inquired, Chen Dong, where should we relocate our vegetables when the meteor shower arrives? Chewing his rice, Chen Dong replied without hesitation, of course, we'll move them to the underground bunker. Xianqi frowned and sighed. But our underground bunker lacks sufficient space for all the fruits and vegetables. More importantly, how will we ensure they can photosynthesize? Chen Dong reassured her. The issue of photosynthesis is easily resolved. We have an ample supply of grow lights. However, the space is indeed a significant concern. Now that these fruits and vegetables have matured, they occupy quite a bit of room. The unlimited resources Chen Dong acquired yesterday included grow lights, alleviating worries about photosynthesis. If one light was insufficient, they could simply use several. Yet, space remained a formidable challenge. Currently, the fruits and vegetables they cultivated filled both the yard and the rooftop terrace. It was nearly impossible to transfer everything to the underground bunker, which was only as large as a villa. Aside from the living quarters, there was hardly any spare space. At that moment, Tian Xiaoyu asked Chen Dong, can the underground bunker be upgraded? Chen Dong nodded, resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. It certainly can be upgraded, but doing so requires a substantial amount of concrete, which we do not possess. If we proceed to purchase it gradually from the trading platform, it's uncertain whether we will manage to upgrade before the meteor shower arrives. Tian Xiaoyu, twirling her hair thoughtfully, suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Chen Dong, why don't we seek out a team for trading? I know several large teams stockpile resources for trade. Some hoard steel, others wood. If we patiently search the chat channel, we might find a team with a considerable reserve of concrete. Chen Dong blinked and nodded contemplatively. That's feasible. It presents an opportunity. It would indeed be a pity to lose all the fruits and vegetables we cultivated due to a single meteor shower. Tian Xiaoyu wholeheartedly agreed. Absolutely. After all the effort we put into growing these vegetables, it would be such a waste if they were lost. I happen to know of a team that seems to be trading concrete. Would you like to learn more? She added. Of course. Chen Dong replied with a smile. How did you discover which team has concrete? I had no idea. Tian Xiaoyu blushed slightly, smiling sweetly. Well, I stumbled upon this team by chance. They were selling lipsticks on the chat platform, and that is how I learned they have a large supply of concrete available. Xianqi suddenly realized. Oh, Xiaoyu, is that the team that sold you the gold bars last time? Tian Xiaoyu smiled faintly. Yes, those were from their team. Anqi, how did you find them? Xianqi nodded vigorously. They're fantastic. I used to buy that lipstick frequently in the old world. It's incredibly moisturizing and glides on effortlessly. The two women quickly diverted into an animated discussion about lipsticks at the dining table. Chen Dong chuckled softly. Hey, we were discussing upgrading the mid-level underground bunker. How do we end up on lipsticks? However, Xianqi and Tian Xiaoyu remained engrossed, paying him no mind. Chen Dong shook his head in resignation, silently finishing his meal and tidying up the dishes. He had long aspired to upgrade the mid-level underground bunker, yet had been hindered by a lack of sufficient materials. Discovering through Tian Xiaoyu about a team hoarding concrete solidified his resolve to pursue the upgrade. Chen Dong opened the chat channel, searching for the team Tian Xiaoyu mentioned. User 347343. Mavker, upgrading to a mid-level bunker requires 5,000 units of concrete. Where on earth can I find that? The trading platform only offers scattered supplies, which are utterly useless. User 573353. What? You're really going to upgrade the mid-level bunker? User 374343. I'm the leader of the drug lord team. Do you think we have the capacity to upgrade to a mid-level bunker? The drug lord was a newly emerged large team. The police station, as a unique large team, would soon face competition from second-tier teams. The drug lord had carved out a place for itself, undeniably powerful. User 845634. Wow, big shot, impressive. User 678965. I can't believe I'm seeing the real deal. User 845534. Our team just built a basic underground bunker. It's clear we can't compare to the larger teams. User 745343. Leader of the drug lord, Snake? We have a large supply of concrete. Are you interested? I'm Lu Nung, leader of the Saturn Ring team. Saturn Ring was also a prominent second-tier team. Rumors circulated that the team owned 2 massive bulldozers. Their most notable achievement involved flattening a rival faction overnight, thereby solidifying their position as a second-tier team. Upon seeing Lu Nung's message, Chen Dong felt elated. This was likely the large team Tian Xiaoyu had referred to. The leader of the drug lord, Snake, responded promptly. Lu Nung, I've heard of you. If you have a substantial amount of concrete, we can discuss terms. Let us chat privately. Lu Nung replied, of course, I can ensure a sufficient supply of concrete. Saturn Ring wouldn't tarnish its reputation. We value integrity in business. Snake, I've sent you a private message. Let us converse in private. The leaders of the 2 large teams exited the chat channel to engage privately. Chen Dong quietly closed the chat window, clicking on Lu Nung's profile to enter a private conversation. Hello, Mr. Lu Nung. I am interested in purchasing a large quantity of concrete. Can we discuss this? However, after sending the message, it sank into silence, receiving no response. No reply? Chen Dong furrowed his brow. What is going on here? Just moments ago, Lu Nung was quite enthusiastic while addressing the leader of the drug lord. Chen Dong couldn't help but feel a tinge of discomfort. Nonetheless, since he genuinely needed to procure a significant amount of concrete for upgrading the mid-level underground bunker, he chose not to dwell on it. I'll wait a little longer. Chapter 79. Dreams hold everything as Chen Dong aimlessly browsed for concrete on the trading platform. Lu Nung finally replied. The illustrious 10086 seeks concrete. I have plenty. How much do you desire? Earlier, Chen Dong had already gathered 500 units of concrete. However, he still needed an additional 4,500 units to upgrade to a mid-level underground fortress. I wish to exchange 4,500 units of concrete. The price is negotiable. Lu Nung quickly responded. For 1,500 units? A trivial matter. 10086. Are you looking to construct the mid-level underground fortress? It seems the last batch of S-alloy has earned you quite a fortune. Confused, Chen Dong was unaware of why Lu Nung was suddenly discussing past events. He was eager to complete the transaction and decided to ignore the comment. Let us get straight to the point. Please state your price. I am pressed for time. Lu Nung then quoted a price that made Chen Dong and Appo's face darken. I want to ask for much. A flat rate of 150 S-alloys. After Chen Dong monopolized the market once, the price of S-alloy had risen to exorbitant levels. Although he had stockpiled a considerable amount of S-alloy, he had also used much of it. Now, Lu Nung's outrageous demand of 150 S-alloys was utterly preposterous. Chen Dong and Appo's expectation for an exchange was capped at 50 alloys. Anything beyond that was simply outrageous. Lu Nung was clearly trying to take advantage of him. Knowing Chen Dong needed the concrete and could not quickly gather enough on the trading platform. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chen Dong sent a message. All right, let us proceed with the transaction. Lu Nung was momentarily taken aback. Are you sure? Chen Dong could not help but send a voice message. At 3 o'clock tonight, while you lie in bed, I assure you that even if I offer 250 S-alloys, others will be clamoring to trade with you. Upon hearing the voice message, Lu Nung responded with mockery. I thought 10086 was more capable than this. It turns out you can and Appo's even scrape together 150 S-alloys. They say that great reputations often hide incompetence. You seem nothing but a fool. Chen Dong chuckled quietly. This Lu Nung is clearly playing me. It was evident that the other party had no intention of selling to him. He sent an international gesture emoji before closing the private chat window. Upon receiving the emoji, Lu Nung was not angered. Sitting on a leather sofa, he stroked his gleaming bald head and smirked, feeling rather pleased. A middle-aged man beside him could not help but inquire, "Boss, why don't we sell concrete to 10,086? We just sold to the drug lord and amp. Oppos. S-team for 50S alloys. Why are we opposing 10,086? Lu Nung slapped his thigh, glancing sideways at the man with displeasure. "Guang Kuan, you blockhead. What can I say? Who is 10,086? That S the one who previously monopolized S alloys and left us with significant losses. I refuse to sell concrete to him." Guang Kuan, the middle-aged man who served as the steward of the Saturn Ring team, spoke earnestly. "Boss, we are in business. It's inappropriate to let past grievances affect our dealings." Lu Nung burst into laughter. "Guang Kuan, you're truly naive. Teams seeking to upgrade their mid-level underground fortresses are growing increasingly numerous. Are you worried about not finding buyers? Our concrete is in high demand. Why should I fear? If I don't sell to 10,086, countless others are lining up." Guang Kuan smacked his forehead. "You're right, boss. You're quite the clever one." Hearing the flattery, Lu Nung's lips curled slightly. Yet he replied, "Get lost. Listen up. We have a score to settle with 10,086. And you need to inform the brothers below not to give him any friendly treatment." Guang Kuan nodded respectfully. "Understood. I'll let the brothers know." Chen Dong, unaware that his previous dealings with S alloys had created enmity with the Saturn Ring team, only felt frustrated by the failed concrete transaction. Even if granted another choice, he would still seek to deliver a hefty blow to the other party. For now, he had no choice but to search for another seller with concrete. The most vexing predicament is not facing a myriad of resources without the means to purchase or exchange them, but rather having the funds, yet being unable to acquire sufficient materials. This was Chen Dong's plight. He had no idea that aside from the Saturn Ring, there might be other teams capable of providing large quantities of concrete. Even after gathering 500 units on the trading platform, he still required 4,000 units to upgrade the mid-level underground fortress, a daunting figure. Chen Dong sat on the sofa in the villa's living room, flanked by two others, all wearing expressions of helplessness. Despite racking their brains, they could not devise an effective solution. They could only continue searching for concrete on the trading platform, while probing whether other teams had large quantities available. Xia Anshi lazily reclined on the sofa, sighed dramatically, and raised her hands above her head. Why can't we find any other team with substantial concrete besides the Saturn Ring? It's so difficult." Tian Xiaoyu smiled brightly while ruffling Xia Anshi's hair. "Oh, Anshi, don't be disheartened. We still have time. The meteor shower is a week away. Perhaps there will be a breakthrough by then. In the worst-case scenario, we can just abandon these fruits and vegetables and start over. It's not a big deal." Chen Dong discreetly focused his gaze on the two women. After spending some time together, they had become quite close friends. Their attire was rather revealing, and their playful banter inevitably revealed glimpses of their figures, a feast for Chen Dong's eyes. He increasingly felt his composure slipping. Several times, he had stealthily unlocked Xia Anshi's door with a spare key after Tian Xiaoyu had fallen asleep, indulging in unspeakable activities. However, recently, his relationship with Tian Xiaoyu had grown somewhat delicate and awkward.